Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1 Northern Spirit Realm Great Qian Dynasty 30 years to the east of Hedong, 30 years to the west of Hexi, don't bully. Qi. A sword as white as snow flashed past. A young boy's head, eyes wide open in anger, rolled down, splattering blood on the ground. What kind of wild boy dared to rush into his highness? Senran's angry voice sounded, but in a blink of an eye he turned cautious. Your highness, please forgive me. I didn't investigate for a moment and allowed this wild boy to sneak in. He deserves death. A bloody scene before my eyes. Xian's somewhat confused mind suddenly cleared up, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This is really, the plot is corny and bloody. A boy and a girl were childhood sweethearts. When a rogue prince robbed him, the boy became furious, dropped his cold words, and made a 3-year pact to win back his lover. This was probably what the young man was thinking. In fact it is. The girl did not resist the handsome prince at all, but felt happy because of his favor. As for childhood sweethearts, that would be even more wishful thinking and unrequited love. The two of them are not even from the same family, they are just the scions of two friendly families in a small town. This time I came to the imperial capital to join the world-famous Supreme Profound Academy. After figuring out the current situation, Xian was a bit dumbfounded. Am I becoming a villain? Just now. Xian suddenly had many more memories in his mind, so he was stunned for a long time. It's not really transmigrate, it might be more appropriate to say it's reincarnation. In his previous life, he was a social beast on Earth. After staying up late one night and dying suddenly, he came to this world and became the 9th prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. He grew up in fine clothes and fine food. Only now have I inexplicably awakened to the wisdom of my previous life. What Xian didn't expect was that this turned out to be a world where many novels merged. If I remember correctly, the Great Qian Dynasty and the Supreme Profound Academy were basically forces in two different books, but now they appeared at the same time. And some memories of sacred land, family. Also from different novels. In the original plot, the 9th Prince of Dakian was the protagonist who was a friend of the 5th Prince. Taking advantage of the large crowds during the Lantern Festival, he beheaded him with one sword. He was also the first unlucky person to be eliminated in the competition for the heir in Kowloon. Of course, being killed is not a simple matter of stance. This is just one of the reasons. Another more important reason for this is the 9th prince is obsessed with the granddaughter of the great general of the country, almost like a dog licker, and the protagonist happens to have thoughts about her. Take back your thoughts that are gradually wandering. Glancing at the young man whose corpse was separated, Xian's eyes were calm, without any fluctuation. How dare the heir of a family in a small city threaten the prince of the Great Qian Dynasty in the street? This is not spineless. This is stupid. Just die. Because of his behavior, the entire family has to pay for it. Death is not a pity for such an idiot. Of course, confiscating the family and annihilating the clan will not lead to it. Xian is not a person who kills without blinking an eye. But as long as this matter spreads, without any instructions from him, the entire family will be targeted from all aspects, making it difficult for them to move forward. Those who were implicated in this were probably the ones most eager to let him die. See if he has any storage rings on him. Xian suddenly spoke. Yes. The guard who just took action felt strange. Even if a son of an aristocratic family from a remote town has a storage ring, what good things can he have? Of course he didn't dare to say this. He quickly agreed and searched the young man's body. Back to your highness, no. Kindness. Xian remained calm, but he complained in his heart, if you don't have the protagonist's life, if you get the protagonist's disease, you will die unjustly. Fortunately, he thought he was the protagonist of some novel. It turned out to be just a passerby. Fortunately not. Otherwise, if a portable old man appears, I am afraid that the person lying on the ground today will be Xian. This ghost world is too dangerous. Xian was secretly alert. The protagonist travels all over the world, and the genius is worse than a dog. Maybe one day it will become a stepping stone for a certain protagonist. Although the Great Qian Dynasty is strong, it is not invincible. There are no less than 10 powerful forces in the Northern Spirit Realm alone that are no less powerful than it. The Supreme Profound Academy located in the imperial capital is one of them. The most likely positions for the prince are the eldest prince, the third prince and the fifth prince. In the original plot, I was killed by the protagonist precisely because of that woman, and because she supported the third prince and stood on the opposite side of the fifth prince. So in theory, it is the best choice not to interfere with Zhulong to seize the throne. Ignoring the girl next to her who was pale because of the bloody scene in front of her, Xian turned around and walked in the direction of the mansion, thinking in her mind. Fighting for the throne? Fight for something. First, there is no amazing talent, and second, there is no strong backing. What to fight for? It is said that Kowloon is the one who seizes the legitimate sons, but in fact, except for those three, the others really have no chance at all. It's decided, lie down. Xian made a choice quickly. Although according to the original plot, the fifth prince who finally competes for the crown prince's position is supported by the protagonist. But there is more than one protagonist in this world. Accidents can happen at any time. As long as I lie flat enough, no one will bother to talk to me. With this thought, Xian immediately felt relieved and lost a lot of urgency. Oh, what are the benefits of being an emperor? Why not be an idle prince, eating, drinking, having fun every day, and having a beautiful concubine? Isn't that a wonderful thing? This is a happy life that he never dared to imagine in his previous life. At this moment, ding! It is detected that the host has a strong desire to lie down, and the system to become stronger when lying down is successfully activated. Xian's expression froze. The surprise that surged in his heart had not even reached his face before he forcefully suppressed it. It's actually a system. Judging from this statement, I am afraid that the system has already existed, but it has specific activation conditions, and the conditions are: lie flat. At this moment, Xian felt like she couldn't laugh or cry. As the prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, with the added power and aloofness, he is inevitably ambitious. How come you have the idea of lying down? If Xian hadn't known how outrageous this world was, I'm afraid that even if I awakened the wisdom of my previous life, I would never think of lying down, but rather try my best. Fortunately, I read a lot of books. Feeling a little lucky, Xian said to himself, "System, could you please introduce your functions?" Chapter 2. This system has only one function. As long as the host lies down stably, it will continue to become stronger. Otherwise, there will be no reward. After listening to the system's concise self-introduction, the corner of Xian's mouth twitched. This amazing feature. He really won his heart. As long as you lie down and you can become stronger, will anyone really choose to work hard? But Xian's expression moved slightly and he asked in his heart. If someone bullies me, or threatens my life, and I take action to strangle them, does that count as a violation of the requirement to lie down? There was silence for a moment. The system responded simply, lying down is not waiting to die. The smile on Xian's face widened slightly. That's right. He has always believed that lying down is not a complete sense of resignation, but a natural attitude towards life. You can't. If someone rushes over and stabs you, you can only lie down if you stand still, right? Are you crazy? At this time, a figure landed next to the guard next to him and whispered a few words in a low voice. The guard with the sword stepped forward and whispered. Your Highness, the boy just now is the son of the head of the Lin family in Wuyun City. It is said that our ancestors had a king 6,000 years ago, but the inheritance was later discontinued. How about? His eyes were full of murderous intent, and he made a gesture of cutting grass. No need. Xian waved his hand casually. If you really want to take revenge, it's not too late to kill him. If there was a king in the other party's family now, it might be worth being afraid of, but 6,000 years ago. Xian really didn't bother to target him. There are 10 realms of spiritual practice in the human world. Body tempering, chi refining, essence building, aperture opening, core C, divine bridge, Deo palace, heaven smiting, self-liberation, good fortune. And the heaven smiting realm is revered as the king. About hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a powerful great emperor country that swept the world and divided its kings. The weakest king among them was also in the heaven smiting realm, so it was called this. Because of its great influence, it is still used today. And now the emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty, who is Xian's father in this life, is a powerful man in the Deo Palace 9th layer, one step away from heaven smiting. Certainly. This level of cultivation alone is not enough to control hundreds of millions of miles of territory. But such a great dynasty has existed for tens of thousands of years. How can ordinary people know about the powerful men hiding in the dark side? By the way, the founding ancestor of Qian was the master of the good fortune realm, and he once dominated the world. Ding! Your mentality meets the requirements for lying flat, and you have obtained the heaven-level martial skill Wind Thunder Divine Fist. The lying flat reward can only be obtained once per day. Please note, once the host engages in struggling behavior, it will not be able to obtain any rewards within a one-day period. Xian was startled. He really didn't think about this aspect deliberately just now, he just said it casually, and he actually got the reward? This is so cool. Tribulation heaven-level martial arts? It's not too rare for Xian. As the 9th prince of Dagan, he naturally has no shortage of martial arts and martial arts. He even has self-liberation level combat skills, but who would have too many? Thoughts arose. A panel appeared in front of me. Xian. Cultivation, aperture opening 8th layer. Physique, none. Divine ability, none. Exercise, Qian Sovereign Sutra Part 2. Combat skills, Imperial Deo Killing Fist, Wind Thunder Divine Fist, Heaven Shattering Dragon Elephant, Great Desolate Ocean Splitting Seal. Bao Wen, Divine Jade Garments, Heavenly Dragon Halberd. Xian glanced at him, his eyes flashing slightly. To be fair, his qualifications are not that outstanding, but that is only relative. At the age of only 19, he already had the cultivation level of aperture opening 8th layer. There is still a long way to go before those evil geniuses who have special physiques or are gifted with divine ability. But it's enough to be called genius anywhere. To have such strength, in addition to the resources available at will, one's own talent is of course indispensable. Needless to say, Xian practices the good fortune level skill Qian Sovereign Sutra created by Emperor Qian, the ancestor of the Qian Dynasty. Imperial Deo Killing Fist is known as the second most powerful attack in the world. Coupled with the divine jade garments that can withstand the full blow of Deo Palace monks. Even if Xian stands still, he can make Core C and Divine Bridge monks stare. If I remember correctly, Xian originally had a treasure to protect the primordial spirit, but he had generously given it to the general's granddaughter. The reason why he was successfully assassinated by the protagonist later was. It was because the opponent used an extremely exquisite primordial spirit attack and killing technique, which directly destroyed the soul. What a fool! With his thoughts at this point, Xian couldn't help but cursed his past self. After recovering the memory of the previous life, he knew very well that what he had done before was exactly the same as the plot of that book. Even his personal protective equipment is willing to be given away. Licking a dog is not enough to describe it, it can be called a wolf warrior. If divine jade garments hadn't been for men's clothing, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been spared. In Xian's impression, the general's daughter was so beautiful, she couldn't be said to be the most beautiful woman in the world, but she had a kind of heroic beauty. Perhaps it's precisely because of what you want that you can't get it, which puts a special filter on it. Not long after, Xian stopped, and from a distance he saw a beautiful figure with a high ponytail, her lavender dress swaying slightly in the wind, standing outside her Prince Xian's mansion. Your Highness, Miss Ran Qingxiu has been waiting for you here for a quarter of an hour. A guard from the mansion quietly appeared behind him and said respectfully. Ran Qingxiu is the granddaughter of the general who ruled the country. His eyebrows were raised slightly. Xian's thoughts moved and he immediately recalled the plot. Basically, Ran Qingxiu was unwilling to accept his gift, soul calming jade, so he planned to send it back. It's just right. It saves me having to go to my father again to ask for a treasured soldier to protect the primordial spirit. He walked slowly to the front of the mansion. Xian looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with a slightly troubled expression, waiting for her to speak. The guard next to him looked strange. Why is something wrong with His Highness? Even if he had seen this Miss Ran before, he would have already approached her with a smile. Why are you so expressionless and cold today? Is it possible that His Highness is planning to take a different approach to the strategy and play hard to get? While he was thinking wildly, the guard suddenly widened his eyes. I saw that Miss Ran, who was always polite to His Highness, gritted her teeth slightly at this moment, took out an ice blue jade box, and whispered slightly coyly. Your Highness Ninth Prince, I like the gift you gave me very much, but I can't accept it for nothing, so, well, I give this ice soul crystal fruit to you. Xian said with a nonchalant expression, oh, since you don't want it, just give it back to me, anyway. Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned. Ha! Chapter 3. The surroundings became quiet for a while, and you could hear a needle drop. Xian blinked. Isn't she here to send soul calming jade back? But give a gift in return? This TM. The plot is wrong. The original plot was like this. Ran Qingxiu sent soul calming jade back, but the ninth prince refused to take it at all. In the end, Ran Qingxiu had no choice but to give up. But he warned the ninth prince coldly not to give her anything in the future. Otherwise, she would ask her grandfather, the general who ruled the country, to complain to the emperor. Certainly, Xian does not intend to follow the original trajectory. What he was thinking was, since you sent soul calming jade back, I will take it back. Let nature take its course, which is the essence of lying down. That's why Xian said what he just said out of habit. But who knew things would not develop as planned? This is very embarrassing. Looking at the girl's delicate face, he was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, it turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those big, watery eyes. In a short period of time, various complex emotions such as surprise, confusion emerged, and finally they were filled with deep shame. Ran Qingxiu was extremely heartbroken at this moment. To know. She finally worked up the courage to take the initiative to give gifts to Xian. Ran Qingxiu had previewed Xian's reaction in advance. They have also thought about how to deal with it. For example, Xian will most likely be extremely pleasantly surprised, thinking that he has responded to his pursuit. And this time, Ran Qingxiu would calmly say that she just didn't want to take other people's things for free, and giving gifts in return was a sign of drawing a clear line. But she never thought that Xian would say such a thing. He actually wanted him to return the gift? What about his majestic princely face? This moment, Ran Qingxiu almost thought that she heard wrongly and froze on the spot. When she came back to her senses, she felt her face was as hot as if it was on fire, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Fortunately there weren't many people around. There were only 2 guards beside him. One of them was looking up at the sky and the other was staring down at the ground, concentrating on it. And their identities are also destined not to talk nonsense. Take a gentle breath. Ran Qingxiu quickly took out soul-calming jade from his arms with a stiff expression and handed it to Xian. Give it back to you. Thank you. Xian didn't know what to say, so he subconsciously stretched out his hand to catch Beiyu, which was still covered with the warmth of the girl's body. You're welcome, it's yours to begin with, it just returns to its original owner. Ran Qingxiu was a little angry. 2. Although I am very puzzled by the changes in the plot. But Xian is not prepared to have too much involvement with the heroine of this novel, because she is really too stupid. According to the settings of the original plot, the protagonist Qian Mo comes from a place called Crippled Heaven Valley and meets Ran Qingxiu at Supreme Profound Academy. And this is actually Qian Mo's careful plan. Crippled Heaven Valley, also known as the Valley of the Wicked, contains 10 unparalleled villains. In the past, they were all murderous and ruthless, full of bad deeds. It can be said that there is no good thing. 2 years ago, the Great Qian Dynasty's General Zhenqiu personally led his troops to annihilate him. That's right. He is Ran Qingxiu's grandfather. For the protagonist Qian Mo, this is the unquestionable hatred of exterminating his family. He approaches Ran Qingxiu just to find a way to avenge him. Becoming a friend of the fifth prince is also part of the plan. In fact, he succeeded in the end, killing the General Zhenqiu with his own hands and replacing him. The most bloody place is here. Ran Qingxiu was deeply saddened even though she knew this. But instead of killing the protagonist Qian Mo, she chose to walk away. In the end, he was found by the protagonist, who said that after many years, the hatred had been settled, and a happy ending was forced. Xian's reaction at that time was, "You leave it here for me to play with." Certainly. After all, a novel is a novel, and it is impossible to completely describe a person's character. Ran Qingxiu in the real world may not be so stupid. But who cares? Wait a moment. Seeing Xian turn around and leave very simply, Ran Qingxiu felt a little uncomfortable for no reason, and couldn't help but said, "Your Highness, Ninth Prince, do you really not want to see me?" Hear the words. Xian paused in his steps. He slowly turned around with a strange look on his face. "Miss Ran, isn't this what you want most?" Ran Qingxiu was suddenly speechless. Yes. What she usually hates the most is that Xian is always hanging around her, and she wants to keep him as far away from her as possible. Now the goal is achieved. But why do I always feel like there is an empty space in my heart? Xian shook his head inexplicably, turned around and walked towards the house. "Your Majesty, Ninth Prince." After a brief silence, Ran Qingxiu called out to him again. She gently bit her red lips with her fine teeth, a trace of shame seemed to flash through her beautiful eyes, and handed over the ice blue jade box in her hand. "Your Highness Ninth Prince, this is a gift from me. I hope you can accept it." There was a pause. Xian looked back at her. Her little face turned green and red, her head almost touching her chest, before she nodded slightly, "Okay, I'll accept it." It's impossible not to accept it. According to the logic of the system, if you don't accept free gifts from others, why don't you have to fight? Call. Ran Qingxiu breathed a sigh of relief obviously. After placing the ice blue jade box in Xian's hand, he said thank you inexplicably and quickly disappeared from sight. Tisk, that's really weird. Ran Qingxiu's behavior today was like taking the wrong medicine, but Xian was too lazy to dig into it. To him, nothing is more important right now than lying flat. Walking down the street, Ran Qingxiu always felt that everyone around her was looking at her. This is of course an illusion. But what happened just now really made her feel ashamed and annoyed, and she felt like she was dead in society. Until it was a little far away from Prince Xian's mansion. Ran Qingxiu took a few deep breaths and managed to calm down. Thoughts moved slightly. A few lines of words came to her mind. Task introduction: take the initiative to give a gift to the 9th Prince Xian of Daqian, and he must accept it. Success reward: all 9 orifices open. Punishment for failure: cultivation is locked, immortality cannot be advanced. Time limit: none. Looking at these lines of words, Ran Qingxiu's expression changed slightly involuntarily. Just today. This thing appeared inexplicably in her mind, and there was also a cold notification sound. At first, Ran Qingxiu thought some powerful person was playing tricks on her. But when she pretends to be uncomfortable. When I asked my grandfather who was in the heaven-smiting realm to help me check if there was any abnormality in my body, the answer I got was that there was no problem at all. But at that time, these lines clearly appeared in her mind. Not even aware of the heaven-smiting state. Could it be that the venerable or sovereign of the self-liberation realm are still playing tricks on her? How could that old monster be so careless? Weird events beyond comprehension. Ran Qingxiu shivered with chills all over under the scorching sun. She is determined to become a general who governs the country like her grandfather in this life, so how can she endure the punishment of having her cultivation level locked up? Ran Qingxiu doesn't dare to bet. Not to mention. It's just asking her to give him a gift, and it's not something unacceptable. Apart from being a little embarrassed, there's no other difficulty. However, things developed beyond her expectation. Xian seems to be a different person today. When facing her, he was so calm that he was almost indifferent, and unexpectedly became less annoying. Pooh! Ran Qingxiu shook her head violently, her silver teeth clenching. It's obvious that I hate it even more. How can I take back a gift given to others? It really makes me mad. She was not disgusted with Xian. It's just that Ran Qingxiu has always aimed at grandpa and practiced hard. The future partner in her mind should naturally be an indomitable and unparalleled talent. Not like Xian. Spend the whole day lounging around and having fun. System. After slandering Xian for a few words, Ran Qingxiu began to call out the voice calling himself the system in his heart. As required, the mission is considered completed. Chapter 4. Generally speaking. Martial artist in the aperture opening realm world, as long as he has a clue, he can continue to make breakthroughs. The more acupoints opened, the deeper the foundation. In addition to being beneficial to your daily practice, you can also react more quickly during battles. Those who can open the 9 orifices are all the most gifted among the most gifted. As far as Ran Qingxiu knows. In the hidden dragon ranking that divides the world's young heroes, only the top 5 perverts have opened the 9 apertures. But when she opened her 7 orifices, that was already her limit. But the problem is, I broke through the aperture opening and entered the core sea realm more than a year ago. Is it possible that this system can help me reverse the 9 orifices? Ran Qingxiu was puzzled. With thoughts of both anticipation and apprehension, she silently muttered in her mind, "Withdraw the reward. Rewards are being distributed, please wait." As the cold reminder sounded in my mind, Ran Qingxiu's whole body trembled slightly, and she felt a stream of air spread all over her body in an instant, like a winding river with rolling waves, flowing through her limbs and bones. The originally unopened nose orifice and one eye orifice became transparent instantly. Bo! There seemed to be a sound of shackles breaking. Ran Qingxiu suddenly discovered that he had broken through a small realm due to the opening of all 9 orifices. It's already the core C 6th layer day. This. Ran Qingxiu was dull. She had been stuck for half a year, and finally had to give up on 2 acupoints, and they were opened so easily. After a brief moment of confusion, Ran Qingxiu couldn't help feeling surprised. To have such terrifying abilities, no matter what is hidden behind this system. She admitted it all. Not to mention, Ran Qingxiu didn't think that he was of much value, and that he was worthy of having such a powerful mysterious existence, and what kind of conspiracy would he use against him? If the other party really wants to harm her, why bother? Ding! New tasks are released, please check back in time. At this time, the system prompt sounded in my mind again. Got another mission? Ran Qingxiu was no longer unhappy, but full of expectations. When her consciousness sank into her mind and she saw the description of the mission, she was slightly stunned. Task Introduction. 10 days later, during the Lantern Festival, the 9th Prince Xian of Qian will be assassinated by Qin Mo. Try every means to let Xian survive. Success Reward, Innate Dao Body. Failure Penalty, none. Time Limit, 10 days. Killer Introduction. Qin Mo, alias Qin Zhou, student of Supreme Profound Academy, remnant of Crippled Heaven Valley. When she saw the last line of words, Ran Qingxiu frowned. Qin Zhou? If I remember correctly, this person entered the Supreme Profound Academy for a year and showed great talent as martial Dao. He looks like a simple and gentle young man who likes to wear black clothes. Strange, why am I so impressed by him? Ran Qingxiu was suddenly startled. She is prone to emotions, but she is by no means a fool. When I thought about it for a moment, I found a lot of things that were wrong. For example, that Qin Chu appeared in her field of vision many times intentionally or unintentionally. There was an outing experience organized by Supreme Profound Academy. Inexplicably, he encountered a small beast tide that was rare to see in 100 years. And Qin Zhou was like a divine weapon descending from the sky, killing several crazy beasts in front of her. What a serious scheming! However, Qingxiu felt a slight chill in her heart. How could a person who was raised by those old monsters in Crippled Heaven Valley be really honest? His heart must be extremely dark and perverse. Of course she didn't dare to make a conclusion based on these speculations without evidence. But as the granddaughter of the general who governs the country, Ran Qingxiu is very familiar with Crippled Heaven Valley. Because this happened just 2 years ago, and even Grandpa was slightly injured in that battle. She heard her grandfather mention it by chance. There is an old monster in Crippled Heaven Valley who is proficient in controlling beasts. He's here for revenge. Without further ado, I must tell Grandpa about this. Whether it is for the sake of Xian's safety or to eradicate the remnants of Crippled Heaven Valley, it's all top priority. On the contrary, it was the system's task rewards that Ran Qingxiu temporarily ignored. Xian Wangfu. It's already the 2nd day after getting the system. Xian lay lazily on the bamboo and rattan recliner. The music of the piano lingers in my ears. Admiring the graceful figure of the dancer. Open your mouth slightly from time to time. Then a slender jade finger handed the crystal clear spirit fruit to his mouth from the side. Ding! Listen to the fairy music, enjoy the wonderful dance, and taste the delicious food. You feel it is great to lie down, and you will be rewarded, all 9 orifices will be opened. Your lazy posture has taught you how to lie down, and you will get an extra reward, open the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows. Accompanied by 2 pleasant beeps. Xian's whole body felt bright, and the center of his eyebrows bulged slightly, as if some kind of shackles had been broken. After a little induction, he knew what the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows was. Normally, martial artist can only open up to 9 orifices. The ancestral aperture between the eyebrows is a hidden acupointment connected to the primordial spirit. In addition to being able to release mental shock, it also has a significant improvement in induction, and can predict the enemy's profit. There are other incredible powers yet to be discovered. Bo. In silence, Xian stood up with a heavy power. A series of cyclones quickly condensed in the danshan, turning into droplets of bright dewdrop-like liquid in the blink of an eye, accumulating into a lake. The spiritual energy turns into liquid and gathers to form a sea. Core Sea Realm. The realm that had troubled Xian for 2 or 3 years was finally broken through. Looking at the dancers and piano players who were trembling slightly due to the surge of his breath, Xian slowly calmed down and waved his hand to signal them to continue. As the music of the piano sounded again, the dancers' veils flew. Xian lay back on the chair, ate a moist spiritual fruit that was brought to her mouth, and sighed like a salted fish. This is life. Your Highness. A guard walked over quickly, but his movements were very gentle, and he whispered in his ear. Oh! After hearing this, Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Just now, the well-hidden protagonist Qian Mo actually revealed his identity. Chapter 5. According to the original plot, the protagonist Qian Mo was not exposed until he assassinated the ninth prince. Because he has a very powerful disguise technique, not only his appearance has changed, but his temperament and mental fluctuations have also changed to that of another person. It is inherited from crippled Heaven Valley after all. The 10 old monsters inside all have unique skills. If it hadn't been for the great General Zhenqiu coming in person, leading the most elite army, and setting up numerous battle formations, I'm afraid we still wouldn't have been able to defeat them. Recalling Ran Qingxiu's completely different behavior yesterday, Xian smacked his lips. Something's wrong. This plot seems to be developing in a direction of collapse. Think for a moment. Xian laughed and shook his head. What does this have to do with him? It's all reached this point. That Qian Mo couldn't even protect himself, so he shouldn't come here to assassinate him, right? Needless to say, Xian now has soul calming jade, which can protect the primordial spirit and resist any spiritual attack below the level of Dao Palace. Therefore, Qian Mo's killing move was no longer a concern for him. Let it be chaotic. The more chaotic it is, the less anyone will pay attention to me. A dandy prince who lies at home all day long, has no intention of fighting and is obsessed with having fun. It was noon, but the sun was not bright. Occasionally, there is a breeze blowing, with a hint of coolness. Xian squinted his eyes, looked at the sun as red as blood, and said to himself, in the middle of summer, the temperature is like late autumn. Could it be that this day is going to change? What? Ran away? At the Zhenqiu general's mansion, Ran Qingxiu looked shocked after receiving the news. How can this be? That Qian Mo's cultivation level was clearly the same as hers. Even if the strength is hidden, it will never be much higher. At most, it will be in the early stage of Divine Bridge, once it reaches the third layer. This is as overestimated as possible. After all, the top few on the hidden dragon list only have this level of cultivation. And to know, the Iron Guard sent to capture him was a general from the Dao Palace realm. Can this make Qian Mo run away? Well, he ran away. In front of Ran Qingxiu, there sat a burly old man with grey hair. He was holding an ancient book in his hand and was reading it carefully with a gentle face. Even after learning about Qian Mo's escape, his expression did not change at all. Still as calm as ever. Grandpa, why don't you seem to be in a hurry? Ran Qingxiu walked around the room uneasily. When she thought of the task reminder, she felt a little nervous and panicked. Qian Mo is still alive, so doesn't he still want to assassinate Xian? Honestly, Ran Qingxiu's previous impression of Qian Mo was pretty good. But after knowing his identity, when I thought that he was approaching me just to gain trust and avenge those evil thieves, I immediately felt a strong sense of disgust. On the other hand, Xian, although his personality is a bit worse, and he always pestered himself in the past, it was only hateful, but not hateful. Schwer, how can you inherit Grandpa's mantle in the future if you are so impatient? The old man smiled, very calm. As the saying goes, Mount Tai collapses in front but remains unchanged, elk rises to the left but cannot blink. What the ancients said deeply touches my heart. Unfortunately, the rumored Mount Tai has already collapsed in ancient times. It is hard to see it again. I deeply regret it. Hear the words. Ran Qingxiu calmed down a little. When she thought about it carefully, she felt that her grandfather must be so calm that he must have something inside him. This is my thoughts. Ran Qingxiu nodded slowly. Grandpa taught you a lesson. It's just that you personally led the troops to destroy the crippled Heaven Valley after all. Qin Mo and my Ran family have a huge feud and have to guard against it. Moreover, he intends to assassinate the 9th prince, so Shuer is somewhat worried. What did you say? Ran Lai was stunned and interrupted her. I said, there is a huge feud between Qin Mo and my Ran family, so we have to guard against. No, next sentence. And he intends to assassinate the 9th prince. Bang! Ran Lai stood up suddenly and overturned the table in front of him. His beard and hair were spread out, like an angry lion, and his big copper eyes stared at her. Assassinate the 9th prince? How do you know? Is it credible? Ah! I thought you had already investigated it. This credibility. Ran Qingxiu raised her head and looked at her grandfather in confusion. What if Mount Tai collapsed and his appearance remained unchanged? Where did your indifferent image go? Never mind. Ran Lai waved his hand, his expression extremely solemn. Even if there is only 10% credibility, this matter must not be taken lightly. Come here. Exist. A figure appeared silently in the study. Pass my military order and immediately mobilize 800 secret guards to protect Prince Hoxian's mansion. Not even a single insect can fly in. Yes. The figure made a promise and slowly disappeared. Ran Lai walked back and forth in the room for a few steps, then suddenly turned to look at Ran Qingxiu, half smiling but not smiling. Shuer, Grandpa heard that you went to return the gift to that boy Xian today. Ran Qingxiu was stunned for a moment. The next moment, her fair face suddenly turned red, and she became angry with embarrassment, like a little tiger with explosive hair. Grandpa, you sent someone to follow me. Still tracking. Ran Lai rolled his eyes. You stood at the door of Prince Xian's mansion for nearly an hour. Anyone who is not blind can see it. But having said that, haven't you always hated that boy Xian? How come you suddenly? It's just a courtesy. Ran Qingxiu blushed and walked out angrily. Also, don't let anyone follow me again, or I will tell Grandma. The 9th prince may not be a good match. A long sigh sounded from behind, as if talking to himself. Ran Qingxiu's delicate body stiffened for a moment, but she quickly pretended not to hear and just curled her lips secretly. What a good match and a bad match. Her future partner must be an extremely talented and unparalleled genius. As for Xian, how can he look like a genius? Although I thought so in my heart. However, Qingxiu's mind couldn't help but think of the Xian she saw yesterday. In fact, if he were serious and not so frivolous, he would still have a rather cold temperament. Chapter 6. Puff. Supreme Profound Academy, in a training room. The pale-faced young man coughed up a mouthful of black blood, but his originally honest face now looked particularly ferocious. He quickly took out 5 or 6 pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Then sit down cross-legged and do your exercises and adjust your breath. After a while, the young man slowly opened his eyes, and his pale complexion became a little more rosy. Why was I exposed? In the dimly lit training room, Qin Mo's expression changed. Until now, he also didn't figure out how his identity was discovered. There was no warning, everything was as usual. Until the iron guards of the general's mansion suddenly appeared and hit him hard with the force of thunder in an instant. If you don't have special skills. In addition, with the help of a protective secret treasure, he could withstand the palm of the Dao Palace level iron guard. Otherwise, he might have been locked up in prison at this moment. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Those people would never have guessed that I am still in Supreme Profound Academy and have never left. Qin Mo sneered in his heart. With the third master's changing faces, he has become a completely different person. Even the breath is difficult to distinguish. Unless the other party is like him and has also opened the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows. But according to the Great Master, in today's era, there are only a few people who can open the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows, and even few people know about it. So don't worry too much. It would have been exposed before, most likely accidentally. My thoughts were racing, and I thought of the 10 masters who raised me and treated me as my own. The hatred in Qian Mo's heart surged like a tide. Regardless of what others think. No matter how brutal and murderous his 10 masters were, and no matter how heinous their crimes, they were the closest people to him. Not to mention, leave the past behind. They have all washed their hands and put down the butcher's knife. Why do these people still want to kill them all? A long time. Qian Mo slowly loosened his clenched hands and thought calmly. Next. The most important thing is how to do it. Supreme Profound Academy is not a place to stay for a long time. Sooner or later, he will find out here. He must prepare an escape route. The 5th prince has great talents and great plans, and he is not supported by the Ran family. Qian Mo's eyes flickered. This was the reason why he chose the 5th prince in the first place. I just don't know if the 5th prince still has the courage to continue to befriend him under the current circumstances, but he can give it a try. If he doesn't have the guts, then he will think he has seen the wrong person. If so, that would be easy to handle. Unfortunately, Ran Qingshu's line can only be abandoned for the time being. Ran Qingshu's beautiful and heroic face appeared in his mind, and Qian Mo felt a little hot in his heart. What happened to the descendants of the enemy? In Qian Mo's view, this hatred should not be carried on to the next generation. Ran Qingshu is a sensible girl with a pure mind. Qian Mo thinks she can understand him. Crippled Heaven Valley is worthy of being called the Valley of the Wicked. Those old monsters should all be killed. In the Zhenqiu General's mansion, Ran Qingshu looked through the files about Crippled Heaven Valley, feeling shocked and filled with anger. Destroying cities and destroying villages in order to practice demonic skills. Because his own child died young, he abducted babies everywhere and made them into dolls using sorcery. He takes pleasure in eating human flesh, and loves the flesh of young girls most. All these are too numerous to write down. Now whenever I think of Qian Mo's honest and gentle smiling face, Ran Qingshu feels sick. What kind of good person could one be if they were raised by these monsters? 3 views have long been distorted. It's ridiculous to wash your hands in a golden basin and put down the butcher's knife. Why? If you give them a chance. So who can give those who died tragically in their hands a chance? Born in a family of generals, Ran Qingshu knew that there was no truly just war in the world, it was just that he had to kill because of the position of his family and country. But Crippled Heaven Valley. Ran Qingshu just wanted to say, well done. Closing the file tightly, Ran Qingshu couldn't help but feel worried. After reading the information on the top 10 villains, she realized how many weird and magical skills Qian Mo possessed. For example, the art of changing faces is a masterpiece in the world. If not the system. I'm afraid no one will discover Qian Mo's true identity. I'm afraid Xian is in danger. Bah! Whether he is in danger or not has nothing to do with me. He wants to take back the gift he gave me. How shameless! But it doesn't seem like the crime will not lead to death. If you think about it carefully, he is actually much better than Qian Mo. At least he won't pretend to be honest and deceive others' trust. Thoughts swirled in my mind. After walking back and forth in the room for a while, Ran Qingshu stamped her foot hard. Humph, it's really annoying. If it weren't for the system task. After giving himself a reason to feel at ease, Ran Qingshu muttered a few words, opened the door, and hurriedly slipped out of the general's mansion. At the same time, study. Ran Lai was reading a military book. His expression moved slightly, and then a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. It's true that women are not allowed to stay in college. Didn't Schwetter hate that guy Xian before? Why did she suddenly become so interested in him? Think for a moment. Ran Lai spoke slowly, Ying Er. In silence. In the shadows in the corner of the study, darkness and silence squirmed, condensing into a disillusioned figure. There's no need to take action until it's a life or death situation. Go. As the words fell, the shadow merged into the darkness again. Ran Lai stroked his long beard with his hand, thought for a long time, and then sighed, 9 dragons seizing the legitimate son, this meddling, I'm afraid your majesty will be overly concerned again. Someone, bring me a copy of the 9th prince's current situation in detail. Chapter 7. The setting sun is like blood, and there are no clouds in the sky. Xian Wangfu. There are rockeries, waterfalls, fragrant flowers, and chirping birds. The lush willow trees hang down their jasper-like branches, which seem to be dancing gracefully with the breeze. Xian was lying on a wicker chair, her thick hair dyed with a faint golden glow. His posture was so leisurely that it could be called lazy. A pair of eyes half closed. If you are asleep, it's like admiring the white jade-paved floor in front of you. A young girl with a graceful figure. When Ran Qingxiu came here, he saw such a scene. I was wrong. He is indeed still the 9th prince who indulges in pleasure, and has not changed at all. You have a good skin for nothing. Ran Qingxiu suddenly felt that all his worries were being transferred to the dog, and he almost turned around and left on the spot. Couldn't help it. She snorted softly, his 9th prince really knows how to enjoy it. Could it be that he doesn't know that the remnants of crippled Heaven Valley have escaped? I know. Xian raised her eyelids casually, but what does it have to do with me? Of course it does matter, he. Ran Qingxiu almost blurted out, you are the one Qin Mo wants to kill. But when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. After all, there is no evidence for this kind of thing. Who would believe it? Her grandfather would be so decisive in ordering the shadow guards to protect Prince Xian's mansion. Because regardless of whether it is true or false, you must deal with it as it is, so as not to regret it if it happens. But Xian is different. Theoretically speaking, Qin Mo did not have any motive to assassinate him. Kill a prince. Apart from making Emperor Qian angry and making his situation even more difficult, what other benefits could there be? Think of this. Ran Qingxiu was also a little confused. Yes, why did Qin Mo want to assassinate Xian? It doesn't make sense. Could it be that the system made a mistake? He what? Xian's eyes moved slightly and he looked at the young and beautiful girl in front of him. Have to say, although Qingxiu is not breathtakingly beautiful, she can still be regarded as one of the most beautiful in the world. The big black and white eyes are like 2 gems. The black hair is tied up, and a high ponytail is raised behind. At this time, her mouth was slightly open, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. It seemed that he had to swallow something mid-sentence, making him look a little more silly. He. Ran Qingxiu rolled her eyes. He told me before. The person I hate the most is you. So it's very likely that I'll hold you back before you die. Oops. Anyway, I just want to remind you out of kindness. If you don't believe it, forget it. She was not good at lying, and she started to blush as she spoke. Oh. Xian looked calm. Oh, what do you mean, are you listening to what I'm saying? Ran Qingxiu became very angry when she saw his lazy look. Although Xian was a bit annoying in the past. But at least he is still optimistic and cheerful. Now. It's not that disgusting anymore, but why does it feel like he's lost his energy? From coming into this moment. But Qingxiu didn't see Xian move. I see. Xian nodded slowly. His mood was complicated, and it felt very delicate. In the original novel, the male protagonist's identity was revealed in advance and he was seriously injured. As a result, the female protagonist came to tell him to be careful about the male protagonist's assassination. Where the hell is this? What about the promised dark revenge plot? As long as you know. Ran Qingxiu took a deep breath. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly froze for a moment, looked at Xian carefully, and said in surprise. Did you break through to the core sea? Just broke through. Xian nodded and did not deny it. After receiving the confirmation, Ran Qingxiu felt slightly shocked. I see. She got it. If Xian is really as addicted to pleasure and has no intention of practicing as he appears at this moment, how could he suddenly step into the realm of core sea? It's obvious. This is a way for him to hide himself. In the fight for the crown prince, one wrong move will lead to an abyss. As the 9th prince, Xian. Even if you are not qualified to compete for the position of prince, it will be difficult to escape this huge whirlpool. So, Xian deliberately presented himself as an ignorant prince. Isn't this a wise and self-protective move? Figured this out. Ran Qingxiu's beautiful eyes became a little complicated. Looking at Xian lying on the wicker chair, pretending to be calm and carefree. Thinking of my bad attitude towards him before. Ran Qingxiu suddenly felt a little more guilty. There was silence for a while. Ran Qingxiu sat next to Xian and whispered softly, Your Highness, 9th Prince, I misunderstood you before. Well, I'm sorry. Xian looked at the delicate and apologetic profile next to him, and several questions popped into his mind. Sorry for what? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? He found that he, a veteran bookworm who had read many books, could not keep up with the thinking speed of Miss Ran from the general's mansion. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. I can't deceive the ancients. Your Majesty 9th Prince, it was my fault before. At this time, Ran Qingxiu spoke again. Her expression was serious, and her black and white eyes were full of sincerity. To express my apology, to the best of my ability, I can promise you one thing. She enunciated the 4 words within one's ability very clearly. Well. And such good things? Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at her and then at the swaying dancer. Willow branches on the moon. Prince Rui's mansion. The 5th Prince Surui was sitting in the study. Looking at the young man shrouded in black robes in front of him, there was a playful smile on his lips. Should I call you Qin Zhou or Qin Mo? A name is just a code name. The black hood was taken off, revealing a cold and unfamiliar face. What do you think, Your Highness? 5th Prince Surui's eyes narrowed slightly, then he smiled and said. 1,000 changes, turning all sentient beings upside down. The art of changing the world and changing one's face is well deserved. Brother Qin, you are now a wanted man, are you not afraid of being left here by me? You will not. Qin Mo chuckled lightly. The person who has a grudge against me is Ran Lai, the general of the state, not His Highness. And as far as I know, although Ran Lai has never stated which prince he will support, the one he is least likely to support is His Highness. As soon as this statement came out, the 5th Prince Surui's expression was obviously gloomy. What Qin Mo said was indeed true. It actually involved an old incident related to his mother and concubine. Just like Brother Qin said. There was a moment of silence. Surui stared at him and said slowly, General Ran will not support me, but he will not support 3rd brother either. He and the 3rd prince are brothers from the same mother. So Ran Lai can only support the eldest prince. And as long as he is eliminated, with the abilities of His Highness and the 3rd prince, wouldn't it be possible for them to join forces to suppress the 1st prince? Qin Mo opened his mouth with a smile and talked eloquently. As for the next 3rd prince, Xian, who has been entangled with Ran Qingxiu all day long, appeared in Qin Mo's mind. The murderous intent loomed in his eyes. I can first help His Highness get rid of the 9th Prince Xian who supports the 3rd Prince. Use this as a certificate of submission. How? Chapter 8. Ran Qingxiu left. With a red face, he ran out of Prince Xian's mansion shyly and annoyed. Xian sat on the wicker chair, sighing as he recalled the scene just now. Don't say it yet. With Ran Qingxiu's hot figure, coupled with the flexibility of muscles and bones cultivated by practicing martial Dao for many years, dancing has a unique and moving grace. That heroic spirit turned into a wisp of tenderness, contrasting yet harmoniously blended together. Perhaps this is what is called inner flattery. Xian is not a fool. Naturally, he could clearly feel that Ran Qingxiu's attitude towards him was very different from before. Change to the past. If Xian dares to ask her to dance, let her have a look. I'm afraid Ran Qingxiu will fall out without hesitation and run to her grandfather to complain. And the consequences? Xian will definitely be scolded by his emperor father. And stay at home for at least a month. But now, although Ran Qingxiu was a little embarrassed, after hesitating for a moment, she actually agreed. Shaking M. There was something strange in Xian's eyes. In the past, he was a bit of a licker to Ran Qingxiu, which only caused him to be disliked. Now he behaves calmly, or indifferently, but she takes the initiative to come to her. In this regard, Xian didn't resist at all and just let it take its course. The system asked him to lie flat. It's not like he was made a eunuch. If you really have a beautiful woman in your arms, and it doesn't affect your plan of getting married, why not do it? His thoughts changed and he thought of the main purpose of Ran Qingxiu's visit today. Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He originally thought that the protagonist Qin Mo would no longer assassinate him, but he didn't expect that he would still have to go around in circles. As for the authenticity of what Ran Qingxiu said, there is no need to question it. As the granddaughter of General Zhenqiu, she probably got this news from her grandfather. Is the world line closing? In that case, let's come. After murmuring softly, Xian's lips turned cold. If possible, he really doesn't want to stir up trouble, but if someone really does not know what is right and forces him to do it, he won't be afraid at all. Ding! Lying flat is not static. On a whim, you came to Jiao Fangxi to change the environment and mood. Sometimes, lying flat also requires a change of posture. Get the reward, the supreme primordial spirit secret art, chaos calming art. You have been lying flat for 10 days in total, and you have received a special reward, desolate sacred body. Boom! As the sound falls, the energy and blood in Xian's body boiled and erupted like a volcano. The originally dark core sea was now filled with roaring waves and brilliant golden light. Purple arcs of lightning struck down one after another, as if turning into a real ocean, sending tsunamis reaching the sky, which was terrifying. And the golden light in the danshan. It actually came out of the body and illuminated the entire room brightly. Even high in the sky, there is a looming dragon shadow. The moment the dragon shadow appeared, countless birds and beasts within 100 miles were all prostrate on the ground, trembling, and everything was completely silent. Such a terrifying momentum immediately alarmed many people in the Jiaofang division. A series of eyes flew over. Hey, this aura is a bit scary, but it doesn't look like a high-level one. Could it be that he has a special physique? Looking at the location, it's in the Tianzi private room. In that kind of place, just being rich doesn't qualify you to enter, you must be a powerful person. It's not just that. The golden dragon flies across the sky, and all the beasts are silent. This is clearly the world-soothing technique of the Daqian royal family, Qian Sovereign Sutra. The prince is still coming to Jiao Fangxi to play. That's not necessarily the case. It could also be a certain royal family member, or someone who has made great contributions to Daqian, who may also have the opportunity to pass on the Qian Sovereign Sutra. Everyone is secretly guessing the identity of the person who made the breakthrough. And at this moment, in the private room, Xian sat still. Golden air waves turned into dragon shapes, meandering and roaring silently. Fierce brilliance spread all over the body. Even the strands of hair were dyed golden. As the eyes open and close, there is a faint flow of breathtaking majesty. And all the visions. Only a few breaths appeared. Then suddenly, it disappeared. The huge whirlpool of spiritual energy that was carried away also dissipated. Silence returned to the room. Xian realized his own changes and found that all his blood turned into gold. But the core sea, which should have been dead and dim under normal circumstances, was now filled with golden light, and thunder struck down one after another. With just a little bit of movement, there will be the sound of a tsunami and rolling thunder. Special physique, really extraordinary. Xian sighed secretly in his heart. No wonder those evil geniuses all have special physiques. Nothing else to say. The richness of spiritual power alone is incomparable. Not to mention that it also possesses all kinds of incredible miraculous features. Just like this desolate sacred body. In terms of physical strength, there are few opponents in the world. The body is full of golden energy and blood, which can easily ward off evil spirits and make it difficult for ghosts to invade. In the extremely ancient primordial era, the desolate sacred body had another name, the immortal golden body. Once it is completed, it will be immortal in the true sense. As long as the true spirit is immortal. Even if there is only a broken bone or a drop of blood left, the body can be reunited in an instant. In comparison, the so-called disadvantage of desolate sacred body is that it requires a large supply of resources to practice. For Xian. But he didn't care at all. Precisely. This is not a shortcoming of desolate sacred body, but a personal shortcoming. Think for a moment. The ancestral orifice between Xian's eyebrows bulged slightly, and a sharp sword light suddenly shot out. At this moment, time and space seemed to freeze momentarily. The sword light trembled slightly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was already dozens of steps away. Hiss! Xian rubbed his swollen and painful eyebrows, but there was a smile in his eyes. Dozens of steps, the distance is indeed very close. This is already the limit that Xian's current primordial spirit strength can reach. But know it. This is the secret art of the supreme primordial spirit called chaos calming art. At that moment, the barriers of time and space were directly transcended. That is to say, the moment you see the light of the sword, it means it has already appeared on you. Unless the primordial spirit is far stronger than the caster. Or there is a precious enough primordial spirit to protect you. Otherwise, even if you don't die, you will also suffer unbearable heavy losses. After all, this is a supreme killing technique directly aimed at primordial spirit. Chapter 9. The conditions for practicing chaos calming art are quite harsh. Need to open the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows. In this day and age, let alone being enlightened, not many people even know about the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows. According to the previous plot, I was killed by the protagonist Qian Mo using the primordial spirit attack technique. Although its power is not as powerful as the chaos calming art, it is not trivial. It seems like. Then Qian Mo has most likely opened the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows. Xian looked thoughtful. After all, this is a world that combines many fantasy novels, and various protagonists gather here. Therefore the system of practice does not belong to any one book, but a completely new system. No. Precisely. It's more like a fusion and improvement of those different novel worlds and practice systems. Main character? Destined child? It may not be impossible to kill. It's all nonsense if luck comes back to bite you. The protagonist has great luck, so doesn't the villain have great luck? It's as if no one is cheating. I hope you will be your protagonists honestly and don't bother me. I just want to lie down quietly. Xian murmured in his heart. He doesn't need to practice at all now. Because the body is practicing on its own all the time. Whether eating, sleeping, or walking, the operation of Qian Sovereign Sutra never stops, just like playing idle games in the previous life. 10 days passed. Xian has broken through from the original aperture opening 8th layer days to the current core C 4th layer days, which is frighteningly fast. At this rate, I'm afraid it will take as long as a month or as little as half a month to enter the Divine Bridge realm. This is the result of Xian's estimation as much as possible. The only stage that might slightly slow down your practice. Probably, there is only a small shackle between the two realms of Core C and Divine Bridge, right? It was already nightfall when we came out of Jiao Fangxi. The imperial city was decorated with lanterns and streamers everywhere. Every pedestrian was beaming, chatting and laughing, with a relaxed look on their brows. Both sides of the road paved with blue stones were now lined with vendors, shouting loudly, and from time to time someone stopped and the sound of bargaining could be heard. There are talented people and beautiful women cuddling together, you and me. There was a husband holding his wife, and a little girl in a floral dress was sitting on the man's neck, holding a candied hawse in her hand, looking around with her big eyes, giggling. There were knights covered in weathered armor walking with swords on their backs, seemingly infected by the festive atmosphere and relieved of their murderous aura. Lantern Festival, a grand annual festival of the Great Qian Dynasty. Legend has it that the founding Emperor Qian Huang once experienced a life and death battle and was on the verge of death before he became enlightened. His wife prayed to God, willing to sacrifice her body and melt it into a lantern, just to save Emperor Qian's life. God was moved by sincerity and agreed to her plea. Qian Huang survived. And his wife has forever turned into a lantern, accompanying him in another way. Later. In order to commemorate this event, that day is designated as the Lantern Festival every year. Certainly. This story, which is full of loopholes, is bullshit. As a prince, Xian had been exposed to many secrets and knew that the first Emperor Qian never had a near-death battle. He was truly invincible at that time, overwhelming all the invincible opponents in the world. As for the true origin of the Lantern Festival, in fact, it originated from the third-generation Emperor Qian's ruthless manipulation in order to pursue a certain Saintess in the sacred land. Of course, this kind of black history cannot be known to ordinary people. So after some behind-the-scenes operations, the Lantern Festival has become a poignant and touching love story that people can talk about. Walking on the street, Xian knocked on sunflower seeds and took a leisurely walk. Behind him were two guards in plain clothes as usual. Their expressions were calm, but their eyes were as sharp as eagles, watching everyone who came close to Xian. Sudden, they caught a seemingly ordinary old man in the crowd. After seeing each other's appearance clearly, their expressions changed at the same time, and they subconsciously wanted to salute. But the next moment, then they all paused again. Because the old man waved his hand at them. Schwer, you had to drag Grandpa out just so that Grandpa could be that brat's bodyguard. Ran Lai glanced at Xian, who was shopping leisurely not far away, and the corner of Ran Lai's mouth twitched. This brat! What kind of ecstasy was given to Schwer to make her so interested? Oh Grandpa! Ran Qingxiu blushed and lowered her voice. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. Also, I have to correct you, this is here to catch our enemies of the Ran family, but we are just protecting Xian. Ran Lai rolled his eyes. I want him to be a great general who governs the country, and he comes here to serve as a bodyguard for a mere prince. Who will believe him? This Xian is also true. I warned him that Qin Mo might take advantage of the Lantern Festival to assassinate him, and he is still walking around so arrogantly. Do my words lack credibility? Ran Qingxiu's face was full of anger. If he didn't believe it, he wouldn't come out for a walk. Ran Lai shook his head. Ran Qingxiu was stunned. Grandpa, what do you mean? I don't know whether I should say that he is brave because of his skill, or that he is confident. Tisk, this kid is obviously fishing. Ran Lai narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Xian. It may be difficult for others to see, but with his many years of fighting, he has seen through the vicious eyes of countless opponents. Just a glance. It can be seen that Xian's blood is now boiling like a furnace, and his seemingly ordinary physique hides amazing power. Ninth Prince Xian has always had little presence among the 9 princes. Now take a closer look. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Hear the words. Ran Qingxiu opened her beautiful eyes in surprise. Is he so brave? It is probably true that I am confident. After all, there are many masters hiding in secret, which inevitably increases his confidence. As for high art? Just him? Ran Qingxiu pouted. Qin Mo's strength is not simple. Even if it's not the Divine Bridge realm, it's probably not far away. Ran Qingxiu thought to herself that even if she faced Qin Mo, she had no chance of winning. And what about Xian? He just broke through the Core Sea realm a few days ago, how could he be Qin Mo's opponent? I don't know where Qin Mo is hiding. Ran Qingxiu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of worry. Suddenly, her heart stirred slightly, and system tasks appeared in her mind. Task Introduction. 10 days later, during the Lantern Festival, the 9th Prince Xian of Daqian will be assassinated by Qin Mo. Try every means to let Xian survive. Success reward, innate Dao body. Failure penalty, none. Time limit, quarter of an hour. Chapter 10. A quarter of an hour? Ran Qingxiu's heart suddenly tightened. It was hard for her not to believe in this system that could make all her senses open in an instant. That is to say, there is only a quarter of an hour left before Qin Mo assassinates Xian? And since there is such a countdown prompt, it means that the system believes that the probability of Qin Mo's assassination being successful is very high, otherwise it would not issue this kind of mission. How to do? Ran Qingxiu looked around quickly, but there were too many people. And Qin Mo has practiced the art of changing one's face, so he probably wouldn't be able to recognize him even if he stood in front of him. Hard to guard against. Watch the countdown decrease little by little. However, Qingxiu became more and more panicked, her anxious cheeks turned slightly red, and her beautiful eyes widened, staring at every figure approaching Xian. Aside. Looking at his granddaughter's appearance, Ran Lai was angry and amused. Shuer, I've come here personally to escort you, what are you still worried about? Of course. The remnant of crippled Heaven Valley possesses many unique skills and is so elusive that it is difficult to detect. But in the final analysis, it's just a Core Sea environment. Even if it were to be calculated at a higher level, it would still be the martial artist of the Divine Bridge realm. You're welcome to say that. In front of him, Ran Lai, not to mention the Divine Bridge martial artist, even the Dao Palace level martial artist could be wiped out in a snap of his fingers. The two are not at the same level at all. When the cultivation level reaches the late stage, there are huge differences in each small stage. Unless it is a well-trained Iron Guard who has experienced battles, supplemented by exquisite battle formations, and then uses the secret treasure of formations as the finale, it is possible for the weak to defeat the strong. Of course. It's not uncommon to jump ahead and fight in the early stage. The gap between them is not insurmountable. In particular, some special physiques are naturally extraordinary and have various divine abilities or characteristics, which are enough to make up for the not-so-disparate combat power gap in the early stage. That's what I say, but... However, Qingxiu stopped talking. She can't say that she trusts the system more than her grandpa, right? Do not worry. Ran Lai patted her shoulder and said comfortingly, with grandpa here, that kid Xian can't die even if he wants to. Good. Ran Qingxiu took a breath and could only force herself to calm down. At this time, she can't play any role at all. I can only choose to believe in Grandpa and the secret guards hiding in the dark. Hey! Suddenly, Ran Lai let out a sigh, and his eyes swept across the crowd and landed on a young man wearing a purple robe. Fifth Prince. Your Highness, this is General Ran. Among the bustling crowd, the fifth Prince Surui had a signature smile on his face, walking around as if he was simply shopping. The guard following him obviously noticed Ran Lai and whispered to the side. General Ran? The smile on Surui's mouth froze slightly for a moment, and a hint of haze flashed in his eyes. But it returned to normal in an instant. He walked toward Ran Lai as if nothing had happened. Before he got close, he smiled brightly and said, Old General Ran, King Xiu, what a coincidence, you guys come to see the lanterns too. Roll. Ran Lai spat out one word expressionlessly. But Ran Qingxiu didn't even look at him, and turned her head away with disgust on her face. Surui's smile froze. He was just about to say a few more words when he heard the burly old man in front of him say in a low voice, in front of a large public, I want to save you some face. Don't force me to slap you. Hear the words. Surui's eyes twitched. He took a breath, turned around decisively and left. Compared with him, Xian is much more pleasing to the eye. Ran Qingxiu snorted coldly. What happened back then has nothing to do with him, but who made him the child of that woman? Ran Lai looked calm. There was just a hint of sadness in his eyes. Surui's mother-in-law and Ran Lai's daughter used to have a very close relationship, but after entering an ancient secret realm, his daughter never came back. In the words of the woman, it was his daughter who risked her life to stop monster and allowed her to escape. But Ran Lai didn't believe it. His daughter is amazingly talented and has a special physique that no one else knows about. Beast spirit body. Just from the name, you can tell that this kind of physique is naturally compatible with all kinds of creatures. Unless the monster is extremely angry, it will not be attacked at all. Surui's mother-in-law didn't know about this. And the reasons she made up are naturally untenable. But Secret Realm has closed. Ran Lai had no evidence to prove the cause of his daughter's death. Just a guess. Just want to convict the daughter of the current emperor? Not realistic at all. Certainly. No evidence means no evidence. This does not prevent Ran Lai from breaking up with Teifo's family and staying away from each other until death. It's not a good thing anyway. A bad woman gave birth to a bad son, and he is just as scheming. Ran Qingxiu took a sip. She didn't pay much attention to the fifth Prince Surui, and her attention quickly shifted to the system's countdown. It says, 1 minute. Not sure what minutes means though. But comparing the previous quarter hour shortened to 14 minutes, it is not difficult to judge that quarter hour should be equivalent to 15 minutes. The time is coming. Ran Qingxiu's nervous hands were sweating, and she muttered in her heart, Surui seems to have walked in the direction of Xian. I hope Qin Mo recognized the wrong person and did a good deed by killing Surui. Not far away. The fifth Prince Surui had a calm expression and walked towards Xian with a smile. Ninth brother, why haven't I seen you in court recently? You didn't even go to the family dinner the day before yesterday. My father is very unhappy. Xian's eyes were subtle. He looked up and down at the fifth Prince Surui in front of him and sighed. What are you looking at, ninth brother? The fifth Prince Surui walked towards him casually as he spoke. Picture. It's so similar. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that one person could imitate another person to such an extent that even the breath is almost exactly the same. Unfortunately. In the sudden change in the expression of the fifth prince in front of him, Xian said with a faint smile, your ability to change the face of another person has not yet reached the highest level of hiding the truth from the sky. Otherwise, it is really possible to hide it from me. Chapter 11. Qi. The blazing brilliance burst out instantly. The moment he was recognized, the face of fifth Prince Surui was slightly distorted, and Qin Mo's true face was revealed in an instant, still filled with shock. How did he recognize it? Even Ran Lai, the general who robbed the Heavenly King, didn't find any clues. Xian is just an aperture opening. No. Wrong. It was only then that Qin Mo was shocked. He was shocked to find that Xian, who was only from the aperture opening 8th layer in the intelligence, had already reached the core C realm. And it's not just a breakthrough, it's been at least 5 or 6 days. But even so, it's impossible for him to discover his true appearance. Unless, among the 9 princes, this one is considered to be the weakest and the most idle. He actually opened the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows just like Qin Mo. Only this can explain it. Why was Xian able to discover his true appearance? Before the change, the face technique reaches the highest level of hiding the truth from the sky, except for those who are familiar with this technique. Only those who have opened the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows can get the clues. This was what Qin Mo's third grandfather had seriously warned him back then. He never forgot. He has never underestimated anyone in the world. Qin Mo knew very well that although it was difficult to open the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows and required extremely high talent, he could never be the only one. Just never expected it. This person turned out to be Xian, whom he had never set his sights on before. All kinds of thoughts passed through my mind in an instant. Qin Mo was extremely decisive, and the radiance between his eyebrows shone brightly. A small luminous figure rushed out from the ancestral orifice between his eyebrows, holding a dark bell in his arms. When the long sound of the bell is breathtaking. The guard next to him, who reacted equally quickly, was fainted at the same time before he could take action, and his soul was in severe pain. Kill! Qin Mo scolded lightly. He has a strong will to kill, and he has this soul-drenching bell, supplemented by the 6th Master's assassination skills that are unparalleled in the world. Even if Xian also opens the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows, he is still confident to kill him. Succeed in one blow and escape immediately. The Lantern Festival is crowded with people. As long as I successfully blend in, no matter how strong Ran Lai is it possible that he can still kill everyone? Qin Mo's eyes boiled with murderous intent. The little luminous man was holding the soul bell, and he was frighteningly fast. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared 3 inches between Xian's eyebrows. He's dead. Qin Mo had used this technique to kill countless people who were higher than him. Not to mention, although Xian's cultivation level is inconsistent with the information, after all, it is only at the level of Core C5 6th layer heaven. And he had secretly broken through to the Divine Bridge realm more than 10 days ago. But at this time, Qin Mo suddenly saw that Xian's eyebrows were also shining brightly, and a brilliant sword light flew out. He also knows the primordial spirit attack secret technique. Does he want to exchange his life for his life and force me to use the soul dancing bell to defend himself? Doubts appeared in his mind. As the protagonist, Qin Mo was not lacking in ruthlessness and determination. A thought flashed in his mind, and madness suddenly appeared in his eyes. He didn't believe it. The 6th Master, who is known as the #1 killer in the world, has become famous for his assassination technique, but it cannot compare to Xian's primordial spirit secret technique. And as long as he can kill Xian first, the secret technique will naturally collapse. The distance between the two is only 2 steps. Qin Mo felt a sting between his brows, feeling an unprecedented life and death crisis, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. He had a premonition. Without the protection of the soul dancing bell, he would never be able to block this blow, and he would almost certainly die. Its level of sophistication is by no means inferior to the 6th Master's assassination technique. But as long as Xian dies, everything will be no problem. Then let's see who dies first. Qin Mo's eyes showed a ferocious look. At this moment, he had seen the luminous little man touching Xian's eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. However, before the smile appeared, it suddenly solidified. Buzz! A curtain of light suddenly appeared on Xian's body, firmly blocking the glowing man and the soul dancing bell from outside. A jade pendant appeared quietly at some point. Soul calming jade. How is this possible? Wasn't soul calming jade already given to Ran Qingxiu by him? Why did it appear in his hands again? Qin Mo was confused. If he dared to assassinate, he naturally knew that Xian gave soul calming jade to Ran Qingxiu. Otherwise, how could he risk his life with all his might? Any primordial spirit secret treasure is extremely precious. Xian's soul calming jade was also a gift given to him by Emperor Qian during his coming of age ceremony. So the possibility of a second one is slim. Qi. The moment the thought passed through his mind, Qin Mo could already feel his soul trembling. An incredibly sharp sword light penetrated into the center of his eyebrows, cutting away his powerful primordial spirit. Why is this happening? Qin Mo turned his head with difficulty and looked at Ran Qingxiu not far away. The girl's face was full of panic and worry at the moment, and she was picking up her steps and rushing towards here. And next to Ran Lai. He had already raised his palms, with murderous intent flowing in his eyes, and the terrifying pressure was overwhelming, making the void freeze. She really still cares about me. This thought flashed through Qin Mo's mind, but soon he was shocked to find that Ran Qingxiu's beautiful eyes were not focused on him at all, but on Xian next to him. Doesn't she hate Xian very much? I came to kill Xian, it shouldn't be just to fulfill her wishes, but why? Recall that soul calming jade reappeared in Xian's hands. Qin Mo seemed to understand something, and the corner of his mouth was filled with bitterness, as well as deep anger and resentment. Blame him for seeing the wrong person. Ran Qingxiu turned out to be just a man who clings to power. He usually wears pure as ice and jade and has a simple mind. Unexpectedly, he has already hooked up with the 9th prince. This is the end. No, I still have a chance. Consciousness begins to sink into darkness. Qin Mo used his last bit of strength to activate the soul-splitting technique taught by his second master, and forcefully tore his soul in half. As long as his body is not destroyed, he can live again. And Qin Mo believed it. There will be no problems with my physical body in the short term. Because he has too many secrets, no one can resist exploring the inheritance of his 10 masters. Chapter 12. On the street, the crowd dispersed, and screams could not be heard. Xian looked indifferent at the moment, looking at Qin Mo who fell on the ground, his breath dissipated, with deep eyes. Brush. Ran Lai appeared beside him silently. A strange color appeared in his eyes. In fact, the moment Qin Mo's identity was revealed, he had already taken action. But suddenly he noticed that Xian was confident and his eyes were slightly mocking, so he felt something in his heart and stopped temporarily. But he didn't lose his energy. If Ran Lai is willing, even if Xian does not have soul calming jade to defend himself, Qin Mo's primordial spirit assassination technique will not hurt him at all. Tisk, the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows, the secret technique of primordial spirit, this kid, is really well hidden. As the great general of the Great Qian Dynasty, Ran Lai is naturally no stranger to the ancestral aperture in the eyebrow. The difficulty of opening it is too harsh. Opening all 9 apertures is just the basic requirement. Xian, are you okay? At this time, Ran Qingxiu ran over, his face full of nervousness. Fine. Xian nodded, and then cupped his hands towards Ran Lai. Thank you, General Ran, for your help. Don't flatter me, even if I'm not here today, you won't be in any danger. Ran Lai clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head with a smile. Xian smiled and was non-committal. This subordinate is incompetent, please forgive me, Your Highness. On the side, 2 guards were briefly dizzy after being shocked by the soul dancing bell. At this moment, his face was full of panic, and he knelt down with a plop. As for the guards who followed 5th Prince Surui, their eyes were dull, their faces were pale, and they collapsed to the ground. They simply don't know. The person he has been following and protecting turns out to be the wanted criminal who caused a storm in the city a few days ago, the remnant of crippled Heaven Valley Qian Mo. But it doesn't matter anymore. As a personal bodyguard, it is already a capital offense to not even know when the fifth prince has changed. It's none of your business. Xian waved his hand and asked the two guards to stand up, appease the people. Yes. The two men immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to appease and disperse the frightened people. I didn't expect that the remnant of crippled Heaven Valley would die like this. I thought he could bounce around for a while longer. Ran Lai stroked his long beard and looked at Qin Mo's body. Leave the body to me? There are many secrets hidden in this kid, and the inheritances of those old monsters in crippled Heaven Valley are all extraordinary. Say it as if you killed him. Ran Kingxiu next to him curled his lips and muttered. Ran Lai was almost angry to death. This naughty girl turned her elbows too fast. I haven't finished speaking yet, why are you so anxious? When the inheritance research is completed, of course there will be no one missing from His Highness the Ninth Prince. General Ran, are you so sure that Qin Mo is dead? Xian laughed softly. Hear the words. Ran Lai's grey eyebrows twisted and he looked at Qin Mo's body carefully. After looking at it for a long time, he said suspiciously. I have seen a lot, but his primordial spirit has been destroyed by your move. Is it possible that he can still survive? He had a look on his face that said, I'm old, don't lie to me. Xian looked dimly and said. In this world, there is an evil skill called soul-splitting technique. It is originally used for evil ways to torture others, but if you change the angle and use it on yourself, it can produce unexpected results. Soul-splitting technique? Ran Lai couldn't help but be startled. Of course he knew about the soul-splitting technique, but he had never imagined it in this direction. There are still people who use this kind of torture technique on themselves? And how did Xian come up with such a novel angle? Could it be that he has seen someone use it? Or even tried it yourself? Facing Ran Lai's suspicious and probing gaze, Xian remained expressionless. Actually, this was also the method he saw the protagonist Qin Mo use when he was in a near-death crisis when he was reading the book. I thought it was quite interesting at the time, so I was deeply impressed. In this world, there are probably only a handful of people who know this method. But who made Xian a dimensionality reduction blow? So, seeing that Xian had no intention of explaining, Ran Lai didn't delve too much into it and pondered, what do you think should be done with his body? Just destroy the head. Xian said lightly. The soul-splitting technique is just forcibly replacing most of the primordial spirit with some remaining soul. But as long as the head is destroyed, the remaining soul, or primordial spirit, has nothing to rely on, and it will naturally be shattered. Good. Without saying a word, Ran Lai raised his palm to take action. And at this moment, Qin Mo's remaining consciousness still existed in his brain. Although it was extremely weak, he could clearly hear what Xian said. He was frightened. Not caring to hide it anymore, he reluctantly stirred up his thoughts and made his body speak. Wait a minute. Once my head is destroyed, all the secrets will be buried with it. Don't you want to get the inheritance of my masters? Ran Lai raised his eyebrows. He stopped and looked sideways at Xian. He didn't think this sentence was false. There are so many secrets in this world, and sometimes even if you obtain an artifact carrying inheritance, it is difficult to open it without the corresponding means. The result of forcibly opening it is often direct self-destruction. Qin Mo is full of confidence. He doesn't mind surrendering for a moment, otherwise everything will be in vain if he dies, leaving Qing Shan alone. There will always be a day of revenge. But when you die, there is nothing. You're welcome to say that. Although his 10 masters are not very strong, they have all reached the ultimate level in a certain aspect. Throwing one out at random is enough to make countless strong men jealous. Qin Mo didn't believe that Xian would not be moved. Kill him. At this time, Xian's casual voice sounded, making Qin Mo stunned for a moment. Even Ran Lai was a little surprised. Your Highness, Ninth Prince, you have to think clearly, I'm afraid Qin Mo is not telling lies. He reminded. What's the use of so-called inheritance? Xian spoke lazily, with a careless casualness and indifference between his brows. He had so many inheritances, why didn't he die in my hands? Hear the words. Ran Lai's eyes moved. He stared at Xian deeply, and a faint smile seemed to appear on the corner of his mouth. Good boy, as soon as you said these words, I began to really appreciate you. As he said that, Ran Lai pointed his finger casually. In Qin Mo's thoughts filled with unwillingness and fear, his head was turned into nothingness with a pop, and his soul was completely annihilated. Xian's eyebrows bulged slightly, and after confirming that he was completely dead, he chuckled in his heart. The so-called protagonist is not that difficult to kill. Chapter 13. There is no luck backlash. Nor did any vision appear due to the death of the protagonist. Not to mention that a mysterious strong man suddenly appeared and rescued the protagonist. Qin Mo is dead. Everything was very peaceful. This moment, Xian inexplicably remembered some jokes he had seen in his previous life on Earth. There is no such thing as an invincible man, he is just a miserable avenger, a vain fantasy when he is on the verge of death. So, looking at the headless body, Xian sighed in his heart, why are you rushing here to die when you have nothing to do? You walk on your single plank bridge and I cross mine on the Yangguan road. Don't provoke each other. What a win-win situation. Why do you have to come here to assassinate him, a salty fish who just wants to lie down? I really don't know what he thinks. At this time, Ran Lai on the side said, somewhat puzzled, you are just fishing with a straight hook, but he actually took the bait. Are all young people today so brave? What he couldn't understand the most was, where did Qin Mo get the confidence to think that he could kill in front of a powerful heaven-smiting man? Yet, how could it be? Ran Qingxiu was also muttering quietly. But the doubt in his tone had a completely different meaning. The system had a mission warning that if she didn't help, Xian would definitely be killed by Qin Mo. Is this the result? She had been worried for a long time in vain. But what really shocked Ran Qingxiu's heart was the strong strength shown by Xian. Qin Mo's assassination just now was extremely shocking, the speed was unbelievable. If it were anyone else, he would have died instantly on the spot. But Xian not only survived, but also completed the counterattack in an instant. This period only lasts for one breath. I'm sorry to bother you, old General Ran, to come here today. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold the Lantern Festival anymore. Why don't you go to my mansion and rest for a while? Xian made a polite invitation. No. Ran Lai waved his hand and said meaningfully. With my status, I'm afraid people will gossip about me if I go. Hear the words. Xian exclaimed, that's true, then I won't keep General Ran. Ran Lai raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at Xian, who looked calm and showed no emotion at all, he was a little surprised. What he said just now seemed ordinary. In fact, he was asking Xian's attitude towards the crown prince's position in a subtle way. After all, Ran Lai is the general who governs the country, and he has a very important position. He is close to the prince, which is enough to influence many people's thoughts. But Xian's reaction was very strange. He didn't say anything about it at all, it was like, not interested at all? Ran Lai didn't believe it. With Xian's psychological quality of forbearing for many years, he wouldn't be able to tell the truth in his words. Can a person really be so free from desires and desires? He stared at Xian twice. Ran Lai nodded slightly and said, I took Qin Mo's body away. This matter should have reached His Majesty's ears. After all, the fifth prince is involved, so there will be chaos. I will go to the palace to see the Holy One. General, walk slowly. Xian nodded. Kindness. Ran Lai casually put Qin Mo's body into the storage space, stepped out, and disappeared without a trace. There is only one sentence lingering here. By the way, this kind of thing just happened. I was really worried about Schwetter going back alone, so I bothered His Highness the Ninth Prince. The corner of Xian's mouth twitched. After what happened just now, I'm afraid there are now secret guards and palace guards patrolling and watching in all directions, so there is no danger anywhere. This old General Ran is quite interesting, and he didn't do much research before he had the idea of bringing a match. If something happens to you, I can go back by myself. Ran Qingxiu obviously heard the implication of his grandfather's words, and his cheeks turned slightly red. But surprisingly, there was no resistance at all. Change to before. I'm afraid she will refuse without hesitation and turn around and leave. When did this change begin? Ran Qingxiu's beautiful eyes were slightly in a trance. Seems to be. Release the second task from the system. Then she couldn't bear to see Xian die, so she ran to Prince Xian's mansion to remind him, and saw a completely different side of him. Let's go. Xian directly ignored Ran Qingxiu's words. He lazily put his hands behind his head and walked slowly towards the Zhenqiu general's mansion. Hey? Oh! Ran Qingxiu woke up from her thoughts and took 2 quick steps to catch up. Suddenly she felt a little anxious, and she glanced at Xian shyly. But I saw Xian's expression was calm and unruffled. The handsome profile, as if carved with a knife and an axe, was reflected by the lanterns scattered on the ground, like a perfectly carved statue. I never realized he was so good-looking before. Ran Qingxiu thought to herself. On the contrary, she was the perfect successor to his mother, who was once known as the most beautiful woman in the world, but was so beautiful and unlucky that she died prematurely. Royal Palace. Royal Study Room. A middle-aged man looks like a scholar, wearing a golden dragon robe and holding a writing brush in his hand. And on the rice paper in front of me, there is a golden dragon painted on it, lifelike, as if it will burst out of the paper at any time and soar in the 9 heavens. After looking at it intently for a while, the middle-aged man suddenly sighed. In ancient times, there was an immortal who painted a dragon and once said, "Don't touch the dragon's eyes, otherwise it will fly." Uncle Ran, you said. Is there really such a shocking painting skill in the world? Beside the desk, Ran Lai looked at the dragon in the painting who was bound by chains and had no eyes. His eyelids were lowered and his tone was slightly mocking. There is a pond in the northwest. There is an ink dragon in the pond. It ranks first among the 10 great monster gods and has unparalleled divine ability. I heard that it was born with blind eyes, which makes it difficult to enter the Immortal Dao because of its weak foundation. In the Imperial Study Room, it became quiet for a while. For a long time. The middle-aged man, the current Emperor Qian, sighed slightly. It seems that Uncle Ran is still blaming me for what happened back then. How dare you, a humble minister! That's all, let's not mention the past. Emperor Qian raised his hand, and immediately a senior eunuch handed over several pieces of paper. He glanced at it casually and then threw it aside. He said indifferently. Practice. The 5th Prince Surui colluded with the remnants of the crippled Heaven Valley and assassinated the 9th Prince Xian. He deserves to be punished for his crime. Because he was deceived by others, he can avoid the death penalty but cannot escape the living crime. He will be exiled to the southwest and will not be allowed to set foot in the imperial city for the rest of his life. The 9th Prince Xian was frightened, and he had merit in killing the remnants of crippled Heaven Valley. Give me a roll of self-liberation venerable realm martial arts, 3 heavenly rank calming pills, 50,000 supreme grade spiritual stones, a bath in the Emperor Dragon good fortune pool, and an enlightenment from the world suppressing dragon monument. Chapter 14. Tisk, my father is really decisive and doesn't tolerate any personal feelings. The next day, in Prince Xian's mansion, Xian sent the eunuch who was delivering the edict away with a smile, and looked at the edict in his hand with a strange look on his face. Don't know about other places. Anyway, the plot of this Great Qian Dynasty has been completely subverted. The fifth Prince Surui, who was originally expected to ascend to the throne of God, was simply demoted to the southwest border and could not set foot in the imperial city for the rest of his life. If this were an ordinary ancient time, there might be a possibility of rebellion. But it's a pity. This is a fantasy world. Rebel? Can all of you put together defeat the old monster hidden in the Great Qian Dynasty with one hand? Below the self-liberation venerable realm, relying on the elite iron guards to set up formations, and using the formation secret treasures as the core, there may still be a chance of a battle. In fact, which really plays a big role. It is a secret treasure that serves as the core of the formation, and it often contains Tao patterns carved personally by apex-level experts. But once it comes to venerable or sovereign, all this military formation is nonsense. Needless to say, behind him is the Lord of the Good Fortune realm who stands at the pinnacle of the human world. Every move he makes is accompanied by the great Dao law. He is already close to an immortal, and his life levels have begun to change. Certainly, these old monsters often never come out, and they almost always stay in seclusion and attack the immortal Dao. The most ruthless emperor's family. Xian sighed with emotion. The fifth Prince Surui was a smart man, and he was probably already prepared for failure, and even had corresponding excuses. For example, if he doesn't know anything about this, he might even come up with a trick to get someone to kill him or something. Just need to be cruel. By seriously injuring yourself, you can completely blame Qin Mo. However, no one expected it. Qian Huang didn't give Surui a chance to quibble at all, and cut the knot quickly. Before he made any move, and even without even seeing his mother and concubine, he immediately sentenced him to death. He was exiled to the southwest and was insulated from the position of prince from then on. For the ambitious Surui, this is not much different from the death penalty. General Ran, I'm afraid he played a lot of role in it. Xian's eyes were dark and he made a judgment in his heart. He had heard quite a lot about the grievances between the Ran family and the Taifu family. There was not much mention in the original book, only a few words. But put it in this real world. How can years of grievances be summed up in just a few sentences? The hatred has been deep-rooted for a long time, and there is no possibility of reconciliation. This is one of the reasons why the protagonist Qin Mo chose the fifth prince. These rewards are quite generous. Xian's eyes fell on the reward written in the imperial edict. Self-liberation venerable realm martial arts. 3 heavenly rank calming pills. 50,000 supreme grade spiritual stones. Take a bath in the imperial dragon good fortune pool once. I felt inspired by the world Zhenlong monument once. In comparison, the most worthless thing is the 50,000 supreme grade spiritual stones. Needless to say, there is no need to say much about the martial arts in the self-liberation venerable realm. Nowadays, the martial arts Xian has practiced is the highest middle grade, which is the imperial Dao killing fist of the self-liberation venerable realm. This world's classification of martial arts and martial arts is very simple and crude. Directly connected to the realm. The division rules are also judged based on the limits that can be achieved by martial arts and martial arts. On the contrary, elixirs have a unique system. Such as this time. The soothing and heart-calming pills given to Xian by Emperor Qian were ranked heavenly rank, extremely precious, and the higher ones were saint grade and immortal grade. Just like its name. After taking the calming pill, you will fall into a brief state of enlightenment. When you are about to break through a big realm, taking this elixir will have unexpected effects and increase the probability of breakthrough to a certain extent. But the real highlight is actually the last 2 rewards. Emperor Dragon Good Fortune Pool. The world-suppressing dragon monument. How precious are these two things? Simply put, even if you are a prince, you are only qualified to contact him on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony. The former is said to be the Emperor Xian who founded the Great Qian Dynasty. He fought a bloody battle with the 100,000-year-old flood dragon in the North Sea for 10 years before killing it. Based on the blood of flood dragon, many unique treasures are added, and there is even an immortal divine medicine. Bathing in the pool can nourish the body, soul, which is of great benefit. As for the latter, the origin is a bit simpler. The world-suppressing dragon monument. It was the first Emperor Qian who collected rare stones from all over the world, combined them with the luck of a country, and refined them into a genuine good fortune level magic weapon. This is also the foundation of Great Qian Dynasty. And in the original plot, the protagonist Xian Mo is now completely cold. He won first place in the Supreme Profound Academy competition without his identity being discovered. Got the chance to bathe in the Imperial Dragon Good Fortune Pool and comprehend the world-restoring Dragon Monument. Great Qian Dynasty and Supreme Profound Academy are both Northern Spirit Realm transcendent level forces, and there is no distinction between superior and inferior. But after all, Supreme Profound Academy is located in the imperial city of Daqian. There are some interests involved. If you really talk about it, Supreme Profound Academy was founded much earlier than Great Qian Dynasty. It has a long history and profound foundation. In the huge Biling realm, probably the only one is the Yaokai sacred land named after the ancient mythical legend. And the sword tomb where fairy swords are said to be buried. Only then can it be comparable to one or two. If you don't go, it will be in vain. How can you refuse the free reward? Xian stretched out, the muscles and bones in his body roared like a dragon's roar, the golden blood rushed like a river, and the sound of washing the blood vessel walls was like waves. When the eyes open and close, they are filled with divine light and aura flowing. Since getting the desolate sacred body, Xian's figure became more and more slender and straight, and her dark hair was simply tied up and slightly messy. There is a lingering laziness between his eyebrows. His eyelids drooped slightly. He seemed to have little interest in anything, calm and indifferent. Look at yourself in the mirror in front of you. Xian stretched out his hand and rubbed his face gently. This system really makes people slack, and it's eroding my mental outlook every day. Xian, where is your 996 soul as a migrant worker, and where is your fighting belief as the king of role kings? I briefly recalled my past life experiences. Play until midnight at night. The alarm clock rang 10 times before I woke up. Rush to clock in at work in the last 10 seconds. Be the first to leave after get off work and never work overtime. The corner of Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Oh, it turns out that I have always been a salty fish, so that's okay. Ding. Recognizing yourself is a difficult thing, but you did it. Lying down is a joy that those so-called scroll kings can never experience. You get the reward, mythical level inheritance true dragon treasure technique. Chapter 15. Walking on the way to the palace. The information of true dragon treasure technique came to Xian's mind. Follow the introduction. This is considered a skill, but it also includes martial arts. Created by true dragon. According to Xian's understanding, there are no real dragons in this world. The nearest true dragon also died in ancient times, and since then only creatures with true dragon bloodline have remained. That is to say, this true dragon treasure technique was first created in ancient times, and is most likely even older. But, what is the mythical level? Xian was confused. There are immortals in this world. It just doesn't exist in the mortal world, but in the upper world, which is commonly known as the immortal domain. The realm in which immortals establish themselves is called immortality. Once you become an immortal, you will live forever and are inherently immortal. Besides, There is very little information about immortals, which are a whole new level of life, transcending the mundane world. Above immortality, it is called legend. Immortal king, immortal monarch, Tianjun, true monarch, etc. are all honorific titles for creatures at that level. Mythical, is it a realm above legend? Xian secretly speculated. The thought flashed through her mind, and Xian didn't dwell too much on it. That level is still too far away from him. Note the return to the true dragon treasure technique. The technique is the secret of the heart. Martial arts are moves. Or it can be called, true dragon sanshao. Such as dragon control, dragon hand, dragon chant, true dragon claw, true dragon fist, dragon tail swing, true dragon trapped in the sky, etc. Every move. Every formula. They are all extremely exquisite. It may seem like an ordinary trajectory, but it contains an understanding and elaboration of the Tao. This treasure technique is more suitable for dragon-shaped creatures to practice, while humans need to deliberately imitate the posture of a real dragon. After all, fundamentally speaking, it actually evolved from the fighting posture of a true dragon. Xian was thoughtful. Before he knew it, he had arrived outside the palace. Take out the imperial edict. Soon a eunuch hurried over and said respectfully, Your Majesty the Ninth Prince, my servant, Xiao Dezi, please follow me and don't move around, so as not to disturb the rules of the palace. Lead the way. Xian didn't take it seriously and nodded slightly. Once the prince reaches the age of 10, he must leave the palace according to the rules. Otherwise, if the blood is strong and there are many maids in the palace, some things that should not happen will inevitably happen. Yes. Xiao Dezi bowed and agreed. The palace is full of pavilions, rockeries, and waterfalls. When passing a certain garden, there are spiritual birds chirping softly in the forest, and strange animals playing around. When they see Xian passing by, they will look at them curiously, with a clear sense of stupidity in their eyes. Also, you can also see many palace maids busy, or trimming the feathers of spiritual birds, or chasing mischievous animals, panting. This is the zoo. Those who can be bred here generally have good bloodlines. For example, there is a fiery red monkey that jumps up and down and spits out flames from its mouth when angry. It is suspected to have Zhu Yan's bloodline. A beautiful bird, standing proudly on the parasol tree, probably with a small amount of phoenix blood. These rare birds and animals would cause countless exclamations in the outside world. Set it here. In addition to breeding and cultivating excellent varieties, the biggest role is to become a dish. Xian. Just as Xian was following the eunuch Xiao Dezi, he looked at the surrounding scenery leisurely from time to time. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Not far ahead, a graceful and luxurious woman stood impressively. She has a gorgeous appearance and a graceful figure, but there is a fierce look between her eyebrows. She is obviously not an easy character to get along with. Concubine Shu, the biological mother of the third and fifth princes. I've seen Concubine Shu. Xiao Dezi stopped and quickly saluted respectfully. Continue to go. Xian's expression remained unchanged and he spoke calmly. Xiao Dezi hesitated for a moment, but in the end he did not dare to disobey the ninth prince who had just received the Holy Family, and continued to move forward. Xian, I'm calling you, but you didn't hear me. Concubine Shu stared at Xian coldly, her voice a little colder. However, Xian didn't even look at her, as if there was a ball of air in front of her. His expression didn't change at all from beginning to end, and he was walking alone. I have no respect for my elders. Today, I will teach you what politeness is for your deceased mother. Concubine Shu's eyes suddenly turned cold. She raised a bare hand, and murderous aura surged in an instant, and the air around her became cold at this moment. The flowers and leaves beside the feet were covered with a layer of white frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's a long way to the border. Finally, Xian said casually, with an indifferent tone, Shu Fei, please be sure to remind fifth brother to pay attention to safety. Concubine Shu's raised palm suddenly froze. Her face twitched, her narrow phoenix eyes filled with coldness, and she said sternly, are you threatening me? If the Empress thinks it is a threat, then it is a threat. Xian walked slowly towards Concubine Shu with a calm expression. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you directly? If you dare. The two passed each other. But Concubine Shu's raised palm remained motionless from beginning to end. Ah! An unknown chuckle came from a distance. Concubine Shu's accumulated anger was suddenly detonated. With a bang, her palm hit the white jade railing beside her, shattering it into pieces. Her chest rose and fell violently. That charming face looked extremely ferocious at the moment. BD! BD! Uncultured thing! Concubine Shu cursed angrily in a low voice, wishing to cut Xian into pieces. But she didn't dare. I really don't dare. I can only be helpless and furious here. As a concubine, if she attacks the prince, she is seeking death. No one can protect her. Even the whole family will be affected. To some hidden old monsters in the Great Qian Dynasty, all queens and concubines are outsiders. Only those with orthodox royal blood are our own. When she learned that Surui was exiled to the southwest border, Concubine Shu was extremely panicked and wanted to beg His Majesty for mercy, but Emperor Xian didn't even see her. That moment, Concubine Shu understood. This matter has been decided and there is no room for change. So Concubine Shu transferred all her anger to Xian. Even if you struggle to be punished. She was ready to take the opportunity to teach Xian a lesson. But I didn't expect it. Just because of Xian's simple words, she had to stop her activities. For a moment of pleasure. To bet on your son's wealth and life? Even if there was only one chance in 10,000, Concubine Shu didn't have the courage to gamble. His ninth prince is so awesome. He actually fooled Concubine Shu. When they were almost at their destination, Xiao Dezi couldn't help but say something. He was almost scared to death just now, for fear that the two sides would really conflict. No matter who is injured in the end, he must be the most unlucky. Fooled? Xian smiled lightly and was non-committal. If Concubine Shu insists on taking action against him, Xian really doesn't mind and finds an opportunity to send her two sons to the underworld for reunion in advance. The cold killing intent disappeared in a flash. Xiao Dezi suddenly felt a little chilly and shivered, thinking that he had been too frightened just now and had not recovered yet. He stopped, smiled, and pointed ahead. Your Majesty, ninth prince, the Emperor Dragon Good Fortune Pool has arrived. Chapter 16. Emperor Dragon Good Fortune Pool. It is based on the blood of Flood Dragon and supplemented by natural materials and earthly treasures. It was refined by 7749 saint-grade alchemists, who controlled 18 different kinds of flames from heaven and earth, and worked hard for 100 years. Anyone who bathes will be healed in a matter of seconds, regardless of any injuries to his body or primordial spirit. And those who are in good health. It can refine the physical body, warm the nurturing spirit, strengthen the muscles and bones, and lay a solid foundation. Because the grand occasion of that year can no longer be reproduced. Therefore, the spiritual liquid in the Emperor Dragon Good Fortune Pool can be said to be used once and less once. Sooner or later the day will dry up. That's why it will appear extremely precious. Even the princes of the past generations could only have one chance to bathe during their coming-of-age ceremony. There are countless disciples of sacred land and ancient clan. I want to spend a huge price to get a chance to enter the Emperor Dragon Good Fortune Pool, but most of them are rejected by the Great Qian Dynasty without hesitation. Xian has been here once last year. It was just that my talent was limited, so I didn't achieve much at that time. I don't know if it will be any different this time. After muttering something softly, Xian felt calm and just wanted to take a bath again. In front of the main hall, there sat an old eunuch who was about to die. He didn't know how old he was. He was all skin and bones, with dry hair and sunken eye sockets. At first glance, he looked like a mummy. Last time I came. Although Xian knew that this old eunuch was unusual, he didn't feel deeply about it. However, now that the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows has been opened, his perception has been greatly improved. The moment he looked at the old man, his heart skipped a beat. In a trance. It was as if he had seen a ferocious beast from the ancient wilderness. The boiling energy and blood contained in his shriveled body is like a furnace of heaven and earth, which is simply terrifying to the extreme. Good guy. Xian was secretly shocked. He is indeed a ruthless character who can guard the Emperor Dragon Good Fortune pool alone. Even when facing General Ran, he is far from such a terrifying spirit. This is definitely an apex-level powerhouse. The little doll is great. At this time, the old eunuch suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of dull eyes. His voice was high-pitched and thin. It has a heavy hoarse feeling, which sounds very strange. It's been a long time since our family has seen someone who has opened the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows. You are the first one in 300 years. There is someone who will succeed you. It's just a coincidence. The old man is overly praised. Xian had already calmed down from the shock just now and spoke in a neither humble nor overbearing tone. Although the other party is terrifyingly strong. But with the help of the system, it is only a matter of time before Xian reaches this point. As for the first one in 300 years that the old eunuch just said was obviously referring to the people who had been to the Emperor Dragon Good Fortune pool. Not everyone in the world. Hey, in this practice, who can get ahead without some chance? You must know that luck is also a part of strength. The old eunuch laughed dryly. After saying that, he raised his dry palm slightly, and the heavy palace door suddenly opened. Go in. Sorry for bothering you, old man. Xian nodded and strode into the Emperor Dragon Palace. Boom. The palace door closed again. The old eunuch touched his bald chin and said to himself thoughtfully. If I remember correctly. When this little guy came last year, only one of the 9 orifices was open. Only a short year has passed, and now not only the 9 orifices are open, but also the ancestral orifices between the eyebrows are opened. Could it be that he encountered an old monster from the game world? If you hadn't just taken a look at Xian's soul, you would have found that it was indeed the same as before, not a strange soul. He almost doubted it. Was Xian taken over by some old guy? If I were really an ordinary transmigrator, I'm afraid that the primordial spirit would have been extracted directly at that moment. A strange color flashed in Xian's eyes. Due to the existence of methods such as body seizing, in order to prevent outstanding family members from having their bodies taken over. Therefore, almost every major force has screening methods. And for a strong person of the same level as the old eunuch just now, all you need to do is scan through your spiritual thoughts and you will know the clues. And the so-called transmigrate. In fact, to a certain extent, it is no different from seizing a body. But Xian is different. He was reincarnated, but he just awakened the memories of his previous life a few days ago. No matter who it is. Xian is Xian from beginning to end, never changes. The huge Emperor Dragon Palace was empty, except for a huge pool in the center. The dark red water has no ripples. Although the main material is flood dragon blood, there is no bloody smell. The air is filled with a faint sweet fragrance and medicinal fragrance, mixed together, the smell is unexpectedly good, making people want to take a few deep breaths. Having been here once, Xian took off his clothes and stepped into the pool with ease. As soon as I entered, the surging medicinal power and the power of flood dragon's qi and blood quickly penetrated into the limbs and bones along the pores, warming and nourishing every inch of flesh and blood. Call. Let out a comfortable breath. Xian leaned lazily on the edge of the pool. Bathing time is 1 hour. While Xian enjoyed the comfort of his body being warmed, he let his consciousness sink into his mind and looked at the true dragon treasure technique he had just obtained. Thoughts moved slightly. A golden shadow of a real dragon suddenly appeared in his mind. It is noble and beautiful. The gilded scales seem to be cast from fairy gold, and the purple dragon horns are as bright as the 9 heavens' divine jade. A pair of blazing golden dragon eyes. Although there is no sparkle at all, there is still a terrifying doomsday scene like the sky shattering and the stars falling together. Suddenly, it moved. It swam in a meandering way, looked up to the sky and neighed, then stretched out its claws, waved its fists, and swung its tail. All these kinds of things. Every action can be said to be extremely simple, but it contains a profound understanding and unique explanation of the Tao, outlining the lines of the great Dao that exude a terrifying atmosphere. Xian watched with great interest as if watching a movie. In the process, his understanding of true dragon treasure technique became more and more thorough and he became more and more skilled. Got to the back. There was even a figure exactly like Xian emerged, imitating every move demonstrated by the real dragon in his mind. This is the system's unique cultivation method. Thought practice method. Xian, whose consciousness completely sank into his mind, was completely unaware. At the moment when he was practicing the true dragon treasure technique through his thoughts, the water in the pool, which was originally like stagnant water, had no waves. Suddenly it started boiling. Chapter 17. Kindness. The old eunuch, who was sitting cross-legged outside the emperor's dragon palace like a withered skeleton, with his eyes closed and asleep, turned his head to look inside the palace. Due to the many restrictions placed on the layout of the main hall, it is difficult to penetrate the site. But it didn't hinder it at all. The old eunuch clearly felt the aura that suddenly became boiling. It was as if there was an invisible big hand that violently disturbed the calm water of the ancient well. What happened? The old eunuch's muddy and dry eyes were wide open, with a blazing glow flowing out, and he was filled with surprise and uncertainty. He was favored by a certain Emperor Xian and was willing to guard the Emperor Dragon Palace here for 8,000 years, during which he also met countless heroes. But this was the first time I discovered such a shocking change. To put it bluntly, among the many geniuses the old eunuch has seen, Xian's qualifications are not outstanding. It can only be regarded as the upper middle class. Something's not right. The old eunuch's eyes flashed, thinking about the reason for the change. Not only is the water in the Huanglong Good Fortune pool special, but the surrounding pool walls are also made of unusual materials. They are made from a fusion of many fairy golds, sacred jade, and strange stones. There is a good fortune grade Dao pattern inscription on it. Because there is a large amount of blood of the flood dragon that is about to become an immortal in the pool water, as well as various kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It's so spiritual that it needs to be suppressed with the good fortune level Dao pattern. The old eunuch suddenly remembered. 5,000 years ago, the prince known as Martial Madman and Crazy King once entered the Emperor Dragon Good Fortune pool and said that there seemed to be something wrong with the water in the pool. But what the problem is, it's not clear. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid the first signs of it were already emerging back then. At some point, the good fortune level Dao pattern may have become worn or damaged. 1,000-mile embankment collapsed in an ant nest. Even if there is only a little crack, which is inconspicuous, under the impact of long years, it will become bigger and wider. The water in the pond turns into a demon. A lot of information came together, and the old eunuch suddenly had a horrifying thought. Don't care about breaking the rules. The old eunuch moved and was about to step into the Imperial Dragon Palace. He planned to rescue Xian first. Anyway, the pool of blood was suppressed by good fortune level Dao patterns, so it would not be able to cause any trouble in a short time. As for how to deal with it next, let the old monsters in the Dakian royal family have a headache. But the next moment, the old eunuch stopped in surprise. Boom! The door of the Imperial Dragon Palace opens automatically. I saw Xian walking out dressed neatly, with her dark hair hanging down casually, and a little wet. "Are you okay?" the old eunuch blurted out. When he thought about it, Xian would most likely be trapped by the demon transformed from the pool water. "It's all right." Xian blinked and felt a little guilty. "What can I do if I take a bath?" "Can?" The old eunuch was a little confused. "Old man, I have to go to the Genshi Long Monument, so I'll take my leave first." Xian's cheerful smile was particularly bright under the sunlight. He immediately signaled to the eunuch Xiao Dezi and walked quickly towards the location of the Genshi Long Monument. The old eunuch was left confused. "Is it possible that we guessed wrong?" After thinking for a while, the old eunuch swayed and entered the main hall. When he looked towards the Emperor Dragon Good Fortune Pool, his whole body suddenly swayed and his vision turned black. FKME. Years of self-cultivation collapsed at this moment, and a curse word that had almost been forgotten burst out from the old eunuch's mouth. "Where's the blood?" The pool is still there, and so is the water. But the original dark red color had completely disappeared at this time. At a glance, it's crystal clear. "That's a lot of money, at least you can still use the flood dragon's blood and medicinal power for 10,000 years. Just like that, not a drop left? How can he explain to those old monsters?" At this moment, the old eunuch finally knew why Xian slipped away so fast. It's clear that he has a guilty conscience. After some distance from the Emperor Dragon Palace, Xian breathed out softly with a strange expression on his face. To be honest, he really didn't mean it. Just now, Xian's consciousness sank into his mind, watching the creator of True Dragon Treasure Technique and interpreting the step-by-step process of the formation of the treasure technique, and he gained a lot. And use the idea practice method and use your thinking to work hard to practice. At first he felt nothing. Until he suddenly realized that something seemed to be stabbing him slightly, as if it was stealing his blood. But the next moment, Xian found that his mental strength was growing rapidly, and his physical body was also getting stronger by leaps and bounds. And I felt an extremely strong sense of anger and resentment. I vaguely heard a voice, roaring crazily in my ears. So Xian opened his eyes. He saw the blood in the pool condensed into a daoist shadow, threatening him loudly, telling him to immediately stop his banditry of stealing the essence of the pool water. Xian fell into deep thought. No one told him that Emperor Long Good Fortune Qi became a spirit? In the original storyline, even the protagonist Qin Mo did not attract this bloody demon when he was taking a bath. But in a later plot, it was indeed said that a terrifying blood demon appeared in the world, turning the entire northern spirit realm into a living hell, but its origin was not mentioned. And now it seems that the blood demon should be the one in front of him. Roughly real-world self-correction. After learning the origin of this thing, as a polite and moral upright young man in the new era, Xian immediately expressed his apology and sincerely explained that it was not that he was trying to absorb it, but that the power of qi and blood was actively entering his body. Not to mention, if the blood demon didn't want to steal his energy and blood, how could it be devoured in turn? Certainly. The main reason is that I am a little unsure whether this thing is powerful or not. It would be funny if it died inexplicably. Then the blood demon became even more angry. Its current intelligence doesn't seem to be very high, and it actually asked Xian to give it back the energy and blood it had swallowed. How to repay this? Did you cut the aorta and bleed it? Immediately afterwards, Xian found that this guy seemed to be a little afraid of him, and his expression turned fierce. This made him realize immediately. Whether it was the strange changes in the pool water or the fear of the blood demon, they all came from the real dragon aura escaping when he observed the phantom of the real dragon in his mind. Even if it's only a tiny trace. This blood demon, which was spiritually born from the blood of flood dragon, undoubtedly has an absolute deterrent derived from the superior bloodline. So Xian ignored it and focused on observing the true dragon treasure technique. And then, there's no after that. It only took less than a quarter of an hour for the blood demon to go from threatening to begging for mercy to screaming and disappearing. When Xian opened his eyes again, the pool full of flood dragon's blood and medicinal liquid mixed with heavenly materials and earthly treasures had become extremely transparent, crystal clear to the bottom. You can't blame me. Xian murmured in his heart. Strictly speaking, they have to thank me. Otherwise, when this blood demon becomes a thing, it will be a huge disaster for the Great Qian Dynasty and even the entire Northern Spirit Realm. Chapter 18. There wasn't much description of the blood demon in that book. In just a few words, he mentioned that the blood demon cholera had caused the entire Northern Spiritual Realm to turn into mummies, and all the rivers and lakes turned into bloody corpses. Debris is everywhere, and bones are piled up like mountains. The number of dead creatures is not just in the hundreds of millions. And because it uses blood to transform demons, it has a natural restraint on most creatures. As long as there is a drop of blood that is not destroyed, it can be resurrected instantly. Extremely tricky. If I remember correctly. In the later plot, the blood demon was destroyed by the protagonist Xian Mo using his secret skills to destroy the true spirit and turned it into a clone, indirectly possessing the ability to be almost immortal. That is to say, Xian lightly scratched his arm, and blood flowed out and fell to the ground. But just for one breath. The wound has healed without any trace. Good. Xian's tone was much lighter. Of course he didn't refine any random clones. Instead, he absorbed the full pool of flood dragon's blood and the spiritual fluid that was a fusion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and turned it into a part of his body. Replace it with someone else. Maybe all the blood in his body will be replaced by this blood demon's blood. Humans have become less like humans, and monsters have become less like monsters. What's more, I'm afraid that even the spirit will be affected, becoming irritable, bloodthirsty, and difficult to control. But Xian is different. There is the suppression of the aura emanating from the true dragon treasure technique, plus the more domineering golden blood of the desolate sacred body. The blood of the blood demon was completely integrated without causing even the slightest disturbance. Its immortality is also swallowed up by the golden blood. Although it's not as exaggerated as the blood demon's immortality, it's pretty good. At least it's a trump card. Xian said to himself. If you want to regenerate a severed limb, you must at least reach the heaven-smiting state, and a lot of energy and blood will be lost. Xian not only possesses this ability in advance, but also can greatly reduce the consumption of energy and blood when recovering from injuries. Generally speaking, the desolate sacred body itself is known for its strong qi and blood. Except for a few such as Kangtian Bixu, Beizanman King body, Chaos body, etc., the qi and blood of most special bodies are nearly twice as rich. But now it is even more exaggerated. Xian could clearly feel that his energy and blood power had increased 100 times. Every drop of blood is the essence that has been extremely compressed. In a real sense, there is no limit to what you can take and it will be inexhaustible. After all, that pool of spiritual liquid is a reserve that Great Qian Dynasty expects to last for thousands of years. His ninth prince, we are here. The eunuch Xiao Dez's voice interrupted his thoughts. Xian looked up. In front is a simple palace, without any splendor, no carved beams, or even plagues. Very unpretentious. It's just a realization. There won't be any surprises now, right? The corner of Xian's mouth twitched. The Emperor Dragon Good Fortune Pool is just that, it is a consumable after all. If something goes wrong with the world-suppressing dragon monument, I'm afraid those ancestors in the royal family who have secluded themselves from the world and cultivated in hiding will go crazy with anger. Adjust your mood slightly. Xian stepped forward and pushed open the palace door. Unlike the Imperial Dragon Good Fortune Pool, there is no need to be guarded here at all. Because the World Genshi Dragon Monument itself possesses terrifying and monstrous power, suppressing the luck of the entire Great Qian Dynasty. This is the real foundation. As long as it exists, the Great Qian Dynasty will never die. Same. The stronger the Great Qian Dynasty is, the more powerful the world-suppressing dragon monument will be. The two are in a symbiotic position. Step into the palace. What caught the eye was a huge stone monument, all grey and white, filled with chaotic energy. It is vicissitudes of life and ancient. There are no words on the monument, only traces of swords, guns, swords, and axes, indicating the countless shocking battles it has experienced. In its very center position, there is even a clear and slender palm print that penetrates almost an inch into the entire stone tablet, making it the most conspicuous. It seems that it was left by a woman. No. To be precise, that palm had already penetrated the stone tablet. Now it doesn't seem that serious. It is the result of the long years of self-repair of the Genshi Long Monument with the help of national destiny. I really don't know how many terrifying enemies the founding emperor encountered back then. Xian sighed in his heart. Time is like a knife, slaying the genius. No matter how talented you are, you will be invincible in the world. Unless he can be ranked as the immortal Dao, endless years will pass and he will probably be turned into a pile of loess. Shaking his head, Xian walked to the Genshi Long Monument and sat down cross-legged. Just closed my eyes. He opened it again in surprise. He saw a figure suddenly appearing in front of him, looking at him quietly. Grass. Xian's eyes trembled. Is there going to be another problem? He panicked a lot. If something happens to the Genshi Long Monument, which is the foundation of the dynasty, even if Xian won't be executed because of his bloodline and talent, he may still be suppressed in a prison and never see the light of day. Although I can lie down anywhere. But who wants to sit in jail if he can lie down comfortably? I'm sorry, I'll take my leave, Junior. Xian stood up without saying a word, turned around and left. No need to panic. At this time, a plain voice sounded, with a smile, I am the weapon spirit of the world-suppressing dragon monument. I sensed that you had solved the blood demon, and I just showed up to see you. Hear the words. Xian paused slightly. He looked back at the figure and felt a bit familiar for some reason. Senior, do you know the existence of the blood demon? Nature knows. Qiling smiled and said. 10,000 years ago, a heavenly demon secretly broke into the palace. Although he was killed by me, at the last moment, I slightly destroyed the good fortune level pattern of the Emperor Dragon's good fortune pool. It was also from that time that the blood demon initially gave birth to spiritual intelligence. So long ago? Xian was secretly shocked. But why was it discovered so early but never dealt with? It seems that he guessed Xian's doubts. Qiling sighed slightly. Perhaps when it was refining, too many heavenly materials and earthly treasures were injected into it, and then it was calcined by the alien flames of heaven and earth, which actually gave it a trace of immortality. Unless the blood pool is completely destroyed, the blood demon true spirit will be difficult to destroy. After thinking about it, in order to maximize its value, it was never dealt with. Listening, Xian understood. Simply put, the weapon spirit of the world-suppressing dragon monument felt that it would be too wasteful to directly destroy the Emperor Dragon good fortune pool, and wanted to make more use of its value. Destroy it later. And what happened next proved beyond doubt. The weapon spirit is out of control. The blood demon lost control and escaped from the Dakian palace. It quickly devoured flesh and blood and became the source of disaster sweeping across the northern spirit realm. Just when he was about to speak, Xian looked at the humanoid weapon spirit in front of him, and suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly. The blood demon from before appeared in his mind. The two figures gradually overlapped, and they were clearly identical, even the outlines of their faces were exactly the same. Then it and the blood demon are? Chapter 19. Did you see it? Noticing the change in Su Xian's eyes, Qiling smiled. No, I don't see anything. Su Xian's face didn't change. What are the seniors talking about? The juniors don't understand. Qiling couldn't laugh or cry. It stretched out its hand and pointed at Su Xian. What a cunning little guy. Don't worry, although I have the same origin as the blood demon, it is just the consciousness generated by the mutation of my blood. Same origin as the blood demon? Is it the product of a mutation in its bloodline? This short sentence contained a huge amount of information. Su Xian instantly understood the identity of Qiling. Senior, you fought bloody battle with Emperor Tasia for 10 years, Senior Flood Dragon. What a bloody war for 10 years. Qiling shook his head. Back then, I didn't even get through 10 moves in the hands of your Emperor Taiju. It had a calm tone and spoke very calmly. Sure enough, most of the so-called history is whitewashed. To be able to describe 10 moves as 10 years, the person who compiled the history book was also a genius. He really had a good grasp of the ways of the world. Su Xian didn't answer this. He changed the topic naturally. I just didn't expect that Senior would be willing to become a weapon spirit. Why not? Qiling put his hands behind his back and said leisurely. In the past, my origin was lacking and it was difficult to prove the path to immortality. If I integrate with the World Zhenlong Monument and live and die together with the fate of the country, it can be regarded as a different kind of immortality. To cultivate immortality, isn't it what we monks want? That is immortality. On the other hand, those guys who mocked me back then are all dead and destroyed, but I am the only one who is still alive and well. This is true. Su Xian couldn't help but admire the weapon spirit. Being able to see so thoroughly is something that most living beings cannot do. Rare indeed. Feeling Su Xian's admiring eyes, Qiling was quite satisfied. Could it be said? It was actually that BD Emperor Tasia back then. He pulled it out of the sea while it was sleeping, beat it half to death, then pinched its neck with one hand and asked it if it wanted to be the weapon spirit of the world-suppressing dragon monument. Joke. Even its majestic weapon spirit wants to save face. In the beginning, it did feel resentful, but later I found that this was not bad. As just said. Although it was a flood dragon in the past, its foundation was damaged and it was impossible to become an immortal. When the longevity energy dries up, death will eventually be inevitable. After becoming the weapon spirit of the world-suppressing dragon monument, even though he lost his freedom, he could lie still in a leisurely self-liberation every day, sleep as long as he wanted, and from time to time, people would offer sacrifices. Longsheng is simply perfect. Su Xian naturally didn't know what Dao weapon was thinking. Otherwise he will definitely sigh. If the system had been on this guy's body, I'm afraid there would have been no rivals in the world. He pondered for a while. Su Xian said tentatively, so the senior showed up without any intention of blaming. Qiling said calmly. Why should I blame you? If you can devour it and refine it, it's not a waste. What's more, it also solves my worries. If anyone dares to accuse you, just give me my name and let them come to me. Good. So domineering. What I want is your words. The trace of worry in Su Xian's heart completely disappeared, and he cupped his hands with a smile and said, then I'll thank you in advance, senior. Easy to say. Qiling's attitude towards Su Xian is very good. Maybe he felt that he had devoured and refined the blood demon and had a connection with it. Don't be nervous, just be casual. I will completely relax the restrictions. Except for the national fortune, I can't give it to you. For other things, you can take as much as you can understand. The weapon spirit waved his hand, extremely boldly. Thank you. Su Xian stopped talking and closed his eyes immediately. But soon he opened it again. Under the confused gaze of the weapon spirit, he took out a wicker chair from the storage ring and lay down on it skillfully. Qilin was shocked. Let you be more casual. No FG way to let you be so casual. How can anyone meditate while lying down? Without even taking the posture of sitting cross-legged with your 5 hearts pointing toward the sky, what can you comprehend? What the hell? Looking at Xian, who seemed to be falling into a deep sleep with her eyes closed, wisps of Dao rhyme suddenly filled the air, and Qiling was so shocked that she almost bit the illusory tongue. This is entering a deep state of enlightenment. This moment, the weapon spirit suddenly fell into deep thought, and had strong doubts and confusion about his huge knowledge reserve. Is lying down the right way to enlightenment? It was not Xian who was wrong, but the whole world? A quarter of an hour later, in the dull eyes of Zhenqi Long Monument, Xian said goodbye to it with a smile and left. It wasn't until the palace door closed that it gradually came back to its senses. Subconsciously looking at the remaining Dao marks on the Zhenqilong monument, Qiling's eyes twitched. Gone. All gone. All one-time inheritances were packed away by Xian, leaving only some regular inheritances that can be understood without restriction. It's not that Qiling is reluctant to part with it, but unbelievable. After all, those inheritances were originally treasures left by the ancestors of Daqian to future generations, and they could be left to whoever could discover them. Over the long years, everything has been taken away. Not much left. But basically they are all extremely difficult. There are 8 inheritances of the same level, and 3 have been taken away over the years. The remaining 5 are now rounded up by Xian. I just didn't expect that I could even understand her inheritance. Qiling's eyes fell on the slender palm print in the middle of the Zhenqi Long monument, and he shuddered subconsciously, as if recalling an extremely terrifying scene. His gaze penetrated the palace door. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, the weapon spirit was silent for a long time before letting out a faint sigh. Suya, to have such an amazing and talented descendant, God has treated you so unkindly. Chapter 20. Every trace is a legacy. Xian originally thought. The traces of swords, spears, swords and axes on the Zhenqi Long monument, including the slender palm prints, were all left by the emperor, the ancestor of Daqian, during his battle with the enemy. The facts are not much different, just slightly different. The real situation is: the first emperor once entered the dark restricted area and challenged the owner of the restricted area. And they took advantage of the huge national fortune possessed by the Zhenqi Dragon Monument to engrave their attacks into it and turn it into a legacy. And that naturally cannot be hidden from the owners of the restricted area. But they did not resist. Instead, take the initiative to keep your own way in it. Of course, this is not because they are afraid of the first emperor. If they can get to that point, they have the belief that they are invincible. Even if they are really defeated, they will not be discouraged at all. The Taoist heart is as strong as divine iron. They also stand at the pinnacle of humanity, and none of them would think that they are inferior to each other. But there has never been a real life and death battle between them. To them, that doesn't make sense. Even if you really defeat the opponent, it will be difficult to kill him, and the lost energy and blood will be difficult to make up for, further stretching your lifespan. Why bother? Therefore, the appearance of the emperor, the ancestor of Daqian, made them willing to cooperate. Leave a legacy of your own for future generations to understand and indirectly make up for the regret of not being able to have a smooth battle. And the reason why they didn't stay longer was because they didn't want future generations to be shackled to their ways. Certainly, the masters of the restricted area that the first emperor was looking for were all the kind of loners who were dedicated to cultivation, whose relatives and friends had long since passed away, and who had left no orthodox tradition. A total of 7 people were found before and after, and everything went smoothly. Until they came to the forbidden area of life called the Pure Land of Dreams. The first emperor encountered a peerless barefoot woman in white clothes. She had swaying black hair, a slender waist, and an ancient bronze mask on her head, walking alone. The only eyes exposed were clear and moving, but without any sparkle, they were filled with confusion. And when the first emperor made his intention clear, the barefooted woman in white clothes remained indifferent, minding her own business and walking in the restricted area where no birds and animals existed and no life existed. The first emperor did not give up and continued to follow. Until a certain moment, the woman in white clothes and bare feet seemed to wake up suddenly. She looked back suddenly and saw 3,000 black hairs swept by the wind. Her clear eyes were filled with coldness, as cold as ice. Just push out a palm lightly. The rest of the strong men could only leave superficial traces of the world Zhenlong monument, which was penetrated by the moment. The first emperor, who was holding the world-suppressing dragon monument in his hand, suddenly felt like he was in a dream, experiencing the world of mortals. When he woke up, he was already outside the restricted area, which made him, who was considered invincible, break out in cold sweat. If the woman in white had not killed her, there would probably be no Great Qian Dynasty in future generations. And this scene, deeply imprinted in the memory of the weapon spirit, it is its lingering fear and shadow. To know. At that time, the ancestor of Daqian was already the master of the good fortune 9th layer, and he was at the pinnacle of humanity, only one step away from the immortal Dao. But facing that person, he had no power to fight against him. How can it not be shocking? Such a being should not be an unknown person, but in the novels I have read, there does not seem to be such a person. Xian looked thoughtful. But internet literature in his previous life was extremely developed, and it was impossible for him to read all the books. And this is the world. No one can tell how many different novels it is a fusion of. All in all, the legacy left by that barefooted woman in white must be the most powerful one, there is no doubt about it. The thought moved slightly, and a panel appeared in my mind. Xian. Cultivation, Core C 9th layer. Physique, desolate sacred body. Divine ability, blood rebirth. Skills, Qian Sovereign Sutra Part 2, True Dragon Treasure Technique. Combat techniques, who will awaken first in the Great Dream, the first style of the Great Dream Sutra, Chaos Calming Art, True Dragon Treasure Technique, Sword Divides Two Realms, Sword Qi Chang He, Imperial Dao Killing Fist, Wind Thunder Divine Fist, Heaven Shattering Dragon Elephant, Great Desolate Ocean Splitting Seal. Bao Wen, Soul Calming Jade, Divine Jade Garments, Heavenly Dragon Halberd. Who wakes up from the big dream first? Xian whispered in his heart. He pushed forward lightly with his palm, and an invisible Dao rhyme spread instantly. And not far ahead, a sneaky pickpocket who was about to steal suddenly stood there in a daze, as if in a dream. Only 9 breaths passed. The pickpocket suddenly woke up, clutching his butt tightly, his eyes full of horror, and he let out a heart-rending scream. No, don't come here. I don't like men. Brush. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Pedestrians passing by stopped subconsciously and looked at him strangely. A little girl blinked her eyes and asked confusedly, "Mom, he said he doesn't like men, why is he still covering his butt?" Bah! How shameless! The young woman next to her blushed, and quickly pulled her away. And this time, the pickpocket finally came to his senses. Under the strange looks from around him, his face suddenly turned red and he became angry with embarrassment. But when he thought about the inexplicable hallucination just now, he trembled all over, looked around in horror, and then ran away without looking back, not daring to stay for another half moment. Looking at the pickpocket's back, Xian chuckled. He actually didn't do anything. I just used a pickpocket to test the who wakes up first from the big dream that I just learned from the Genshi Dragon Monument. Let him fall into a dream and become a prostitute, receiving guests day and night. Although the pickpocket's consciousness is awake and his perceptions are extremely real, his body in the dream is completely out of control. He can only watch himself being ridden by thousands of people. And such a dream is worth 9th layer. The current limit that I can achieve should be the 9th layer dreamland. And if the opponent's will is strong enough, or the primordial spirit is stronger than mine, the probability of success will be reduced accordingly. Xian roughly figured out the depth of the inheritance of the woman in white and barefoot. Can only say, really awesome. In a battle of life and death, if the two sides are evenly matched, then just make the other side stunned for a moment, and the winner can be determined in an instant. Life and death are only on a thin line. Chapter 21. Xian Wangfu. Xian was lying on the lounge chair under the shade of the tree as always, holding a book in his hand and his eyelids half open. On the stone chair next to it, sitting there was a girl wearing a lavender dress. Humph! Sir Rui's bodyguard was following Qin Mo at that time, how could he not know about it? He is indeed the son of that bad woman, with a vicious mind passed down from generation to generation. There are still people who say anything. There is no evidence. Your Majesty's punishment for Sir Rui is too severe. It's really ridiculous. In my opinion, the punishment is obviously too light. For colluding with the remnants of crippled Heaven Valley and murdering my brothers, even execution is not an exaggeration. Your Majesty Ninth Prince, do you think what I said is right? Your Majesty Ninth Prince. Ran Qingxiu chirped, his little face full of indignation. However, her words received no response. Turn around and look. I saw the book in Xian's hand, which had been covering his face at some point, and he was snoring slightly. Ran Qingxiu immediately clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and said loudly, Xian! Snap! The book on Xian's face fell to the ground. He opened his eyes and looked at the angry little face in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. I mean, Qingxiu, you haven't stopped talking since you came here early in the morning. You have been scolding Sir Rui for more than an hour. Now my ears are ringing and all I can think about is Sir Rui. If you are really free, help me copy this So clan's disciple rules. After returning to the mansion yesterday, there was a heated discussion in the palace because Xian swallowed up the Emperor Dragon Good Fortune Pool. Some Solao believed that this move broke the foundation of Daqian and should be severely punished. Some people also think that Xian made an honest mistake. At last, after some bickering, make a decision. He was banned for 5 years and was not allowed to leave the imperial city. In fact, this is more of a protection than a punishment. In their view, Xian has swallowed too much spiritual liquid, and now every drop of blood contains huge essence, and he can almost be called a medicine man. There is no airtight wall in the world. It may be possible to cover it up in a short period of time, but over time, people will definitely be suspicious of it. And once the news leaks out, Xian must be targeted by some old monster. 5 years. It's not long, it's not long, it's not short. It also happens to allow Xian to properly digest the medicinal power accumulated in the body, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But after the spirit of the Zhenqiang monument, which had not appeared in front of everyone for a long time, appeared in person to support Xian, this punishment became. Copy Su's disciples' rules 500 times, no time limit. In other words, it's just up to you whether you write or not. Anyway, they have already made an attitude and that's all. Xian, why are you so lazy? Ran Qingxiu airway. Fortunately, she had always thought that Xian deliberately acted idle and lazy in order to hide himself. It turns out not to be the case at all. Now that he has entered everyone's sight, it is impossible to hide him anymore. As a result, I became even lazier. What's even more annoying is, Xian, who lies motionless on a wicker chair every day, has unexpectedly increased her cultivation level so fast that it is already higher than hers. This is simply unacceptable. Because it's really comfortable. Xian said confidently, and then suggested, how about you give it a try? Ran Qingxiu subconsciously shook her head. But looking at Xian's sincere and non-joking eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse for a moment. She hesitated for a moment and showed hesitation. Then, how about giving it a try? After a while. There is a wicker chair next to Xian. Ran Qingxiu lay on it, squinting her eyes, slowly shaking, and unknowingly yawned, feeling slightly sleepy. It's really, really comfortable, she murmured. From childhood to adulthood, Ran Qingxiu rarely had such a relaxing time. She comes from a family of generals. Her grandfather is a general who governs the country, and her father is also famous. He has been guarding the north since she was a child and rarely goes home. Both brothers also joined the army early. In such an atmosphere, Ran Qingxiu has had a strong sense of urgency since she was a child. She aims at her grandfather, father, and brother, and works hard to practice. Even when I was sleeping, I was thinking about cultivation. Click. Su had been in a tense state of mind, but now he suddenly relaxed. The small realm that I had just broken through due to the opening of all 9 orifices has now made a new breakthrough and successfully entered the core C 7th layer heaven. Thinking of her grandfather and the teachers at Supreme Profound Academy, they occasionally reminded her of relaxation and relaxation. Ran Qingxiu couldn't help but have a hint of enlightenment. She turned her head subconsciously, wanting to share her joy with Xian. But he seemed to have fallen asleep again. The sun shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves, shining on his handsome face. His long eyelashes left 2 very faint shadows on his face. Ran Qingxiu's heart moved. I feel like I can count each eyelash one by one, as if counting time. Ding! Lying down by yourself doesn't mean you're really lying down. What's rare is that you can make the people around you lie down too. You receive an optional reward. Choice 1, a portion of golden opportunity. Option 2, random daily rewards. Kindness? Several question marks popped up in Xian's mind. Of course he didn't fall asleep, but the system had just issued today's reward again. But this time the reward turned out to be a choice between 2. What the hell is chance? Doesn't he still need to find it by himself? According to the rewards recently distributed by the system, even the worst one is a bottle of heavenly grade elixir. And this so-called opportunity is specially chosen as an option, which shows how precious it is. It can't be worse than heavenly grade elixir. Think about it for a moment. Xian has already made a decision, I choose 1. Next moment, a map suddenly appeared in Xian's consciousness, with a golden spot shining at a certain location. It's really a treasure map. Xian glanced briefly and raised his eyebrows slightly. This map is not somewhere else, it is clearly the imperial city of Qian. So, this system also has a built-in detection function. It is because it found something extraordinary in the imperial city and gave it as a reward. Xian was thoughtful. As the thought passed by, he turned around with a smile and said, Qingxiu, are you going out for a walk? Take a walk. Xian suddenly opened her eyes, catching Ran Qingxiu off guard. She felt panicked as if she had been peeping, and her cheeks trembled. She quickly covered her temples with her hair, and then nodded vigorously. Okay. Chapter 22. The imperial city is prosperous and there are many street vendors. The streets are paved with neatly cut blue stone slabs with a hard texture. It will be repaired every once in a while, and it will be cleaned every day. At first glance, it will look as neat as new and not messy at all. Walk on the road. Xian had a clear purpose and walked directly towards the golden place on the map in his mind. Ran Qingxiu beside him seemed to be thinking about something. A pair of big bright eyes were slightly absent-minded, just following Xian's steps subconsciously. Sister Ran. Suddenly, a crisp call sounded. Ran Qingxiu stopped, turned around, and saw a round-faced girl, followed by a handsome young man, walking towards them. Sister Xiaoyu. Ran Qingxiu came back to her senses, smiled and waved. This is a little sister she met at the Supreme Profound Academy. She is from the Lin family of the ancient clan. She is one of the few friends she has a good relationship with. What a coincidence. The girl ran over with a smile. Are you shopping too? She looked at Xian, who also stopped walking aside, with surprise in her eyes. It is obvious that the relationship between the two is not good. Well, just take a look around. Ran Qingxiu said and glanced at Xian quickly. Oh. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, took her arm with a smile, and pointed at the handsome young man. Sister Ran, let me introduce to you. This is the brother I mentioned to you before, Lin Lang. Miss Ran, I've heard of her name for a long time. The young man named Lin Lang smiled warmly and said politely, my little sister has a naughty personality. She usually stays in the academy. Thanks to Miss Ran for taking care of her. Sister Xiao and I hit it off right away, as we should. Ran Qingxiu smiled lightly, with a clear sense of alienation in her tone. Don't be so formal, it gives me a headache. Lin Xiao said, Sister Ran, do we want to go shopping together? Cough. Lin Lang looked at Ran Qingxiu, then at Xian, who had a dull expression, and interrupted her with a smile. Xiao, have you forgotten that we have to visit Uncle Yang first? Hey, yes. Lin Xiao had a look of pity on her face. I forgot about it, Sister Ran. It seems we can't go shopping together this time. Ran Qingxiu, who was thinking about how to refuse, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, it's okay. There will be many opportunities in the future. Since you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. Well, see you next time. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Xian, let's go. Ran Qingxiu breathed out quietly. Xian didn't speak from beginning to end. Before leaving, he nodded slightly to Lin Lang, then turned around and left with Ran Qingxiu. Looking at the backs of the two people disappearing around the corner, Lin Xiao pouted and said, Brother, why didn't I know that we have an Uncle Yang in Daqian Imperial City? It's usually not easy to date Sister Ran. What a great opportunity now, and it's been wasted by you like this. Hear the words. Lin Lang shook his head and smiled, don't you see? Your sister Ran is not willing at all to let us accompany her. Yet, Lin Xiao is not stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have instantly heard Lin Lang's hint and taken over the conversation very naturally. She wrinkled her delicate eyebrows. But, Sister Ran really hated the 9th Prince Dagan before. How could she be willing to be alone with him? This time, that time. Lin Lang looked calm and said calmly, in just a few words, she glanced at the 9th Prince at least 6 times. If she really didn't like him, how could she care so much about his attitude? Is that so? Lin Xiao looked a little annoyed, but the 9th Prince is idle and ignorant. Ignorant of knowledge and skills. Lin Lang's eyes suddenly darkened, and he said with a faint smile, if he is uneducated and incompetent, I am afraid that almost all the young heroes on the Qianlong list will be a bunch of idiots. Is he that powerful? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, his face full of astonishment. She is well aware of her brother's arrogance. As the 10th ranked genius on the Qianlong list, he also has the capital to be proud. Yet he has such a high opinion of Xian. I hope he only has the level of perception I have. Recalling the use of the innate pupil technique just now, he felt the terrifying energy and blood that was comparable to a roaring river. Lin Lang's eyes twitched fiercely. What frightened him the most was that the feeling he felt just now was most likely just the tip of the iceberg of the power contained in the 9th Prince of Daqian. And such a monster-like existence. No one knows. At this moment, Lin Lang suddenly felt. The hidden dragon list that claims to include all the heroes in the world seems to have turned into a big joke. Walking the streets again. Ran Qingxiu hesitated many times. When she was almost at her destination, she finally couldn't help but whispered, Xian, are you not angry? What are you angry about? Xian looked at her inexplicably. Just now. Ran Qingxiu bit her lip lightly. Su Xian shook his head and laughed. Why are you angry? Weren't you ready to reject them? Since you did the right thing, why should I be angry? Have to say. Lin Lang was quite discerning and a smart man who knew how to assess the situation. And such people tend to live longer. Otherwise, it is inevitable that it will be like when Su Xian just recovered the memory of his previous life. Just like the stupid guy I met. Death is worthless. Hear the words. Ran Qingxiu felt a little relieved, and even though she was a little shy, her words were almost equivalent to expressing her feelings. Born into a general, she has always dared to love and hate. I really didn't like Su Xian at first because I thought he did nothing but just eat, drink and have fun. Even though he was a prince, Ran Qingxiu didn't treat him politely. Later after the system appeared, Ran Qingxiu had to try to get close to Su Xian, and then accidentally discovered a different side of him. She found that he was not as unbearable as she thought, and she couldn't help but feel a little curious. And when a girl starts to be curious about you, it also means the beginning of emotion. Arrive. At this moment, Su Xian's voice sounded again. Ran Qingxiu suppressed her shyness, raised her head curiously, and saw a splendid 5-story pavilion, with 3 large gilt characters written on the plaque above. Linglong Pavilion. Chapter 23. Linglong Pavilion is a force that spreads all over the world. It is reported that its founder is also the master of good fortune realm. He is a businessman, attaches great importance to contracts and pays attention to rules. In terms of overall strength, it is not weaker than any transcendent level force. But he never participated in the fight. The principle is that in business, fair dealings. It is precisely because of its absolute neutrality that it has been able to set up industries all over the mainland. No one wants to provoke it, and no one dares to provoke it. It is worth mentioning that, although Linglong Pavilion is slightly more expensive than outside, but there will definitely be no fakes. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, many martial artists would rather spend more spiritual stones and choose to spend them in Linglong Pavilion. You want to buy something. In order to relieve his embarrassment, Ran Qingxiu took the initiative to break the silence, but after saying that, he felt stupid. If you didn't come to Linglong Pavilion to buy something, what else could you do? Su Xian nodded noncommittally. In his eyes, there was a bright golden thread extending all the way to the 2nd floor of Linglong Pavilion, directly omitting the process of searching. Very thoughtful. All I can say is that it is a lying flat system that does its job well and will allow you to lie flat but will never give you a chance to work hard. Even if it's something as simple as finding something in a specific area. If I remember correctly, there should be rare birds and animals on the 2nd floor. Linglong Pavilion has 5 floors, and each floor has a fixed type of items for sale. On the 1st floor there are treasures of heaven and earth, and spiritual pills. The 2nd floor is full of rare birds and animals. The 3rd floor is filled with magic weapons and secret treasures. On the 4th floor, there are various exercises and martial arts. As for the 5th floor, it is usually closed and is only open when auctions are held. So that is to say, this so-called golden opportunity is most likely a spirit beast with alien bloodline. Thoughts passed through my mind. Su Xian walked into Linglong Pavilion, but Qingxiu followed closely beside him. The shopping guides inside had noticed them a long time ago. Although they didn't know their identities, with their vicious eyes that had seen countless people, they could tell just from their clothes and temperament that these 2 people were either rich or noble. The moment he crossed the threshold, a beautiful shopping guide came up to him with a smile. What do you 2 want to see? The shopping guide's smile was dignified and appropriate. It seemed that he was asking 2 people, but in fact his eyes were on Su Xian. She could see at a glance that Su Xian was the real owner. They will show different attitudes when facing different customers. If the customer is a man, the shopping guide doesn't mind getting closer and speaking softly. And like Su Xian, with a female companion, They will naturally behave politely, behave dignifiedly, and keep their distance without being rude, so as not to arouse the dissatisfaction of the other female partner. Second floor. Su Xian's words are concise and to the point. You two, please come with me. The shopping guide turned around with a smile on his face and walked smoothly, even the swing of his waist was deliberately reduced. Go up the stairs. What came into sight was the restriction formed by the light curtains. There is a spirit beast or exotic bird in each confinement. The cub of the Qian beast has a trace of the ancient divine beast Qian's bloodline. The ancient dragon crocodile egg has been identified by the master and confirmed to be capable of hatching. As long as it reaches adulthood, it will have the strength of the Dao Palace level. The Silver Moon Sirius cub is a descendant of the ancient spirit beast Howling Moon Sirius, and its bloodline concentration reaches 20%. The cub of the Scaled Horse, the descendant of the ancient Pegasus, is also known as the Unicorn. The shopping guide followed Su Xian's footsteps, and whenever his eyes fell on a restricted area, he immediately revealed the detailed information of the spirit beast inside. The golden-winged devil tiger cub is a heterogeneous species, and it will be ready when it reaches adulthood. What is that? Suddenly, Su Xian interrupted her. The shopping guide immediately looked in the direction of his finger and said without thinking. Fire feather bird, possessing a trace of the ancient divine beast Phoenix's bloodline, was just delivered today. But I don't recommend that customers buy it, because after careful identification by Master Li Xian, I think it will not survive more than 3 days. Can't survive 3 days? Su Xian raised an eyebrow. In his sight, the sickly crimson bird lying in the confinement, as if it would die at any time, was emitting an incomparably bright golden light. No doubt. This fire-feathered sparrow is the golden opportunity detected by the system. Just buy it. Su Xian spoke calmly. The shopping guide was stunned for a moment, hesitated a little, and reminded, Sir, although this fire-feather bird is dying, its price has not been reduced. Are you sure you want to buy it? Su Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly threw a storage ring over. Okay, wait a moment. The shopping guide immediately stopped talking. She immediately called for someone to put the fire feather bird into a special cage, with restrictions still on it. Soon, the shopping guide came back. Sir, the fire feather bird is sold for 20,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Because it is in poor condition, the supervisor gave you a 20% discount after learning about the situation, so I will charge you a total of 16,000 supreme grade spirit stones. This is your storage ring, this is the key to unlocking the ban, please keep it. Welcome to your next visit. Walk out of the door of Linglong Pavilion. Ran Qingxiu couldn't help but asked in confusion. Su Xian, Linglong Pavilion's master identification ability should be credible. Although this fire feather bird has thin phoenix blood, it can only live for less than 3 days. Why buy it? Phoenix bloodline? Su Xian smiled slightly, his eyes fell on the sick and wilted fire feather bird, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. The information about it has already appeared in my mind. Fire feather sparrow. The 4 spirits of heaven, descendants of vermilion bird. Bloodline returns to ancestors, life and death are on the line. Within 3 days, you need to feed a Nanmingli fireweed to successfully return to your ancestors and transform into a vermilion bird. Chapter 24. Vermilion bird, the 4 spirits of heaven. Many people mistakenly believe that vermilion bird is a type of phoenix, or is born from a phoenix, but this is not the case. In ancient mythical legends, the phoenix is just a mythical beast. But vermilion bird is a god in the true sense of the word. He is separated from the 8 diagrams and the main fire in the 5 elements. He symbolizes the old yang among the 4 phenomena, the summer among the 4 seasons, and is also the southern land of the sky. He is the god in charge of the south. And in some classics, he is even revered as the lord of heaven and earth, which shows his transcendent status. No wonder, the system will specially come up with a 2-choice reward. Su Xian's eyes were smiling. This is a living vermilion bird. It has disappeared from the world for countless epochs, and its value cannot be judged at all. To know the true dragon treasure technique is just created by the true dragon, and the status of the true dragon is equal to that of the immortal phoenix. The one that shares the name with vermilion bird is the god of the east, the four-image azure dragon. In a sense, the four spirits in the sky are all embodiments of stars and rules. Although they are in the form of beasts, they are not really beasts. And in this world, there are also a lot of legends about the four symbols. Some scholars believe that vermilion bird, azure dragon, black tortoise, and white tiger are not a single ethnic group, but are passed down from generation to generation, with only one appearing in each generation. The former dies and the latter arises. So in this world, there is always one and only one vermilion bird. Of course, since there are concrete forms, they are living beings, and they also have joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Therefore, it is inevitable that there will be some ethnic groups with the blood of the four elephants in the world. In the days when vermilion bird still existed, the new vermilion bird is often selected from among his bloodline descendants. And with the sudden death of a certain vermilion bird in the ancient era, it has been completely extinct since then and has never appeared again. It's obvious. This fire feather bird is one of the descendants of vermilion bird. Over the long years, I'm afraid it's not the only one that has experienced the phenomenon of returning to its ancestors, but all of them died in the process of bloodline returning to their ancestors. Su Xian said to himself. Vermilion bird and fire phoenix are very similar in some aspects, compared to the rarity of the vermilion bird bloodline. Although exotic birds with phoenix bloodline are also rare, they are not that rare. It is reasonable to be mistaken for having a trace of phoenix bloodline. But where can I find Nanmingli fire grass? Su Xian asked questions in his mind. There are only 3 days left for the fire feather bird to return to its ancestors. If the Nanmingli fire grass cannot be found within 3 days, everything will be lost. Soon, the system responded. Nanmingli fireweed usually grows on the side of the immortal volcano. Its rhizome is as winding as a dragon. It has 5 leaves, which are red. It has the shape of an 8-bagua and is loved by vermilion bird. It is known as Nanmingli fireweed. After a long and eloquent introduction, the system finally got to the point. Current name, red dragon grass. The corner of Su Xian's mouth twitched. If there is no systematic explanation for this, I am afraid that he will never be able to find Nanmingli fire grass in his life. Who would have thought that it would be called red dragon grass now? But it's normal when you think about it. Vermilion bird has been extinct for too long, and the name Nanmingli fire grass has long been buried in the long history, and no one mentions it anymore. Its roots are like dragons and its leaves are red. Later generations were renamed red dragon grass, which is really reasonable. This item is not considered scarce. It can be collected almost anywhere near active volcanoes, and there are several thousand-year-old plants in Su Xian's mansion. After a while, Su Xian returned to the house. It was almost evening, and although Ran Qingxiu didn't care about the complicated etiquette, otherwise she wouldn't have gone to Prince Xian's mansion, but it was not good to stay there even after dark, and it was not good to spread the news, so she returned to the general's mansion on the way. In the courtyard, Su Xianping retreated from the maid. With a slight turn of the special key, the restrictions imposed on the cage will be immediately dissipated. The little fire feather bird was very sick and looked like it might die at any time. Seeing Su Xian open the cage, its gloomy eyes brightened slightly. But it no longer had the strength to move. He could only raise his head slightly with difficulty and look at Su Xian with pleading eyes. It seemed like she wanted him to help. Even if he dies, he must die outside the prison. Fortunately you met me. Su Xian sighed, but didn't get it out. Instead, he took out a Nanmingli fireweed with a red halo and put it to its mouth. The little fire feather bird was stunned, looking at the spiritual grass in front of him in confusion. It didn't know why it was suddenly weak. But the spirituality it was born with allowed it to guess that it was about to die, just like in order to protect it, it lured away the mother of the predatory blood eagle. Do you want it to have a feast before it dies? After hesitating for a moment, the little fire feather bird still tried to open its sharp beak and pecked lightly, accompanied by the act of swallowing. Its dull feathers actually had a faint flash of red light. Interesting. Xian looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder vermilion bird likes to eat Nanming Lihuode, and the condition for the success of the little fire bird's return to its ancestors is also this Nanmingli fireweed. The moment it had just eaten, Xian clearly felt that the little fire feather bird's almost dry vitality suddenly became a little more vigorous. Such a magical effect is almost comparable to the immortal pill. Can only say, the world's great wonders. Nanmingli fire grass is not precious, nor is it of high grade. It is rarely used even for refining medicine. Only some martial artists who practice fire-based techniques use it a little more. But it happens to be the most suitable spiritual herb for vermilion bird in the world. Now, little fire feather bird obviously noticed the changes on her body. It looked at Xian, then tried to peck again, and then pecked again. Gradually, the little fire feather bird is eating faster and faster, and its energy is getting fuller and fuller. The originally dim feathers regained their luster, and were flowing with wisps of flame-like red light, which was really beautiful. Soon, an entire millennium-old Nanmingli fireweed has been eaten. The little fire feather bird raised its head and stared at Xian with curious and grateful eyes for a few times. Next moment, it vibrated its wings, flowing like fire, and flew out of the cage with a swipe, dragging a long firelight behind it and flying into the air. But before it flew very high, it turned around and fell again. Like a flying maple leaf, it stood lightly on Xian's shoulder and rubbed his face affectionately. A smile appeared in Xian's eyes. After all, he is a person who knows how to repay a favor and flies away without doing so. Certainly, it couldn't leave even if it wanted to. If it didn't take the initiative to come back just now, Xian would naturally catch it gently. If you are really unruly and hostile to his savior. So, Xian doesn't mind, try the vermilion bird. Chapter 25. The little fire feather bird behaved very affectionately. At this time, the wings all over its body were flowing with bright firelight, which was very shiny, but its appearance did not change. Obviously the return to the ancestors has not been completely successful yet. Let's give you a name first. Xian stretched out his hand, and the little fire feather bird immediately fell into his palm sensibly. It is only slightly larger than a palm and is in its infancy. As for creatures like the fire feather bird, even after they reach adulthood, they can only grow up to about 1 foot. Let's call you Xiaozhu. After thinking about it, Xian came up with a name that she thought was very appropriate. Hear the words. Chirp. Chirp. Little fire feather bird's face fell, and there was clearly visible disgust in his smart little eyes, and he let out a sweet low cry of protest. Not satisfied. Xian thought about it and found that it was really not suitable. I don't know, I thought I was raising a pig. So I made a slight change and said without a doubt. Then let's call it Zhuer. Chirp. Little fire feather bird was puzzled. Everyone obviously calls it fire feather sparrow. But why, this kind-hearted human being who gave it a second life? Are you so stubborn that you want to add the character Zhu to it? Instinctively, I want to fight for it again. But looking at Xian's smile, there was a kind expression mixed with threats. Little fire feather bird hesitated for a while, then happily accepted her new name. Good. Xian smiled brightly and took out 2 Nanmingli fire grasses again. Eat the reward given to you. Since you are so obedient, Zhuer will be called your nickname, and your nickname will be Ling Guang. How about that? Ling Guang is the name of vermilion bird. In some ancient mythical books, his honorary name is Ling Guang Divine Lord. Chirp. Xia Huoyuk didn't quite understand the meaning of the word Ling Guang, but he thought it sounded pretty good, so he happily rubbed Xian's fingers and started to eat happily again. It didn't take long for the 2 millennium-old Nanmingli fire grass to be eaten clean. Not a single bit is left. And the fire on the little fire feather bird became more and more intense, like a small burning fireball. Chirp. It was dizzy, its eyes seemed to be spinning in circles, as if it was drunk, and it flew staggeringly in front of Xian. Suddenly he fell down and was gently supported by Xian with his palms. Here we go. Under Xian's gaze, the firelight on little fire feather bird's body became more and more intense, intertwining with mysterious and complex Dao lines, wrapping it layer by layer. In less than 10 breaths, it turned into a crimson egg. This return to one's ancestors is truly a complete one, returning directly to one's origins, starting from an egg. Xian was speechless. Looking at it like this, I don't know when it will come out. Thought for a while. Xian turned around and entered the bedroom, took out dozens of solar stones from the storage ring and piled them on the floor. Only then did the fire feather bird. Precisely. It was the vermilion bird egg, placed in the center of the pile of rocks emitting blazing heat. Would it be a bit slow to hatch this way? Xian pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. After a while, a mature fire feather bird was brought over by the guard, and it squatted on the vermilion bird egg without mercy, not daring to move. It tried to resist just now, but the result was that it was beaten up by Fatty. Now, the hatching speed should be much faster. Xian nodded with satisfaction. When Zhu Er breaks out of his shell, the vermilion bird, which has been extinct for unknown ages, will appear in the world again. He was looking forward to it. No matter past life or this life. All in mythical, what kind of surprise can vermilion bird, who has an extremely noble status, bring him? Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere in the city was tense, and there was a sense of urgency that a storm was coming. Even the faces of pedestrians lost their smiles, and everyone had a gloomy expression, as if they were holding back a surge of anger. 10 days ago, the Dongyang Dynasty, which was originally a friendly neighbor to Daqian, suddenly betrayed its alliance and launched a massive invasion. Caught off guard, 2 large border cities in Daqian fell in just a few days. Emperor Qian was furious. Ran Lai was appointed as the general of the expedition to the north. Lead 1 million heavy armored iron guards, 50,000 fierce tiger army cavalry, and 50,000 wind demon eagle aerial cavalry to set off immediately. Marriage. In the Zhenqiu general's mansion, Ran Qingxiu frowned slightly. Good. Ran Lai stroked his long beard and said slowly. The Dongyang dynasty's sudden betrayal of the covenant is just a statement to the people. In fact, Dongyang has long been linked to the shaking sacred land. This large-scale invasion has actually been foreshadowed, and 2 elders of the royal family have already been in charge. I just didn't expect it. There was a coldness in his eyes. The demon temple also intervened at the critical moment. Demon temple? Ran Qingxiu was surprised. The human race has been powerful in the world for a long time and is a separate race. In the extremely ancient years, all other races were unified by an unparalleled powerful man and established the monster court. They collectively called all races monster race and called themselves monster sovereign. As time goes by, although there are often conflicts among all races, they still call themselves demons. Certainly. This does not include some naturally transcendent ethnic groups, such as the true dragons, immortal phoenixes, unicorns, etc. of the past. The demon temple is said to be the legacy left by the monster sovereign. Dongyang Dynasty, shaking sacred land, demon temple, the 3 transcendent level forces, how did they reach a consensus, and why did they suddenly attack me? Ran Qingxiu muttered to himself, difficult to understand. This is also Ran Lai's question. It has been several days since the war started, and he, a veteran general who has been on the battlefield for a long time, still can't figure it out. The combined strength of the three transcendent level forces far exceeds Xian. But wanting to destroy it like this is wishful thinking. In history, the collapse of any transcendent level force has taken a long time, and almost all of them disintegrate into themselves. If the Great Qian Dynasty is really pushed into a corner, the terrorist threat that can erupt is definitely not something that the three transcendent level forces can withstand. So they didn't push too hard. Can only say. The three major transcendent level forces must have their own purposes, but they are hidden too deeply and have not yet been exposed. Now you finally understand why you want to marry the Bila dynasty, right? Ran Lai said slowly. Understood. Ran Qingxiu nodded slightly, thoughtfully. The Bila dynasty borders are Dogon, and its national strength is relatively weak. Once Dogon is really destroyed, Bila may become the next target. Although it's very unlikely. But they would rather nip this tiny possibility in the bud. But Ran Qingxiu paused, a little confused in his tone. Is there any conflict between this and me going to the border with you, Grandpa? Even if you get married, it will be with a prince or princess. What does it have to do with her? Ran Lai glanced at his silly granddaughter and sighed. According to the news from Bila's envoy, this marriage is to choose one of my princes from Qian. For the sake of attention. There are 3 candidates discussed in the court, namely, the eldest Prince Su Yuan, the third Prince Su Yang, and Ran Qingxiu suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard her grandfather say the last name. 9th Prince, Su Xian. Chapter 26. Although it was expected. But when she heard that Su Xian was chosen by her relatives, Ran Qingxiu's mind went blank for a moment. She stammered, yes, but he is so lazy, how could Princess Bila like him? Moreover, among the 9 princes, he doesn't seem to be very outstanding. As she spoke, she fell silent. If it were Su Xian from the past, he would naturally not be included in the family selection. But since he personally killed Qin Mo, who was known as a genius in the Supreme Profound Academy, he entered the public eye. Only then did the ministers of the DPRK know. 9th Prince Su Xian is not as simple as he usually appears. Coupled with the fact that the 5th prince was exiled to the southwest border, Su Xian naturally became one of the candidates. Ran Lai sighed. He looked at his precious granddaughter with a little distress. So, do you want to go to the northern border with Grandpa? Ran Qingxiu remained silent. After a long time, she then said softly, if the choice between my family and my family is really him in the end, what's the use of my staying? Who can change the decision made by His Majesty? Ran Qingxiu suddenly raised his head and smiled. My dream is to become a general like my grandfather. When that day comes, even if Su Xian becomes the emperor in the future, won't he have to be polite to me? Just like His Majesty is to my grandfather. So, your decision is? Ran Lai looked at her. Go to the frontier. Ran Qingxiu said firmly, and then snorted. I don't want to stay here. Watching him and Princess Bila flirt with each other will affect my mood. Stop talking about this, Grandpa, I'm going to prepare my luggage. She turned and walked toward the house. Looking at the tall figure of her granddaughter, her daughter who died in the secret realm inexplicably came to mind. Ran Lai's eyes twitched and he said in a low voice. Actually, there is a way to exclude Su Xian from being chosen by his relatives. Ran Qingxiu turned around suddenly. He seemed to realize that he was acting too eagerly. She took a breath and then lowered her voice, whether or not to get married is all his business. Well, what can I do? It is impossible for Princess Bila to marry me as a concubine. Ran Lai stared at his granddaughter's big eyes full of expectation, sighed in his heart, and spoke slowly. Ran Qingxiu's delicate body froze. Outside the imperial city, the army is dispatched. One after another, flying boats rise from the ground, covering the sky and the sun, which is extremely spectacular. These flying boats were specially built by the Craftsman Division and were born for war. They contained a small world inside, and each could accommodate 100,000 troops. Once there are more than 10,000 people, they are like mountains and seas. Even in a fantasy world, this sentence is still applicable. But for the strong, in most cases, the number of people no longer means much. Even a general at the Dao Palace level can destroy a city without much effort. But the military is an exception. With a special military formation secret treasure, once they form a formation, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. Rather, it is an increase in overall combat power. Not to mention, the armies in the fantasy world are naturally not ordinary people, they are all powerful martial artists. For example, the Iron Cavalry of the Fierce Tiger Army and the Air Cavalry of the Wind Demon Eagle have to go through thousands of selections. Only those who stand out among the ordinary Iron Guards are eligible to enter. The lowest level is also the Core C level. Any commander who can command 50,000 Fierce Tiger Army cavalry is in the realm of Dao Palace. That's why Dao Palace, also known as the Sifang Town General. On a flying boat, Ran Qingxiu stood on the deck, wearing a slim silver armor and a red cape. Her tall horsetail was blowing in the wind, and she looked heroic. A pair of clear eyes stared in the direction of the city gate, as if waiting for someone to appear. After all, she chose to go to the border with her grandfather Ran Lai. Ran Qingxiu understood in her heart. If Grandpa really loses face and goes to Emperor Qian to propose marriage, I am afraid Emperor Qian will not refuse. But she doesn't want this. Grandpa has been fighting all his life, and he has a sense of pride in his heart. He also had a very unpleasant quarrel with Emperor Qian because of what happened to his aunt back then. Let him bow to Emperor Qian for his own sake. Ran Qingxiu cannot do such an unfilial thing. This is one of them. And another important reason is, Ran Qingxiu wanted to stand with Xian openly and confidently, instead of not relying on such a humble way. She knew it too. If Xian really becomes the prince and the master of Daqian, there will be more than one concubine. For the stability of such a large country, having many heirs is a basic condition for the emperor. As the granddaughter of General Zhenqiu, Ran Qingxiu naturally understands this simple truth. Instead of being shameless and taking the lead, becoming the so-called royal concubine, I would rather be the general who conquers the world. I may not be able to catch up with you, but I must prove I'm not a vase. This is the decision Ran Qingxiu finally made after struggling for a long time. The strong wind hunts and rolls the shirt. The army is about to begin. Ran Qingxiu's eyes stared at the city gate for a moment, but the figure never appeared. Gradually, there was a slight loss in her eyes, and she muttered in her heart as if to comfort herself, "Well, actually, I was mentally prepared for it. He is so lazy and unwilling to move, so why did he come to see me off?" Just about to turn around and go back to the cabin. Suddenly, Ran Qingxiu paused for a moment, and her clear and beautiful eyes, which were originally somewhat dim, suddenly burst into moving brilliance. I can only see the direction of the city gate. Xian walked out unhurriedly. Although he was mixed in with the crowd watching the farewell, he was recognized by Ran Qingxiu at a glance. Then, he lazily stretched out his hand and shook it toward the sky. Ran Qingxiu couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. She arched her eyebrows and waved her hand, then turned around hard and walked into the cabin resolutely. Boom! The flying boat tore through the void and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 27. Here we go. Watching the flying boat disappear through the sky, Xian smacked his lips. Although I usually find Ran Qingxiu a bit noisy, but her chirping voice suddenly disappeared around me, which made me miss her. Don't have feelings for Ran Qingxiu? That is of course impossible. He has awakened Suhui and understood his previous life, rather than transmigrate. When there was no memory of the past life, Xian often hung around Ran Qingxiu. Recovering his memory just made him feel that his previous dog-licking behavior was ridiculous. As a prince, what kind of woman can't get it? Why bother with a hot face and a cold butt? Who knows? The well-known plot begins with Ran Qingxiu giving him a gift, and then begins to develop in the direction of collapse. So it became what it is now. Shake his head. Xian gathered his thoughts, turned around and walked in the direction of Supreme Profound Academy. Just yesterday, his father gave him a death order and he must go to Supreme Profound Academy every day. As for whether he attends the lectures or practices after he goes, that is his own business, but he absolutely has to go. Certainly. He was not the only one to receive this order, but also several other princes. The reason is unknown though. But Xian, his father with a strong personality, has always been far-sighted and would not make any inexplicable actions. There must be deep meaning to this. It doesn't matter to Xian. It's just a matter of changing places and continuing to lie down. There is no difference between being in Xian Wangfu and Supreme Profound Academy. A change of environment is not bad. Supreme Profound Academy is located on the west side of Great Qian Dynasty and covers a large area. As a transcendent level force that has existed longer and has a better foundation than Daqian, although it claims to be neutral, how can it truly be neutral within the imperial city? Even if it is true, I'm afraid other forces won't think so either. When you come to the gate, there are two majestic unicorn sculptures on both sides. They are all pure white and are made of the 9 heavens sacred jade. Qian is an auspicious beast, especially beloved by Confucians. The plaque directly above is simple and time-worn, with the 4 characters Supreme Profound Academy written on it. At a glance, Dao rhyme is abundant. It is said that it was the first dean of Supreme Profound Academy who personally penned the pen. He is so righteous that ghosts and monsters can ward off changes, and no evil dares to invade. Where are we going to rest today? We need to find a quiet place. Well, the library is very good. Under normal circumstances, there won't be many people. Xian thought about today's lying flat point. Cousin. Suddenly, a friendly call came from not far away. Xian's thoughts were interrupted, and he looked sideways and saw a girl wearing a bright red dress, with a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes, trotting over quickly. He was stunned for a few seconds before he recognized who she was. Kinga. Xian hesitated for a moment. Why are you dressed like this? The girl had quickly come closer, her big eyes were bright, and she looked at him with undisguised joy. Hear what Xian said. So Kinga squinted her eyes and smiled, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. She lifted up the corner of her skirt and spun it around in front of him, moving as lightly as a butterfly. What's the matter? Doesn't this look good? That's not true. Xian's eyes passed over the girl's young but already charming face, and she chuckled, our Kinga is so pretty, and looks good in anything we wear. But don't you usually like to wear blue skirts? So Kinga is the daughter of one of his imperial uncles. Precisely. She is the daughter of a concubine. Her mother was a singer and had a low status, so her status in the palace was also not high. Usually even the servants would dare to bully her secretly. This situation improved after Xian saw her once and ordered the guards to kill all the servants who bullied her in anger. Although she was still unpopular in the palace and her life was not very satisfactory, no one dared to bully her after all. Also since then, this little girl was particularly affectionate to him. But in terms of personality, he is still a little weak. I just want to change my style suddenly. Cousin, do you prefer me to wear a blue skirt? So Kinga blinked her long eyelashes. Not only have you changed your style, but your personality has also become cheerful. Xian shook his head. What do you mean I like it? It's your freedom to wear whatever color skirt you want. It's up to you if you like it. Hear the words. So Kinga was in a trance for a moment. It seemed that back in the day, when she was secretly bullied by several servants, her cousin said something similar to this, which she always remembered. At that time, her cousin was only 13 years old, but he stood in front of her like a little adult. Try to say with a domineering expression. From now on, no one will dare to bully you anymore. You can do whatever you want, as long as you like it. Nose slightly sour. But in an instant, So Kinga hurriedly covered it up. Cousin, why are you here at the academy? I remember you don't like coming here the most, don't you? She quietly turned her head. No way, this is your uncle's order. Xian shrugged, but you have reached the school's enrollment age. Cousin, I am 16 years old this year. So Kinga snorted softly and said angrily, you even forgot about my birthday a few days ago. Ah? Really? Ha ha ha. Xian laughed dryly and changed the subject, what about that? I'm going to go to the library. You go to class quickly. Don't be late. I just enrolled in school today, and I won't have to go to class until tomorrow. So Kinga's black and white eyes stared at Xian, with a hint of hope in his tone as usual. Cousin, shall I accompany you to the library? I just want to find a book. Whatever. Xian nodded nonchalantly. Cousin, you are so kind. So Kinga smiled sweetly, and her beauty was breathtaking. Stop doing this, let's go. Xian's expression did not change. After all, he had barely watched this little girl grow up. After seeing her a lot, she would naturally be immune to her. Having said that, Benton walked towards the library. Staring at his slender back, So Kinga's beautiful eyes blinked, with a faint flash of eerie red light. A charming smile formed on her lips. Cousin, it's so great to see you alive. Chapter 28. Previous life. So Kinga felt the most heartbroken. He was the only cousin Xian who cared for her so much that he could be said to have given her a second life. He was actually killed by a guy named Qian. Although she later exerted pressure on the world, dyed her blue dress blood red, and became the master of the good fortune realm, making the world fearful, she still could not find Qian. It is far from reaching the point where it can resurrect people. Until one time, So Kinga broke into the pure land of dreams, known as the Jedi, and met the mysterious barefoot woman in white. Just standing there made her breathless. Since becoming the master of the good fortune realm, this was the first time she encountered a terrifying existence that made her heart and mind tremble. But after hearing her purpose, the woman in white clothes and bare feet did not kill her, but remained silent for a long time. Her eyes alternated between confusion and clarity, and finally sighed and said, in ancient times, there was reincarnation. All living beings in the world, whether they are gods, demons, or ordinary people, will be divided into 6 realms based on what they did during their lifetime, and then enter the mortal world. The 6 paths of the future have collapsed, but reincarnation still exists. If you can find his reincarnation, true spirit, and feed him the sansei flower, you may be able to find his former self. So Kinga traveled around the world in search of all the treasures. Hard work pays off. Finally, So Kinga found a sansei flower in a secret realm left over from ancient times. Over the next 10,000 years, she traveled to every corner of the world, even across the galaxy, and traveled through the universe, but she never found any trace of her cousin Xian. His true spirit seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. As time goes by, So Kinga's long life gradually came to an end. She thought to herself that maybe she was not strong enough, so at the last moment, she decided to attack the immortal road. Too bad she failed. The golden divine thunder that destroyed the heaven and the earth defeated So Kinga's old body. His white hair fell 3,000 feet and turned into powder. However, the next moment his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. So Kinga seemed to see in a trance, a white jade-like finger gently touching the void. Wait until you open your eyes again. She actually went back to when she was 16. So Kinga's first thought was to save her cousin Xian, but then she suddenly froze because her cousin had died before her 16th birthday. Why can't she come back a few days earlier? So Kinga was angry, unwilling, and collapsed. She had already searched for everything in this world, so what was the use of letting her live again? But the only good news is that she can avenge her cousin first. Because according to what we knew in her previous life, Qian Mo still stayed well at Supreme Profound Academy after killing her cousin, and his identity was not exposed. There is a huge gap in strength between the two, but so what? As the master of the good fortune realm, So Kinga had absolute confidence to kill Qian Mo. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Once Qian Mo finds an opportunity to leave, I'm afraid it will be the same as in the last life, with no trace of him anywhere. However, when So Kinga couldn't wait to come to Supreme Profound Academy, she was surprised to find that her cousin was still alive and well. Until then. Only then did So Kinga find the whole story in the few memories of this life that were filled with hatred and drowned. Everything is very normal. So Xian was indeed assassinated on the night of the Lantern Festival. But then, an ending that was completely different from what she originally remembered miraculously appeared. Qian Mo was unexpectedly killed? Although he was a little confused, he was quickly forgotten by So Kinga. Perhaps it is the development that has hidden certain trajectories after rebirth. As the master of the good fortune realm, So Kinga naturally knows that the secret of time and space is the most unpredictable, and even the master can only touch it slightly. No matter what. So Kinga was extremely happy to see that her cousin was still alive. As for that Qian Mo, she snorted in her heart, letting him die was too easy. If she hadn't been killed by her cousin, she would have extracted his primordial spirit and suffered the pain of soul extraction and soul refining, leaving him unable to live or die. Who makes women hold grudges the most? Whoever you are, thank you. The white jade-like finger flashed in So Kinga's mind, and she said silently in her heart. Aren't you coming? At this time, So Xian in front paused slightly and said lazily. Come on, come on. So Kinga smiled again, her skirts fluttered, and she quickly chased after So Xian. Her slender fingers were crossed behind her, her steps were light and bright. Not far away, there were college students passing by. They saw it from a distance and couldn't move their eyes away. They stared at it for a long time. I couldn't help but envy that man's shitty luck. Library. I didn't feel anything when I came here before. But yesterday's reward for lying down was an eye technique called illusion-breaking golden eyes. At this moment, when I looked closely, I saw that the restraint that was deliberately hidden seemed to be nothing. I saw that the seemingly ordinary library was shrouded in a layer of blazing white light. During the steaming, the voice of an old man in a green shirt was faintly condensed, holding a book in his hand and reading with a smile. When Yun condenses, Dao Rime manifests. So Xian clicked his tongue. This Supreme Profound Academy is worthy of being one of the sacred lands respected by scholars all over the world, second only to Zulu Academy in Zhongzhou. Old thing. So Kinga murmured in a low voice. What? So Xian's ears were clear, and when he heard the words, the golden light in his eyes disappeared, and he turned to look at his cousin. Hey? I didn't say anything? So Kinga looked confused, but was secretly frightened. No wonder her cousin could kill Qian Mo. You know, just now she just murmured to herself in a very soft voice, and she habitually used secret techniques to block it, but she was still heard. I'm afraid it's more than just opening the ear orifices. Could it be that my cousin also opened the ancestral orifice between the eyebrows? It seems that because of my rebirth, the timeline has changed greatly. My cousin may have an extraordinary opportunity. So Kinga whispered in his heart. No matter which era we are placed in, there are very few people who can open the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows. It would be good to have one in a million. Usually, those who can open all 9 orifices are called geniuses. Certainly. Being able to open the ancestral orifice between the eyebrows doesn't mean you are invincible, and it's not like Sokinga has never seen it before. But she is the only one who has reached the level of dominance. No words? Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and took a deep look at his cousin, whose personality had changed slightly from before, but did not reveal it. Sokinga's identity came to mind inexplicably. As a concubine, she was not taken seriously. Her biological father disliked her and treated her with cold eyes. Even the servants dared to secretly bully her, and she suffered all kinds of injustice. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. With many elements combined, it is difficult for Xian not to make associations. The legendary. The protagonist of a concubine's counterattack? Chapter 29. This is just a flash of inspiration and a slight guess. But the more I think about it, the more likely it is. This world is already composed of at least 4 or 5 fantasy novels that Xian has read. This is only what he knows, judging from the names of those transcendent level forces, but in fact it is only more, not less. So, there are several female-channeled novels among them, which should be very reasonable, right? Xian really didn't think in this direction at first. It wasn't until Sokinga subconsciously whispered "old man" that he heard him despite using secret techniques to block it. There is no one else here. So who is the old thing Sokinga refers to? The answer is already obvious. She also possesses some kind of pupil technique, so that she can see the manifestation of the Tao body condensed by literary luck. And in Xian's impression, my cousin has always had a weak character, otherwise she would not have been bullied by several servants when she was a child. What is her identity? She is the biological daughter of the prince. Even though she was a concubine, with her identity here, it would be very dangerous for a mere servant to bully her. Doesn't the prince want to lose face? It can be seen that those servants also recognized Sokinga's character and would not tell anyone about being bullied. Otherwise, how would they dare to do that? And even later, after Xian found out about this and helped, Sokinga's character still hasn't changed much. She always wears that lake blue skirt and speaks so softly that you can't even hear her clearly if you don't listen carefully. I haven't seen her for a while recently. So, when Sokinga called him loudly from a distance today, Xian almost didn't recognize him. The change in personality does not happen overnight. What kind of opportunity did she get recently, so she gradually changed from low self-esteem to self-confidence? Xian was thoughtful. He was basically certain that Sokinga was the protagonist of a certain female video. It's a pity that I never watched it, so I don't know what kind of things she went through. Flow with grandma? Rebirth flow? Or system flow? Can't see it yet. But Xian just felt it a little bit, and he was sure that Sokinga was not taken away by some old monster, so he was relieved. He always had a trace of pity in his heart for this little cousin who suffered discrimination because of his birth. There are 9 floors in the library. The types of books collected on each floor are different. When Xian and Sokinga walked into the first floor, I saw only 2s and 3s of students scattered around, reading quietly without making any movement. There is a library administrator at the door, sitting lazily at the door. What book are you looking for? Xian asked casually. Just take a look. Sokinga blinked innocently. She had read the books in the library before she was reborn. She said looking for books was just an excuse to stay with her cousin. Xian said oh and didn't bother to care about her. He walked to a corner, took down a book, then took out a chair from the storage ring, sat down and started reading. And Sokinga followed suit. He also took out the chair from the storage ring and sat next to Xian very naturally. He looked at the girl on the side pretending to read a book seriously. Xian couldn't help laughing and shook his head. Even with Goldfinger, she is still his follower cousin. After killing those servants with a stick, For a long time, wherever Xian went, Kinga would follow her, calling her cousin before her. Later I grew up a bit. Due to the differences between men and women, Kinga naturally couldn't run with him every day like he did when he was a child. But occasionally when we meet, she will quickly come to him. Dependence sometimes forms a habit. Zhang Xianfeng is a library administrator. In the eyes of some students, he hides everything and looks like the legendary hermit master. But only he knows his situation. The hermit is real. Experts are talking nonsense. Calculated, he is already over 130 years old this year, but he is still just a martial artist in the aperture opening realm. His talent is extremely weak. If he wasn't related to a certain vice dean, he wouldn't be qualified to be the administrator of the library. After transmigrate came over, Zhang Xianfeng was in this situation. I originally thought that this would be it for the rest of my life, and I could see it all at a glance. As a result, he actually activated the investment system. As long as you continue to invest in Sun of Fortune, you can get returns, and the return rate ranges from 1 to 100 times. The only pity is that the system stipulates that you cannot invest at will. Must meet the 90 points luck requirement. Even the world-famous Supreme Profound Academy has not found anyone who meets the requirements. Until more than a month ago, Zhang Xianfeng discovered that a person named Qin Zhou had luck as high as 168 points, and he was immediately overjoyed. After some pretense, the investment was finally successful. According to the system settings, as long as the investee continues to become stronger, it can continue to give him feedback. It turns out, 168 points of luck are indeed extraordinary. In just a few days, relying on Qin Chu's rewards, he broke through from the original essence building realm to the aperture opening realm. This made Zhang Xianfeng smile from ear to ear. At this rate, it won't be long before he breaks through the core C. Then, there's no after that. Within a few days, Zhang Xianfeng was shocked to find that Qin Zhou, the man whose original name was Qin Mo, was actually dead. A person with 168 points of luck suddenly died on the day of the Lantern Festival. Is this reasonable? Is luck so high a joke? After learning that he was assassinating Xian, the 9th prince of Daqian, he was killed instead. Zhang Xianfeng almost died of anger. He has never met Xian, and he doesn't know how powerful Xian is, but since he is a prince, even if his qualifications are not good, he can accumulate resources. The magic weapon law treasure is definitely indispensable. Why do you think you are so free to assassinate someone? Is there something wrong? The investee died like this, and Zhang Xianfeng's progress in cultivation suddenly came to a halt. He regularly walked around the academy every day, but he still didn't find anyone with luck exceeding 90 points. He could only stare at the system. Until today. Zhang Xianfeng sat bored at the door of the library, drowsy, when a sudden notification from the system made him almost jump with excitement. New investable investors have appeared. Zhang Xianfeng looked at the man and woman sitting in the corner of the library intentionally or unintentionally. What the system prompted was the most beautiful woman he had seen since transmigration, and he could hardly move his eyes away. And her luck is even more astonishing, as high as 288 points. Chapter 30. Name, Kinga. Identity, Great Qian Dynasty, the concubine of the Jin Dynasty, born from a singer, was looked down upon, no one loves her, and has a weak character. Cultivation, essence building second layer heaven. Physique, Xuanyan heavenly demon body, not activated. Fate, Destiny's lady, lone star cursed by heaven. Luck, 288 points. Note, Xuanyan heavenly demon body is one of the heavenly demon bodies, also known as extreme yin physique. It needs to be ground into powder with grimace flower, 9 yin lotus, and soul grass, and blended into the black ice spring. It can be activated after taking it. The Constitution. Good guy. Zhang Xianfeng took a breath of cold air. Although he doesn't usually read novels, he has heard about some of them. This is obviously a proper heroine. Moreover, according to the introduction of the system, So Kinga had a weak character, suffered a lot of looks, and was obviously having a very unhappy life. Didn't it just give him an opportunity to take advantage of, invest? Who is this man? Zhang Xianfeng glanced at the handsome man beside him. Think about it a little and stop caring about it. Since there is no prompt from the system, it means that the other party's luck has not reached 90 points or above, which means it is not son of fortune. And judging from his young age, he was probably a son of a powerful person. Zhang Xianfeng didn't think in the direction of the prince at all. Since the system has said that So Kinga is looked down upon and unloved, how could there be a prince staying with her? And traveling with an unpopular concubine. Either the family power is not high, or they have a similar status. Zhang Xianfeng made a reasonable guess and squinted his eyes, thinking about how to talk to So Kinga later. It shouldn't be difficult to deceive a young girl who has never experienced anything in the world. He was already starting to get excited. Qin Mo with 168 points of luck can bring him considerable benefits. Then So Kinga, who has 288 points of luck, will undoubtedly be even more amazing, not to mention, she looks much more pleasing to the eye than Qin Mo's sinister face. If you can capture your heart. Zhang Xianfeng couldn't help but feel hot inside. So, do the protagonists these days all appear together? Su Xian complained in his heart. There was So Kinga in front of him, and then another one popped out. When he entered the library just now, his attention was focused on the phantom of the old man manifested by Wen Yun and So Kinga. He didn't pay any attention to the old man guarding the library. Just since he sat down, the old man would look at her from time to time. Seemingly careful and secretive. But in front of Su Xian, who had opened his eyebrows, it was as if he was face to face, staring straight at him. To be precise, he was staring at So Kinga. The time that stayed on his body was only about 10 seconds. This made Su Xian have to pay attention. And this look. I immediately saw the problem. Illusion-breaking golden eyes can break through all illusions. Faint golden light spots circulated in Su Xian's eyes. In his eyes, the outline of the library administrator's soul was obviously different from his physical body. He is clearly a young man. Transmigrator. Su Xian's eyes were slightly strange. He immediately ruled out the possibility of seizing the body. Of course, appearance is not the reason, but who the hell would take over a bad old man with extremely poor qualifications? And those who have the ability to seize the body are at least Deo Palace level creatures. How could he be peeping so openly? He is obviously inexperienced. So, most likely a transmigrator. I just don't know if he came from the same place as his previous life. Judging from this person's situation, if someone transmigrates here and the time is short, if they meet a strong person, it is absolutely impossible to hide it. But after a while, they basically become aboriginals. Su Xian was thoughtful. He clearly saw that although the soul in the old man's body was that of a young man, his appearance was different. But it is gradually integrating with the physical body. It won't take too long to truly realize the unity of spirit and body. Until then, naturally, no one can see it. What is this? An assimilation of world rules. Su Xian clicked his tongue, feeling more and more unusual that this world was unusual. The protagonist travels everywhere, and the transmigrator is not as good as a dog. In the small Dacian imperial city, including Qin Mo from before, there are already 3 protagonists. If you add the original heroine Ran Qingxiu, that's 4. This is still the case in a city. What about other places? The world is so big, and Dacian Imperial City is just one of a dozen transcendent level forces in Bailing. Except for the northern spirit realm. There are also 4 major regions, east, south, north, and middle. As an inconspicuous little villain in the original book, Xian really doubted that if he threw a brick casually, he would hit a protagonist. Hey, I can barely be considered half a fellow countryman. If you don't do anything wrong, I still have some feelings for my hometown. Shaking his head slightly, Xian withdrew his gaze and returned it to the book in his hand. Don't tell me yet. There are also various kinds of fantasy novels in this world. The imagination is not weak at all. After all, this world itself has the power of transcendent. Immortals are not just legends. They were also active in the world and left behind many commendable stories. They only stopped manifesting in ancient times. Interestingly, Xian saw names similar to those in the previous life mythical in the book. Such as the one in my hand. It tells the story of Sovereign, a human race in the chaotic ancient times, who led the oppressed human race from humble beginnings to rise, and then to tyrannize all races. And that sovereign is called Fu Huang. Chapter 31. This book is said to be a strange story, but in Xian's opinion, it is more like a contemporary story. It is written from the perspective of an observer throughout, as if he was with Emperor Fu from beginning to end, a recorder. Certainly, a considerable amount of the text is obviously fictitious. Mostly exaggerated. You can't completely believe it, but you can't completely disbelieve it either. Xian believes that the character Fu Huang should have really existed, and he did have great achievements and was recorded. After a long period of evolution and modification, it was finally completed into a book. Cousin is interested in Emperor Fu. Seeing Xian holding the book and being deep in thought, Kinga blinked her beautiful eyes and asked quietly. Fine. Xian replied casually, and then his heart moved. Kinga, do you know anything about Emperor Fu? Well, I guess. I happened to see a very ancient book at home, and it happened to record things about Emperor Fu, so I happened to write it down. Kinga's bright eyes were clear, as if covered with a layer of water, and she spoke without blushing or heartbeat. This is really just right. A faint smile appeared in Xian's eyes, then let's talk about it. Yeah. Kinga nodded and thought for a moment. The records mention that Emperor Fu was born at the end of the ancient era. When he was born, there was a vision coming from the sky and golden lotuses emerging from the earth. Her voice was as empty as water, and she spoke slowly. Xian listened carefully. They all knew that the other party had secrets, but they tacitly understood it and did not delve into it. Time passes bit by bit. In fact, Xian had a rough guess when he was halfway through listening. The Fu Huang this world calls is probably Fu Xi, the ancestor of humanity in Earth's mythical world and one of the three emperors. This was also what he expected. After all, even this world is made up of various novels. It would be a bit abnormal if a few mythical characters did not appear. However, that cannot be entirely said. There is a question that occasionally flashes in Xian's mind. Is it those novels that constitute this magnificent world, or is there some mapping of mysterious rules that leads to the emergence of novels? This question is quite similar to the theory of dream butterfly proposed by Zhuangzi. Zhuangzhou dreamed of butterflies, or did butterflies dream of Zhuangzhou? It's hard to tell. Ding! Who is Zhuangzhou, who is the butterfly? The question of idealism lies with me, not with him. What is certain is that Zhuangzhou must be sleeping. After all, people who struggle have no time to think wildly. You get the Kunpeng concept. The system sound suddenly sounded, waking Xian from his thoughts. He couldn't laugh or cry. This system really implements the idea of lying flat at all times, but let alone, it really makes sense. How can you dream if you don't sleep? It can be seen that Zhuangzhou must have been very leisurely and self-liberation at that time. Only when you are idle to a certain extent can you be qualified to be a thinker. Otherwise, if you don't even have enough to eat, who would be in the mood to have wild fantasies? Well, Kunpeng Guan thinks, because he mentions Zhuangzi, he will reward him with something related to Zhuangzi. Looking back on those days, Xian was also able to recite Xiao Yu proficiently. Now that I think about it, there is only one sentence left in my mind: Kun is so big that it cannot be stewed in one pot. Close your eyes slightly. Xian's mind sank into his mind. In the depths of the ocean of consciousness, 5 golden characters Kunpeng concept shined brightly. Suddenly, the font was broken and reorganized, turning into a black kun. It has a huge body, swimming in the ocean of consciousness, exuding a vast and thick ancient aura, and seems to be able to swallow the world. Suddenly, it rushed out of the sea and turned into a big rock that covered the sky and the sun. Its dark blue wings were like clouds hanging from the sky. With a slight vibration, it reached the end of the ocean of consciousness. Its speed was terrifying. Kunpeng is extremely fast. Xian flashed this idea. According to legend, the ancient divine beast Kunpeng possesses the fastest speed in the world, much faster than the golden-winged Daipen, which is renowned for its speed. Suddenly, his figure seemed to flicker on the spot, and there was a vague afterimage. Next to her, Sokinga's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. At first glance, Xian seemed to be motionless in place. But after all, she was once the master of the good fortune realm. Although her cultivation after rebirth was not high, her eyesight was still there and her mental strength was extremely high. Just that moment, Sokinga clearly saw that his cousin turned around on the first floor of the library at an incredible speed, and paused slightly in front of the administrator guarding the library. But because the speed is really too fast. As a result, in the eyes of others, he seemed to be shaking in place. What kind of martial arts is this? Sokinga asked himself that he had traveled all over the galaxy and had a lot of experience, but this was the first time he had seen such an astonishing speed. If Xian is above the heaven-smiting realm, that would be normal. But he is just a divine bridge martial artist. Furthermore, to maintain such a terrifying speed, relying solely on martial arts is not enough. You must have an extremely strong body, otherwise you will not be able to withstand the space pressure caused by high-speed movement. A strange red light flashed across Sokinga's beautiful eyes, and she glanced at Xian quietly. Immediately, he saw invisible golden energy and blood permeating his body. Golden blood. Desolate sacred body. Sokinga felt that he was looking directly at the bright sun, which hurt his eyes and he quickly looked away. She has not seen the desolate sacred body alive. But in an ancient secret realm, I encountered a corpse that gave birth to strange and evil thoughts, the Dachan desolate sacred body. That battle was extremely difficult and almost cost her her life. If it were the real Dachan desolate sacred body, Sokinga would definitely die. The desolate sacred body is a body of extreme yang and extreme yang, while my Xuanyan heavenly demon body is a body of extreme yin and extreme evil. If the two are combined, I don't know what kind of physique will be born. This thought suddenly flashed through Sokinga's mind, and then her pretty face turned slightly red. She took a sip of her own breath and couldn't help but murmur softly. It shouldn't be weaker than the chaos body, which is said to be a combination of lunar and sun, right? Chapter 32. It's getting dark. The lights in the library were lit. Xian stood up and put the chair into the storage space. Just as he was about to greet Sokinga, he saw that her cheeks were flushed, as if she was ashamed or angry, and her eyes were filled with lake-colored water, which was extremely bright. Rao Shi was already almost immune, and could not help but feel slightly absent-minded at this time. This little girl. After calming down for a while, Xian touched her nose and said, "You have grown up after all." He was cute when he was a child. Now that she has grown up a lot, cuteness is not enough to describe her. A 16-year-old girl was in her best years, already possessing the innocence unique to her age, but his cousin strangely had an air of indescribable maturity. Two temperaments that were supposed to be unrelated were perfectly concentrated on her body, without any apparent inconsistency. It's a pity that it's my cousin. Muttering to himself, Xian secretly blamed himself, put aside some animalistic thoughts, and coughed lightly. Kinga, it's time to go home. Ah? Okay. So Kinga woke up from her self-delusion and responded quickly. Originally, with her strong heart that had gone through countless things in the world, she would not be so distracted. But what supported her in her continuous climb was her resurrected cousin. If you have such an obsession in your heart, it will inevitably be affected. Plus, when he was reborn at the age of 16, although tens of thousands of years of memory dominated, this body still relied on Xian's instinct. Certainly. The most important thing is that So Kinga does not resist this kind of dependence in his heart. Finally leaving. At the door of the library, Zhang Xianfeng quickly adjusted his expression. He has been waiting eagerly all day long. Who would have thought that these two people could read for so long? Damn it, don't they have to go to class? If he didn't need to maintain his master persona, he would have just rushed in and invested. Call. Let out a long breath. Zhang Xuanfeng's consciousness sank into his mind, and a picture scroll of a golden armored god slowly unfolded. Visualization of the spirit. This is the treasure he opened from the novice gift package given by the system. Put aside its various magical features. In Zhang Xuanfeng's view, its real power lies in. When you meditate, you will bring yourself a powerful aura that is as high as a god, overlooking all living beings. Give others a sense of mental oppression. This is also the fundamental reason why Zhang Xianfeng was able to fool Qin Mo in the first place. He has experimented on many students of the Supreme Profound Academy, and once even succeeded in frightening a lecturer into thinking that he was a peerless strongman living in seclusion here. This trick can be said to be tried and tested. Coming. At this time, Xian and So Kinga still walked to the door. And just as the moment was about to pass, Zhang Xianfeng instantly started contemplating. Just a moment. His demeanor changed drastically. From a seemingly ordinary library administrator, he seems to have become a noble god who can control the destiny of the world. The palpitating sense of oppression escaped from Zhang Xuanfeng's body. He stroked his long beard with his hand, his expression was calm, and an unpredictable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he slowly said, "So sudden." Xian and So Kinga, who were about to pass by, stopped at the same time. One after another, almost at the same time, Huo Di turned his head. The blazing golden divine light and the strange blood-colored halo flowed out from their eyes respectively. Zhang Xuanfeng's breath was suffocated, and his heart almost stopped. In his sight. In a trance, he saw a golden dragon and a black rock that covered the sky and sun hovering behind the man. They complemented each other and exuded an extremely vast and ancient aura. So Kinga's power was slightly lower. But there was a vaguely endless black mist filling the air, and a pair of cold eyes filled with blood slowly lit up inside, chilling to the bone. Next moment, everything disappeared. The wind in the library pavilion was calm, as if everything just seen was an illusion. But Zhang Xianfeng knew it was all true. Because the visualization of the gods in his mind was filled with cracks at some point, and would fall apart and completely dissipate at any time. Xian looked at him with an inexplicable smile in his eyes. "Old man, are you calling me?" "No." "Well, yes, that." A layer of cold sweat broke out on Zhang Xuanfeng's body, and his back was soaked. No matter how ignorant you are at this moment, you can still see that the young man in front of you is unusual. Damn it! He just wanted to invest. Why was he so unlucky that he bumped into a big boss's head? Also, what happened to So Kinga just now? The moment she turned her head, Zhang Xianfeng felt a biting murderous intent permeate his whole body. His cold eyes, like looking down at ants, were far more terrifying than the man next to him. If we say this man's momentum is just terrifying and vast, then So Kinga's aura was like an evil ghost crawling out of hell, making people shudder, and the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. What about a weak character? The physique you promised has not been activated yet? If it weren't for Sokinga's age, he would be only 16 years old. Even if someone told Zhang Xianfeng at this moment that she had killed millions or tens of millions of creatures, Zhang Xianfeng would believe it without hesitation. In fact, Zhang Xuanfeng's feeling was not wrong. Before Sokinga was reborn, he was able to reach the point where he became the master of the good fortune realm. He fought all the way, splattered the galaxy with blood, was chased by others, and hunted down others. Look back. Behind him is an endless mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and there are more than tens of millions of dead souls in his hands. The Great Dao is ruthless and is the way to escape. This moment, Zhang Xianfeng just wanted to scold the system. Sokinga didn't mention it for the moment. There must be something wrong, and the man next to her was young and had such terrifying power. How could he not have 90 points of luck? You're FG kidding me. Dog system. Host, please do not insult this system, otherwise you will be punished. After retesting, it was determined that the man's luck was less than 90 points and he did not meet the investment conditions. Sokinga is being retested. Correct the identity information and confirm that Sokinga is Zhong. 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 The voice of the system sounded in Zhang Xuanfeng's mind, but in the middle of the sentence, it suddenly started to jam, which made him confused. And at the same time, Xian, who was standing opposite Zhang Xianfeng, also heard a system notification in his mind. Ding! Violating source system detected, swallowing. Chapter 33. Devour? Xian's eyebrows raised at the sudden system sound. Can this thing be swallowed? In other words, the unknown library administrator in front of me is a system flow protagonist. It's just that his system is a bit too incompetent. He was devoured after just one encounter? Looking at the protagonist in front of him who was shocked by his and Sokinga's breath, with a confused look on his face, Xian couldn't help but mourn for him. You said, why do you want to provoke me if you have nothing to do? This is great. Even Goldfinger is gone. It can be expected that this transmigrator, who is most likely a fellow countryman, will have an explosive mentality, and the gap between before and after is enough to make him collapse. It would be fine if there was no hope from beginning to end. But there was clearly hope, but it suddenly disappeared. The transition from heaven to hell was the most unbearable. Anyway, the aura of my cousin Sokinga just now was filled with something evil and sinister. The pair of bloody eyes that opened their eyes in the black mist did not contain the slightest emotion, only the overwhelming evil aura and demonic intent, like an evil ghost from hell that wanted to choose people and devour them. The origin of her opportunity is definitely not a good one. Hopefully it won't distort her character. Xian frowned slightly. For now, it has no impact. Compared with the weakness and low self-esteem in the past, Sokinga has become more lively now. Overall, not a bad thing. At this time, the system's beep sounded loudly in my mind again. Ding! Devoured finished. The system is being upgraded. It is expected to be completed in an hour. New functions will be added by then, so stay tuned. The main function is still lie flat and will not change. So fast? It seems that the other party's system is indeed not very good. Is everything okay? If nothing happens, we'll leave. Xian glanced at Zhang Xianfeng, who didn't seem to react, and said casually. No, it's okay, you two please help yourself. How could Zhang Xianfeng dare to mention investment? He wished these two ancestors could leave quickly, for fear that they would be killed casually in the next second. After watching Xian and Sokinga disappear, Zhang Xianfeng wiped away the cold sweat and continued to curse the system in his heart. Dog system! Do you know that you almost killed me? Even the test can be wrong, so what do you think you are good for? That man has "I am a genius" written all over his face, and you actually said that his luck is less than 90 points. Are you kidding me? And so Kinga. By the way, why did you get stuck just now? What does so Kinga weigh? System. Zhang Xianfeng called several times, but didn't get any response, and he suddenly started to panic. Dog system? No, system dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. Please come out quickly. I promise, if I scold you again I will. I'll just strike with thunder and lightning. Okay. However, no matter how Zhang Xianfeng called or how humbly he admitted his mistake, he never heard another response from the system. A long time passed. Zhang Xianfeng sat on the ground in despair. It's over. All is lost. The system literally disappears. This means that he will be knocked back to his original form and once again become the old library administrator with extremely poor talent. Even the visualization of the gods in his mind has completely collapsed and dissipated. The past month or so has seemed like a dream. Now the dream suddenly wakes up. Any system, any investment, or reaching the pinnacle of life are all bubbles that will burst as soon as you pop them. Hell heaven, heaven hell. Ha 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 ha. After a while, Zhang Xianfeng laughed nervously. Yes, I was just dreaming. Transmigrate was a dream, and the system was a dream. In fact, I had already died in that car accident. Everything I am experiencing now is just a fantasy on my deathbed. He lay on his back. The godless pupils reflected the shadow of the sky, and everything in the field of vision quickly turned into a cold grey, fading away from the colors that everything in the world should have. Vaguely, he seemed to hear someone crying. In the grey sky, wisps of grey-black flying catkins fell like heavy snow, just like the yellow paper burned in the tombs dancing in the wind during the Xian New Year. Zhang Xianfeng looked at it foolishly. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his consciousness completely fell into darkness. So, that's it. Kindness. Su Xian, who had already walked out of Supreme Profound Academy, paused for a moment and looked back. Cousin, what's wrong? So Kinga turned around and looked around, but saw that there were only some ordinary college students behind him, so he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Su Xian frowned and said nothing. Just now. He had a strange feeling inexplicably, but after only a moment, he returned to normal. That direction. Su Xian briefly recalled the road he had just walked, and his eyes moved slightly. Library? The system that had just devoured the protagonist suddenly had that uncomfortable and weird feeling, and it was hard not to let him think too much. He pondered for a moment. Su Xian decisively turned around and walked in the direction of the library. He believed that his perception was correct, so he made an instant decision to go back and take another look. Aside. Surprise appeared in So Kinga's beautiful eyes. She didn't know why her cousin suddenly walked back, but she quickly followed him without thinking too much. He didn't deliberately use body movements or martial arts. Soon, the two of them returned to the outside of the library pavilion and saw many students gathered around. Something really happened. Su Xian frowned, with energy flowing from his body, and he squeezed his way through the crowd. When he came closer, his eyes suddenly focused. I saw that the library administrator had turned into a corpse and was lying quietly on the ground. His eyes were wide open. He looked straight towards the sky, with a sense of surprise remaining, as if he had seen something incredible. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, with a hint of unexplainable arc. Chapter 34. Died. So Kinga also came to the side, with a look of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Although he was severely damaged by the thunder tribulation before his rebirth, his primordial spirit was severely damaged, and he was no longer what he was before. But it is far beyond what ordinary people can compare with. Zhang Xuanfeng's secretly prying eyes naturally couldn't hide it from her. If So Kinga hadn't wanted to maintain an image in front of his cousin, So Kinga would have slapped him to death with his already cold personality. Xuanyan's heavenly demon body has the word heavenly demon, so how can it be a good person? But here's the thing. So Kinga only had murderous intent flashing through his heart. Why did he die before he could take action? Could it be? So Kinga subconsciously glanced at the cousin beside him. But he saw his eyes were deep, and his handsome face had no expression at this time, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Not cousin. My cousin doesn't seem to have much intention to kill this person. His mood at the moment is surprise, confusion, and a bit of strange sigh. Due to the characteristics of Xuanyan's heavenly demon body, So Kinga could clearly feel the emotional fluctuations flowing from his cousin's body. This is one of the abilities of heavenly demon. At this moment, So Xian's mood was somewhat unclear. Died? Just die like that? And it seems that the library administrator died of madness. Just as So Xian expected, the transition from heaven to hell made it difficult for him to bear the huge gap. Different from Qin Mo before. So Xian and Zhang Xianfeng do not have any major conflicts. If anything, it was just that Zhang Xianfeng wanted to pretend to be an expert to deceive them. Fellow, you died miserably. So Xian sighed silently, his eyes dim. But, although you are dead, but your system survives in another way. And you came into this world. The greatest contribution I have made probably lies in this. So Xian slowly stepped forward, looked at the cold and stiff body, and said calmly. Rest in peace, I will engrave your unknown origin on your tombstone. As if hearing these words, Zhang Xianfeng opened his eyes wide and looked at the sky, then slowly closed them. Soon, the person in charge of the academy came and prepared to collect the body. So Kinga took a step forward with a smile, stood in front of the man, and whispered something. She saw a look of surprise in the other person's eyes. After a slight hesitation, he nodded at her, then turned and left. Seeing that the person in charge of the academy did not pay much attention to the matter, the students who were watching suddenly began to have various speculations in their hearts, and many of them recognized So Xian. Isn't that the ninth prince So Xian? Zhang Shaoj is usually kind to others, but why is it that the ninth prince has only been here for 2 days, and he is inexplicably? By the way, I remembered. Zhang Shaoj and Qin Zhou often hung out together before. Have you forgotten that Qin Zhou assassinated the ninth prince some time ago? Hey, if you didn't mention this matter, I would have almost forgotten it. This is obviously to settle accounts after the fall. This is a bit too overbearing. Who knew before that Qin Zhou was actually Qin Mo, the remnant of crippled Heaven Valley? As a prince, yet he is so unyielding and narrow-minded. He is not like a king. The surrounding Supreme Profound Academy students were whispering. Among them, the expressions of several people who usually had a good relationship with Qin Mo suddenly changed, and they felt worried. It is true that Supreme Profound Academy and Great Qian Dynasty are transcendent level forces of the same level. But how can an ordinary student be compared with one of the only 9 princes in the Great Qian Dynasty? At this moment, So Xian's quiet voice sounded, not loud, but clearly and audibly echoing in everyone's ears. Zhang Shaoj and I hit it off like old friends, and I deeply regret that he has now died of inexplicable madness. As for the matter of Qin Mo, the remnant of crippled Heaven Valley, it has been settled long ago. If he was really involved, why would he wait until today? Say it. So Xian raised his hand and put Zhang Xuanfeng's body into the storage space. He turned around and walked away without looking at the different expressions on everyone's faces. So Kinga looked calm from beginning to end. But when he left at the end, he glanced indifferently at a few people who said that So Xian was overbearing, settling scores, and not like a human being. As for those people, they felt chills all over for no reason, as if they were being targeted by something terrifying. In an instant, it was like falling into an ice cave, and my heart was trembling. Looking around, they didn't find anyone staring at them, but the feeling of being watched coldly couldn't go away. Will Zhang Xianfeng turn into an evil spirit? They swallowed, feeling cold all over and looking frightened. Confucianism cultivates great righteousness, eliminates all evils, and ordinary ghosts dare not invade. But let's not talk about it. The Supreme Profound Academy is not all Confucian monks. Even if it is, it depends on the situation. There is no absolute restraint in this world. Just as water can extinguish fire, if the fire reaches a certain level, water can also be evaporated. I heard that Zhang Shaoj of the library pavilion is very secretive. Once he turns into an evil spirit, it will be a big deal. Ask the teacher for help. This thought flashed through the minds of those people. Of course they don't know. Just now, So Kinga's cold gaze had already penetrated their souls with the meaning of heavenly demon, making it difficult for others to notice. Death will not happen. But in the next few months, I am afraid that I will spend my days and nights in a nightmare of terror. What did you say to the person in charge of the academy just now? And he just stopped asking about it. Walking out of Supreme Profound Academy, So Xian asked casually. Nothing much. So Kinga blinked her beautiful eyes. I would say that Zhang Xianfeng, like Qin Mo, is a hidden remnant of crippled Heaven Valley. So Xian was speechless. This is really simple and crude. Fortunately, he specifically clarified it just now. But Supreme Profound Academy will not talk about this kind of thing everywhere. At most, it will be spread among a very small number of people. The two of them arrived at the outskirts of the imperial city. In a relatively remote place, there was a forest of trees. Su Xian stretched out his hand and a big hole exploded in the ground. The storage ring in the hand shimmered. Zhang Xuanfeng's body fell into the pothole. Su Xian was just about to wave his hand to bury it with soil, when he suddenly frowned slightly and stretched out his hand. Brush! A piece of rag flew out from the palm of Zhang Xuanfeng's corpse. Open it and take a look. There was a twisted word in blood written on it. Die. Chapter 35. Die? Su Xian was startled. He stuck his finger on it. The blood had not yet completely coagulated. It was obvious that he had just written it recently. Blood curse. Beside, So Kinga's expression changed suddenly. When she saw the strange symbols drawn in blood, she immediately thought of a curse. Conjurations have existed since ancient times. But most of them have been lost in ancient times, and all that exist today are relatively simple spells. When So Kinga broke into an ancient tomb, she suffered a blood curse from the owner of the tomb, which haunted her for 100 years. Her cultivation was almost wiped out, and she almost died. Therefore, after seeing the strange runes written on the broken clothes, she immediately thought of the blood spell. Probably not. Su Xian shook his head slowly. He stared at the bloody words on the torn clothes for a moment, and then his eyes fell on Zhang Xuanfeng's body, his eyes becoming extremely dark. The word death is naturally nothing special. But the point is, it was written in Huxia characters that Su Xian had almost forgotten. Not the text in this world. This is worth savoring. Who is Zhang Xianfeng writing for? What did he see before he died? After many guesses flashed through his mind one by one, Su Xian easily came to an incredible conclusion. Zhang Xianfeng wrote it specifically for him to read. But from beginning to end, Su Xian never revealed that he had memories of previous lives. Zhang Xianfeng cannot be a person with great divine ability. How did he figure it out? Thought for a long time. Su Xian stared deeply at Zhang Xuanfeng's body, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding soil automatically covered it, burying it. Then he raised his palm and cut off a section of the tree trunk, and quickly left a line of Huxia characters on it with his fingers. Travelers from another world, come here for a visit. After doing all this, Su Xian put the scrap of clothes with the word death written on it into a storage ring, called to So Kinga, and turned into two streams of light towards the imperial city. When we returned to the mansion, it was already dark. So Kinga also stayed at Prince Xian's mansion. Su Xian knew that she was carrying a secret, so he let her go free. Just send someone to Prince Jin's mansion to tell you. As Xian was now considered by everyone to be a contender for the crown prince's position, the emperor's uncle would not say anything even if he was dissatisfied. In the bedroom, Xian was playing with pieces of clothing with blood written on them in his hands. You said that since you want to tell me something, can't you just write a few more words and then die? Only the word die can guess what you want to express. I hate people who half talk. Either you say it all at once, or you don't say a word at all. If Zhang Xianfeng hadn't already died, Xian really wanted to hang him up and give him a beating to let him know what the kindness of a fellow villager meant. Etc. Suddenly, Xian's heart moved. Only a ghost can guess the word death. Could it be that what Zhang Xianfeng wants to express is something that can only be seen when he is about to die? Perhaps. The word death he wrote was not to remind Xian of anything. It was just at that moment when I was about to die that I saw something amazing and wanted to write it down. But his consciousness had begun to blur. It is impossible to write too much. So I wrote down the word that I subconsciously thought was closest to it. And at that time, Zhang Xianfeng, as a transmigrator, would naturally instinctively use the Huxia characters he is best at to write. This is probably the truth. I just don't know what Zhang Xianfeng saw. Xian sighed. I'm afraid he will never know this secret in his life. After all, unless there is an accident, he is destined to become an immortal and attain enlightenment, and death will be completely insulated from him. For a secret that may not be important, Xian would not take the risk to explore it. Pity. Xian shook his head slightly and threw the piece of clothing with blood written on it on top of the vermilion bird egg in the corner. Call. The broken clothes turned into ashes in an instant. In nearly half a month, vermilion bird's egg has changed a lot compared to before. But red flames rose all over the body, and from time to time they turned into small vermilion birds, flying around. Vermilion bird fire, also known as Nanmingli fire. It is one of the most powerful flames in the world, and there are only a few that can rival it. Such as the golden crow Yang Yan of the three-legged golden crow of the ancient divine beast, the red lotus karma fire that is said to be able to burn all sins, the samadhi true fire used by the ancient gods to refine the heavenly elixir, and so on. If Xian hadn't placed a ban next to it in advance, it will burn down the whole house. As for the fire-feathered sparrow that acts as an incubation machine, he had been honorably retired a few days ago because he could not withstand the terrifying heat of the vermilion bird flames. Ding! The system has been upgraded and new functions have been opened. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Exactly 1 hour has passed since I left the library pavilion at nightfall, and it has become dark now, which is what is normally called 2 hours. Finally upgraded. Xian looked forward to the introduction of new functions of the system with great interest. Next to the original word Lai Ping, the word investment suddenly appeared. Invest. Xian's thoughts changed. It turns out that Zhang Xuanfeng's system is an investment return system. In a sense, it goes well with the lying flat system. After all, both are of the get-it-for-nothing type. Only relatively speaking. Lying down is even more rogue, and you will be rewarded for doing nothing. Investment requires you to pay first before you can reap the rewards. Isn't investing considered a struggle? Xian raised his own questions in his mind. This system will automatically detect investable targets within a certain range, and you only need to invest according to the needs of the other party. Because it doesn't require any labor, it completely complies with the rules of lying flat. The system quickly provides an explanation. Very good, very powerful. Anyway, the final right of interpretation belongs to the system. Xian lightly clicked his tongue. In other words, Zhang Xuanfeng's system detected that King Gananizi met the investment conditions at that time, so he prepared to pretend to be mysterious and deceive us to complete the investment requirements. So does that mean she can become an investment target for me? Chapter 36. Dark clouds cover the sky without stars or moon. The night outside was thick and slightly chilly, but the room was brightly lit and warm. After testing, So Kinga does not meet the investment conditions. A beep sounds. Incompatible? The flickering firelight reflected small flying vermilion birds in So Xian's eyes. He stretched out his hand, and the flames rippled around his fingertips, as if he was touching and feeling intimately. Although it has not hatched yet, Ling Guang. That is Zhu Er, who has regained consciousness, and obviously has not forgotten the master So Xian. Why doesn't it fit? So Xian asked doubtfully. If it was not consistent, then why did Zhang Xianfeng open his mouth to communicate with them at that time? He is the one who cannot meet the investment conditions, right? He shook his head slightly. Judging from the fact that Zhang Xuanfeng's eyes almost stayed on So Kinga at that time, there was no doubt about this. The violation system made an error in judgment. The system prompts a quick explanation. So Kinga only meets the basic investment conditions set by the system, but investment depends on whether the other party has demand, and the system failed to detect So Kinga's status correctly. What are the basic investment conditions? 90 points luck. So Xian nodded thoughtfully. The so-called luck may seem illusory, but it does exist. Certainly. Prosperous luck does not mean that you can commit suicide wantonly, because many times, opportunities often coexist with crises. And strong luck only means that it is easier to encounter opportunities. There is no real destiny in the world. Heaven is ruthless and selfless. When it gives you something, it will also give you corresponding hardships. Things like systems are not within this rule. If Tiandao is a huge intelligent program, then the system is a virus that invades the program, directly destroying the rationality of the program from the source. In other words, my luck is less than 90 points. So Xian was speechless. There's nothing wrong with it if you think about it. Everything he obtained came from the system. Even the fire feather bird, which possesses the ancestral bloodline of vermilion bird, was obtained through the guidance of the system. Except from a good background. So Xian has never had this opportunity before. Probably when you are reincarnated, you must use all your luck for reincarnation. So Xian chuckled. On the runway of life, his starting point stands at the end point of most people, even an end point that may not be reached in a lifetime. But on the original track, it died midway not long after it started. Fortunately, there is a system in place. Changed everything. So, what's the reason why Kinga doesn't meet the conditions? So Xian asked again. The words just fell. A curtain of light appeared in front of me. Name, So Kinga. Identity, Great Qian Dynasty, the concubine of the Jin Dynasty. She was born by a singer. She is not loved. Her gentle personality on the surface hides a violent and cold heart. Reborn. Cultivation, essence building second layer heaven. Physique, Swanyan heavenly demon body. Fate, destined lady, lone star cursed by heaven, reincarnation power. Luck, 369 points. Reborn? So Xian was a little surprised, but not so surprised and nodded slightly. In fact, he had already made some guesses based on the change in So Kinga's personality and some of his abilities, but he was just not sure. After all, it is difficult for a person's personality to change so much in a short period of time. Even the color of his favorite clothes is polarizing. The lake blue is elegant and indifferent, while the red is bright, passionate, and red. Unless there's a pathological change within her. Otherwise, sudden personality changes will almost never happen. But if she is a rebirth, then everything seems very reasonable. I see, that's no wonder. When Qing Ji saw me, he showed surprise and disbelief instead of joy. It seems that the future she exists in should be in a timeline that has not yet changed. At that time, I had already died in Qin Mo's hands. A little enlightenment arose in So Xian's heart. At this time, The system's voice sounded again. First, the illegal system did not detect Sokinga's most important identity as a reborn person, resulting in an overall misjudgment. Second, the detection of Sokinga's physical activation state was wrong. Third, luck value detection error. Shame on Jill, you quit the group, you loser. Although the system's voice was as emotionless, cold, and robotic as ever, Xian seemed to hear the disdain and ridicule contained in it. Hear this. Xian roughly understood. Before Sokinga was reborn, he didn't know how far he had reached. But he obviously knew his physique well, so he activated it immediately. However, Zhang Xuanfeng's system made a wrong judgment. Its roots. Naturally, it lies in Sokinga's status as a reborn person. Zhang Xuanfeng was simply tricked to death by his system. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to pretend to be sophisticated in communicating with me and Qing Ji. The close contact would directly lead to the system being swallowed up. It can be seen from this. How lucky you are to have a good and reliable system. Ding! Suddenly, the system prompts, search for qualified investment targets. Kindness? Xian was slightly refreshed. He glanced at the deep night outside and wondered where the investment targets would be at this late hour. Could there be a hidden protagonist in the mansion? And the next moment, the light curtain in front of Xian flickered and was replaced with new words. Name, Ling Guang, Zhu Er. Race, Vermilion Bird. Identity, the only ancestral bloodline of Vermilion Bird in the world, Xian's pet. Cultivation, Rank 1. Talent, Nanming Luo, Qi Divine Body. Fate, Lord of 10,000 Birds, Vermilion Bird Bloodline, 5 Directions Emperor's Fate, 4 Spirits of Heaven. Luck, 266 points. Status, Invincible. Annotation. The blood of the desolate sacred body flows in your body, and contains the breath and immortality of the 10,000 years flood dragon. Raising vermilion bird eggs with blood can make them 100% loyal and add the talent of immortality. They can be reborn from the ashes and speed up the hatching process. Chapter 37. It turned out to be it. Xian's eyes immediately fell on the vermilion bird egg. It actually has one more destiny than Sokinga, but its luck is relatively less. There is no physical fitness column, but it becomes talent. Nanming Luo is easy to understand. It is the companion fire of Vermilion Bird. What is the Qi Divine Body? Xian was curious. He does know that Vermilion Bird is the 7 constellations in the south, and he also knows that it is a god. But combined together it's a bit hard to understand. It sounds like it's pretty powerful anyway, but we'll only know about it after Vermilion Bird hatches in the future. Different from the human race. Monster races' realm divisions are extremely simple. From rank 1 to rank 10, they respectively correspond to body tempering realm to good fortune realm in the human cultivation system. And there is no division of 9th layer days, but early, mid-term, and late stage. More general. It's easy to warm up with blood. The most indispensable thing in my body now is blood. Walking to the side of the vermilion bird egg, Xian gently stroked his left arm, and golden blood fell drop by drop on the vermilion bird egg. The majestic and terrifying power of qi and blood instantly filled the surrounding area. The vermilion bird egg seemed to feel the huge benefits that Xian's blood can bring. It trembled slightly, with wisps of red clouds and divine light blooming. The little vermilion bird, condensed from red flames, danced happily around Xian, showing its inner excitement and joy. Speaking of which, doesn't vermilion bird have the ability to rise from the ashes? Seeing the vermilion bird egg absorbing the golden blood like a wolf, Xian looked calm as usual, with a hint of thought in his eyes. Think carefully. It seems that I have never heard of vermilion bird being reborn from the ashes. I only know that phoenix can nirvana. And if I remember correctly, is the fire associated with the phoenix called the immortal phoenix flame or the nirvana immortal fire? as drops of golden blood melt into the vermilion bird egg. It is becoming more and more blazing and bright, with thousands of red clouds, and its vitality is several times stronger than before. You can even hear the sound of a strong heartbeat coming from the egg. Su Xian's eyes were filled with golden light. His sight penetrated the eggshell intertwined with mysterious patterns. He saw a crouched vermilion bird inside, which had grown red wings. But the feathers on the head are golden, and the tail is 9-color. It looks somewhat similar to the fire phoenix, but its temperament is more noble. With every breath, the golden blood is absorbed into the body. About a quarter of an hour later, the vermilion bird egg stopped absorbing the golden blood and swayed in place, as if it was hiccuping after eating. There seems to be a wonderful connection between me and it. Su Xian whispered. He felt the amount of energy and blood consumed, which was almost a drop in the bucket compared to the total amount. He could fully recover after a short sleep. And that wonderful connection is probably what the system calls 100% loyalty. Maybe something like a blood contract? Looking at its information now, it has changed. Name, Ling Guang, Zhu Er. Race, Vermilion Bird. Identity, the only successful bloodline of Vermilion Bird in the world, Su Xian's pet. Cultivation, Rank 2. Talent, Nanming Luo, Qi Divine Body, Rebirth from the Fire. Fate, Lord of 10,000 Birds, Vermilion Bird Bloodline, 5 Directions Emperor's Fate, 4 Spirits of Heaven. Luck, 288 points. Su Xian glanced away and moved slightly. It was normal for his cultivation to rise to a great level. After all, absorbing his golden blood was equivalent to taking a great tonic. The talent bar now has rebirth from the fire. What I didn't expect was that even luck increased by 22 points. My luck is not even 90 points in total. And because little vermilion bird absorbed my blood, it increased my luck by at least 1/3. This is so reasonable, what the hell? The corners of Su Xian's mouth twitched. Everyone who co-authored and related to him has good luck, but he is the only one who has bad luck, right? Ding! The investment is successful and you get the rank 1 return, Nanming Luo. Note, the higher the luck of the investor, the more generous returns will be obtained, and as the investor grows, he will receive stage rewards one after another. Kindness? Are there any such rules? Su Xian's expression immediately softened, and he nodded with a smile. As the saying goes, great love is selfless, sacrificing oneself for others. As long as the people around me can have good luck, peace, and joy, what does it matter if my luck is unfavorable? He thought of his cousin Sokinga again, with regret on his face. Pity. Vermilion Bird's luck is only 288 points, and the reward for rank 1 is Nanming Luo. However, Sokinga's luck is as high as 369 points, which is nearly 100 points higher than Vermilion Bird. If you can invest, the reward for rank 1 will probably be extraordinary. Although it seems at the moment, the return you can get from your investment has a certain relationship with the investor. But it will definitely not be bad. After all, as a reborn person, Sokinga obviously has the fate of the protagonist. Although Vermilion Bird is naturally powerful, it obviously has no main character and often appears in literary works in the form of pets and mounts. Call. Su Xian stretched out his hand, and a red flame rose in his palm. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared to a terrifying level, as if entering a volcanic furnace, making it difficult to breathe, and even the air was burned, causing water-like ripples to appear. And the wisps of flying flames turned into little vermilion birds from time to time, dancing gracefully in the air, very gorgeous. Is this Nanming Luo? Su Xian murmured in his heart, having a new understanding of Vermilion Bird's personality. Let's not talk about anything else for now. This cluster of Nanming Luo alone is absolutely difficult to resist under the Dao Palace martial artist. It is born of heaven and earth. It is the embodiment of the ancient divine personality of Vermilion Bird itself, and it is the fire of innate Bagua. In other words, it is a manifestation of the Tao contained in the Bagua Li position. Look at the vibrant vermilion bird eggs. Su Xian's eyes showed deep anticipation. With the watering of his own blood, it is not far from hatching. The reward for rank 1 is vermilion bird's origin fire. Then what will happen in the next rank 2 stage? Is it a rebirth from the ashes, or is it something that looks quite extraordinary? The body of Qi Divine Spirit. Chapter 38. The next day. The sky is dark, the air is thick with water vapor, and there are heavy clouds covering the sky. Heavy rain may fall at any time. In the small pavilion in the courtyard. During today's break, Su Xian did not go to Supreme Profound Academy. He was lying on the wicker chair as always, with a book covering his face. He seemed to be sleeping, but in fact he was practicing the method with systematic thoughts and understanding his own skills and martial arts. Next to it, So Kinga sat at the table, with her back straight and curvy, writing and drawing on a piece of paper. Not long after, a clear outline appeared on it, and it was Su Xian's appearance. So Kinga did not leave. She seems to regard this place as her own home, as if as long as you don't drive me away, I will never leave. Su Xian wanted to say that if she lived here, it would affect her reputation. But then I thought about it. As a reborn person, what doesn't So Kinga not understand? I just don't care. Since she doesn't care about such things, Su Xian naturally won't say much and just lets her be happy. At least it's better than staying in the cold Prince Jin's mansion. Follow what the system says. Today's So Kinga is not a good person. Although he looks gentle on the surface, he is actually violent and indifferent. If someone comes back and talks mean words again, dozens or 20 of these blind guys may die. Then there will naturally be a lot of trouble. And what Su Xian dislikes the most is trouble, and lying down quietly is the right thing to do. At this time, a guard came in a hurry and was about to speak. So Kinga raised her hand and waved it at him, meaning we would talk later and not to disturb her cousin's rest. Seeing this, the guard hesitated slightly. He was just thinking about whether to listen to the words of His Highness's cousin, when his raised eyes happened to meet So Kinga's indifferent eyes. He felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, and immediately closed his mouth and waited patiently aside. And at this moment, in Su Xian's mind, two villains transformed by the power of primordial spirit were fighting fiercely. One of them was wrapped around Nanming Luo, with a huge shadow of vermilion bird looming behind him. There was almost a terrifying aura of burning the sky and boiling the sea in his movements, leaving streaks of blazing fire wherever he passed. The other one opens and closes greatly, with dragon shadows filling the sky, and Kunpeng riding on his feet at extremely fast speeds, coming and going without a trace. This is Su Xian's self-simulation battle. And fill in the loopholes discovered during the battle one by one. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering collision. The figure controlling Nanming Luo was grabbed hard by a huge dragon claw and crushed to pieces with a bang. Relying solely on Nanming Luo without any corresponding moves is much worse than the true dragon treasure technique and Kunpeng contemplation. Su Xian muttered to himself, the book on his face spontaneously ignited without any wind, and he immediately opened his eyes. His eyes fell on the guard. What's the matter? Seeing that Su Xian didn't mean to blame him at all, the guard breathed a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "Back to your highness, we have good news about the war. We have regained the previously lost territory, and General Ran personally took action, killing a Dongyang Dynasty Heaven Smiting Realm leader and seriously injuring in Sacred Land Heaven Smiting Realm elder. He himself was only slightly injured, and the enemy's morale plummeted. Besides, the guard paused for a moment and glanced hesitantly at So Kinga next to him. Since it's a military secret, I naturally can't listen. So Kinga had a smile on his face and showed no signs of anger, so he turned around and avoided it. She has a clear grasp of right and wrong. There's no need to avoid it. Even if it's really a secret, it won't reach the hands of a prince like me. Xian laughed and nodded to the guard, just tell me. Yes. After receiving permission, the guard carefully handed over a piece of jade. In addition, there is a talisman letter from Miss Ran. Miss Ran? So Kinga next to her immediately pricked up her crystal ears. His surname was Ran, and he knew her cousin, so she guessed who it was immediately. Ran Qingxiu. The reason why she was deeply impressed by her was that in So Kinga's childhood memories, her cousin always circled around that woman, and she was like a follower, chasing after her cousin. At that time, she didn't know what emotion was, but she was subconsciously dissatisfied with Ran Qingxiu. In So Kinga's view, my cousin is so kind to Ran Qingxiu, and it makes her a little jealous, but Ran Qingxiu doesn't appreciate it at all. It's really disgusting. Later, So Kinga felt a little lucky again. Fortunately, Ran Qingxiu was always nice to her cousin, which allowed her to spend more time with her cousin. What happens now? Ran Qingxiu, that woman, actually took the initiative to send a talisman letter to her cousin? After Qin Mo assassinated his cousin and was executed instead, has there been another completely different change from the original trajectory? Could it be that my cousin and her? For a moment, So Kinga was a little nervous. Oh, Qingxiu's talisman letter. Xian reached out to take it and nodded to the guard, thank you for your hard work. Go to the accountant to get the 500 spirit stones. Thank you, Your Highness. The guard was surprised and saluted, respectfully excused himself and left. The so-called talisman letter is a kind of ancient talisman. Texts, sounds, etc. can be loaded into it, and it needs the corresponding primordial spirit breath to open it. It has a wide range of applications today. It is said, in ancient times, there was something called the flying letter talisman, which could communicate with each other tens of thousands of miles apart, and involved the Tao and Dharma of space. Unfortunately, it has been lost long ago. Xian couldn't help but miss the technological products of his previous life. Although the level of development is not very high, it is already quite convenient, such as video calls, remote meetings, etc. It is far beyond this in terms of convenience. And here it is. Not to mention the long-lost flying letter talisman. Even this talisman letter is not something ordinary people can afford. Technology has its own technological methods, and fantasy has its own fantasy methods. Perhaps we can try to build a spiritual network, similar to the concept of the metaverse, in which spiritual thoughts can be used to communicate. Xian thought. Cousin, does your sister-in-law believe it? At this time, So Kinga pretended not to know and came over with a smile. Boom! Xian knocked on her smooth forehead and said angrily, don't act stupid for me here, it's not like you don't know Ran Qingxiu. She's not a sister-in-law yet, she can only be regarded as a good friend. While talking, he injected a ray of spiritual thought into it, and as the spiritual power intertwined, Ran Qingxiu's figure soon appeared. Chapter 39. If it's not right now, then it might be in the future. So Kinga muttered sourly and looked at the emerging figure. In the original life, So Kinga has a low self-esteem and weak character because of the supercilious looks and dislike he experienced since childhood. He had never raised his head to observe Ran Qingxiu carefully. This was the first time I took a closer look. She has picturesque eyebrows, a straight nose, a small cherry mouth, and a slight hint of baby fat on her cheeks. But there was a hint of fierceness in his eyes, perhaps because he was on the battlefield. There were a few faint traces of blood on his black hair, and he was wearing a bright silver armor, which outlined an infinitely beautiful figure. The natural delicacy of women and the iron-blooded heroism acquired on the battlefield are combined in a slightly conflicting way. Creates a unique beauty. Well, overall, he is worthy of his cousin, and his status is suitable. So Kinga thought to himself. If it were the previous Xian, he would have no chance of becoming emperor. Naturally, So Kinga would not consider identity issues, nor would he care about the world's eyes. But it's different now. With the amazing talent and strength that my cousin has shown now, as long as he doesn't actively refuse, I'm afraid the throne will definitely belong to him in the future. Under such circumstances, So Kinga had to think more. Although she doesn't care about herself, it doesn't matter what the world says. As long as she is strong enough, she can naturally shut them up. Before rebirth, her lifelong pursuit is to resurrect Xian. And now he is living again. She is destined to only care about Xian. So Kinga never wanted to let all kinds of rumors happen to her cousin. But Xian never expected it. Just because she couldn't see it when she was young, he blocked her actions. But it was like a divine weapon descending from the sky, shining brightly, illuminating So Kinga's gloomy and helpless childhood, and forever being imprinted in her eyes, becoming a lifelong pursuit. After tens of thousands of years, the original scene is still vivid in our minds. It was a sunny afternoon. The young man stood behind the sun. So Kinga, who was sitting on the ground, raised his head and could only see his outline. Amidst the screams of the evil servant next to him, the young man lowered his head and looked at her. "What's your name?" "My name is Kinga, So Kinga." "Oh, you are the daughter of that Keiko." The young man said very calmly, but there was no contempt or disdain in others' tone. "If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me my name. By the way, I am the 9th prince, Xian." Memories came to mind, and So Kinga's beautiful lake-colored eyes took on a hint of softness. As long as her cousin is happy, she will be happy too. It doesn't matter whether there is one more sister-in-law or several sisters-in-law in the future, it doesn't matter. As long as she still exists in my heart, that's fine. Tisk, with her little cultivation, can she really go to the battlefield and fight with others? She's not afraid of risking her life there. Looking at Ran Qingxiu's figure condensed with spiritual energy, So Xian chuckled. Beside, So Kinga pursed her lips and smiled. "As the only granddaughter of the general who governs the country, I'm afraid there will be no shortage of protective treasures, and she will only be slightly injured at most." So Xian nodded and agreed with her statement. Ran Lai, the great general of the country, has more than one grandson, but he only has one grandson, Ran Qingxiu. It can be said that he has been loved by thousands of people since he was a child. Especially that year, after Ran Lai's stunningly talented daughter passed away for some reason. Ran Qingxiu has become the only emotional sustenance. The reason why Ran Lai agreed to let her enter the frontier battlefield was firstly because of Ran Qingxiu's own strong will, and secondly because he didn't want her to grow up in a greenhouse. This does not conflict with not putting her life in danger. In the picture of condensed spiritual energy, Ran Qingxiu was wearing a red cloak, and her tall ponytail swayed in the wind. There was a hint of exhaustion in her expression, but her eyes were exceptionally bright and radiant, and she smiled and said, "Long time no see, do you miss me? Let me guess, you must be lying lazily on the wicker chair now, watching the singing and dancing, and there is a maid beside you feeding spiritual fruits into your mouth, right? Humph, it's so unbalanced. Why are you so lazy and still practicing so fast? The maid doesn't have one, but my cousin has one." So Xian smacked his lips. With So Kinga by his side, it would be a bit out of place for a group of dancers to perform. After all, So Kinga's mother was a singer. Even though she doesn't seem to care. But So Xian will still try to avoid uncovering her childhood scars. Beside, So Kinga chuckled. "I have to say that Ran Qingxiu really knows her cousin well." Today, So Kinga opened her eyes and walked out of the room. She saw So Xian in the small pavilion, lying lazily on a wicker chair. There was a maid beside him feeding spiritual fruits. She looked like life was short, so why not just lie down? When he saw her coming, he asked the maid to step back. "Ah, by the way, let me introduce you to a sister I just met, nicknamed Martial God. She taught me a lot of battlefield experience. Let me tell you secretly, she is only 30 years old this year and is a Sifang general. The screen shook slightly. Next to Ran Qingxiu, a woman wearing red armor appeared with a fiery figure. His face was not exactly beautiful, but there was a fierce murderous aura between his brows, and his eyes were extremely cold, showing the inherent iron-blooded aura of the army. He had obviously been on the battlefield for a long time. She nodded slightly in the direction of Fu Yu and said hello. Xian was slightly surprised when he heard this. Being a 30-year-old Sifang general is indeed not an easy task. To know. Only a martial artist in the Dao Palace realm can be titled General of the Four Directions. Even if you are new to this level, you are still quite powerful. If you put it in any force, you can be called the genius. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world. Xian sighed. Aside. So Kinga looked at the red-armored female martial god who appeared in the scene where the aura was condensed. A strange color flashed in her black and white Jian Shui autumn eyes. Is her? Chapter 40. Female martial god, origin unknown, real name ominous. She always wears that red armor, is taciturn, and is good at wielding a simple halberd. Her moves are wide open and closed, and she doesn't look like a woman at all. It turns out that she is a member of the Dakian Iron Guard. No wonder she has a military aura about her. So Kinga whispered in his heart. In memory, the Great Qian Dynasty fell into despair after experiencing the blood demon disaster. It must have been at that time that the female martial god left here. So Kinga met her in an ancient secret realm, and had a brief battle with her, which left a deep impression on her. When that big halberd danced, it almost tore apart the world and stirred up the wind and clouds. It was so powerful. But later on, the relationship turned out to be good. At that time, both of them don't like to talk. They are always silent when they are together, but they work together very well. When facing some powerful enemies, the female martial god fights head-on with a domineering attitude, while So Kinga relies on her special physique to wander in the darkness and deliver a fatal blow at any time. Later, when I found Sanzhenghua, I couldn't do it without the help of the female martial god. It can be said. In So Kinga's life, the female martial god is the person who has been with her the longest, and she can trust her with her back. His status in his heart is second only to Xian. Female martial god, has this title been given so early? I thought it was a name she gained later. A faint smile flashed across So Kinga's beautiful eyes. All I can say is that there are only wrong names and no wrong nicknames. The female martial god seems to be born for fighting. No matter how powerful the enemy is in front of her, she will move forward without fear. She will hold the big halberd and charge boldly. You know her? Xian asked as if casually. He just noticed that something was wrong with So Kinga's expression, as if there was a trace of nostalgia. There was a sudden suspicion in my mind. I don't know him. So Kinga hesitated for a moment. Although she believed in her cousin unconditionally. But for some reason, she subconsciously didn't want to reveal her identity as a reborn person. Maybe he felt that after revealing his identity, there would be an endless sense of distance between him and his cousin, and it was inevitable that he would become a little more distant. Although, So Kinga felt that his cousin might have already made a guess. But as long as the window paper is not broken, she will still be the little cousin she once was. But, after pondering for a moment, So Kinga spoke again and said thoughtfully. I've heard people talk about her. This is a true genius with a very good character. If he can be used for his own purposes, he will be a good help in the future. It seems that they really know each other, and most of them have a good relationship. Xian was thoughtful. As a reborn person, So Kinga has such a high opinion of the female martial god, which shows that she is extraordinary. I'm afraid his achievements will be extremely high in the future. The thought flashed through her mind, and Xian smiled and said, let's not talk about using it for our own purposes. Such people are more suitable to be friends. Doesn't King Xiu have a good relationship with her? As long as we live up to her, we will never become enemies. That's what my cousin said. So Kinga blinked her bright eyes and nodded with a smile. Boom! Terrifying thunder like a real dragon passed through the sky, and heavy rain poured down, as if someone had angered God and poured water from all over the world. Xian raised his eyes and sighed. It's raining heavily. The air had been filled with humidity before, and the rain that had been holding for a long time finally fell. The rain fell in sheets and thunder continued. In the blink of an eye, the roadside next to the pavilion turned into a small river, and the water flowed quickly, condensing into a stream and pouring out of the gate, converging into a big river on the street. It hasn't rained so heavily in several years, right? Xian smiled. It's been many years. The most recent time was 7 or 8 years ago. So Kinga thought for a moment. Memories before rebirth accounted for the majority. Everything before the age of 16, except for things related to my cousin, only occupied a very small part of my long life. Like an inconspicuous wave in the vast ocean. So every time you think about it, you have to think briefly before you can remember it. I forgot to tell you that my cultivation has improved quite a lot since I came here. Maybe I will surpass you when I go back, Okay, there is an urgent military order, so let's not talk about it for now. Wait for my triumphant return. The screen shook for a while, Ran Qingxu waved her hand with a smile, and the figure dissipated like bubbles. Girl, don't raise flags randomly. Xian chuckled. Cousin, don't you need a reply? So Kinga picked up a bright red fruit very naturally, peeled off the skin, and handed it to Xian's mouth. The jade finger is green, white, and flawless. No need, replying to the letter will easily affect her mood. Xian opened her mouth and bit it out of habit, and then suddenly reacted, glanced at her, and said with a half smile, What's the matter, are you trying to make Xiu'er lose her job? Xiu'er is the personal maid who takes care of his daily life all day long, and is very attentive. No way. So Kinga called out to Chu Dao, isn't it because Xiu'er is not here? I saw that my cousin was too lazy to do it himself, so I just wanted to help. While talking. Then he handed over another spiritual fruit. His eyes met her clear eyes full of expectation. Xian sighed, opened his mouth, and let his slender white fingers put the spirit fruit into his mouth. Tell the truth. Xian still can't figure it out. Why does So Kinga, as a reborn person, still like to stick to him so much? To know. In her long life later, she only occupied a few years. Just like in 100 years as an ordinary person, would you miss someone you only spent a few days with when you were a child to this extent? Xian doesn't know. In So Kinga's world, his appearance is not just as simple as being together for a few years. But it made her gloomy life see the light for the first time. Millions of miles away. A silver figure passed through like lightning and penetrated the chest of the last enemy soldier. Puff! With a slight shake of his wrist, the spear was pulled out of the corpse. Ran Qingxu took a breath and relaxed her tense mind a little. The downpour of rain washed away the blood on her body, and her tall ponytail was wet by the rain and hung to the side. Boom! Thunder rolled across the sky. Ran Qingxu raised her eyes slightly and whispered, This heavy rain came so fast? The words were not finished. Among the corpses scattered on the ground, a cold light suddenly burst out. The speed was incredibly fast, and it struck her between the eyebrows in an instant. Fierce thunder and lightning tore the world apart. It illuminated a ferocious and stern face, which quickly magnified in Ran Qingxu's eyes. Chapter 41. Ran Qingxu's pupils contracted violently. How come? She had clearly killed this man, and his heart had been pierced by her. Why can he still deliver such an astonishing blow? Click! Suddenly, Ran Qingxu heard the sound of the protective treasure being broken. The other party has an attack secret treasure. No, he is not an ordinary divine bridge martial artist, he is a half-step Deo Palace. A sudden realization suddenly arose in his heart that the other party had planned it long ago in order to kill her, the granddaughter of Ran Lai, the general of Daqian town. Once Ran Qingxiu dies, Ran Lai will definitely be shaken no matter how iron-blooded he is. How was her identity revealed? Are there spies in the army? All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, but Qingxiu couldn't avoid it, so she could only barely raise the spear in her hand, trying to block the cold light. But it was obviously too late. The opponent disguised himself as the Divine Bridge Realm and pretended to be killed by her, just for this fatal blow as fast as thunder. I'm dying. At this moment, Ran Qingxiu's mind flashed through his grandfather, father, mother, brother, and the figure lying lazily on the wicker chair. A touch of bitterness and unwillingness appeared in her beautiful eyes. She bit her silver teeth slightly, her eyes became firm, she no longer resisted, and pointed the tip of the spear towards the opponent's head. Then let's die together. At this time, when a large halberd wrapped with simple patterns was placed in front of Ran Qingxiu, steadily blocking the cold light. A delicate white palm stretched out from the side and grasped the handle with force. A sudden wave. Boom! The terrifying air wave exploded like a volcanic eruption, and the figure who pretended to be a sneak attack flew out like a cannonball and was torn apart in mid-air. Huge ravines spread along the direction of the Spurge's sweep. Even the rain falling in the air was violently torn in half by this blow, leaving the area almost in a vacuum. After a few breaths, the heavy rain fell again. You're too careless. A figure wearing red armor appeared beside Ran Qingxiu. None other than the female martial god. Her tone was indifferent, and her eyes did not fluctuate much. She didn't know where she was looking, and she said calmly, "When you are on the battlefield, you must never let down your guard at any time." Hear the words. Ran Qingxiu, who was still undecided, bit her red lips and whispered, "I know, I will never make this mistake again." At that moment, she really thought she was going to die. Apart from the reluctance to leave her family, the only other thought in her mind was, if she died, would Xian be sad? And until now, Ran Qingxiu still has lingering fears. The opponent was fully prepared and knew that she must have a secret treasure for protection, so she brought a secret treasure with powerful offensive power. And the cultivation level is also stuck between Divine Bridge and Deo Palace. If it is lower, it will be easier to be killed. If it is higher, it will be discovered by the strong ones on your side. Such a careful operation, just to attack and kill Ran Qingxiu. But their real purpose is to shake her grandfather Ran Lai's mind and cause him to have flaws. The enemy's sneak attack was divided into 3 teams, and I happened to encounter the team with the attacker. There must be a spy on our side. Ran Qingxiu bit her silver teeth hard, murderous intent flowing in her beautiful eyes. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. The female martial god stretched out her hand, gently pulled out the euphorbia stuck in the ground, and said softly, "Maybe there is a person like this in the 3 teams." Ran Qingxiu's expression froze, and immediately a biting coldness rose throughout her body. It's a bit unbelievable though. But she subconsciously believed that this. Maybe it's true. The opponent has made full preparations. No matter which team Ran Qingxiu chooses to solve, they will all end up with the same outcome. But he failed to calculate the strength of the female martial god. Foreseeable. Next, this kind of thing may happen again. Looking at Ran Qingxiu who was standing there was a hint of pity in the cold eyes of the female martial god. Her unique identity is the inevitable reason for all this to happen. Ran Lai has experienced hundreds of battles and has a careful mind. Could he really not have expected this? Of course he will. That's why the female martial god appears next to Ran Qingxiu. Hey, my granddaughter wants to be another me. Although she often reads military books, she has never fought in actual combat. She knows too little about the cruelty of war. If we really leave him alone, I'm afraid I will once again send a man with white hair to a man with black hair. Female martial god, I know what you ask for. During this period, I ask you to pay more attention to Shuer. If it doesn't involve life and death, there is no need to take action. As for what you want, you should hand it over later. The words that the white-haired old general had said flashed through his mind, and the female martial god's eyes were slightly disturbed before they calmed down again. At the beginning, she's really just in it for the deal. Now that Ran Qingxiu is called elder sister and younger sister, it is inevitable that she will have some feelings and treat her as a little sister who is not deeply involved in the world. Even if the deal is over at this time, she will not ignore Ran Qingxiu's life or death. Work hard to become stronger. In silence, the female martial god turned around, holding a big halberd in hand, and walked towards her camp. You have a good talent. You can be considered a genius if you can open the 9 apertures, but the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows has not been opened. Ran Qingxiu came to her senses. She adjusted her mind and quickly chased after her, wondering, ancestral aperture between the eyebrows? What is that? A special orifice involving the primordial spirit. The female martial god explained casually, if you open the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows, you can completely avoid his sneak attack just now. To a certain extent, you can predict the enemy's profit. Ran Qingxiu's beautiful eyes lit up, but then she felt a little disappointed. In fact, her talent is not as good as the female martial god imagined. Her ability to open all 9 apertures depends on the system. It is probably unrealistic to open the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows by relying solely on one's own abilities. Anyway, after completing the task, the system never appeared again. It occurred to me that both tasks are related to Xian. Ran Qingxiu frowned and muttered silently. Strange, it must be because it's too far away from Xian. Why does it feel like the system is specifically designed to serve him? Once he has passed the life and death crisis, the system will have completed its mission. Just in doubt. Suddenly, a long-lost notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Chapter 42. Is the system still there? Ran Qingxiu's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. She immediately sank her consciousness into her mind and looked at the new task that had just appeared. Task Introduction: The world cannot afford a feudal war. On the surface, there is a large-scale military attack, but in fact, in order to cover up a deeper conspiracy, the imperial city of Qian has been infiltrated. There are many crises around the 9th Prince Xian, reminding him to be more prepared, otherwise his life will be in danger. Successful reward: open the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows. Failure penalty: none. Time limit: 7 days. Note: this information is only known to 3 people except you, and these 3 people must not leak it, otherwise the mission will fail. What? Qian Imperial City has been infiltrated? Ran Qingxiu's expression suddenly changed, almost unbelievable. Carefully recalling the changes on the battlefield in recent days, she suddenly woke up. Dongyang Dynasty, Shaking Sky Sacred Land, Demon Temple. Among the 3 major transcendent level forces, powerful ones are constantly showing up. There are no fewer than 10 kings of the heaven-smiting realm alone. The Great Qian Dynasty was forced to send reinforcements to rob the Heavenly King. But the real war never happened. More often than not they are confronting each other. After all, if a strong person of that level breaks out in a war, the damage caused will be devastating. The only time. Just a few days ago. Her grandfather Ran Li encountered 2 heavenly kings in the mountains. In that battle, the ground was red for thousands of miles. Birds and beasts were extinct, and hundreds of giant peaks were flattened. And the results were quite substantial. One was beheaded on the spot, and the other escaped with serious injuries. Apart from this, there are no records of deaths above the heaven-smiting realm. No wonder. At this moment, Ran Qingxiu suddenly realized. The other party went to war and kept sending strong men in order to attract the attention and powerful combat power of the Great Qian Dynasty to the border as much as possible, thus ignoring the attention to the imperial city. The real purpose turned out to be inside the imperial city. But what is there in the imperial city that is worthy of their tampering? Ran Qingxiu was puzzled. It's impossible to assassinate the emperor, right? That's simply not realistic. Ran Qingxiu heard from her grandfather that the entire imperial city was equipped with an extremely huge prohibition circle that had existed for thousands of years. As long as a strong person with heaven smiting level or above approaches, a warning will be issued instantly. Not to mention, Qian Huang himself is in existence in the heaven smiting realm. If you want to kill him, you must have the venerable of the self-liberation realm to come in person. No. Self-liberation venerable works too. How powerful is the royal family's heritage? How could there be no existence of the same level sitting in charge? And there is still the world-restraining dragon monument. Even if good fortune comes in person, he may not dare to say that he can kill Emperor Qian by force. No matter what, this matter must be told to Xian immediately. Even if those people's targets are not the princes, they must be more vigilant. After all, there is no big mistake. Ran Qingxiu's steps suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, she looked hesitant again. The information must not be leaked. This means that she must not tell her grandfather Ran Lai about this matter. As the leader of this battle, Ran Lai had too many factors to consider, and it was impossible for him to choose to go back because of a piece of news that could not be determined to be true or false. He will definitely choose the safest method. That is, send someone to pass the news back to Daqian Imperial City. In fact, although Ran Qingxiu really wanted to open the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows, he seemed to be insignificant in this matter. If we can crush the unknown conspiracy of the enemy country, it doesn't matter if the mission fails. Ran Qingxiu is worried. Since the system has such a special reminder, it means that once this matter becomes widely known, unexpected changes will occur, and the situation may become even worse. When? I'm afraid that not only Xian, but many people will be in very dangerous situations. She doesn't dare to gamble. At least for now. In addition to the last mission, the system misjudged that Xian was not as strong as Qin Mo, and as a result, things turned around. It is quite accurate in predicting future events. Kindness. Perhaps feeling Ran Qingxiu's violent emotional ups and downs, the female martial god stopped, looked back at her, and made a questioning nasal sound. Sister martial god, can I ask you something? Biting her silver teeth slightly, Ran Qingxiu raised her eyes with a hint of eagerness and expectation. Explain. Female martial god did not say whether he agreed or not. I want to ask you to go back to Daqian Imperial City. Ran Qingxiu spoke, and when he saw the female martial god frown, knowing that she was going to refuse, he quickly added, this matter is of great importance. It is even related to the rise and fall of the entire Daqian. Please, Sister Martial God. She clasped her hands on her chest, with deep sincerity in her clear, watery eyes. Ran Qingxiu was not sure how much impact this matter would have. But we can only talk about it as big as possible. Certainly. It's not that Ran Qingxiu doesn't want to go back by herself, but that it would take too long to rely on her strength. The assignment period is 7 days. The daylilies were already cold by the time she got back. But the female martial god is different. As a strong person in the Dao Palace realm, even if she doesn't fly at full strength, it only takes 2 days at most. In addition, she has an indifferent temperament and does not like to talk too much. And has very few friends. The most important thing is that she keeps her word extremely well. Don't worry about the news getting leaked. Therefore, he became the best and only candidate in Ran Qingxiu's mind. Hear the words. The female martial god's slender and light eyebrows frowned slightly, she was silent for a moment, and then she calmly said, I have nothing to do with the rise and fall of Daqian. I stay with you because of a deal with your grandfather. I understand. So I will go find Grandpa in a moment and stay near him. I won't go anywhere. Ran Qingxiu spoke seriously. She is not a fool, she already knew it from the moment the female martial god appeared beside her. Just pretend not to know and make friends with the female martial god sincerely. Staring into Ran Qingxiu's eyes full of pleading and pleading, the female martial god didn't speak for a long time. She seemed to have remembered something and was in a trance. Until Ran Qingxiu was about to despair. The female martial god nodded imperceptibly and spoke quietly. Good. Chapter 43. After the heavy rain, the sky is clear and blue. Perhaps the reason for the vermilion bird eggs is that there have been a lot of birds in the house recently, of various varieties, and they are colorful, forming a unique scenery. As soon as the sky cleared up, people couldn't wait to stand on the tree crowns and chirped non-stop. There are many spiritual birds with special bloodlines among them. So Kinga looked strange for a while. There is always a hot breath flowing out of my cousin's room, and so many birds are attracted to the courtyard. Could it be that there is a phoenix descendant with high blood purity? She didn't think about vermilion bird at all. In the minds of most people, Phoenix is the king of birds and is naturally attracted to birds. On the contrary, the person of vermilion bird is unclear. Many people even mistakenly believe that vermilion bird is a descendant of the phoenix, or a type of phoenix. At this time, it was just dawn. So Kinga was sitting alone in the pavilion, surrounded by wisps of almost invisible black mist. It was strange and eerie, making people shudder at the first glance. Xuanyan heavenly demon body is one of the 8 heavenly demon bodies. With this type of physique, one is naturally not afraid of the intrusion of inner demons, and can even feed on inner demons. Because the heavenly demon itself is one of thousands of inner demons, and it has the highest status, which can be seen from the fact that it is named heaven. The change of So Kinga's character in later generations. On the one hand, it is experience, and on the other hand, it is affected by physical constitution. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sound of thunder on a sunny day. So Kinga slowly opened his eyes, a strange and cold red light flashed in the depths of his pupils, glanced at the sky, and sneered slightly. Come again? Every time she breaks through her realm, a terrifying thunder will sound out of thin air, like the sky is furious. So Kinga was frightened at first. Later, I discovered that except for the scary thunder, there was no other movement. Gradually I became accustomed to it. But after reaching the realm of Dao Palace, there will be some real catastrophes, and each tribulation thunder is extremely terrifying, filled with blood, as if it wants to chop her into ashes. About this situation, it wasn't until So Kinga accidentally saw an ancient book that he knew the reason. Each of the 8 heavenly demon incarnations is disliked by the rules of heaven and earth. In some ancient times, heavenly demon was also known as the extraterritorial heavenly demon. Precisely because it is incompatible with this world. To the souls of all living beings, they are like viruses. The world of aperture opening realm has arrived. Compared to the mindless groping before, now that I have the experience before rebirth, my practice speed is much faster. The next step is to open the 9 apertures and the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows. So Kinga muttered to himself. Originally, she thought she could pass on some experience to her cousin. As a result, after spending a few days together, I found that my cousin seemed to be lying around leisurely every day, never practicing, but his strength was growing steadily, and there was no sign of frivolity. He was extremely stable. Especially the chi and blood were so strong that So Kinga had never seen them in his life. For a heavenly demon like her, the most difficult thing to deal with is the martial artist whose blood is as fiery as a volcano. It is impossible for a normal desolate sacred body to reach such an exaggerated level of chi and blood at my cousin's level. It is almost the same as when the female martial god was at the heaven smiting level. The figure of the female martial god flashed in So Kinga's mind for no apparent reason. Her physique is also extremely powerful. It seems that she is called a martial god body, or a Tianwu person or something. I have never heard the female martial god mention it specifically. But it is definitely a fierce physique that can compete head-on with desolate sacred body. At this time, a servant and several figures passed by not far away. So Kinga's eyes turned and fell on those people. His beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly and he said, "Stop a moment. Who are they?" The servant immediately stopped and saluted So Kinga respectfully. "Miss, there have been a lot of birds in the house recently, making the courtyard a little messy. Butler Lin asked me to recruit some servants who specialize in handling bird droppings." Domestic servant. A flash of red flashed across So Kinga's watery eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "Come here." "Yes." The leading servant immediately responded and came with the newly recruited servants. These servants are all in their 40s, male and female, with weathered faces and calloused hands. They are obviously ordinary people who often do hard work. Under the gaze, his expression shrank slightly. So Kinga looked carefully and saw nothing wrong. But her instinct always felt that something was wrong. And this intuition has saved her life countless times. Call. A cold wind blew by, and a faint black mist condensed behind So Kinga. A pair of blood-colored eyes slowly opened inside, cold and forbidding, with a chilling aura that made everyone tremble. "Keep your head up." The cold voice echoed in several people's ears. They subconsciously raised their heads, showing fear almost at the same time. Their whole bodies were shivering, but there was a hint of confusion in their expressions. Only one person, with confusion appearing in his eyes, showed signs of struggle. "Chi." Without saying a word, So Kinga raised his hand and a sharp sword light slashed down. "Jaja, what a mistake, I didn't expect that in a small prince's mansion, there would be 8 legendary heavenly demons. What a pity, what a pity. If your cultivation level were a little higher, you might be able to make me stay here." The domestic servant's face began to twist and change instantly, revealing a sinister old face full of wrinkles. He sneered, crushed the sword light with his fingers, then turned around without mercy and turned into a black light, flying towards the sky. Whoosh! In all directions, several figures flew up at the same time. All of them were the guards of Prince Xian's mansion, with swords, guns, swords, and halberds, and all kinds of rays of light smashing towards the old man's head and face. "Only for you, do you want to keep me?" The sinister old man sneered repeatedly, clicked his fingers, pushed back the guards, and continued to escape. He didn't dare to stay too long. Once a real master finds out, he will definitely find it difficult to escape. It's really unlucky that such a sophisticated method of disguise fell short of its natural nemesis, one of the 8 heavenly demon bodies. The old man sighed in his heart. But fortunately, the cultivation of these 8 heavenly demon bodies is not enough, otherwise I might really fall here today. Unfortunately, the purpose of this trip was a failure. I don't believe you never relax. With a cold glance at the mansion below, the old man turned his head and disappeared into the crowd on the street. However, at this moment, boom! A simple and vast spurt struck him in the face arrogantly. In an instant, the old man Yinji felt a sharp pain in his facial bones, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, and immediately his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Chapter 44. Kindness? That euphorbia. In the pavilion below, So Kinga's eyes were startled. She has fought side by side with the female martial god countless times, and has experienced life and death. Naturally, she is extremely familiar with that euphorbia. But why is she here? Shouldn't it be at the border, staying with Ran Qingxiu? But So Kinga knew that he was not wrong, and the unique vast aura emanating from that euphorbia was also unmistakable. Boom! The old man's body fell heavily in the courtyard. His entire head had disappeared, and was turned into powder all over the sky by that blow. And no surprise. Next moment, So Kinga then saw that familiar figure slowly emerging next to the ancient halberd. The red armor could not hide its fiery figure. 3,000 blue hairs are floating in the wind, and a pair of eyes are plain and lonely. Female martial god. It's really her. So Kinga subconsciously wanted to say hello, and when she opened her mouth, she suddenly remembered that she still didn't recognize herself. At this moment, several figures shrouded in black flew up in the sky, and their sharp energy directly locked onto the female martial god who was still in the air. Wait. So Kinga immediately spoke, she is not an assassin, she is a guest of my Prince Xian's mansion. Hear the words. Those figures in black were silent for a moment, then disappeared again and disappeared without a trace. They are the secret guards who secretly protect Prince Xian's mansion. Of course they are no strangers to So Kinga. They know her relationship with So Xian and do not think she is lying. Female martial god? This is our first meeting. Please come down and tell us. So Kinga spoke with a smile, but his tone was quite familiar, not unfamiliar at all. In the sky, the female martial god nodded slightly, the euphorbia in her hand disappeared, and her figure swayed slightly and appeared in the courtyard. She knew that the people in Prince Xian's mansion would definitely know her. After all, Ran Qingxiu had introduced her identity and origin before when she reflected her figure into Fu Xian. Looking at the old friend in front of him, So Kinga felt quite emotional. Fate is really wonderful. In the life before rebirth, she only met him in a secret realm after entering the heaven-smiting realm, but now it was an unknown number of years earlier. But his dress was completely unchanged from So Kinga's memory. Whether it's the ancient halberd in her hand or the everlasting red armor. In impression, So Kinga once asked her why she always wears armor and almost never leaves her body. Doesn't she feel tired? The female martial god's answer was only 3 words. Got used to. Now it seems. Sure enough, she wasn't just perfunctory, but she really kept wearing it and it became a habit. I just don't know when it started. But one thing is certain. The red armor and the ancient spurge are both extraordinary secret treasures. At least So Kinga never saw them damaged. Aren't you at the border? Why are you here? So Kinga asked naturally. Her tone was so familiar that even the weak-tempered female martial god was slightly surprised. She almost wondered if she had a memory problem and thought it was some old friend she had forgotten. I did a quick search of my memory. The female martial god was sure that she had never seen her before, so she spoke normally. Ran Qingxiu asked me to tell the 9th prince something. Ran Qingxiu. So Kinga's beautiful eyes blinked. What's the matter? With your character, you are actually willing to do errands. It seems that she has something you really want. A slight confusion flashed across the female martial god's brows again. This strange and beautiful girl in front of me seems to know her very well. But I really haven't seen it. Seeing her fall silent. Only then did So Kinga realize that what he said was a bit too familiar. It's really because she has too few friends. The female martial god is the only companion who often walks together. From the initial silence to talking about everything, it has been a long time. For a while, I still couldn't adjust. So Kinga laughed at himself in his heart and didn't explain much. He just smiled and said. It's me, Meng Lang. Just wait a moment while I invite my cousin over. By the way, my name is So Kinga. The female martial god nodded and stood still. You guys go down. So Kinga waved to the trembling servants and walked towards So Xian's room. With the old man's disguise, it was normal for them not to notice. No need to blame. After a while, as the door opened, a slender figure walked out. That breath. The female martial god noticed something and looked over subconsciously. There was a wave of waves in her always calm eyes, and she said silently to herself, it doesn't look like a fire phoenix. Is it, a blood descendant of vermilion bird. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. In this era, it is really rare that there are descendants of vermilion bird with such high purity of blood. This Prince Xian's mansion is not simple. The beautiful eyes of the female martial god first lingered slightly on So Kinga, and then fell on So Xian behind her. The girl named So Kinga should be a heavenly demon body that is rare to see in 10,000 years. I don't know which of the 8 heavenly demon bodies it is. Judging from her aura, it looks like Xian. The 9th prince has a desolate sacred body, but his energy and blood are a bit too strong, to an absurd degree. Coupled with the spiritual birds with the blood of vermilion bird. Even though the female martial god's calm temperament was slightly fluctuating. Such a combination. It's a bit too luxurious. Whether it is the Xian heavenly demon body or the descendant of vermilion bird whose bloodline is extremely pure, their future achievements are limitless. The 9th Prince So Xian was even more exaggerated. As he walked, there were faint shapes of vermilion bird, true dragon, and Kunpeng circling around his body, almost turning into a vision. He obviously didn't mean to show off. It's that only when a certain skill is cultivated to the point where it's almost perfect, will the true meaning and divine form be revealed naturally. Female martial god knows how difficult this is. Young. How did he do it? Chapter 45. I don't know why, but you bothered the female martial god to come in person. So Xian said with a smile. He was wearing a silver-white brocade robe as usual, with his hair tied up casually. His temperament was lazy but not decadent. He walked slowly over and looked at the female martial god with a strange look in his eyes. For nothing else. Just because there were 3 big golden characters on her head. Available for investment. After the vermilion bird egg, this is the second investable target. At first, So Xian thought that there were many people with 90 points of luck, but he soon realized that having 90 points of luck can already be called a prosperous luck. At least in the world-famous Supreme Profound Academy, So Xian didn't find any. And things like vermilion bird's 288 points of luck, and So Kinga's even more outrageous 369 points of luck. He is truly the proud son of heaven. I have a very good relationship with So Kinga, and my luck exceeds 90 points. Isn't this the proper treatment for the protagonist's family and friends group? Thoughts moved slightly. The information of the female martial god appeared in his eyes. Name, Qiling, female martial god. Identity, the only successor of the ancient barbarian bloodline Ancient One. Cultivation, Dao Palace 5th layer Tian. Physique, martial god body. Fate, July survivor, Qi Sha Zhou Ming, Wu Chu Po Jun. Luck, 221 points. Status, investable. Annotation. In order to practice, she accumulated too many Bingsha, and she always suffered from the Bingsha invading the gods. If things go on like this, her consciousness will be swallowed up by the Bingsha and turned into a container. For you, Bingsha can be an excellent test subject for the idea practice method. Good guy. The corners of So Xian's eyebrows twitched slightly. This destiny is a bit too heaven-defying. No wonder she could become friends with So Kinga, they were in the same boat. Putting aside the July remnants for now, it is obviously the origin of her identity. Coupled with the phrase ancient barbarian bloodline, it is obvious that her ancestors are also extremely prominent. And his surname is Qi. There wouldn't be Qi Yu in this world, right? As for the next 2 fortunes, they are a bit unusual. Qi Sha Zhou Ming, that is, the life palaces in the Qi Sha star. 2 yangs are in conflict with each other, and 2 yins are in conflict with each other, just like 2 men living in different places, and 2 women living in different places. But the female martial god has a very good relationship with So Kinga, who is also a female, and judging from So Kinga's reaction, I'm afraid they get along very happily. This has to mention So Kinga's destiny. Lone star cursed by heaven. Theoretically speaking, it is worse than 7 kills. 7 kills by heaven can defeat the same S**X, but Lone Star cursed by heaven is so powerful, it can defeat everything except itself. There is reason to suspect that in the original trajectory, I was killed by Qian Mo early. I am afraid that I was also defeated by this cousin. Xian murmured in his heart. So Kinga and the female martial god restrained each other and probably reached some kind of wonderful balance. 7 kills is not as bad as Lone Star cursed by heaven. But doesn't the female martial god also have a Wukwapajun in the Palace of Two Fates? The 3 evil stars of Sha Po Lang only need Greed Wolf to complete them. It's really not an accident that these two people can become friends. Most people really can't handle it. At this time, hear Xian's question. The female martial god was silent for a while, glanced at So Kinga next to her, and then said, Ran Qingxiu specifically asked that only 3 people besides her know about this matter, including me. And it must not be leaked. That's just right. Xian nodded. You, me, Qingji, there are exactly 3. His tone was calm, as if he didn't care about the following sentence must not be leaked. Aside. So Kinga's long eyelashes trembled, and a touching smile appeared in her beautiful lake-colored eyes. She worried from time to time that her cousin would alienate her after he discovered that she was carrying a secret. Now it seems that there is no need to worry about this problem. This sentence is enough. But she herself cannot squander this trust wantonly. Oh, look at my brain, I forgot that I made tea just now. You guys talk, I'll bring the tea first. So Kinga patted his forehead, stood up very naturally, and walked away with a smile. This girl. So Xian laughed and shook his head, looking at the female martial god, please tell me. Good. The female martial god thought for a while, then raised her hand to lay down a light curtain formed by spiritual power, blocking the surroundings from sight and hearing. Seeing how serious she was, So Xian couldn't help but become curious. What is worthy of such solemnity? Daqian Imperial City has been infiltrated by people from the Dongyang Dynasty, Shake the Sky Sacred Land and the Demon Temple. The purpose is still unknown, and their large-scale war on the border is to cover up their plans here. In addition, the female martial god recounted in detail what Ran Qingxiu told her. There is not a single word, and there is no embellishing. Listen. There was a look of thought in So Xian's eyes. In the original plot, none of these things actually happened, not even this war existed. Like the Dongyang Dynasty, it is not a force in the same book as the Great Qian Dynasty. But in the real world, there have been such changes. What is there in Daqian Imperial City worth plotting? So Xian briefly recalled the plot in the book, and the valuable things he mentioned were nothing more than the world-suppressing dragon monument and the Emperor Dragon good fortune pool that he had sucked dry. And that is obviously not worthy of the 3 transcendent level forces uniting for this purpose. Good fortune level magic weapons, who can live without 1 or 2? The world of integration is really complex. Why should you tell me this matter? Shouldn't it be reported directly to the court? After thinking for a while, So Xian expressed his doubts. What's the use of telling him a prince? If this matter is true, it stands to reason that his father should be informed so that all the infiltrators can be caught out with the power of thunder. Have no idea. The female martial god shook her head, that's what Ran Qingxiu said exactly, and he told her many times that no more than 3 people should know about it. So Xian was speechless. Speaking of which, where did Ran Qingxiu get the news? So Kinga didn't seem to know about this either. Otherwise I would have told him long ago. In other words, it has reached a completely different timeline from the future that So Kinga lives in. So Xian murmured to himself. In addition, at this time, the female martial god suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed at the old man's body that had not been taken away not far away. I personally think that he is one of the infiltrators, but he was discovered by your cousin. Glancing at the headless corpse, So Xian sighed and rubbed his brows helplessly. He really just wants to lie down peacefully. Now every day at 2 o'clock, except for going to Supreme Profound Academy, he is at home. Why? Or are there always some inexplicable troubles coming to your door? Chapter 46. The sky is clear, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. The headless corpse lying on the ground ruined the beauty. Xian was a little bored and flicked out a wisp of flame with his finger, which fell on the old man's body and burned with a roar. In just a few breaths, it turned into ashes. It is indeed Nanming Luo. A flash of light flashed in the eyes of the female martial god. It is indeed one of the most powerful flames in the world. The old man is also a martial artist at the Dao Palace level. Even though he is dead, the strength of his physical body is still there. But without the protection of spiritual power, he was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. And in real combat, once Nanming Li Huo is sacrificed, your opponent will have to spend a lot of spiritual energy to block the flames. In this world, there are only a handful of people with a physique that can resist Nanming Li Huo, and it also depends on the degree of physical development. The female martial god did not think that her martial god body could withstand the burning of Nanming Luo. At least not yet. Certainly. It will be another story when Zhen reaches Daqin in the future. It's hard work to take this trip specifically. Xian raised his eyes and looked at the female martial god in front of him. How is King Xu's recent situation? Before I came, she had just suffered a well-planned assassination. The female martial god said concisely. However, she is staying with Ran Lai now. As long as she stays calm, she will be fine. Assassination? Xian frowned. As his thoughts turned, he had guessed the reason and sneered. What a wishful thinking. The other party wanted to rely on this method to interfere with Ran Lai's mood. Focusing his attention more on the border battlefields, he increasingly ignored the imperial city. Once Ran Qingxiu is really killed, the goal can indeed be achieved. But do it. The price paid is unimaginable. Don't say that Ran Lai is in the heaven-smiting realm 9th layer, infinitely close to the self-liberation realm. Even if it is just an ordinary heavenly king robber, if he kills without any scruples, it is enough to scare the younger generation of the 3 transcendent level forces. Unless you stay in the imperial city or sacred land forever, you may be slapped to death at any time. It's impossible for them not to understand this truth. But I did it anyway. So, there is only one explanation. There is something in the imperial city of Daqian that is worthy of their willingness to pay such a price. Does father know? This thought suddenly flashed through Xian's mind. If there is really a treasure or secret hidden in the imperial city that can shock the world, why do the Dongyang dynasty, Shake the Sky Sacred Land and the Demon Temple, which are millions of miles away, know about it, but the Daqian royal family does not know about it? Unless... Xian lowered his eyelids, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. The words have been brought, take leave. At this time, the female martial god stood up and prepared to leave. In fact, Ran Qingxiu also asked her for one thing, that is, to stay here and protect Xian for a while. Although judging from today's contact, the 9th prince of Daqian didn't seem to need her protection. But the female martial god always kept her promises and valued her agreements, so she decided to stay nearby for a few days. Wait a minute. Xian suddenly spoke. He stared at the female martial god who stopped. Just asking. I heard that you called old General Ran by his first name. He should not be one of his subordinates, nor one of my subjects. With your talent and strength, for some unknown reason, you were not only willing to protect Qingxiu's safety, but you even agreed to her excessive request, traveling 1,000,000 miles just to deliver a message. By this time, the barrier had dissipated. So Kinga held a teapot in one hand and a jade plate with 3 teacups on it in the other. Before you even get close, you can already hear the rich aroma of tea. Because in order to practice that special skill, she had been on the battlefield for many years and absorbed too much of the evil spirit of war. However, due to the lack of a page of skills, he was unable to neutralize the evil spirits, and now it has begun to erode his mind. So Kinga, who was walking slowly, silently explained the reason in his heart. This was told to her personally by the female martial god. But how it was resolved later, the female martial god did not mention. Now it seems that there should be some kind of deal with Ran Lai, and protecting Ran Qingxiu is the price she needs to pay. No comment. The female martial god said in a calm tone, "This is a deal between me and Ran Lai, and cannot be discussed with others. Just know." There was something strange in So Kinga's beautiful eyes. Her former friend's compliance with agreements and promises has reached the point of being almost paranoid. And this stems from a deep inner demon in his heart. As the Xuanyan heavenly demon, So Kinga had the ability to eradicate, or devour, his inner demons, and he also offered to help, but the female martial god refused very decisively. So Kinga understood then. It's not that the female martial god is incapable of killing her inner demons, it's just that she doesn't want to. Why did Sister Martial God leave in such a hurry? Thoughts passed through his heart, So Kinga smiled brightly, his eyes moved, and he stared at the female martial god who was about to leave. The best Jing Shen tea, added with 2 evil dispelling pills, can just disperse the bad luck in the hospital. Brush. The female martial god looked back in excitement, her hair raised, her eyes blazing. Meditation tea, evil elixir. These 2 things have the effect of calming the nerves and calming the soul, and can eliminate military evil in a small amount, so they are quite popular with her. But how did the woman in front of me know that? Recalling the girl's obviously overly familiar attitude before, she couldn't help but look surprised. Please. Facing her gaze, So Kinga stood beside So Xian with a calm smile, and a pair of water-like lake-colored eyes that seemed to see through her completely. And in fact, in front of So Kinga, female martial god can indeed be said to have almost no secrets. My little cousin, you have shown the role that a reborn person should have. So Xian, who was thinking about how to cut into the topic and achieve investment, suddenly felt happy. Looking at the female martial god whose expression is changing. So Xian opened and closed his eyes, and little bits of gold gathered in his pupils, and said leisurely. Bingsha is indeed a good thing. But if it accumulates too much, it will inevitably erode the mind. If things go on like this, I'm afraid it will become a killing machine with no consciousness. Chapter 47. In the pavilion. So Xian blew lightly, and the tea leaves swirled in the cup. He took a sip and frowned unconsciously. It tastes weird. Jing Shen tea itself tastes very good. But with the addition of the evil repelling pill, it has a rich medicinal fragrance. I can't say it doesn't smell good, but most people probably won't be able to accept the taste of tea. Gudong. The female martial god picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, like a cow chewing peonies, without caring about her own image. Just like her moves, she opens and closes widely without any worries. Who are you? Her eyes wandered back and forth between So Xian and So Kinga, her cold eyes full of confusion at the moment. So Xian is fine. It can be seen that there is a lot of evil in her body, and she probably has some kind of pupil technique. But what happened to So Kinga? Why does she know that she likes to drink the Jing Shen tea and the evil elixir together? Female martial god searched the memories in his mind, but he couldn't even imagine that he had been in contact with her. What's more, So Kinga was only 16 years old, how could he have left here? To know. The female martial god only came to the Great Qian Dynasty last year. This is the first time to enter this imperial city. It does not matter. So Xian put the teacup on the table and said leisurely, the important thing is that I can help you get rid of the excess soldiers in your body. How to solve? The female martial god temporarily suppressed her doubts and spoke solemnly. This was indeed a problem she urgently needed to solve, otherwise she would not have agreed to the deal with Ran Lai and gone to protect his granddaughter Ran Qingxiu. She can feel it. The evil spirit inside her body has accumulated to a certain limit, attacking her soul all the time. It won't be long before the situation Xian mentioned before will occur. Become a pure killing machine. As for the deal with Ran Lai, it is actually a secret military treasure that can suppress the evil spirits of soldiers, and it must be worn on the body at all times and cannot be separated from the body. Otherwise, the suppressed Bingsha will be like the volcano that has been suppressed for a long time, erupting more rapidly and terrifyingly. Reach over here. Xian spoke slowly. The female martial god frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then put her delicate white palms on the table. Offended, Xian grabbed her palm unceremoniously. It can be clearly felt that the female martial god's finger trembled, as if she wanted to withdraw it subconsciously, but she held it back after all. Well, it's very white, smooth, and tender. Bah, what are you thinking about? Xian coughed lightly and calmed down his wandering thoughts. There is no absolute consistency between the strength of the physical body and the quality of the skin. Most of the time, the martial artist's appearance will mirror that of his or her state of mind. For example, Ran Lai, the general of Zhenqiu, looks like a grey-haired old man, but if he is willing, he can regain his youth in a single thought. But as long as you don't deliberately control it, you will quickly return to the appearance of a white-haired old man. Why? It's because his state of mind is quite vicissitudes. Certainly. Only after reaching the heaven-smiting realm can one return to youth, and most of the creatures that can reach that level don't care about their own image and tend to let nature take its course. Except women. When it comes to loving beauty, women are the same regardless of past or present life. Swallow. Xian said something silently in his heart. Boom. A violent, fiery grey mist suddenly surged out of the body of the female martial god, as if it had found an outlet, almost condensing into substance. Along the palms of the two people's hands, he crazily crawled into Xian's body. Thick fog instantly enveloped them. I could vaguely hear the shouts of killing and the shrill cries of ghosts that echoed endlessly. The body of the female martial god in red armor shook slightly. Huo De raised her quiet eyes and looked at Xian in disbelief. Next moment, she shook her wrist slightly, broke free from Xian's hand, and shouted softly in shock and anger. Are you crazy? If you don't cultivate military skills, your body will not be able to contain the evil spirits of soldiers at all. Even a small part of it will be enough to drown your soul. You. The words are not finished yet. But suddenly stopped. Looking at Xian, who looked calm and unaffected in front of him. The female martial god was stunned for a moment, with a hint of hesitation on her face. You also practiced military skills? No. Xian smiled lightly, it's just that I happen to have a way to deal with these soldiers. Continue. Are you really okay? You can take a look for yourself. With that said, Xian handed over his hand. The female martial god did not hesitate and simply put her slender palm on the big hand. An array of spiritual power spread to Xian's body along her fingers. What a terrifying body! As soon as the spiritual power touched her, the female martial god was shocked. It was just a guess before, but now she felt it in person, and found that Xian's physical strength was even more exaggerated than she imagined. It looks like a real dragon in human form. He is from the divine bridge realm. Is this really a physical body that humans can cultivate? The corners of the female martial god's eyes twitched slightly, suppressing the unspeakable emotions, and continued to investigate carefully. After a while, the female martial god finally confirmed. The Bingsha that Xian had just absorbed into his body had indeed disappeared. He can really handle soldiers. She just didn't know what method she was using. If she could learn it, a bright color appeared in her eyes. Don't think about it. Xian saw what she was thinking at a glance and started to make nonsense. This method involves the development of my own physique, and only I can use it, no one else can. Desolate sacred body? Hear the words. The female martial god was a little disappointed, but she did not doubt the authenticity of these words. The Bingxia in Xian's body disappeared too completely, as if it had been swallowed up by something. If it relied on secret methods, it would be impossible to make the Bingxia dissipate out of thin air. Energy is conserved in everything. The female martial god has been dealing with evil spirits all year round, and she knows this very well. But if the desolate sacred body can swallow the Bingxia, it would make sense. All kinds of thoughts flashed through my mind. The female martial god placed her slender white jade-like palm on Xian's big hand again, nodded slightly, and said, "You can continue, thank you." Chapter 48. Look, she has to thank us. Holding her weak and boneless hand, Xian laughed in her heart. In some ways, it is not wrong to say that he can absorb the devouring Bingxia. After all, those majestic military auras were indeed stored in his body. The moment it spread along the fingers, all of it was transferred to Xian's consciousness space. Sink into the mind. Xian was slightly amazed as he watched the mass being infinitely compressed, turning from a light grey into a pitch-black weapon. This female martial god is really cruel to herself. The so-called military evil. It is the murderous aura created by the constant fighting on the battlefield, and the tragic evil aura gathered by the unwillingness and resentment of the soldiers who died like a meat grinder before dying. This thing is extremely dangerous. Even if they do not actively absorb it, soldiers who have been on the battlefield all year round will gradually accumulate this substance in their bodies. A small amount is okay, as it has the effect of suppressing evil and exorcising ghosts. However, once it is too much, it will directly affect the soldiers' minds. The red eyes are sometimes more than just a description. So, many folk stories say that veterans are full of evil spirits and are difficult to invade by ghosts, which is actually true. The evil spirit of war accumulated in the female warrior's divine body is so strong that it condenses into liquid. No wonder a genius who has reached the Dao Palace level at the age of 30 is willing to protect Ran Qingxiu. Because she couldn't hold it anymore. If it were not for the extremely tenacious will, I am afraid that it would have turned into a killing weapon that has lost itself. That is Xian. If it were any other person who dared to come into contact with these evil spirits on the female martial god, he would be shocked into an idiot in just one breath. With constant devouring. The black ball formed by Bingxia in the consciousness space is continuously compressed and gathered, turning from gas to liquid, then from liquid to solid, and is still expanding. The corners of Xian's eyes twitched. This is simply a biological bomb. If thrown out unexpectedly, some weak-willed martial artists might turn into lunatics on the spot. The female martial god is able to persist until now and has a clear mind, which is really difficult for her. Kung Fu is one thing, her martial god body should also play a huge role, as well as the fate of Qishaziuoming and Muokupa-jun. But Fan Shao is the same, with her uncontrolled absorption, it's already cold. Female martial god? The female madman is pretty much the same. At this time, the female martial god's originally rather sickly pale complexion returned to rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her cold eyes became much calmer. There is no longer the sinister aura that made ordinary people's hearts palpitate. It turns out that when she was normal, she was still very normal. So Kinga stared at this scene, thinking to himself, and then felt that he had said nonsense. But it is true. During the years she spent with the female martial god, even though the latter's cultivation was extremely advanced, her face always showed that sickly cold and pale look. Although relying on the secret treasure, most of the erosion of the soul by Bingxia was suppressed. But that's just most. It is still necessary to bear the continuous impact like a tide all the time. A drop of water can penetrate stone, and a saw rope can break wood. Not to mention, the small number of soldiers that escape from time to time are far more than just drips of water and saw ropes. All right. Suddenly, Xian let go of his hand. The female martial god opposite took a gentle breath, Her eyes were slightly misty as the mountains undulated, as if her body had been hollowed out. It is indeed equivalent to being hollowed out. The evil spirit that filled his body was completely gone at this moment. Xian didn't leave any for her, and sucked it all up, leaving her with a strong feeling of emptiness and powerlessness. It's like you're trying to block a door that's being knocked down by a murderer. Suddenly, the murderer disappeared. The sense of relief that surges from the bottom of your heart will instantly make your whole body feel paralyzed and relieve the tight breath in your chest. Thanks. After waiting for a while, the female martial god readjusted herself and thanked her sincerely. Without the erosion of the soldiers, her eyes were no longer cold, but became quiet and clear, and her temperament became much calmer, losing the overwhelming and fierce aura. Everyone gets what they need. Xian smiled. It can't be calculated that way. The female martial god shook her head and her tone was very serious. Perhaps there is a use for you to swallow Bingsha, but for me, it is directly related to my own life and future practice. This is a great favor and must not be repaid. If I need help with anything in the future, as long as it doesn't go against my true intentions, I will do my best. Keeping grudges clear is a belief she has always carried out. These words seemed to sound a bit familiar. Xian's mind inexplicably recalled Ran Qingxiu's beautiful dancing posture, and subconsciously glanced at the female martial god's simple armor with a cold metallic luster. Tisk, the picture is too beautiful, I dare not look at it. The thought flashed away, and Xian chuckled softly, don't worry, I'm afraid we will deal with each other often in the future, and the future is long. The female martial god thought for a while and nodded seriously. She understood what Xian meant. As long as you practice that skill for a day, you will continue to accumulate a lot of military evil energy in your body, and you will inevitably need Xian's help. I am afraid that such a great kindness will never be repaid in my lifetime. The female martial god sighed softly in her heart. She doesn't like to owe favors. But in order to continue practicing, I have to owe money, and I can only pay it back slowly in the future. Qingji, you take your daughter martial god to find a room to rest, I want to digest the evil spirit of Bing. After Xian finished speaking, he closed his eyes and sat still. Female martial god did not refuse. She really needed a good rest at this point. After enduring the erosion of Bingsha for many years, he suddenly relaxed and felt a strong sense of exhaustion coming from his mind to his body. She had not experienced such a sense of relief for too long. Sister martial god, come with me. So Kinga nodded slightly and walked towards the guest room. The female martial god follows behind her. When he was approaching the door of the room, he finally couldn't help but asked, Miss Su, can you explain why you know that I like Jing Shen tea and evil elixir? What if I said? So Kinga looked back with a smile, I met you a long time ago, do you believe it? A long time ago? Where did it come from a long time ago? The female martial god had doubts in her heart, and suddenly she stopped walking, as if there were dust-laden memories slowly opening up in her mind. The real dragon roars in the sky, and the divine phoenix dances. There are ferocious birds that cover the sky and the sun fly across the sky, and giant beasts like mountains shake the earth. There is a tiny figure standing on the top of the mountain, drawing a bow like a full moon. One arrow shot out and shattered the world. There is a golden palm pressing down from the sky, spanning hundreds of millions of miles across the vast sky, and the fine lines in the palm are like the lines of the Great Dao, each one clearly visible. With one palm, mountains and rivers were destroyed. Scenes flashed through my mind like a revolving lantern. The female martial god swayed, and almost fell to the ground if So Kinga hadn't reached out in time to support her. Her eyes were confused. He didn't hear clearly what So Kinga was saying with his eyebrows furrowed next to him. He entered the room in a daze, lay down on the bed in a daze, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. What were those, just now? Chapter 49. Close the door gently and come out. So Kinga's delicate face was filled with confusion. She doesn't remember that the female martial god has this problem. Is it because of that sentence? God can see mercy. So Kinga swore that she really just wanted to sigh, who knew that the female martial god would have such a big reaction. It's really weird. Muttering silently, So Kinga looked in the direction of the pavilion. I saw my cousin sitting quietly on the chair, his eyes closed, his whole body shrouded in divine light, and even his hair was dyed pale gold, making him look like a fairy. In silence, the surrounding spiritual energy was attracted and gathered towards the pavilion, bringing with it a gust of cool wind. Another breakthrough. A look of astonishment appeared in So Kinga's clear eyes. It had only been a few days since she was reborn, and she had already watched her cousin break through 2 small realms. The speed is too scary. Suddenly, So Kinga felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Must work hard. If this continues, as a reborn person with prophetic abilities, she may be left far behind by her cousin, unable to match her. That's too embarrassing. Certainly. So Kinga didn't think there was anything wrong with him since his cultivation level was not as good as that of his cousin. But if the difference in strength is too big, she won't be able to help her cousin, but will be a drag, which is what she doesn't want to see. Such is the case today. If the female martial god hadn't happened to appear, the old man might have been able to escape. And she could only watch helplessly. The current physical body is still too weak. We need to refine some elixirs that can quickly strengthen the physical body and melt them in water. I don't have to worry about the strong effects of the medicines damaging the foundation. So Kinga changed his mind and walked outside, preparing to buy some natural materials and treasures. Although she is not a profound alchemist, her cultivation has reached a certain level and she has a thorough understanding of the Tao. Now his cultivation level is not high, but his understanding of the rules has not been lost at all. I dare not say what divine products or heavenly grade elixirs can be refined. But the normal spirit pill is still very relaxing. Ding! Lying flat is not a posture, but a state of mind. You get the reward for lying down today, legendary level martial skill, overturning heaven seal. You have been lying flat for a total of 40 days. You deserve to be commended for your perseverance. You have received the cumulative lying flat reward, mythical level martial arts, Tathagata Divine Palm's first move, I am the only one. In the pavilion, Xian's consciousness sank into his mind, and before he had time to study the purpose of Bing Shat, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Overturning heaven seal. He was stunned for a moment and looked quickly. Then I noticed that the system was talking about legendary level martial arts, not law treasure. Scared me. I thought it was the famous spirit treasure Bantian seal, but it turns out it's just a martial skill with the same name but different words, overturning heaven seal. Xian sighed slightly disappointedly. This is probably the so-called difference of one word and 1,000 miles of error. But think about it. If it is really the supreme grade innate spirit treasure Bantan seal that was refined from the Buzhu sacred mountain in mythical legend. In this world, Xian could probably just walk sideways. No. Not an estimate. But I can really walk sideways. That thing is an invincible brick that even the great principal golden immortal can't hold up. In this world. Not to mention the lord of the good fortune realm who only stands at the pinnacle of humanity. Even if the true immortal comes down to earth, he can't hold it back. After reading the introduction of Overturning Heaven Seal, Xian's eyes moved. Shaking the earth upside down, shattering the world with the palm of your hand, destroying the 3 realms, all in your hands. It is the most practical and destructive seal among the 9 seals of Yuanxi. If you practice to the highest level, you can evolve into an entity that embodies the rules. A strange look appeared on Xian's face. The rewards given by the system did not mention the source, so they may not be the native martial arts of this world. And judging from the introduction alone, this overturning heaven seal martial art might actually be inextricably related to Fan Tianyan. Is it possible that what evolved from its highest state is the Aphantian seal? Suppress the weird feeling in my heart. Xian turned his attention to the reward of lying flat for 40 days. The first posture of the Tathagata God's palm, I am the only one. Well, in my impression, isn't the first posture called the first appearance of the Buddha's light? Well, who said it has to be the Tathagata God's palm? Preconceptions are the main thing. It is the same first grade as the previous True Dragon Treasure technique. The only mythical level currently. Xian has basically determined that mythical is the realm after legend, and the legendary realm corresponds to honorific titles such as Divine King, and Immortal Monarch. So the mythical realm should be the Immortal Emperor, the God Emperor? There is no record at all about the existence of that level in the human world, not even a few words exist, so we can only rely on guesswork. Although I'm not a fan of Buddhist gate, who wouldn't like Bai Las martial arts skills? There was a smile in Xian's eyes. There is also a Buddhist gate in this world. As far as Xian knows, there are traces of Buddhist gates in almost every place in the 5 major regions of Southeast, Northwest, and Central Daxia, especially the Western Desert. Someone once described it as 100 steps leads to a Buddhist temple, 1,000 steps leads to an ancient temple. It can be seen that its prosperity has reached some incredible level. With a slight thought in his mind, Xian Zhang was about to use his mind to practice the method, and saw when the first posture of Tathagata's divine palm was all about me. The system prompt sounded again. Ding! Female martial god's investment is successful. You get the rank 1 investment reward, the ancient beast, the iron-eating beast. Chapter 50. Iron-eating beast? The corner of Xian's mouth twitched. The first thing that popped into his mind was a black and white, round, lazy guy who only ate and slept. What's the point of giving this thing as a reward? Can it be used as a mascot? How to get it? With a sense of luck, Xian asked in his mind. After all, it is a strange beast in the fantasy world. Who is to say that it must be the same species as the iron-eating beast in the previous life? Anyway, this is the first time the system rewards living creatures. The previous vermilion bird directly gave the treasure map and asked Xian to find it by himself. This gave him a further understanding of the system's capabilities. After all, it is the simplest to reward some exercises and martial arts, which only require memory and inheritance, while spirit pills and other wonderful medicines have entered the category of physical objects. The creatures are at another level. Just say it silently and extract it. The voice of the system sounded in my mind. Xian's spiritual thoughts spread out, and after making sure there was no one around, he said extract in his heart. Next moment, a black and white, round little guy appeared in front of Xian out of thin air. I knew it. Xian sighed. Panda, in the ancient times of his previous life, was known as the iron-eating beast. The little guy was so naive that he turned around in circles twice, then raised his round head. It stared at Xian for a few seconds, then suddenly stood upright, staggered closer, spread its stubby forelimbs, and hugged his calf hard. Do you automatically recognize the master? Xian looked down at it. Don't tell me yet. Although I had seen it many times in the zoo in my previous life, this was the first time I had observed it at such a close range. The little thing looks quite unique. Hey? This qi and blood seems to be quite strong. Suddenly, Xian noticed something, and the golden condensation in his eyes immediately burst into pieces, and a blazing glow flowed out. He looked at the iron-eating beast carefully. Xian's eyes were shocked. This little guy is obviously still in its infancy, but its qi and blood are extremely rich. It's just not visible to the outside, but is embedded in its flesh and blood. As long as it is stimulated, it can instantly burst out with terrifying power. And its body is also extremely powerful, with every inch of its muscles and bones showing a faint metallic sheen. It's a real piece of steel. Does this little guy really feed on iron? Xian thought for a while, took out a piece of spiritual grass and put it in front of it, but saw that it just sniffed it and immediately moved away. Immediately afterwards, Xian tried spiritual fruits, beast meat, spiritual bird meat and so on. The little iron-eating beast didn't even look at it, its small green bean-like eyes filled with disgust. Xian's eyes were strange. He took out a piece of red gold with a dragon pattern. This is a kind of spiritual gold. It is named because it has natural dragon scale patterns and is red in color. It is expensive and is a rare metal used to refine magical weapons at levels below Dao Palace. And this time, almost as soon as it was taken out, the little iron-eating beast immediately stared at it, its small pea-like eyes widened, and its saliva almost flowed down. It actually really feeds on iron. Xian sighed and threw the dragon-patterned red gold in his hand to it. Under his gaze, the little iron-eating beast happily rubbed his round head against him to show his closeness, then grabbed the dragon-marked red gold with two small paws and took a bite. Bang! There was a crisp chewing sound. Dragon-marked red gold that even the divine bridge martial artist cannot easily destroy. In the mouth of the little iron-eating beast, it is like tofu. A slight bite will make a gap, and it can be eaten with relish. This is amazing. This little guy is so old that he can chew dragon-marked red gold. If it grows older, wouldn't it be able to show off even divine gold and fairy gold? Worthy of the name of the iron-eating beast. Xian can already imagine it. When you encounter some powerful enemies in the future, they will just use the magic weapon law treasure. The iron-eating beast suddenly jumped out from the side, hugged it in his arms, chewed it for a few times, and then nibbled it clean. Yes, although it is not as powerful as vermilion bird, it is still a skill. Xian nodded with satisfaction. It suddenly occurred to him that investment rewards are related to the investors. For example, when you successfully invested in vermilion bird egg, the rank 1 reward you received was the iconic Nanming Luo. But here the female martial god was given an iron-eating beast. Her surname is Qi, so I'm afraid there really was no Emperor Qi in this world. After all, Fu Xi, one of the ancestors of humanities, also embodies the image of Fu Huang in this world, so Qi Yu, one of the 3 ancestors of Daxia, may not be a problem. Xian said to himself. Yes. In the past life, Qi Yu, Yan Emperor and Yellow Emperor were listed as the 3 ancestors of Daxia. The little iron-eating beast obviously doesn't eat much. After eating only 1/3 of the piece of dragon-marked red gold, it couldn't eat any more and lay on the ground with its round belly, looking satisfied and enjoying it. Looking at its appearance, Xian's eyes twitched slightly. In the eyes of others, wouldn't he also look like this when he is dead? Gotta change it. As the system just said, lying down is not only a posture, but also an attitude. The key point lies in the word attitude at the end. I don't know what this girl Qing Ji is doing. Although Xian's consciousness had sunk into her mind just now, her perception was still there, so she naturally knew that she had just left the mansion alone. He was not worried about So Kinga's safety. Before his rebirth, he was able to make friends with the female martial god who was already in the Dao Palace realm during this period. It was obvious that So Kinga had reached a certain height at that time. Although the cultivation level has not been improved yet, it is not something that ordinary people can deal with. But now things are turbulent inside the imperial city. The purpose of the 3 transcendent level forces, Dongyang Dynasty, Shaking Sacred Land, and Demon Temple, is also unclear. It is better to be cautious. I'll give you a warning when she comes back. Shaking his head, Xian regained his composure, closed his eyes, and began to practice his thoughts. A long time. He suddenly opened his eyes, stretched his right hand forward slowly, and turned it down. The iron-eating beast lying lazily on the ground suddenly stood on end, as if he saw a towering giant mountain suddenly collapsing, and the sky tilted downwards, rumbling towards it. But in just a moment, this feeling disappeared. Overturning Heaven Seal, Fan Tian Seal, the peak supporting the sky collapsed, so the sky fell, as if upside down. So that's it. So Xian Ruo has some enlightenment. At this time, the guard's respectful report came from outside the courtyard. Your Highness, the envoy from the Bila dynasty has arrived. Your Majesty has an order. Please enter the court hall to show that we are a country of etiquette. Su Xian frowned slightly. Bila dynasty envoy? Has the candidate for the marriage already been decided? Chapter 51. Linglong Pavilion. So Kinga was strolling on the first floor, thinking about what elixir to choose. The 6 destroying body tempering pill has the greatest improvement in the physical body, but the side effects are also the most obvious. It will cause 6 destruction and 6 rebirth in the meridians of the physical body, hence the name. With the current strength of my physical body, it is easy to leave hidden injuries, but it can be followed up use. 9 spirits blood refining powder is made from the blood of 9 kinds of fire-based spirit beasts, supplemented by heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Taking it is like burning fire cooking the body, which can easily damage flesh and blood. Melt it in water and bathe, it can be used. The names of the elixirs appeared in So Kinga's mind one by one. The levels of elixirs in the world are divided in detail. From low to high, they are Huang, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Saint, God, Immortal. With my current level of cultivation, I can refine Earth-grade elixirs. It's a pity that we don't have a high-quality alchemy furnace, otherwise we should be able to refine the heavenly-grade spirit pill. So Kinga shook his head slightly. Alchemy technique relies on the control of flames and the intensity of mental power. Although So Kinga suffered heavy losses when fighting against the catastrophe, and his primordial spirit was severely damaged, it was nothing compared to his peak. But after all, he was once the master of good fortune realm. No matter how weak he is now, he is still much stronger than the ordinary martial artist. Kindness. Suddenly, So Kinga paused slightly, and his eyes fell on a section of dry and rotten wood shrouded in a light curtain. From time to time, subtle arcs of electricity flashed across it, and a faint aura of destruction emerged. It was clearly charred and withered. But there is a faint hint of vitality, and a green shoot sprouts. Thunder struck wood. So Kinga's eyes moved. The so-called lightning-struck trees are trees that have been struck by thunder. Because it contains the aura of heavenly thunder that is extremely yang and extremely strong, it has an excellent restraint effect on evil spirits and ghosts. It is often used to make protective treasures. It is occasionally used when refining elixirs, but rarely, and most of them only add a handful of crushed powder as an auxiliary ingredient. Because its thunderous aura is so destructive, once too much is used, a little carelessness will cause irreversible and devastating trauma to the physical body. There is only one exception. That is, it was born from death. Under the destructive aura of the thunder, it was extremely tenacious and gave birth to new vitality. And the piece of lightning-struck wood in front of me perfectly meets the conditions. With this item, we can try to refine heavenly grade's good fortune pill of life and death. Although the effect of the medicine is also extremely strong and can damage the meridians, its unique lightning strike wood contains a hint of nirvana and will be reshaped instantly without worrying about damage to the physical body. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and So Kinga made a quick decision. I want this. Take it out for me, thank you. As soon as So Kinga's words came out, a soft and gentle voice sounded next to him at the same time. Kindness? Stealing something? So Kinga's eyebrows raised unconsciously and he turned his head coldly. But he saw a girl wearing a pure white dress standing next to her. She was slender, thin, and frail, with a sickly pale face on her delicate face. She seemed stunned for a moment. Maybe she didn't expect someone to choose the same thing as her. Subconsciously looking sideways, her eyes met So Kinga's rather indifferent eyes. The girl seemed a little scared and shrank slightly. That. Her eyes were tangled for a moment, then she moved to the side and whispered, "Sorry, just buy it." So Kinga raised her eyebrows slightly. It's not the same as imagined. The life before rebirth. So Kinga has also experienced many fights for heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and magical weapons. He has encountered some arrogant people who like to move out of their masters and clans at every turn, and kill the young and the old, which is very annoying. I thought it would be a similar situation again this time. She was ready to spend a lot of money to buy this piece of lightning-struck wood. Result: the other party just gave up? In this case, So Kinga was naturally not polite. He took out a storage ring and threw it to the shopping guide next to him to check out. After taking out the lightning strike wood, she nodded to the girl and turned to leave. "Miss, you need it very much now." On the side, the old woman who was following the girl frowned and spoke, but she saw the girl stretched out her white jade-like lotus root arm to gently stop her, and shook her head. She sighed. It was indeed the person who spoke first. "I can't take advantage of others." Hear the words. A look of helplessness appeared in the old woman's cloudy eyes. "Miss, your biggest shortcoming is that you are too kind-hearted and always consider others. However, your health is not good, and now you have to marry a foreign country. What should you do if you are bullied in the future? Isn't this Grandma Yuyun?" The girl smiled flatteringly, but there was a hint of loneliness in her clear eyes. The old woman sighed silently. Although she has good strength, she is only at the Dao Palace level, and she is not in her own territory, so her words have no weight at all. Coupled with the fragile temperament of my young lady, I am afraid that she will rarely be wronged in the future. Hateful. If it hadn't been for that incident back then, how could the young lady have fallen to this level with her stunning appearance? Recalling the past events, a trace of resentment flashed in the old woman's eyes. "You need thunderstrike wood badly." Suddenly, So Kinga's faint voice sounded from the side. The old woman was shocked. Although she was a little distracted just now, she was a strong person in the Dao Palace realm after all, and she failed to notice So Kinga's approach. "To know. The latter is just a martial artist from the Aperture Opening realm. I didn't expect that just by casually visiting Linglong Pavilion, I would meet an unusual young man. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Dakian Imperial City." There was a hint of emotion in the old woman's eyes. Sighed. The girl in the white dress was startled, looking at So Kinga, who came back with doubts in her eyes. He hesitated slightly, before she could speak. The old woman was afraid that her young lady would say unnecessary words, so she quickly said, "To be honest with this girl, my young lady's body has been damaged due to some old events, and she has trouble sleeping day and night. This piece of lightning-struck wood that contains vitality can alleviate my young lady's hidden injuries to a great extent." So Kinga looked at the girl. The latter nodded a little sheepishly. "Actually, the lightning strike on the wood won't have much effect. It's not as exaggerated as Granny Yun said. That's the need." So Kinga summed it up briefly, and then a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "For the sake of your sincerity, I just can't use it all. If you don't mind, just come home with me, and you can take whatever is left of my alchemy with you." Seeing the girl in front of him suddenly look happy, a strange color flashed deep in So Kinga's eyes. Was it really her sudden act of kindness? Ridiculous. With So Kinga's indifferent character that he had honed over the years, how could he show so-called compassion to a stranger? The reason for doing this? It was entirely because So Kinga vaguely heard what the old woman said just before she was about to leave. Married to a foreign country, he was accompanied by an old slave with a Dao Palace status. Although there is not much information, but it still reminded So Kinga that he had just heard the news of the arrival of the Bila dynasty envoy on the road. Then this delicate and weak girl. There is a high probability that it is the Princess Bila who came from afar to get married. Chapter 52. Walk out of Linglong Pavilion. Followed behind So Kinga. The girl in the white dress was out of breath and dripping with sweat after walking for a while. This was the era of prosperity for Marshal Dao. It can be said that any civilian family will dabble in martial Dao practice, and even if they have no talent, they can still strengthen their body. It has been integrated into every aspect of life. Become an integral part. So Kinga was surprised that this girl in the white dress was really a completely ordinary person. This made her wonder if she had guessed wrong. The Bila dynasty as a whole is not as prosperous as the Great Qian Dynasty, but it is still one of the transcendent level forces. No matter how weak the body of the majestic princess is, no matter how talented she is, it can be piled up in a pile. How could he be an ordinary person? This doesn't make sense. After carefully recalling some things that happened before his rebirth, So Kinga found no trace of this girl. However, it is normal. Looking around the world, there are countless geniuses, but So Kinga has not met everyone. Even those she has seen, unless they are really amazing and beautiful, can only be remembered by her, and few people love her. Shake his head slightly. It doesn't matter if you guess wrong. For So Kinga, the most it would be is the loss of some insignificant lightning-struck wood. Thunder strikes wood to make elixir, lightning strikes wood. Walking behind So Kinga, the old woman released a burst of spiritual power and supported her young lady forward. Suddenly, she had an idea and couldn't help but said, "I would like to ask this young lady, the elixir you just mentioned, isn't it about refining the heavenly grade spirit pill, the life and death good fortune pill?" "Good." So Kinga nodded calmly. The old woman's heart was slightly shaken. It was perfectly normal for her to guess. Because in this world, the only elixir refined from the vitality-rich thunderbolt wood is the good fortune elixir. Although this elixir is heavenly grade, it is extremely difficult to refine and can easily fail. 227. Even heavenly grade alchemist cannot guarantee success. This small piece of lightning strike wood is only enough to refine 2 pieces, and it will not fall. But the old woman remembered it clearly. Just now, this strange and beautiful girl said in an understatement that they could take away any remaining thunderbolt wood from refining the elixir. This shows that she has absolute confidence that she can successfully refine it in one go. That is to say, there was at least one heavenly grade alchemist in her family, and even a higher saint grade. The old woman suddenly looked a little more cautious and asked tentatively, "I don't know how to call you, miss." "So Kinga." "Surname Su?" The old woman suddenly understood. No wonder, it turns out that he is a descendant of the Dakian royal family. Could it be that he is also a certain princess or something? Soon. When the old woman and the girl followed So Kinga to the door of the mansion, they both raised their heads and glanced at the plaque above. Prince Xian's mansion. Their eyes met, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Just as So Kinga guessed. The girl's true identity is indeed Princess Bailey. As a victim of marriage, she already knew something about the princes in the Great Qian Dynasty who might become her husbands. They are the eldest Prince Su Yuan, the third Prince Su Yang, and the ninth Prince Su Xian who has only recently emerged. And King Xian is the title of the ninth Prince Su Xian. Coincidence, or a plan made in advance? This idea flashed through the old woman's mind, but she dismissed it in an instant. Even when they left the Northern Dynasty, not many people had seen the true appearance of their young lady, and because of her health, she usually stayed at home and rarely went out. Even this time, only a few people had seen the envoy. In addition, they did not come together with the envoys, but set out a few days in advance and arrived earlier. How could anyone have time to send the princess's portrait? If it's really a coincidence, it can be called fate. The old woman murmured in her heart, staring at So Kinga in front of her, becoming more certain about her identity. Then this one must be the princess and princess who have a good relationship with King Xian. Although Miss So Kinga's soul looks a little cold on the surface, she has a good heart. Birds of a feather flock together, and people divide into groups. That ninth Prince Su Xian shouldn't be too bad either. If the princess can get married to Prince Xian, her life shouldn't be too difficult, right? Pity. It is not up to the princess herself to decide who to marry. It also depends on the final decision made by those in the envoy after evaluation. Thinking in mind. A trace of sadness flashed in the old woman's eyes. Born into an imperial family, not only did her daughter not enjoy much pampering, but she suffered hardships since she was a child, and now she has become a victim of marriage, involuntarily. How unfair is this world? She looked at the princess next to her. But he saw that the latter's unhealthy white face had no expression at all at this time. But in those originally ethereal eyes, there was a hint of dead silence and desolation that had long been resigned to fate. Cousin. At this time, So Kinga's clear and melodious voice suddenly sounded from the front, which was very different from her previous calm tone. Immediately after, there was a gentle male voice. Who are these two? Cousin? Is it the 9th Prince Xian? The old woman and Princess Bila looked in the direction of the sound almost at the same time. I saw a tall figure walking out of the corner. It was a man in a green shirt, with a handsome face and a faint smile in his eyes. Her black hair is scattered casually, and only the top is simply tied up with a hairpin. The whole person exudes a lazy and casual atmosphere, as if not restricted by external objects, and full of Dao rhyme when walking. It is impressive at first glance. A friend I just met at Linglong Pavilion. At this time, So Kinga was still not sure whether the other party was Princess Bailey, so he told the truth and did not explain his guess. To avoid making a mistake, it would be embarrassing in front of my cousin. Well, it's rare that you can still make friends. So Xian laughed as if teasing or surprised. Whether it was So Kinga before her rebirth or her after her rebirth, in So Xian's eyes, she always had the kind of temperament that didn't like communicating with outsiders. It's really strange for her to take the initiative to make friends with him. Could it be that they were also friends before rebirth? The protagonist's family and friends group? Thoughts flashed through his mind. So Xian's eyes fell on the girl and the old woman, especially the former, who stayed for a moment longer, his eyes moving slightly. What a weak body! Just standing there seems to be blown down by a gust of wind. His appearance is quite stunning, almost the second one So Xian has seen in his life. Well, the first one is So Kinga. Two people have different senses of beauty. Although this girl showed a strong sense of illness and frailty all over her body, there is a sense of fairy spirit floating around. Her beautiful face combined with her pale and sickly appearance gave her a pitiful temperament. Special physique? It shouldn't be. So Xian has never heard of any special physical side effects that can make people weak. Cousin, are you going out? At this time, Yin Kinga's questioning voice sounded. So Xian nodded. The Baili envoy has arrived. My father asked me to go to the court to talk about a country that demonstrates etiquette, so I had to go there. Just go like this. So Kinga couldn't help but look at her cousin's extremely casual dress, wondering if she had too many things to worry about. My cousin seems to have no intention of competing with his relatives. It's so casual, it's almost like going to court. Go shopping instead. Did he have no intention of becoming emperor at all? Everyone can tell that whoever marries Princess Bila this time must be the prince, because this is related to the diplomatic relations between the two countries. If not... So Xian looked calm. If it didn't make his extremely powerful father angry and affect his future peace, he really didn't want to go. Apart from wasting time, there is absolutely no point in doing it. Okay, I'll go over first. If you need anything, tell Butler Lin directly. Don't neglect the guests. So Xian waved his hand, walked to the girl and the old woman, nodded at them with a smile, and then drifted away. He seemed to be walking slowly. However, every step he took was like changing places, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. What an exquisite footwork! The old woman's cloudy eyes flashed. After all, she is a martial artist in the Dao Palace realm, so she can see some tricks. The 9th prince didn't use any physical skills or martial arts just now, but had completely integrated them. With one step, the Dao patterns would naturally condense. Is he the ninth Prince Xian, who may become my future husband? Luo Xianer stared blankly at the direction where Xian's back disappeared. She couldn't describe what she felt in her heart. Resist? Totally out of the question. Hate? It's just a one-time acquaintance, and Xian is polite and elegant. Well, the most important thing is that he looks good. Everyone loves beautiful things. Men are like this, and women are naturally like this. Certainly. It's definitely not to the point where I like it. There is no such thing as love at first sight in this world, it's just love at first sight. Well, if it's him, it doesn't seem unacceptable. At least he's very good looking and gentle. Just looking at him every day is pleasing to the eye. Luo Xianer thought simply. As she thought about it, 2 blushes quietly appeared on her unhealthy fair cheeks. Miss. Beside, the old woman coughed lightly. Ah! When Luo Xianer came back to her senses, she saw So Kinga not far away looking at her with a strange expression, half smiling but not smiling. No, I'm sorry, my wife had an affair with Tian Shen just now. She explained with a blush. My silly princess, you almost wrote the 4 characters spring heart is budding on your face just now. The old woman felt helpless, happy and a little worried at the same time. Fortunately, my princess did not resist the 9th prince. The worry is, the choice of family member may not necessarily be the 9th Prince Xian. Just from the contact just now, it can be seen that this 9th prince must not be underestimated. And because of what happened to the princess back then, the ruthless Prince Bila must have given instructions to the envoy, selected by them and their loved ones. Definitely the worst among the eldest prince, 3rd prince and 9th prince of Daqian. Who is least likely to become the prince, then it must be Jin. Because Luo Chongkong, the prince of Bila, who is also the future emperor of Bila, will not tolerate Luo Xianer and has the possibility of becoming the queen of Daqian. This matter. It involves the secret that happened to Luo Xianer that year. Outsiders never know. How could Great Qian Dynasty know the inside story? Let's go. So Kinga didn't expose it and just chuckled. Her mood was slightly complicated. On the one hand, So Kinga wanted to help his cousin as much as possible, otherwise he would not take the initiative to take the girl who was most likely Princess Bila back home. On the other hand, seeing that my cousin is so charming, I feel proud but also slightly jealous. If he hadn't been my cousin. So Kinga sighed quietly in his heart. She really wanted to say, if it wasn't a matter of identity, where would it be Ran Qingxiu's turn, and where would it be your turn, Princess Bila? Are they noble? It's just relying on the family's influence. For So Kinga, who once dominated the good fortune realm, he can only go higher and further in this life. You're welcome to say that. Her own existence is equivalent to a transcendent level force. This is the confidence of being a reborn power. After a while, in the courtyard, So Kinga placed the alchemy furnace in an open space and took out the materials needed to refine the good fortune pill of life and death. Lightning strike wood is only the main material, and it also needs to be supplemented by many natural materials and earthly treasures. The old woman looked around and saw no one else, so she couldn't help but said, Miss Su, the alchemist hasn't arrived yet. If you take out the ingredients in advance, won't you lose the medicinal properties? Am I just standing here? So Kinga glanced at her and said calmly. You. The old woman was stunned. She was a little confused. The person who wants to refine the good fortune pill of life and death is actually So Kinga himself? But, she looks like she is only 16 or 17 years old. Even if she started practicing in her mother's womb, she still wouldn't have the ability to refine the heavenly grade spirit pill. Alchemists cannot be made just by talent. It takes a long time to practice and figure out a set of medicine refining techniques that suits you, and then continuously optimize it. Genius does exist. But there is no way he is so young. The old woman subconsciously wanted to persuade him to avoid wasting the rare and vital lightning strike wood. However, before the words were spoken, So Kinga had already started refining. Her delicate white palms were flying, neither fast nor slow, but quite entertaining to watch. Her movements were extremely skillful, as if she had practiced them 100 or 1,000 times. Every step came at her fingertips, as if it was imprinted in her bones. The old woman stared at this scene with her eyes widened. I feel like my hundreds of years of life experience have been strongly impacted at this moment. Sighed. Luo Xian'er's crystal eyes also opened wider and wider. Because of her frail body, she often dealt with various spirit pills and read countless ancient books. Although it does not understand martial Dao, it can be called a walking encyclopedia. Amazing! She muttered. When she had nothing to do, Luo Xian'er watched some alchemists refining medicine, including some heavenly grade alchemists. None of them are as relaxed and freehand as So Kinga. It's not like she's making medicine. Instead, it's like weaving a beautiful piece of art. By the way, I still don't know your name. While refining the elixir, So Kinga kept moving, Zhong asked casually. She was actually able to be distracted. Luo Xian'er hesitated for a moment and then revealed her real name, Luo Xian'er. Luo, the surname of the Bailey royal family. It seems that the guess is correct, she is indeed Princess Bailey. So Kinga was thoughtful. It seems that Luo Xian'er has a serious health problem, otherwise the dignified princess would never be an ordinary person and not have the slightest involvement in martial Dao. Kindness. Suddenly, So Kinga frowned slightly. The elixir was almost successful, but there was a little problem. The vitality contained in the lightning strike wood is insufficient. Although the elixir can be successfully refined, the final effect of the elixir will inevitably be reduced to a certain extent. Now I want to add some other medicinal materials, but it is a bit late. Pity. So Kinga shook his head with regret. At this moment, Luo Xian'er, who was watching carefully from the side, suddenly whispered, "Well, Sister Su, maybe I can help with the lack of vitality of the elixir." Miss. The old woman's expression changed slightly. How can I help? So Kinga looked at her curiously. That's all. Luo Xian'er put her fingers to her pale and colorless lips and bit them hard, but her expression did not change at all, as if she was already immune to the pain. Snap! A drop of crystal blood, surrounded by a gentle aura, rolled down from her fingertips and landed on the elixir that was about to be released. So Kinga's beautiful eyes suddenly condensed. The long-lost shock suddenly surged from her heart. This is fairy energy. Chapter 53. Name, Luo Xian'er. Identity, Princess of Baila Dynasty. Cultivation, none. Physique, natural immortal spirit bone, obsolete. On the Huangji Hall, there are golden dragons surrounding the pillars, carved beams, and painted buildings. Everything you see is golden. The drinks are mixed together, and the sound is pleasant to the ear. In the center of the palace, covered with white mist, more than a dozen palace ladies danced gracefully, as if they were in a fairy palace, and everyone was drunk even if they were not drunk. This was the envoys who were hosting a banquet for the Baila dynasty. Pay attention to the table. At the beginning of the banquet, even Emperor Qian came in person, spoke a few gentle words to the Baila envoy, drank a glass of wine, and then left the banquet with a smile. As the emperor monarch, it was extremely honorable for him to come. Naturally, it is impossible to stay at the table all the time. This undoubtedly greatly benefited the envoys of the Baila dynasty. At this moment, their faces were all red and they were laughing loudly. Waiting to return to Daxia in the future. This will be something they can brag about for a long time. After all, Qian Huang is not just an emperor, he is also an unparalleled powerhouse in the heaven-smiting realm and the ninth layer heaven. He is only half a step away from breaking through the self-liberation realm. Today's Qian Huang is just a title. But once he steps into the self-liberation realm, he becomes venerable and sovereign in the true sense. Among the 9 princes, Xian had always been a transparent character before he killed Qin Mo. But now there have been earth-shaking changes. From time to time, ministers would come and toast Xian with a smile. This was absolutely impossible before. A bunch of wallflowers. The third prince Suyang looked at him coldly, looking neither happy nor angry. He hasn't been having a good time lately. Ever since the fifth prince Surui, the younger brother of the same mother, was demoted to the frontier by his father, some ministers who originally supported him have become visibly alienated. None of the old people hanging around in the court are simple things. Normally, in the absence of conclusive evidence, the fifth prince Surui, as a strong contender for the crown prince, cannot be punished so severely. The most that can be done is a period of confinement. But the father did not give anyone a chance to react, and directly sentenced Surui to death, cutting off the possibility of anyone interceding. And according to the news secretly released by some personal eunuchs, at that time, the only person who went to see his father was General Ran Lai. Who doesn't know that there is a rift between Ran Lai and concubine Shu? He appeared in the imperial study and successfully interfered with Emperor Qian's decision. Coupled with his unique identity, it was enough to make many people waver. Plus, some rumors spread that Ran Qingxiu and Xian seemed to be very close. This made many people wonder whether the General Ran Lai, who had never expressed his support for any prince, had already made his choice. This is a strong man who is expected to step into the self-liberation realm. Who cannot consider his side? Then, as the son of concubine Shu, the third prince Suyang was inevitably involved, causing the ministers who originally supported him to begin to alienate him intentionally or unintentionally. They're all idiots. Suyang sneered slightly in his heart. Do you really think that Ran Lai can influence my father's decision? The position of prince has always been obtained by those who are capable. How can you know my true background? As he opened and closed his eyes, a curtain of light appeared in front of him. Inside is the detailed information of Princess Baili and Luo Xiener. Tisk, I really didn't expect it. Princess Baila turned out to be the legendary born immortal spirit bone, known as the near-immortal body. It's just that such a heaven-defying physique can be destroyed by others. It seems that the Baili royal family is also in complete chaos. Suyang's eyes flashed with anticipation. Since he got the system of having many children and grandchildren, he has been working hard to take in concubines for 2 years. However, even though he had worked very hard, the rewards he received were limited due to the fact that the concubines were all ordinary martial artists and none of them had special physiques. If you really give him hundreds or thousands of years, it will only be a matter of time before he becomes an invincible power. But time waits not for us. According to the system, it won't be long before a horrific catastrophe occurs. With his current strength, it is difficult to protect himself. Therefore, Suyang must become the Prince of Daqian. Only in this way can he use the convenience of his status to find more people with special physiques. Fortunately, he was lucky. Who would have thought that the marriage princess of the Baila dynasty was actually the legendary natural fairy spirit bone? It seems that this time I have to show my strength. Suyang glanced at the eldest prince Suyuan, who was sitting quietly like an old monk not far away. In the past, his eldest brother, who always liked to read Buddhist scriptures and was calm and composed, made him quite afraid. But now, Suyang calmly withdrew his gaze. Not worth mentioning. The eldest prince, Suyuan, is unfathomable, and there is actually Buddha light emerging from his body. This is a bit outrageous. He has his own good fortune level skills and doesn't practice them, but he goes to practice Buddhism instead. The envoys of the Northern Li dynasty. An old man frowned and whispered. This person is extremely hidden, but will a prince who practices Buddhism really be regarded as his heir by Emperor Qian? Someone asked. You don't understand Emperor Qian. Next to him, a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar took a sip from his wine glass and said slowly. Emperor Qian is famous for not following the rules, being deviant, and being arbitrary. No one can change the things he decides. If the information is correct, Emperor Qian also practiced the demon Dao technique back then. Allowing your children to practice Buddhism is reasonable. Hear the words. Everyone in the envoy was startled. This is something they have never understood before. The emperor actually practiced magic? Judging from the brief meeting just now, Emperor Qian does not look like an emperor in a high position, but like a scholar. When he came out, he didn't even wear a dragon robe, only a green gold robe, with white temples and an elegant temperament. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like someone who practices magic arts. Where is the third prince Xian? I heard that although this man is very talented, he is obsessed with keeping concubines. He has over 100 concubines around him, and he takes them all regardless of their quality. No. This person's strength is probably not weaker than Xian's, and even though he has many concubines, his energy and blood are not lacking at all. In my opinion, he probably has practiced some kind of evil power that combines yin and yang. Here, is there any normal person in Prince Daqian? The emperor practiced demonic arts, the eldest prince practiced Buddhist dharma, and the third prince practiced evil arts. This is really passed down from one generation to the next. All the people in the envoys were speechless for a while. According to His Highness the Crown Prince's instructions before coming, they must find the least likely candidate to become the Crown Prince among the 3 Daqian princes. Although the eldest prince and the third prince are not normal, but they are indeed strong candidates to compete for the position of Crown Prince. Emperor Qian himself is a deviant, so naturally he will not care if his children are also deviant. Then there is only 9th Prince Xian. Li Zhao. Everyone's eyes fell on Xian, who was lazily leaning on the chair. This person didn't have many achievements. He was unknown until the Daqian Lantern Festival, and he suddenly became famous after killing Qin Mo, the remnant of the crippled Heaven Valley. According to the information from the spies, he rarely goes out. He basically stays at home, sleeping. He has never shown any enthusiasm for the position of prince. Unless he had to reveal his strength, he was even openly a supporter of the third prince. Could it be forbearance? No, because he is still on the line at 2 o'clock every day. Apart from going to the Supreme Profound Academy, he rests at home and has never met any minister of the Great Qian Dynasty. Well, if the information is correct, Xian went to Supreme Profound Academy not to attend classes, but to rest in a different place. Regarding Xian's usual behavior, once it is brought up for discussion. After a while, their eyes met. This guy can do it. Yes, he is almost perfectly in line with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's instructions. He is a perfect choice for you and your relatives. It's him. Chapter 54. Kindness? They keep staring at me to see what? Xian leaned lazily on the chair, closing his eyes slightly. The palace maid behind him gently rubbed his shoulders, looking like a corrupt child. This made many ministers look strange. He said in his heart that this 9th prince was indeed true to the rumors. Even on such an occasion, he didn't care about the opinions of others and just went his own way, sitting and lying as he pleased. Does he really not want to marry Princess Baili? In fact, Xian? He really doesn't know if he wants to. What if Princess Baili is a humanoid self-propelled tank? What if it looks like a flower? Oh, is he, Xian, a superficial person who judges people by their appearance? Yes, he is. It doesn't matter if we get along and make friends on weekdays. But when used as wives and concubines, it is natural to choose those with good looks. For example, Ran Qingxiu is very good. As for why the prince is not a prince, Xian really doesn't care. There is a main system lying flat and an investment subsystem nearby. For him, not to mention being a prince, even if he became an emperor, it was nothing, it was just a passing moment. Certainly. If it really hits you on the head, you can't refuse. Those who lie flat are content with whatever comes their way. And at this moment, although Xian's eyes were half squinted, his eyebrows were opened and he was extremely sensitive to everything around him. Naturally, he felt the gaze cast by the Baili envoy from time to time. And it's becoming more frequent. No. I already have this attitude, I almost have "don't choose me" written on my face, why are you still staring at me? Can't you see that my third brother can't wait any longer? Even if he can't do it, you can still take a few glances at my big brother who is full of compassion. The corner of Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Follow the rules. Even if the envoy selected someone, they would not inform him on such an occasion. Instead, they would meet the Emperor Qian with formal etiquette. The so-called parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. Although in the prosperous era of martial Dao, most people did not care about this. But between the two countries, certain ceremonies are indispensable. Shake his head slightly. Xian no longer thinks too much about this matter, since he is not the one who can make the final decision anyway. The thought sank into my mind. In the endless ocean of consciousness, grey mist swirls around, deathly silent, like a world of death. It is endless and will only continue to expand as the subject's cultivation grows. It has nothing to do with external objects at all. It also has another name, called spiritual world. At this time, in the seemingly endless grey fog, there are several huge figures looming, exuding a vast and ancient atmosphere. One of them is a five-clawed true dragon. Its dragon eyes are closed, and its body is stretched horizontally, about 10,000 meters long. It looks like it is made of molten iron, filled with a sense of power and nobility that shocks people's eyes. In addition to the bright purple light of the dragon horn, it is deep and crystal clear. It is a brilliant golden color as a whole, with scales engraved with mysterious patterns, shining with beautiful brilliance in the grey mist. At first glance, it seems to have been sleeping since ancient times, but if you look closely, you will find that it is just a shadow. It's just that it's almost condensed into substance, making people almost ignore its reality. And not far from the real dragon. Amidst the ups and downs of the sea of consciousness, a huge black fish occasionally appeared. The amazing thing is, its body switches between big fish and Tianpeng from time to time. Every change has endless Dao patterns intertwined, and the two different laws also change accordingly. Further to the side, there is only a huge burning fireball, and a wisp of flame escapes from time to time, and it will turn into a small vermilion bird, fluttering its wings. In this grey-filled space, it is like a red sun shining. They are, respectively, the true dragon formed by the true dragon treasure technique, the Kunpeng that is transformed by the Kunpeng concept, and the true meaning of Nanming Luo are manifested. However, having said that, other legendary level overturning heaven seal meanings can also be practiced by the image of the user in the sea of consciousness. Next to the three huge figures, there is also a human-shaped shadow that looks extremely small. His figure was blurry and he stood there quietly. He could only sense it from his breath, but he was not as powerful as the real dragon, Kunpeng, and Nanming Luo. But Xian inexplicably felt that he should not be underestimated. Overturning Heaven Seal is one of the 9 seals of Yuanqi. Isn't this person the founder of Yuanqi Seal? Xian was thoughtful. If this is the case, it would be quite normal to give him such an unpredictable feeling. Xian had a premonition. Although the overturning Heaven Seal is already extremely terrifying, pressing it down with one palm is like a huge mountain collapsing and the sky falling. In terms of pure offensive ability, even several moves in the True Dragon Treasure technique are incomparable. But it may not be ranked first among the 9 seals of Yuanqi. Next, is the first form of the Tathagatapam. I am the only one who is supreme. I didn't have time to use my mind to practice the method before, so I came to the palace. Anyway, I had nothing to do at the moment, so I could just observe it. The thought moved slightly. The ocean of consciousness suddenly began to surge. A golden Buddha rises slowly, like the sun rising across the sky. He has a compassionate smile. Buddha wheels are turning behind his head, there are hundreds of millions of Buddha lights all over his body, and the ninth great golden lotus beneath him is a myriad of things. In an instant, vast Sanskrit Zen chants resounded throughout the entire space of consciousness. The giant Buddha held the flower and smiled, looking towards Xian's consciousness. Xian's eyes were slightly dazed. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, and his hands were uncontrollably trying to clasp their hands together, but there was a sign of struggle. But the next moment, the seemingly small figure not far away slowly turned his head, glanced here, and then turned his palms. Boom! A palm seal turned into a giant seal and hit the golden Buddha directly on the face, knocking it somersault. Almost at the same time, Xian suddenly woke up. Saying a long-lost curse word in his heart, Xian was still frightened, and a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This Buddhist gate martial arts is too overbearing. It actually wants to forcibly convert me. It shows that the founder is not a good bird. Certainly. If Xian had prepared in advance, this would not have happened and he would have been able to stick to his original intention. Just a little careless. Who would have thought that a martial art could have such a powerful transformation ability? It is clear. There was a brief confrontation between the golden Buddha formed by the first move of the Tathagatapam and the strange figure transformed by the overturning heaven seal. The result was that overturning heaven seal was even better. It can basically be inferred from this. The being who created the overturning heaven seal must have been incredibly powerful in order for the legendary levels overturning heaven seal to surpass the mythical levels Tathagata divine palm first style. To be precise, the winner is not the overturning heaven seal itself, but the one who created it. Let out a small breath. This incident gave Xian a wake-up call. In the future, when you practice mind training, you must keep your true intention, otherwise you may not be able to perform similar exercises or martial arts like Tathagatapam again. The life of lying down has made me a little lazy. I still need to be vigilant. He silently warned himself. Xian started to observe the first form of the Tathagatapam again, and he was the only one who respected himself. This time, there were no accidents. In the space of consciousness, a wave of evil spirit turned into a ferocious demonic figure. It is extremely vicious, as if it contains the most sinister resentment in the world. If it breaks out of Xian's mind at this moment, few people in the entire hall will be able to stay awake, and most of them will fall into madness and have their souls eroded by the evil spirit. But at this moment, its face was full of piety, and its body was actually exuding Buddha's light. With its hands clasped together, it knelt down in front of the little man transformed from Xian's thoughts, as if it had taken refuge in my Buddha. It's simply more evil than evil. Xian looked down at the pious and respectful Bingsha demonic shadow and murmured to himself. Faced with the domination of the first form of Tathagata divine palm, it had almost no ability to resist, and was saved in an instant. The so-called I does not refer to self or ego, but I in a broad sense. All living things are me, naturally there is no self. I can only say that there is nothing wrong with the original explanation, but saying it is one thing and doing it is another. The Buddhist gate itself fails to implement this meaning, otherwise how could the world-honored one come about? How can all sentient beings be saved if they are forcibly converted? There is no so-called equality of all living beings in the world. You force yourself to put on a compassionate smile and draw out messy meanings. However, you are still aloof and think of yourself as a god or a Buddha. Hypocrisy or not? In my opinion, I am the only one who is 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 the Supreme One. Xian sneered in his heart, and the palm of the Buddha's light suddenly fell down, directly swatting away the demonic shadow of the soldiers. It turned into waves of military evil energy again and condensed into a round ball. But compared to before, it was obviously smaller. And as Xian's thoughts flashed through his mind, the shadow of the golden Buddha swayed slightly, and the compassion on that face was obviously a little weaker, and even the rounded outline changed slightly. If you look closely, you will find that it is closer to Xian's face. After all, this is just a martial skill. No matter how powerful it is, it has no self-awareness. The so-called degree is nothing more than the true meaning left by the founder. And with Xian's reinterpretation of its meaning, change it into a true meaning that is more in line with his own concepts, and the golden Buddha transformed by it will naturally undergo some special changes. Kindness. The eldest prince Xian, who had been sitting quietly with a smile on his face, a look of compassion on his face, and a faint Buddha's light floating behind his head, suddenly frowned and glanced at Xian doubtfully. It's strange, why does the ninth brother's body seem to have Buddha's intention revealed? Since his birth, Buddhist monks have come to him and said that he possesses Buddha nature. If it were the emperor monarch of any other dynasty, he would probably be furious. Even if he was not killed because of the Buddhist gate's power, he would be expelled immediately. But Emperor Qian was different. He just looked at it with cold eyes, neither supporting nor objecting, and acquiesced to Xian's study of Buddhism with the Buddhist gate monks. After many years of chanting Buddha's name and chanting sutras, Xian now has profound attainments. But just now, he unexpectedly found that a mysterious and obscure Buddhist intention suddenly flashed through his ninth brother Xian. At that moment, he almost felt like facing the Buddhist gate monk. No. Even his master, Master Xiankong of Debi Temple, had never given him such a feeling. In a trance, I seemed to see a giant Buddha standing there. Could he have a Buddha treasure on his body? An astonishing guess flashed through Xian's mind. He didn't think that his ninth brother Xian had any profound knowledge of Buddhism, otherwise how could he never notice it? The only explanation is, Xian has an extremely precious Buddhist treasure on his body. If the Buddha treasure falls into his hands, it will inevitably be covered with dust. It should be destined for me. Xian muttered to himself and lowered his eyelids. If it were Xian in the past, he would just ask for it if he didn't know it, and at most he would be given another treasure in return. But now Xian has begun to show off. Naturally, there has to be a different approach. Thinking in his mind, the smile on Xian's face became calmer. Malicious. At this time, Xian, whose eyes were closed and his consciousness was immersed in his mind, could still clearly feel the gazes and attention from all around him. It's just a different way of seeing. Is it, Xian? Xian thought for a moment. Compared to the third prince, his eldest brother is even more difficult to see through. Xian vaguely remembered. When the eldest prince Xian was a child, the eldest prince Xian did not have the city he has today. He once accidentally mentioned a word that made Xian remember it to this day. That word is the Buddhist kingdom on earth. Time flies. It was getting late, and the banquet was finally over. Xian stood up slowly without saying hello to anyone. He was the first to walk out of Huangji Hall and disappeared from everyone's eyes. The Baili envoys also left the table one after another after greeting the ministers. Is this the end? The third prince, Xiang, sat motionless with his brows furrowed. He still hasn't seen how these Baili envoys choose their relatives. He only relies on the intelligence transmitted outside to judge? This is too childish. No. The one who gets married must be me, and Princess Luo Xianer of Baila must also be mine. A coldness flashed in Xiang's eyes. Born with immortal spirit bones. Even if it is disabled, it still has a special physique after all. According to the introduction of the system, the probability that a martial artist with an ordinary physique would give birth to a child with a special physique or an extremely talented child is extremely slim. Like finding a needle in a haystack. Only the stronger the talent of the descendant, the stronger he can be. Call. After exhaling a breath, Su Yang calmed down. Unless it is absolutely necessary, this matter must not be done forcefully, otherwise it will be unbearable to bear the wrath of my father's thunder without waiting for the catastrophe in the future. Then we can only start from the other side. As long as I show enough outstanding talent and am stronger than any of my peers, as long as those in the Bila mission are not blind, they will not choose me. Fairy energy? It's definitely fairy spirit, there's nothing wrong with it. Xian Wangfu. So Kinga stared at the drop of crystal blood that was integrated into the good fortune pill. Except for the ups and downs when facing my cousin, I usually have a cold and indifferent mood. At this moment, it also involuntarily set off a storm. But how is it possible? One is from the perspective of qi, blood, and qi movement. A girl who is an ordinary person no matter what, why does the blood in her body contain fairy energy? So Kinga knew that he would not perceive mistakes. Because at the last moment of her life, she resolutely attacked the immortal road, although she failed in the end and fell under the catastrophe. But he can already feel the immortal Dao aura coming from the immortal road. And that ethereal aura? It's almost exactly the same as the feeling that comes from Luo Xianer's drop of blood. Banish an immortal? But it's not like that. According to the description So Kinga once saw in an ancient book. Although the immortal has fallen to the level of immortal Dao, he is still an immortal in essence. Otherwise, why would he be called the immortal? Even if they fall into the mortal world, they still possess unique talents. Even if you don't practice, you won't be an ordinary person. Is it, fairy spirit bone? So Kinga whispered thoughtfully. After all, she was well informed. After eliminating several options, she instantly realized the physique that Luo Xianer possessed. The legendary near-immortal body. A special physique that is rare even in 100,000 years. Sister Su has really great eyesight. After squeezing out the drop of blood, Luo Xianer's face turned pale. She smiled and said, I was indeed born with fairy bones. Once? So Kinga was stunned. She looked at Luo Xianer, who was so weak that a gust of wind could blow her down. She probably guessed something, and a trace of pity flashed across her beautiful eyes. He was born with fairy bones, but now he is no longer. There is only one reason. Luo Xianer's fairy spirit bone was dug out when she was young. And this obviously couldn't be voluntary on her part. After all, that bone is where her Dao foundation lies. Once lost, it is equivalent to losing the foundation of enlightenment and practice. A dignified princess of a country. And with such an amazing physique, he is bound to be heavily protected. So, who can take her fairy bone? Who can take her fairy bones? Chapter 55. Boom! As the fire in the furnace surged, dense divine light burst out, and a pill showing 9 colors of brilliance rose into the sky. And the next moment, a slender white jade hand stretched out, grabbed it tightly, and stuffed it into a jade bottle. 9-color elixir. Next to her, the old woman's pupils vibrated and she whispered. As everyone knows, the elixirs in the world are divided into Huang, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Saint, Shen, and Immortal. This is the division of grades. In addition, there is also a difference in color. No matter which grade it is, it will show a special color, among which one color is the lowest and 9 colors are the highest. The so-called one-color elixir means that the elixir has only one line. The 9-color elixir has 9 lines of different colors. Therefore, it is also called the first pattern, the second pattern, etc. Generally speaking, the more colors, the higher the quality of the elixir. As long as it reaches 7 colors, it will win the good fortune of the world. 8-color elixirs are extremely rare and can only be found in 100 years. As for the 9 colors, It requires the right time, place, people, and many conditions to achieve success. By chance, So Kinga's beautiful eyes were filled with brilliance. This is the third time she has refined the 9-color elixir, because the conditions for making the elixir are too stringent, and no matter how perfect the technique is, it will still be difficult to achieve without any mistakes. As for this good fortune pill of life and death, due to the lack of array of vitality, it can reach up to 6 colors at most, not to mention the 9-color pill. But just because of the extra drop of Luo Xian'er's blood, soar directly to 9 colors. Normal fairy bones should not have such effects. Otherwise, the few innate fairy spirit bones that appeared in historical records would have mentioned this matter. It is impossible that no one has ever discovered it. A look of deep thought appeared in So Kinga's beautiful eyes. What is the reason? Aside, Luo Xian'er was also confused by this scene. She knew that her blood contained a strange aura. However, because the fairy bones were removed when he was a child, the blood containing such aura became less and less. Use a little less. Just now, Luo Xian'er also had a sudden idea and thought that she could give it a try, but she didn't expect that it would have such an amazing effect. In fact, this is really the first time it has been used for alchemy. And at this moment, the old woman obviously thought of this, her eyes instantly became tense, and she subconsciously took half a step forward to block Luo Xian'er's body. Su, Miss Su. Although the old woman's cultivation was far better than that of So Kinga, she was still in Prince Xian's mansion, and she really didn't have the confidence to leave with Luo Xian'er. Her wrinkled face was full of caution, she stared at So Kinga carefully and said, "Actually, my lady's fairy spirit bones were lost when she was very young. This kind of special blood is almost exhausted after she uses it every time." Luo Xian'er lowered her head and said nothing. Although she is simple-minded, she is not stupid. She also clearly knows how big a shock the blood that can promote the 9-color elixir will cause once word spreads. The originally pale face was now more confused and uneasy. Hear the words. So Kinga came back to his senses, a playful smile flashed in his eyes. "Don't worry, I won't repay you with kindness. Besides, although the 9-color elixir is precious, it is not a divine product, and the power of good fortune contained in it is only a fraction of the difference, so what's the use? Why is the 9-color elixir so precious? It is simply because when the elixir is formed, it will receive the power of good fortune between heaven and earth. And what is the power of good fortune? Simply put, it can help the martial artist who is stuck in the self-liberation realm 9th layer to attack the barrier of the good fortune realm and increase the chance of breaking through to the so-called pinnacle of humanity. For some old monsters, it is enough to go crazy. But So Kinga, she once stood in the good fortune realm 9th layer, half a step away from Immortal Dao, so why would she need this thing? The so-called heaven and earth and the power of good fortune. Ultimately, it refers to the heaven and earth in this human world, the world in this mortal world. Hearing So Kinga's words, the old woman breathed a sigh of relief, but she still could not relax her vigilance. She smiled and said, "Now that Miss Su's elixir is ready, then, let's leave first. Please." So Kinga nodded casually. "Thank you." The old woman carefully picked up the remaining small piece of lightning strike wood, and prepared to take Luo Xian'er to leave this place of right and wrong quickly. But at this moment, So Kinga's half-smiling sigh sounded behind them. This good fortune pill of life and death, which can turn into 9 colors, relies on a drop of Miss Luo Xian'er's blood. I originally wanted to share it with you, but since you two are worried about staying and are eager to leave, then I have no choice but to give up." Their footsteps paused at the same time. There was a flash of light in the old woman's cloudy eyes. She couldn't help but feel excited, but she was worried whether it was true or false. Don't blame her for being so cautious. After all, the ability to produce 9-color elixirs is too shocking. There are too few people in this world who can afford to be greedy. But the good fortune pill of 9 colors of life and death is really hard to refuse. It itself is made of lightning strike wood, which contains vitality, as the main material, and has the true meaning of surviving in death. In addition, the 9-color elixir itself has the power of good fortune, which can repair foundation damage. It can be said, it was just the right medicine for Luo Xian'er's body. But, there is only one elixir, how can we share it? It can't be divided into 2. Luo Xian'er blinked and said in confusion. The elixir cannot be cut, this is the simplest attempt, otherwise the potency inside will be greatly lost. The moment it is cut, a large amount of the medicinal power will dissipate. It cannot be divided into 2. So Kinga nodded, but you can melt the elixir into the spiritual liquid and sprinkle a little powder to promote absorption by the body. Although the efficacy of the medicine is slightly lost, overall there is not much difference from taking it directly. Can this still happen? The old woman was also stunned for a moment, but won't the medicinal power disperse in the air? So Kinga said calmly. What's the difficulty? Just build a spiritual barrier to prevent the loss of medicinal power. The old woman's eyes lit up, and she suddenly realized that it was feasible, and she quickly said, Miss, why don't you thank Miss Su for your generosity? Luo Xian'er was also excited, with a hint of blush on her face. Thank you, Sister Su. I can't let you pay that drop of blood in vain. So Kinga turned around and walked towards the room Su Xian had arranged for her. Come with me. Okay. Luo Xian'er followed behind with small steps, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. The old woman was very sensible and did not follow her in. Instead, she stood outside the door and said solemnly, Don't worry, Miss Su, I will guard here and not let anyone get close. Trouble Granny Lin. Luo Xian'er smiled brightly, but did not hear the other meaning in her words. But So Kinga heard it. To be honest, it was still because of Luo Xian'er's blood problem that it was hard for the old woman to trust anyone, and she still felt a little worried even at this moment. It's like you just picked up a box of gold and when you walk down the street, you feel like there are thieves everywhere. A truth. So Kinga didn't care about this. When she was out and about, when she found out about her special physique, she was always in fear, fearing that someone would find her and take her away. After all, the 8 heavenly demon bodies are extremely rare, and each one has weird innate abilities. It is an excellent research object for those demon sects. Go into the room. So Kinga took out a bathtub that he had bought in advance from the storage ring, mixed some spiritual liquid with water, and poured it into the bathtub. Then, under Luo Xian'er's dull gaze, he gently took off his clothes and jumped into the bucket. What are you doing standing still? Seeing her standing there blankly, So Kinga looked calm and said, Come in. Luo Xian'er suddenly came back to her senses, her pale face suddenly turned red, and even her ears were red. She stammered, Yes, do we want to wash them together? In the palace. We just walked out of Huangji Palace, not far away. Su Xian was blocked by an old eunuch with a smile, Your Majesty, 9th Prince, Your Majesty is waiting for you in the imperial study. Father. Su Xian was slightly startled. In the past, he was very mediocre and had never been called up. But after the Qin Mo incident, he simply didn't even go to court, and he hadn't seen his father for a long time. In impression. Ever since his mother-in-law passed away when he was young, his father had become very indifferent to him. It can't be called indifferent. It's just that I don't have the smile that I always had before. Su Xian knows. The father has always been very fond of his mother, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, and he loves her to the fullest. Naturally, he also received many rewards that other princes could not enjoy. But all this disappeared with the death of the mother-in-law. Some memories flashed through his mind. Su Xian nodded slightly and said to the confidant of his father in front of him, Please, Eunuch Fang, please lead the way. His Majesty the Ninth Highness made a serious statement regarding matters within his/her duty. Eunuch Feng turned around with a smile and led the way. On the way to the Imperial Study Room, you need to pass through the Huangji Palace, just as the ministers and Baili envoys were walking out one after another. But they seemed not to see Xian at all, walking by while talking and laughing. Sharp. Xian's expression remained calm, but his heart was secretly awe-inspiring. This Mr. Feng was usually very discreet and always had a smile on his face, but he didn't expect that he was so strong. To know. Among those ministers, there are many powerful people at the Dao Palace level. Passing by without realizing it. No wonder he can become his father's personal confidant. Because the eunuch is missing one thing, his body is mutilated, and he is born with defects in his cultivation. It is not easy to reach the heaven-smiting state. Besides Eunuch Feng, there should be the only one at this level who is the old eunuch who guards the Emperor's Dragon Palace. Xian thought in his heart. In comparison, the old eunuch was obviously even more unfathomable. No one knows what his name is, and no one knows which era he is an old monster. As for his cultivation, there is a high probability that you have already entered the self-liberation realm world. Correct. Suddenly, Eunuch Feng who was walking in front said with a smile. Your Majesty Ninth Prince, the old man asked your servant to say hello to you, and said that if you have time in the future, you can go and chat with him for a while. After all, since that incident, he has felt quite bored. Xian. Can it not be boring? The spiritual liquid in the Emperor Dragon Good Fortune pool has been swallowed up by him. The old eunuch is still there to cover up the fact that Xian is now a medicine man. The actual situation is, he is now guarding an empty house. Swinging palace. It's like a treasure that a person has guarded all his life is suddenly swept away, but he still has to guard it. Every time a period of time passes. Being able to see princes or people who have made great achievements enter the Emperor Dragon Good Fortune pool and receive varying degrees of improvement is also part of the joy of life for the old eunuch. However, guarding an empty palace now made him feel like a fool for no reason. And who is the culprit that caused all this? Xian coughed softly and said, I've been busy lately, so I'll chat with the elderly when I have time. A slave is just a messenger. Eunuch Feng said with a smile and sighed. I heard that the old man has a special liking for medicinal wine. He once asked his slave to go to the imperial kitchen to get some. Oops, you said that your slave serves his majesty every day. How can he have this time? Xian's eyes moved slightly. This eunuch Feng, is he showing kindness to him? Otherwise, why would he specifically tell him that the old eunuch who guards the Emperor Dragon Good Fortune pool likes to drink medicinal wine? At this time, Eunuch Feng suddenly stopped and turned sideways with a smile. The imperial study has arrived. Your Highness, Ninth Prince, please hurry in. His Majesty must have been waiting impatiently. The fleeting thoughts stopped. Xian took a breath, nodded slightly to Eunuch Feng, then stepped forward and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Enter. A gentle and calm voice came from the royal study. Xian looked calm, pushed the door in, and bowed slightly. I have met my father. 0. After all, he is not a transmigrator who came from the soul, but a reincarnation. Therefore, to him, the man standing in front of the desk is his biological father in the true sense. Get flat. A voice with a hint of exclamation sounded out. Xianer, there's no one else here. You and I haven't sat together for a long time. Today is just for a heart-to-heart talk, so there's no need to be so formal. Good. Xian straightened up and raised his head. For a moment, his vision was slightly blurred. More than 10 years. My own father, his temples turned grey overnight due to the death of his mother and concubine. To this day, nothing has changed. He still looks the same as before, wearing a blue robe, gentle and elegant, with deep eyes, like an ordinary teacher. but there is an indescribable aura of majesty in his behavior. Come and see how your father's calligraphy is doing. Emperor Qian was smiling and rarely called himself I. Xian stepped forward and took a look. I saw a line of words written on the pure white rice paper, dragons and phoenixes dancing. If a gentleman takes something far away, he must be patient, if what he takes is big, he must be patient. Father's calligraphy skills have become more and more profound. After glancing at it, Xian said in a calm tone without any compliment, "It's a pity that I don't have much experience in this area. I can only see that the writing is good. In fact, Qian Huang's attainments in calligraphy and painting are really profound, but in this calligraphy, the brushwork is strong and strong, the structure is natural, floating like floating clouds, and powerful like a startling dragon. Looking at ancient and modern times, I'm afraid it can be ranked high." Hearing this, Emperor Qian laughed loudly and pointed at him. "You are very sincere. If it were your third brother, he would have boasted to the world. Third brother's wisdom, heart, and tongue are incomparable to those of my sons and ministers." Xian said calmly. He was a little unsure of what his father wanted to express. If you just look at that sentence in calligraphy, the meaning is very simple. It just says, if a gentleman wants to achieve long-term goals, he must wait for the opportunity. If he wants to achieve great achievements, he must be able to endure. But what does this have to do with him? I heard that you were mocking your third brother for his scheming and glib tongue. Emperor Qian laughed. He crumpled the calligraphy he had just finished into a ball and threw it in the corner of the imperial study. Then he walked slowly to the window with his hands behind his back and stared outside. There was silence for a while. Then he murmured as if to himself. "In total, your mother-in-law has been dead for 14 years. Xian nodded and walked to the window. There was a lonely little grave surrounded by blue flowers. Xian knew that it was a spiritual plant called Blue Blood Demon Queen, which was the favorite flower of the concubine during her lifetime. Be more careful during this time. After another period of unspeakable silence, Emperor Qian's faint voice finally sounded. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the Emperor Dragon Palace to chat with the old eunuch, there is no harm in it. Okay, let's go back. Xian's heart was slightly shaken, and a certain guess he had made before came true at this moment. As expected, Emperor Qian knew all about the plans of the three transcendent level forces, Dongyang Dynasty, Shaking Sacred Land, and Demon Temple. But why did he let it go? Thousands of thoughts flickered and intertwined in Xian's mind, and all the doubts and speculations finally turned into a breath of turbidity and breathed out softly. My son, I apologize. Chapter 56. Emperor Dragon Palace. When Xian walked over slowly carrying a pot of wine. The old eunuch was lying on a wicker chair boredly, taking a nap in the blazing sunshine. It was different from the last time I saw him. Although there is no change in the image, he has always been skinny and bones, with sunken eye sockets and few hairs. At first glance, he looks like a skeleton. But the old eunuchs at that time had inherent energy and spirit. The qi and blood throughout the body are extremely strong. Although the whole body is always filled with a sense of ice and cold due to the martial arts, it is difficult for any evil to invade. But he was gloomy, and his whole person exuded an aura of hopelessness. Isn't that true? Xian muttered in his heart. Wasn't it just that he had swallowed up the Emperor Dragon good fortune pool that he had guarded all his life? Is there anyone out there who is addicted to watching the door? There is no other reason for coming. Since his father asked him to come, he had a purpose, so Xian stopped by. Being able to have a good relationship with a venerable from the self-liberation realm has no disadvantages at all. Cough. Xian walked over slowly and coughed lightly. Brush. The old eunuch suddenly raised his head, his sunken, dull eyes suddenly burst out with a blazing light, and gave him a direct warning. There was disgust, anger, and a hint of grudge. Xian suddenly got goosebumps. He laughed dryly, "Old man, I heard that you like to drink medicinal wine, try this pot I brought. Did Xiao Fangzi tell you?" The old eunuch sneered, his voice as gravelly as ever. "That brat knows what's going on but doesn't know why. Our family does not like to drink medicinal wine, but relies on medicinal wine to suppress the cold air in the body, and it must be medicinal wine that contains the yang energy. Ordinary medicinal wine is useless. Why not give it a try first?" Xian calmed down. Hear the words. The old eunuch looked at him steadily for a few seconds, then moved his finger slightly, and the wine list fell into his hand. Then he took a tentative sip. Kindness. His eyes widened suddenly, as if he couldn't believe it, and he took another sip. Then he looked at Xian suddenly and said in disbelief, "What's in here?" The old eunuch lived for countless years. Over the years, I have drank medicinal wine brewed from various spirit medicines. There are many extremely rare treasures of nature, materials, and earth among them. However, even the pot of medicinal wine that contained a small piece of immortal divine medicine that he drank 3,000 years ago was not as shocking as this pot of wine. As soon as it entered the throat, it was like swallowing a big sun, and it went straight into the internal organs. The billowing yang energy surged through all the limbs and bones in an instant. The old eunuch was plagued by cold air for countless years due to practicing special skills. Even in the deepest part of the sea of magma and fire, I can't feel the cold body at all. It's been a long time since I realized what it means. Blazing. Xian chuckled in his heart. You think Eunuch Fang doesn't know why you like to drink medicinal wine, but you don't know that not only does he know, but he also specially brought me a pot. I have to say, it's really thoughtful. Only. In the pot of medicinal wine that was already strong in yang energy, Xian added a wisp of Nanming Luo, using the principle of magma to condense it into a liquid and blend it into the medicinal wine. During this process, the medicinal wine will be burned, leaving only the essence. In other words, the old eunuch just took a sip of Nanming Luo magma mixed with medicinal wine. Can you not feel the intensity? For the old eunuch who is most likely in the self-liberation realm, his physical body is already inhumanly powerful, so he will naturally not be burned by this kind of temperature. Nothing, just added a ray of fire. Xian answered vaguely. Fire. The old eunuch looked suspicious and looked down at the red wine in the jug. Why is the fire so powerful? When the cold broke out in our house, we had to swallow an earth fire lotus alive when we were in dire straits. There was no such, this burning feeling. He thought for a moment and used the word he thought was most appropriate. Swallowing the heart of the earth fire lotus alive, you are the Xiao Huo you are talking about, right? The corners of Xian's mouth twitched. The fire lotus in the earth's core is not a real lotus, but the essence of fire in the magma in the core of the earth. It is a kind of flame that is a kind of different kind of flame in heaven and earth. Not to mention swallowed alive, ordinary creatures can't even get close to it and will be burned to ashes in an instant. Have to say, the old eunuch is indeed a cruel person, and he is so cruel to himself that most people would not dare to do this. Certainly. No matter how powerful the earth fire lotus is, it is just a type of ordinary fire. Nanming Luo, the accompanying flame of ancient gods such as Vermilion Bird, is not at the same level at all. It is the essential difference between immortals and mortals. Xian smiled and said nothing and did not answer the other party's question. See this. The old eunuch also roughly guessed that the flame was something serious, so he muttered something, and he was very sensible and did not ask any more questions. He had several vague guesses. There are not many flames that are more blazing than the earth-centered lotus fire, which is the alien flame of heaven and earth. Some of them are yin and cold in nature. For example, 9 nether ghost fire, red lotus karmic fire, extremely cold ice flame, etc. Once in contact, you will only feel the biting coldness. Then, it may be the rumored divine fires such as Golden Crow Flame, Phoenix Fire, and Nine Heavens Thunder Gang Fire. The old eunuch thought to himself. He didn't consider Nanming Luo's direction at all. Although it has existed for a long time, it is still far away from ancient times. In addition, the legend of Vermilion Bird has been cut off in ancient times, so it is naturally difficult to associate it. After taking another sip, the old eunuch hesitated for a moment and closed the lid. His originally rather disgusted expression seemed to change his face at this moment, and his face suddenly became bright and enthusiastic. "Oh, Your Majesty, Ninth Prince, why are you still standing there? Sit down, sit down." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a soft chair appeared behind Xian. Whoosh! TJ. The old eunuch appeared next to Xian like a ghost, holding his arm with a smile. "Come on, let me serve His Highness and take a seat." Arrogant at first and respectful at the end, thinking about it makes me laugh. This sentence inexplicably flashed through my mind. Xian sat down dumbfounded. "No, it's just a pot of wine." "As for that, of course it's coming," the old eunuch said seriously. "In our eyes, Your Highness's bottle of wine is simply better than all the treasures in the world. Even if you bring an immortal divine medicine, we will not exchange it." At first glance, it sounds like it's just a simple compliment. But actually he really thought so. When his cultivation level reaches the level of an old eunuch, an immortal divine medicine is nothing more than extending his lifespan. It's not like he hasn't taken it before, and the effect won't be much better if he takes it again. But what's the point of living longer? The flesh, blood, and meridians all over his body were almost frozen by the cold air, making the old eunuch feel like he was not alive, but like a cold corpse, with the ghost still breathing. Nowadays, this jug of wine. But it made him feel like a living human again. Cough. After saying that, the old eunuch coughed slightly, his cloudy eyes shining brightly at this moment. "This is the medicinal wine. I wonder if Your Highness still has it in stock." "Easy to say." Xian smiled and said, "Everything is available." "Isn't it just everything? Not to mention that he himself now controls the Nanming Luo, his spiritual power never dries up, and his fire is never extinguished. When Vermilion Bird is hatched in the future, it will be surrounded by Nanmingli fire all the time. If you exhale into the wine jar, you can mass produce it. For Xian, it is really the most worthless thing. Not to mention, the medicinal wine made from this thing is only useful to people like the old eunuch who have cold energy invading their bodies and have extremely high cultivation levels. If it were an ordinary martial artist, would Hui dare to drink it directly? I'm afraid that in just one breath, all the internal organs will be burned to ashes." The moment he said this, Xian clearly noticed that the old eunuch in front of him was breathing heavily for a moment. He mused. It seems that the old eunuch's cultivation technique caused the cold air to invade his body too seriously. Otherwise, how could the powerful presence of the dignified self-liberation realm be so unstable? This made Xian sigh secretly. Quite a few of the martial arts in this world tend to be extreme, and even the authentic ones may have sequelae. There were two people Xian came into contact with who were tortured because of the practice. One is the female martial god Qiling. One is the old eunuch. It's just that the female martial god's situation is more serious. If it is not dealt with as soon as possible, her soul will soon be disturbed by the evil spirit of the soldiers, and she will completely become a war weapon and lose herself. The old eunuch has at least reached the self-liberation realm world. Another example is that when Xian was just in the Huangji Hall, he used the mind practice method to understand the first form of the Tathagata palm. It almost affected my mind. Then, from now on, the old eunuch swallowed. "If I have nothing to do, I'll come here often. It's pretty quiet here, but the old people don't think I'm here to disturb you." Xian said with a smile. "Where is the word?" The old eunuch's smile suddenly became brighter, like a blooming daisy. Your Highness is generous in giving you wine. Our family is really ashamed. It's a pity that although our family's martial arts are good, they are not suitable for your Highness. There was a hint of regret on his face. Suddenly, the old eunuch seemed to have thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he pulled it aside, and a gap opened in the space. It is indeed the self-liberation realm. Seeing this scene, Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It was just speculation before, but now it is completely confirmed. Only in the world of self-liberation realm can we easily tear open the space and build a small world of our own, leave our own breath anchor in it, and can open it anytime and anywhere. It has a similar function to a storage space, but it is obviously more convenient and you don't have to worry about problems. Well, where is it? Found it. The old eunuch rummaged around in his little world. Soon, he took out a rusty broken sword. This is... Xian raised his eyebrows. Your Highness, please do not underestimate this. The old eunuch held it in his hand with a smile. Back then, our family accompanied me first. Well, in short, when a certain generation of emperors were emperors, they accidentally obtained it in an ancient secret realm. Even though it's rusty and broken, it's actually a rare magic weapon in the world. Our family was able to survive in the first place thanks to it. Hearing the words, dots of golden light appeared in Xian's eyes, and he looked at broken sword carefully. Suddenly his expression changed and he stared. This is not rust. Good. This is blood rust. The old eunuch looked at him in surprise, as if he didn't expect that he could see it. This broken sword. The really powerful thing is not it itself, but the dried blood stained on it. According to our family's guess, this is probably the blood of a living god or demon from ancient times, or even from ancient times. Because it was too powerful, it was left on the broken sword. It has not decayed after endless years. The old eunuch said his speculation, with a look of reluctance in his eyes. But soon, he covered up this reluctance and handed it to Xian with a smile. Our family doesn't have many good things, and His Highness must not like ordinary things. This broken sword can be used as our family's wine money. Then this junior will be disrespectful. Xian raised his hand and took the broken sword. The old eunuch was stunned for a moment. He thought he would refuse, but he didn't expect it to be so straightforward. He was slightly stunned and at the same time he also felt a little bit dumbfounded. This ninth prince is really a little different. Although he has respect for himself when facing a strong person, he is respectful but not respectful, respectful but not afraid. He truly treats him as a powerful senior. This did not make the old eunuch unhappy at all. Instead, they valued him more and more. The last person who had such an attitude towards him was the Mad King who was known as Martial Madman 5,000 years ago. I wonder if he is still alive in the world now. Think about it. The old eunuch reminded again. You must not hurt yourself with this sword. The blood and rust stained on it are no less than the most terrifying poison to living beings. As your cultivation level increases, its power will become stronger. Although you have absorbed the spiritual liquid in the Emperor Dragon's good fortune pool, according to our estimates, you should only be able to use it 3 to 5 times in a short period of time. More than that is inappropriate. Besides, having said this, the old eunuch looked a little more solemn. Perhaps because it is contaminated with the blood of gods and demons, every time you use it, you will hear the sound of ghosts crying and howling, which disturbs your mind. So if you can use it, don't use it. If you use it, you will kill it with one strike. Xian nodded seriously after listening. Since the old eunuch said this, it is obvious that he has learned from experience after many attempts in the past years. Of course we can't take it lightly. Xian lowered his head and looked carefully at the broken sword stained with blood and rust. Most of it is missing, but the hilt is intact. At the connection between the sword body and the hilt, you can vaguely see a word that is mostly covered by blood and rust. Kill. After identification, Xian could barely figure out what the word was. But the words that followed could not be seen at all, only vague traces, completely covered by blood and rust. Just judging from the word kill, we can know how strong the killing intention of this sword is. Or, the reason why it was created is to kill people. Xian vaguely felt that the sword itself might not be ordinary, not as simple as the old eunuch said. After all, the weapon that can be stained with 3.7 blood of gods and demons is obviously controlled by another god and demon. What kind of mortal thing could it be? Thank you, old man, for the sword. With thoughts flashing in his mind, Xian carefully put the broken sword into the storage space. Hey, what about gifting a sword? Didn't our family also drink His Highness's wine? Besides, we will continue to drink from now on. Your Highness, please don't blame our family for drinking too much. The old eunuch said with a smile. His attitude is very different from before, and his eyes are a little more interested in looking at the juniors who are close to him. It must be enough. Xian laughed. After chatting with the old eunuch for a few more words, he said goodbye and left. This trip was well worth it. Originally, he just stopped by for a visit, but he didn't expect to get a magic weapon, and the price was just Nanming Luo brand Sojul, which was worthless to him. Who wouldn't like a trade that guarantees a sure profit and no loss? I wonder if Nanming Luo can burn off the blood rust. On the way back to the mansion, Xian wondered whether to try it later. He always felt that the sword should be truly powerful, but because of the blood rust, it limited the power of the broken sword itself. But that's just speculation. If you guess wrong, the blood rust will be burned and the sword will lose its power. It will be a blood loss. You can try a little bit. Xian thought to himself that it would not affect much if it only burned the area closer to the hilt of the sword. Even if it was used to cut people, it would only be the body part of the sword used. Not long after, Xian returned to the mansion. As soon as he walked into the back garden, he saw the old woman he had seen before going out standing outside So Kinga's door. Well? Haven't you left yet? The old woman looked alert, looking around from time to time, looking guilty, as if she was doing something shameful. Xian couldn't help but frowned. Meditate for a moment. There was a bit of golden light in his eyes, and the illusion-breaking golden eyes were activated, staring towards So Kinga's room. Chapter 57. The water vapor evaporates into the eyes and becomes foggy. You can see a wooden barrel placed in the center of the room, and two graceful figures like mutton fat white jade, exquisite and elegant, sitting opposite each other, vaguely visible. The corners of Xian's eyes twitched, and he dilated his pupils as if nothing had happened. What's the situation? Didn't they just get to know each other and they ended up taking a shower together? Even if it's someone So Kinga knew well before he was reborn, that shouldn't be the case. Just because she knows the other person doesn't mean that the other person knows her. After all, not everyone is a reborn person. No wonder the old woman guarded the door vigilantly, fearing that someone would break in. This girl is too troublesome. Can't she do more protection? What if there is someone else who knows the eye technique similar to illusion-breaking golden eyes? Xian shook his head slightly. He actually saw nothing just now, really. At the same time, the old woman had also noticed him, looking slightly nervous. Xian didn't take it seriously, nodded distantly, and walked into the pavilion on his own. After all, there was a young lady from her family taking a bath in the room, and Xian came to the hospital as a man, so it was reasonable for the other party to be nervous. See this? The old woman breathed a sigh of relief. What she was really nervous about was that Xian discovered the problem with Luo Xian'er's blood. From the current point of view, Miss So Kinga is a very good person, but this does not mean that the 9th Prince Daqian will not care. I have experienced what happened to Luo Xian'er when she was young. It is difficult for the old woman to think that a prince of such a huge dynasty, a genius who is qualified to compete for the position of prince, will be a kind-hearted person. Think back to the beginning. Their Bila prince, Luo Chongkong, could make people dig out Luo Xian'er's bones. Then this one in front of me. If one knew that Luo Xian'er's blood could promote 9-color elixir. The old woman didn't want to infer the worst possible malice about others. But I have experienced what happened back then. She really didn't dare to bet on the good and evil of human nature. Inside the room, misty water vapor filled the air. The medicinal power was mixed and flowing in the air, but it was completely blocked by a spiritual barrier. Luo Xian'er originally looked pale and weak all over. And at this moment, after absorbing some of the power of the good fortune pill, her body became rosy. Kindness. Suddenly, So Kinga frowned, but quickly smoothed it over. Just now, she suddenly noticed someone staring at 28. She thought that the barrier she had built was ineffective, and she was about to reinforce it again. Then he suddenly realized that it was the gaze coming from his cousin. However, he only stared at it for less than 2 or 3 breaths, and then quickly took it back. Are you worried that something will happen to me? So Kinga's mind was quick and he quickly guessed the reason. The soft black hair is spread around the body. She stretched out her delicate white fingers and entangled her hair in circles, her eyes rippling gently like water. Rao is in the long years. Her character had already become indifferent and calm, but at this time, a shy smile could not help but appear in her eyes. Sister Su, what's wrong? When Luo Xian'er heard her slightly confused and just now, she quickly opened her eyes and said sheepishly, yes, did I absorb too much medicine? That's not the case, even if you are probably looked at twice by your cousin. So Kinga shook his head. She looked at Luo Xian'er for a few times, her eyes focused on a certain position for a moment, then she lowered her head and glanced at the tip of her little lotus, and sighed. They are obviously about the same age, why is there such a long gap? His energy and blood were still so low. So, the only qi and blood are all supplied to the key parts? My cousin's eyes were all attracted just now. He must have been attracted to me. So Kinga muttered something in his heart. Random thoughts flew through my mind. So Kinga raised his eyes and looked at Luo Xian'er, whose expression showed no signs of enduring pain, and his eyes moved slightly. Doesn't it hurt? The good fortune elixir of life and death is made with lightning strike wood as its core. Therefore, the elixir itself carries the endless terrifying and destructive meaning of the sky thunder. The moment it enters the body, it will begin to violently destroy the meridians, flesh and blood, bones, etc. in the body. And because the lightning-struck wood was revitalized, the meridians and bones would be reorganized at the moment they were shattered. This is an ongoing cycle. That is to say, during the bathing process, one has to continuously endure the pain of severed meridians, dissolving of flesh, and cracking of bones. If So Kinga hadn't been strong-willed, it would have been unbearable. This was a torture like falling into hell. Even so, cold sweat broke out from time to time on her smooth forehead. How can Luo Xian'er remain calm all the time? In So Kinga's expectation, she should have fainted when she started taking a bath. It hurts. Luo Xian'er blinked, revealing her tiny teeth, and smiled, but it's okay, it doesn't hurt as much as I imagined. After speaking, there was silence for a while. She lowered her head slightly, touched her slender, white legs without any scars, and murmured. This kind of pain is so different from the pain when the fairy bones were taken away. Even though many years have passed and the scars have healed, I still feel very painful from time to time. It's very painful. Hear the words. So Kinga's beautiful eyes turned and fell on Luo Xian'er's long white legs, thoughtfully. No wonder she could easily endure the pain of severed meridians. Immortal spirit bone, this is the Dao foundation that Luo Xian'er was born with. It can be said that it is closely related to everything about her and connected to her soul. Once it is dug away, what you will have to endure is endless pain that reaches your soul. As for The reason why Luo Xiener still feels pain all the time is simple. The fairy spirit bone is the Dao foundation. When she loses this bone, the trauma she suffers is naturally an unusual injury, but the most severe Dao injury. As long as the Tao injury exists, she will be unable to practice. So Kinga was silent. She has been looked down upon by her family since she was a child, and her biological father doesn't like her either. Even the servants dare to bully her secretly. It's obvious that she has never done anything wrong. But compared with Luo Xiener, these seem to be nothing. Ask yourself. If So Kinga experienced what happened to Luo Xiener, her personality would probably be even more cold and extreme than now. It's so pitiful. Maybe there is a sense of sympathy for each other. So Kinga stretched out her white arms like jade lotus roots and gently touched Luo Xiener's head, with pity in her eyes. Sister Su, what's wrong? Luo Xiener looked up at her with a blushing face. With such a gentle temperament, how can I be a mother in the world in the future? So Kinga's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange and cold red light, and the corners of her lips curled up into a chuckle, with cold murderous intent flowing out. It doesn't matter, I can help you kill those who harmed you. Luo Xiener was confused. She didn't hear the next sentence clearly at all. When he heard the words Mother Yi Tianxia, he knew that his identity had been revealed, and he looked a little flustered. Sister Su, I didn't hide it on purpose. The first thing she thought about was that she was afraid that the kind-hearted Sister Su would be unhappy. And Luo Xiener bit the fine shell teeth and whispered. With that person's instruction, the husband they choose for me will definitely be the least outstanding one, that is, the one who has no chance of becoming the prince. Oh! So Kinga inhaled gently to absorb the medicinal power into his body. The red light in her beautiful eyes flowed like blood in the depths of her pupils, with a sense of evil and weirdness, and she frowned. The person least likely to become a prince? I see, they are afraid that you will gain power. This is not possible. After all, as long as you are not blind, you can see that your cousin is the best. Cousin? That handsome face flashed in my mind. Luo Xiener looked a little disappointed and whispered, I can't help it, this kind of thing is not up to me. So Kinga didn't listen to her at all. She whispered to herself. The only ones qualified to compete with my cousin are Su Yuan and Su Yang. As long as they are both dead, even if the Bila mission doesn't want to choose my cousin, they will have no other choice, right? As for the other princes, they are not chosen by their relatives at all. It's not that Bila dynasty chooses whoever they want. In the list given by Emperor Qian, there were only the eldest Prince Su Yuan, the third Prince Su Yang and the ninth Prince Su Xian. Die! Luo Xiener's big, watery eyes suddenly widened. She was dumbfounded, looking at Sister Su, who she thought was kind-hearted just now, almost thinking that her ears had heard wrong. Luo Xiener had little contact with outsiders and was not deeply involved in the world. But that doesn't mean she doesn't know something. The meaning of So Kinga's words just now is very obvious. She actually wants to kill the eldest prince and third prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. This is a serious crime against the 9 tribes. Etc. It seems that the royal family itself is also included in the category of the 9 clans. In short, no matter how you look at it, this is an extremely dangerous thing. Why can this sister So Kinga and So say it in such plain words, and it seems that she really intends to do so. Sister Su, calm down. Luo Xiener recovered from her sluggishness and quickly persuaded. The eldest prince and the third prince must have many people protecting them. How do you kill them? Besides, even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about your cousin. If the matter is exposed, he will definitely be held accountable. She thought she must be crazy. He was here to discuss with So Kinga the consequences of killing the prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. If word gets out, it will cause a huge sensation. Rest assured. So Kinga laughed and shook his head, I'm not stupid, how could I do such a thing rashly? It's just a talk. Luo Xianer's face relaxed. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard So Kinga add, "At least be fully prepared before killing to ensure that your identity will not be exposed." Luo Xianer was a little dizzy. "Why do you still want to kill after talking for a long time?" Luo Xianer was puzzled. This sister soul looked about the same age as her. How could she be so murderous? And where did she get the confidence to assassinate the eldest prince and the third prince who were heavily protected? Okay, it's just a joke. At this time, So Kinga stood up from the water, stretched out his hand, took out the clothes, and put them on lightly. The medicine has been completely absorbed and can be released. Oh, all right. Luo Xianer also stood up and dressed. But she was still murmuring in her heart, was she really joking? Why doesn't she feel like? Thoughts flashed through her mind, and Luo Xianer suddenly realized that her movements were much faster than usual, and her whole body seemed lighter. She stood in front of the bronze mirror and looked inside. Seeing myself in front of him, I couldn't help but be stunned. Is that really her? His complexion was slightly rosy and glossy, no longer as pale and colorless as before. Although his body still looked thin, he no longer looked sickly. A good fortune elixir of life and death made her feel like she was reborn. Certainly. A large part of it was due to the 9-color elixir, the power of good fortune, which repaired her Dao injuries to a certain extent. Complete restoration is naturally impossible. Without the fairy bones, the foundation for enlightenment is missing. Just like a person's arm is broken, the effect of the good fortune pill is equivalent to stopping the bleeding of the wound, but it cannot make the arm grow again. At this moment, So Kinga said calmly from the side. You are the first person I have ever seen who was born with a fairy bone physique, and you are also the only person I have heard of whose fairy bones were poached. I have no idea how to recover. The only way is to dig out the fairy bones transplanted into other people's bodies and put them back into your body. Hear the words. Luo Xianer smiled and said. It doesn't matter, I'm very satisfied. Well, that man is my brother and the Prince of Baili. His name is Luo Chongkong. He already has a divine body and he has transplanted my fairy bone. If Sister Su meets him in the future, she will definitely be careful. When talking about Prince Baila who had harmed her, Luo Xianer's words made no waves at all. I don't know if it's hatred or indifference. Anyway, it won't be 367 relief. When it came to the last sentence of reminder, her tone became solemn and she warned very seriously. The combination of Tegzu divine body and immortal spirit bone. In the pavilion, after listening to So Kinga's narration, So Xian's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded, that must be some knowledge, but there doesn't seem to be this person's name on the Qianlong list. It seems that he has been hiding all this time. Pictures are not posted. Yes. On the side, Luo Xianer straightened her back and sat upright. She seemed a little nervous and said softly, in fact, not many people know about my immortal spirit bone from the beginning to the end. Road. At this time, So Xian naturally knew her identity. Princess Baili, Luo Xianer. He never expected that before the marriage was settled, his little cousin would be taken home as a princess in advance. Think of this. So Xian glanced at her cousin helplessly. I really don't know how this girl found out about Luo Xianer's identity. After all, judging only from her cultivation and blood, without knowing the inside story, it is difficult to connect her with the princess of the Baila dynasty. Tie together. Should we say it or not, is this the protagonist's innate ability to cause trouble? Or worthy of the lone star cursed by heaven destiny? So Kinga blinked his eyes and sat next to him with an obedient face, pretending to be innocent seriously. Is it easy for her? In order to do his best to provide some help to his cousin, he did not hesitate to find himself a love rival. Ah, it's my sister-in-law. Where in the world is there such a sensible cousin as hers? On the so-called hidden dragon list, those ranked on it are those with clear records. On the side, the old woman interjected. As far as I know, Luo Chongkong entered the Divine Bridge realm 3 years ago, and now he is probably infinitely close to the Dao Palace realm. It's just that he has never had a real record, so he has not been included in the hidden dragon list. Well. Xian nodded thoughtfully. He did know that his eldest brother was ranked in the top 10 of the hidden dragon ranking, and had an astonishing record of leapfrogging and killing Dao Palace martial artist in the Divine Bridge realm. Although it is just the first time to enter Dao Palace, it has crossed a big realm after all. The further you advance in cultivation, the greater the gap between each realm. This is already quite remarkable. Cousin, have you seen any records on how to repair fairy bones? So Kinga asked. Am I going to tell you that this is the first time I heard about the immortal spiritual bones today? So Xian let out a light sigh in his heart. Just as he was about to shake his head, the system's beep suddenly sounded, making his expression slightly strange. Then, when the words came to his lips, he changed his words. I have never heard of a way to repair fairy bones. When Luo Xianer heard this, her expectant expression dimmed slightly, but she was not too disappointed. She read many ancient books and secret books, but couldn't find a solution. It is normal for the 9th prince not to know. But the next second, Luo Xianer then heard Su Xian's smiling voice, echoing in her ears like the sound of nature. However, I do have a way to help you get rid of the impact of losing the immortal spirit bone on your body, so that you can practice normally. Chapter 58. Any solution? Luo Xianer's voice suddenly rose up, and the voice was so loud that the old woman next to her with excitement on her face subconsciously turned to look at her. Feeling the slightly strange looks from the 3 people, Luo Xianer's cheeks turned red, her delicate white fingers twisted the corners of her clothes, and she whispered softly. Excuse me. I was so excited just now. Mr. Su, what kind of calendar is this? In terms of identity, she and Su Xian are peers after all. It was naturally different to address His Highness, so he simply called him young master. At this time, Luo Xianer's face revealed a look of undisguised expectation. The big mist-covered eyes flashed, ignoring the shyness in his heart, and stared at Su Xian almost straightly. Understand? Su Xian smiled softly. After all, for Luo Xianer, losing the immortal spirit bone means losing the qualification to practice. And in this prosperous era of martial Dao, who wouldn't aspire to become a strong man who can fly in the sky and escape the earth, shaking things up? All these years, Luo Xianer has almost got used to the life of being weak and weak. She originally had no hope for her life, and being able to survive peacefully was success. But at this moment, I suddenly heard it. Su Xian was able to get rid of the problem of being unable to practice due to the spirit bones being dug away. Luo Xianer's already desperate heart could not help but become excited. The old woman beside her was even more excited than she was. Then, Luo Xianer's mother-in-law was dug up because of her immortal spirit bones, and Emperor Bila didn't care. So he rushed directly to the court, screamed angrily in front of all the civil and military officials, and then crashed to death on the Golden Palace. After that, Luo Xianer was even more ignored. And the old woman was the only one watching over her. Watching her grow up little by little, watching her have trouble sleeping day and night due to pain. In the old woman's heart, she had already regarded him as her own. It must be true. The old woman prayed silently in her heart. If Luo Xianer can embark on the path of spiritual practice from now on, then she will die in peace. What kind of opportunity did my cousin get? In order to resurrect him, I have traveled all over the world and read countless ancient books and fragments, but I have never seen any method of cultivating even after the immortal spirit bones have been destroyed. It's really strange. So Kinga's eyes sparkled, like a clear spring, flowing with the light of thought. Think about it. She guessed that it was probably a legacy left by an extremely ancient power. How old it is unknown. But presumably, At least it was the ancient times, when immortals and demons still existed. At that time, the situation was magnificent and the gods and demons were active in the world. The immortal domain has not yet completely severed contact with the mortal world. All kinds of mythical beasts and exotic birds are roaring in the world, and the human race also has the sovereign who stands at the top. But everything was suddenly wiped out at the end of the ancient era. A terrifying war swept through the entire world. Immortals and demons fell, the sky wept with blood, and the pillars connecting the immortal and mortal realms collapsed. From then on, there were no immortals in the world. This is what later generations would say is the famous unparalleled knowledge of heaven and earth. You can't practice, and the root of the problem lies in the immortal spirit bones, so naturally this matter must be solved from the direction of the immortal spirit bones. At this time, Su Xian's faint voice sounded. Did Luo Chongkong steal her fairy bones and dig them out? Su Qingge interrupted. Su Xian looked at her expressionlessly. Su Qingge immediately sat upright with a well-behaved expression. Cousin, please continue, I just said it casually. Don't think about killing people all day long. Are you a girl? Su Xian slapped the table and reprimanded. Besides, the Prince of Baili is so easy to kill? What if he provokes a war between the two countries? After hearing the previous words, Luo Xianer breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this ninth prince of Tiangan was mature and stable after all. She almost didn't mention it in one breath. It turns out that Su Xian didn't think that killing was bad, but that it was not easy to kill and that it would be too troublesome after killing. Not a family, don't enter the same door. That's what my cousin said. Su Qingge firmly admitted his mistake. Well, let's continue talking. Su Xian was very satisfied with Su Qingge's attitude of admitting his mistake. He felt that it was very necessary to admonish his protagonist little cousin from time to time, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble to himself all day long. What Su Xian dislikes the most is trouble. Naturally, fairy bones will not grow back for no reason. Even if they grow back, it is not something that can be done now. No one can help you in this matter. Song Neng can rely on your own efforts in the future. After pondering for a moment, Su Xian spoke again. He looked at Luo Xianer, who was leaning forward slightly and listening carefully, with a strange color flashing in his eyes. Name, Luo Xianer. Identity, Princess of Baili Dynasty. Cultivation, none. Physique, natural immortal spirit bone, wasted. Fate, many bad paths, near immortal body, born with strange bones, beauty and poor life, early death. Luck 96 points. Status, investable. Annotation. As a person with a near-immortal body, he was the easiest person to become an immortal in this world, but his immortal spirit bones were dug up and the Dao foundation was destroyed. He was disheartened and destined to die young. But there is a question that needs to be made clear. What is powerful is the body of a near-immortal, not a piece of bone. Using the Great Dream Sutra, he successfully deceived Luo Xianer's body, making her body mistakenly believe that the immortal spirit bones still exist and she can practice cultivation. Luck is as low as 96 points. There are many fates, but except for the near-immortal body and the innate strange bones, the other three fates are worse than the last. There is even an untimely death. Apparently, this Luo Xianer is not the protagonist Su Xian imagined before. But before him, he was a passerby. Wrong. Luo Xianer is a passerby. Su Xian is barely good enough, at least he is a minor villain who serves as a stepping stone for the protagonist. This solution is really novel. It actually uses hypnosis to make Luo Xianer's body mistakenly think that it still has this fairy bone. I didn't expect that the Great Dream Sutra can do such a thing. Su Xian said to himself. To put it bluntly, this is indeed a bit of a foul. For example, someone is suffering from a terminal illness and is successfully hypnotized by a hypnotist, saying that his body is free of pain, and then he is really free of illness. This is not fantasy at all, but very scientific. Thoughts flashed through. In Luo Xianer's expectant eyes, Su Xian said slowly. It is true that your fairy bones are gone, but it can deceive your body into thinking that the fairy bones still exist. Fraudulent body? Not only Luo Xianer, So Kinga was also startled. But the latter was well informed after all, and after a brief daze, he suddenly woke up. I see. This approach does work. It's just extremely difficult, because defrauding the body requires both the primordial spirit and the physical body, which is extremely complicated. So Kinga once saw a special ethnic group in the starry sky. That ethnic group practices a wonderful technique called the Way of Utopia. The country we established is also a country of fantasy. From top to bottom, everyone does not work or do other things. The only thing they only need to do every day is to practice the Way of Utopia. Where did the basic necessities of life come from? Just like the name of the exercise. Fantasy. When they practice this skill, they can manifest physical objects such as animals, plants, weapons, and clothes through imagination. It literally appears out of thin air. But only those who practice the Way of Utopia can use such fanciful things. Others can see it, but they cannot reflect the effect. So Kinga tried to eat a spiritual fruit that they imagined, but after eating it, there was nothing, and there was no spiritual power flowing in the body. She had a bold idea at that time. Practicing the way of imagination, if you can imagine your cousin Su Xian in the imagination, doesn't it mean that he is still alive? However, the result was a huge disappointment for her. So Kinga did not succeed in dreaming up Su Xian, which puzzled her. After countless attempts, she finally gave up. It is worth mentioning that the Way of Utopia is not without its drawbacks. People who practice this technique must firmly believe that what they imagine is real. Otherwise, once he is shaken, his blood will dry up instantly and he will die suddenly. The line between truth and falsehood. Just a thought. Could it be that the inheritance my cousin received came from a certain fallen utopian people? So Kinga frowned slightly. If this is really the case, I'm afraid my cousin will be in great danger. Once someone knows about this, it is easy for them to doubt and be shaken. I don't know if the immortal can save me, but the master level certainly can't. Because for those who practice the Way of Utopia, at the moment they start, their bodies will no longer absorb energy from the outside world. Unless time is reversed, it will be impossible to survive. So Kinga muttered to himself. If Su Xian hadn't suddenly proposed this method, she would have almost forgotten the utopian way technique. If my cousin's method doesn't work, I can let Luo Xianer practice some training. Anyway, given her condition, she can't be worse than she is now. So Kinga restrained her thoughts and waited for her cousin to speak. Fraud the body? How to defraud? Luo Xianer lowered her head and glanced at her legs. Well, she couldn't see them due to the cover, so she stretched her delicate white legs forward, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Look into my eyes. Su Xian's gentle voice sounded. Luo Xianer subconsciously raised her head and saw Su Xian's eyes filled with cold white light, like a dream, with circles of ripples slowly rotating. Her consciousness suddenly became trance-like and motionless. Su Xian waved his hand and motioned for the old woman standing next to Luo Xianer to step aside. The latter understood, and naturally did not dare to object in the slightest at such a critical moment, and hurriedly took a few steps to the side. It's not a fantasy. So Kinga breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. She was really afraid that Su Xian was practicing an evil technique. Because this means that she may lose the most important person in her life again at any time. The shortcomings of the utopian way are really too great. Unless you practice to the highest level, there is no way to avoid its fatal flaws. However, my cousin's method. So Kinga stared at it with beautiful eyes, vaguely feeling that she had seen it somewhere. And at this time, Su Xian gently stretched out her hand and lifted up Luo Xianer's slender white legs. The cold white light in her eyes alternated with broken golden light spots, and she pressed it on a certain position on her thigh. Is this here? His voice was full of magnetism, making Luo Xianer subconsciously answer, yes. Losing the fairy bone is just a nightmare you once had, and it has become a nightmare you can't get rid of. In fact, it is still here and has never disappeared. But if you don't believe it, look at it. The sound was erratic, as if coming from an extremely distant place. Luo Xianer felt that the colors around her were extremely cold, as if she was in a dreamlike scene. Even the sky is a beautiful purple, full of unreality. Hear Su Xian's voice. Luo Xianer's eyes moved slightly, looking at the position held by that white jade-like palm, which had caused her so much pain day and night that she could not sleep. I stared blankly for a while. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Because she really saw that fairy spirit bone. It's just as it used to be. It exudes a dreamlike colorful light, and the fairy light is dense. The escaping breath nourishes every inch of flesh and blood and every meridian in the body. A long-lost feeling of fulfillment. Luo Xianer couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt and bright smile, and in an instant, everything seemed to be returning to life in spring, and her posture was full of vitality. Aside. So Kinga's eyes moved slightly. From her perspective, her cousin was simply touching Luo Xianer's legs, and nothing else could be seen. But judging from Luo Xianer's performance, she obviously really saw something. Deception of vision? No, it's not that simple. It's more like directly changing the perception of the body and mind, making Luo Xianer seem to be in an external dream. Dream? So Kinga was suddenly stunned. The vast and boundless restricted area of life suddenly appeared in my mind. A peerless woman in white clothes and bare feet was walking slowly in a dreamlike place. Sometimes she is awake and sometimes confused. When she is awake, she stands still, as if thinking about something. When she is confused, she wanders aimlessly, as if she is patrolling her territory. Dream about the Pure Land. The most terrifying Jedi on this ancient planet of life. If you break into it, if your will is slightly weaker, you will fall into an endless dream and become a part of it. Along with everything in the restricted area, birth, old age, illness, and death, reincarnation. It is said. There is a complete reincarnation there, but whether it is true or false is open to question. But someone once stared at it from a distance and said that he saw the figure of a girl who looked exactly the same as his old friend from thousands of years ago, only much younger. And this is the outcome for the lucky ones. The unfortunate ones will have their souls collapsed, their bodies shattered, and they will disappear forever. The time before So Kinga was reborn. As time goes by, each restricted area of life disappears with the passage of time, becoming a wave in the long river of time, and turning into a monument that future generations can admire and reflect on for a long time. Only the great dream Pure Land exists forever and will never be destroyed. And that gorgeous woman in white clothes and bare feet, Yinyo Zhao Hao, seemed to be frozen in time. There are different opinions about her. Some people think she is the only fairy left in the world today. I stayed in some special way, but I can never go back to the immortal domain. Someone said. She comprehended the great Dao of time and fixed herself at that moment. Her true cultivation level was actually not that of an immortal. Someone else said. As the name suggests, the woman weaves a dream. She locked herself inside, so she was sometimes confused and sometimes sober. Certainly. More people believe that there is no such woman inside. Because there are not many people who have actually seen her, or most of them are dead. It is just rumors that constitute her illusory image. Truly terrifying. It's just that special forbidden area. This statement has been the most widely recognized. After all, people have always believed more in what they see, and mythical rumors are all listened to as stories. But Su Qingxiao was not like that. She really saw the woman in white clothes and bare feet. Even at that time, So Kinga was already the master of the good fortune realm. However, when facing her, she seemed to see an empty nothingness. The casual glance made her feel an unprecedented horror. No doubt. That is a real immortal. An ancient immortal living in the human world. Can't be wrong. The ability my cousin is showing at this moment is almost exactly the same as the aura I felt when I looked directly at that person. A strange look appeared in So Kinga's beautiful eyes. So, did the cousin get her inheritance? I see bloat. Luo Xian raised her head in surprise. Looking at the handsome face in front of him, he looked a little tired. The circles under her eyes were red, and she could no longer suppress her years of grievances and her gratitude at this moment. She threw all the secular etiquette and choices with her relatives behind. Luo Xian just wanted to hug the benefactor who gave her new life and cry wildly. So she threw herself forward. Chapter 59. In the pavilion. Ninth Prince Xian stood still, frowning slightly. A slender but exquisite figure lay on his chest, her delicate body trembling slightly and letting out a whimpering sound. So Kinga next to her curled her lips, with a rather amused look on her face. A little more sideways. There was also an old woman standing there at a loss, looking at the girl. She didn't know if she was excited, helpless, distressed, or a combination of all of the above. This is what the female martial god saw when she walked out of the room. She slept soundly and felt completely relaxed. The female martial god has not slept for a long time since being troubled by the evil spirit of soldiers. When she falls asleep occasionally, she often wakes up in her dreams. Fortunately, the cultivation level is here. It doesn't matter if I don't sleep, I'm just a little mentally exhausted. What are they doing? Silently, the female martial god appeared beside So Kinga. She seemed to have completely forgotten the memories that flashed through her mind before falling asleep, but she felt inexplicably close to So Kinga, and her speech became much more casual. In fact, after all the soldiers accumulated in her body were swallowed up by So Xian, she was obviously no longer as indifferent as before. To a certain extent, Bingsha can make people's personalities tend to extremes. Can't you see? So Kinga rolled his eyes and used the tone he used to talk to the female martial god before his rebirth. What else could you be doing if you hug her so tightly? The female martial god frowned slightly. She was silent for a moment and said softly. When we were at the border, Ran Qingxiu chatted with me every day, and 8 of the 10 sentences she said were inseparable from the 9th prince. This time she came to Daqian Imperial City, she also asked her to remind the 9th prince of something. Hear the words. So Kinga couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you to fight against injustices. It's not that I'm complaining, it's just that I feel a little bit. Female martial god pondered, trying to find a suitable word to describe it. You just think Ran Qingxiu's efforts are not worth it. Almost. Female martial god thought for a while and nodded. You may not know that just a month ago, Ran Qingxiu still disliked my cousin and wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. It was only later that something unexpected happened. There was a strange color in So Kinga's beautiful eyes. She hummed softly. My cousin at that time was so nice to her that I couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Ran Qingxiu's so-called efforts are not worth it because you only see the present and don't know the past. Besides. So Kinga's eyes fell on Luo Xian and shook his head. Ran Qingxiu knew that Bila was going to make peace with me, but he still chose to go to the border. Naturally, he was well prepared to face all this. A long paragraph is said. Although the female martial god understood what he was saying, it felt a bit over the top for some reason. Sure enough, relationships are the most troublesome. Fortunately, she won't get involved in these messy emotional entanglements. The female martial god is planning to wait for the incident in the imperial city to be settled before heading to the border again to continue her practice. If the war in Daqian is over, then move to another place. Only. I need to come back for some free time every once in a while. Because of the skill, she must absorb Bingsha. But every time it is absorbed, only a very small part can be used for practice. Most of the bingsha is accumulated in the body, which can neither be used nor discharged. And in fact, the complete version of the technique will not have this flaw. Just because of the missing page, the female martial god had to find ways to suppress the accumulated weapons in her body, which also slowed down her practice. Otherwise, with her talent, she was already a martial artist in the Dao Palace realm at the age of 30. And in the original normal trajectory. So Kinga's cultivation at this period was only in the essence building realm, so how could he be in the same realm of helping the heavens as her in future generations? At this moment, Luo Xian'er's emotions were finally released. He felt that several eyes from all around were focused on him. The shame she had just put aside suddenly surged into her heart. Luo Xian'er let go of Xian with a blushing face, lowered her head and did not dare to look directly at the crowd, and whispered, I'm so excited. Congratulations, princess. The old woman hurriedly stepped forward and spoke with a smile on her face, while also trying to help her out. Thank you very much, His Highness Ninth Prince. After saying that, she turned to look at Xian with great solemnity and saluted solemnly. The old woman looked sincerely. If it weren't for His Highness Ninth Prince, I'm afraid the princess would never be able to set foot in martial Dao in this life. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is a reborn parent. There is one thing I must tell your highness. Tell me. Xian looked calm and nodded with a smile. I have a slight aftertaste of the feeling just now, but I really can't tell. Luo Xian'er's body is obviously so slender and she is depleted of energy and blood, but her growth is extremely amazing. It can only be said that she is gifted. Well, almost on par with the female martial god. To know. Luo Xian'er is only 15 or 16 years old now, and still has prospects for development, while the female martial god has basically been finalized. The old woman said in a deep voice. This marriage was approved by Luo Chongkong in advance, so the Baili envoy will definitely not choose the best among the 3 princes of your country. In their evaluation, the person who is least likely to compete for the crown prince position. Your Highness, Ninth Prince, please make preparations in advance. After a brief contact, the old woman thought that Xian was the perfect choice to marry her. Not only is his personal strength strong, but his character is also extremely outstanding. Now he has become an out-and-out benefactor to Her Royal Highness the Princess. It would be great if it could become her final destination. Hear the words. Xian's expression suddenly became strange. No wonder those Baili envoys looked at me from time to time during the banquet. How dare he look like he was lying down, but they took a fancy to him at a glance and basically regarded him as the candidate for this marriage. This made Xian dumbfounded. It's reached this point. Naturally, he would no longer blindly think about anything without getting into trouble. That's not called lying down, that's stupid. I looked at it, touched it, and hugged it. If Luo Xian'er was asked to marry other princes, Xian would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Don't say that the Baili mission has most likely selected him. Even if it's not, they must also be forced to choose him. If only this was the case. Thoughts flashed through her mind. Xian laughed and shook her head. Don't worry about that, the marriage is probably already finalized. Is the coffin sealed? Luo Xian'er's beautiful eyes became a little nervous. Wait for the news. Xian nodded calmly. How about the princess temporarily lives in my house until the results are completely obtained? This will avoid unexpected changes in the future and make it easier to handle. It seemed like he was asking, but his tone was unquestionable. Hear the words. Luo Xian'er's cheeks were slightly red, but she didn't refute anything, just nodded lightly. The old woman thought about it for a moment and said. That's fine. But I need to go see the envoys, lest they fail to find the princess and cause some troubles. She was determined to follow a path to the end. No matter what Prince Baila does, his lifespan is running out anyway. If he can see the princess find a good home, she will die in peace. Soon. In a few words, it was settled. End this topic. Xian looked at Luo Xianer and asked with a smile, "How do you feel now?" "Well, very good." "Why?" Luo Xianer gently lifted her right leg. She felt that all the energy and blood in her body were flowing rapidly, and at the location of the fairy spirit bone, she could suddenly see a faintly glowing shadow of a white jade bone. This surprised Luo Xianer. In her subconscious mind, she knew that her fairy bones had been dug away long ago. He even clearly understood that this was just an illusion similar to a blindfold. In fact, there were no fairy bones in his thighs at all. But it happened. However, her body could feel the presence of fairy bones. It is no different from the past. It is full of fairy light, but it has a bit more dreamlike haziness. Wisp after wisp of wonderful qi flowed out from the fairy bones and spread to the limbs and bones, warming every inch of flesh and blood in the body, making her feel an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and strength. "I can feel the presence of fairy bones, and the lost Dao foundation has returned. I just tried to run the technique, and I successfully absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and it can run normally in the Danshan and meridians." Luo Xianer's beautiful eyes were misty and she murmured softly. This feeling made her intoxicated. In the great world of martial Dao, all living beings, regardless of men or women, have a passionate pursuit of spiritual practice. Luo Xianer is naturally no exception. Kindness. The female martial god's face was full of confusion. Why can't she understand the situation in front of her at all? What fairy bone? The female martial god carefully observed Luo Xianer for a few times and found no trace of fairy bones on her body. It's impossible not to see that kind of physique. But just right. Standing there, Luo Xianer indeed had an ethereal and fairy-like temperament, and her whole person seemed to be shrouded in a hazy glow, unlike an ordinary person. As expected of that person. So Kinga stared at Luo Xianer and sighed in her heart. Obviously his thoughts were very normal and his understanding of himself had not changed, but his physical body was successfully deceived into thinking that the fairy bones still existed. So in Luo Xianer's perception, the fairy bone really appeared. Seeing the female martial god, his face was blank. So Kinga couldn't help but smile, and quickly explained to her what happened to Luo Xianer through telepathy. After listening, the female martial god was obviously shocked. Such methods are simply unheard of. It is too unreasonable for the spirit bones that have been poached to appear on the body in a different way. But after all, she knows many secrets. As soon as his thoughts changed, he frowned and said seriously. Although it is successful, there are still certain drawbacks. If one day, her body suddenly realizes that the fairy bones do not exist in her body due to some changes, there may be an unprecedented horrific backlash. So Kinga nodded lightly. In fact, she has already seen this. In a way, this is the same as the utopian people in a utopian country. Only, the people of utopia directly brainwash themselves so that they will not have the idea of questioning themselves. Luo Xianer's self-will is that she knows that she does not have fairy bones, but her body thinks that she does. Relatively speaking, it's less likely to cause problems. Good. Xian looked dull. He would have told Luo Xianer about this, but the female martial god said it in advance. This method is not just deceiving your body in essence, but deceiving sky. It is easy to deceive others, but it is difficult to deceive God. Fairy bones are born with it and are a unique kind of good fortune. It is evident from the fact that it is called a near-immortal body. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is favored by heaven. And the removal of the fairy bones means the disappearance of this favor. But now, Xian used the Great Dream Sutra to put Luo Xianer's body in a dreaming state, forcing her to mistakenly think that her fairy spirit bones were still there. This is seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. Sooner or later, your body will wake up and know that your fairy bones have disappeared. But before that, you can try to see if you can repair the lost fairy bones. Xian stared at Luo Xianer with deep eyes. I see. Luo Xianer took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. She looked extremely determined and said seriously, even if I really suffer irreversible backlash due to my body's awakening in the future, I will not regret anything. At least I can live a brilliant life until then. As long as you understand. Xian nodded slightly and said no more. This kind of thing can only rely on Luo Xianer's own efforts. Although there are other ways, such as taking out the fairy bone transplanted by her brother, Luo Chongkong, the Prince of Baili, and putting it back again. But Xian didn't mention it. Otherwise, Luo Xianer would think that he had a backup option, and would lack that vitality. The chance of repairing the fairy bones is even lower. It was getting late at this time. Xian had just used the Dream Sutra and felt a little tired. Just as he said. This move is not only deceiving Luo Xianer's body, but also deceiving the heaven. In addition, his Great Dream Sutra was only a fragment that he had comprehended on the World Zhenlong Monument, so it placed a particularly heavy load on his own spirit. Aside. So Kinga saw the fatigue on his brows, and suddenly said with some distress. Cousin, you must have spent a lot just now. Go and rest quickly. I will arrange the rooms for Sister Xiener and Granny Yun. Master Su is probably exhausted, so don't worry about us. Luo Xiener also said hurriedly. Good. Xian was not pretentious. He nodded slightly to the female martial god next to him, then turned and walked towards his room. When he reached the door, he suddenly looked back at Luo Xiener. His eyes couldn't help but move. Name, Luo Xianer. Identity, Princess of Baili Dynasty. Cultivation, body tempering first layer Tian. Physique, natural immortal spirit bone, fake. Fate, many fate paths, almost immortal body, born with strange bones, noble person with moon virtue. Luck 135 points. Interesting. Xian withdrew his gaze and walked into the room. It turns out that not only luck will change, even fate will also change. Luo Xianer originally had two fates, Die Young and Beauty has a bad fate, but now she has disappeared and turned into a noble person of Yued. The noble man Yued is one of the four pillars of evil spirits. Auspicious fortunes increase good luck, and bad fortunes decrease misfortune. Among them, the auspicious fortune will be doubled. Even if there are bad fortunes such as owl, killing, injury, disaster, etc., the misfortune can be turned into good fortune. The female life is more likely to be kind and virtuous, to give birth to a noble son, to gain wealth without harm. Lie down on the bed. The feeling of exhaustion came like a tide, and in a daze, Xian vaguely heard the system's investment successful prompt. Before he could hear clearly, he fell into a deep sleep. The night is dark and the lone moon is hanging high. Only a few remaining stars shone slightly in the dark sky. It is still midsummer, but there is a chill in the air. A gust of cold wind blows. The watchman on the road frowned and muttered, "It's strange, why does it get cold so fast this year?" As a martial artist, I am not afraid of this chill, but the change of celestial phenomenon often heralds some changes. A shadow passed through the sky. The watchman looked up in confusion, but found nothing. He just thought it was a night bat flying over and didn't take it seriously. Xian Wangfu. The figure shrouded in black robes fell into the courtyard like a ghost. His movements were so light that the shadow guards hidden around him were completely unaware of it. He glanced around indifferently, and then locked his eyes on Xian's room. Floating soundlessly closer. The man in black stretched out his hand and was about to push the door open when he suddenly frowned and looked sideways. Outside the room not far away. I don't know when. Standing suddenly was a slender figure wearing red armor and holding a halberd in his hand. His cold eyes were staring at him indifferently. Chapter 60. The night wind blew by, and the cold evil spirit hit my face. The man in black's pupils shrank slightly. If it weren't for the woman showing a hint of energy just now, he wouldn't have noticed it in advance. What shocked him even more was that he clearly carried a secret treasure that blocked his perception and energy. How did the other party detect his arrival in advance? Female martial god. It's her, why is she still here? Thoughts are fleeting. The man in black made a decision in an instant and suddenly flew into the sky. Now that it has been discovered, nothing can be done, so it is natural to retreat immediately. Once the other party recruits help, tonight will be a disaster. The name of the female martial god has already spread back to the imperial city in the border areas. I don't know how many women idolize him. And just yesterday, she suddenly appeared in the sky above Prince Xian's mansion, forcefully killed an assassin who wanted to assassinate the 9th Prince Xian, and then disappeared again. Although ordinary people do not know this, who in high positions does not know. Many people are speculating on her purpose of coming to the imperial city. Her strength is by no means as simple as what the intelligence says. How could an ordinary Sifang general ignore the barrier of the secret treasure and directly lock my chi machine? The man in black's heart flashed with lightning. Suddenly, an ancient euphorbia quickly enlarged in sight. In just a thought, the female martial god appeared in front of him. The expression of the man in black suddenly changed, and he didn't care about hiding anymore. He raised his hand and made a palm. In an instant, the Buddha's light flowed, and a golden wheel appeared in the void, slowly turning. Boom! The golden palm print and the big halberd collided together, and all the power was restricted in this small space. Otherwise, the aftermath alone could cause the Xian prince's mansion below to collapse. Chakravartin palm? Bald A. The evil spirit surged in the female martial god's beautiful eyes, and she sneered slightly. With just a slight turn of her snow-white wrist, the big halberd turned from sweeping to chopping, and crashed down. Roar! The roar of a fierce tiger exploded. The man in black knows his identity has been exposed and will no longer hide it. He clasped his hands together, and a golden bell emerged from his body. The Buddha's light spread across the sky, turning into a fierce tiger, raising its head and roaring. Tiger roaring golden bell. The corners of the female martial god's lips curved into an indifferent arc. The cloak behind him was hunting, and the evil spirit was billowing. It seemed like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were rushing towards him. The great halberd was filled with the evil aura of soldiers. She raised her hand and waved it, and it condensed into a dark devil tiger. Its eyes were as red as blood, and it made a deafening roaring sound, and the evil aura rushed into the sky. It was clearly transformed by martial arts and had no emotions. But facing the devil tiger, the golden tiger outside the golden bell seemed to be trembling and frightened, letting out a low roar, and then collapsed. The moment when the sound of gold and iron clashes. The golden bell shattered. Boom! The euphorbia's remaining power remained unabated, carrying infinite power, like a majestic mountain falling down, hitting the man in black hard, and the sound of cracking bones was heard. He suddenly coughed out a large mouthful of blood, but managed to stop his flying body and glared at the female martial god with hatred. Next moment, the light of the Buddha beneath his feet flickered and disappeared into the night sky in an instant. Magic foot power. Watching a dozen figures nearby chasing the man in black at the same time, the female martial god did not pursue them, and her knife-like eyebrows could not help but frown. This person is not simple. Whether it is Chakravartin palm or divine foot power, they are all Buddhist gates' unique skills, especially the latter. Ordinary monks cannot even come into contact with it, let alone practice. It can be seen that the status of the man in black in his Buddhist temple is not low. Female martial god was speechless. This 9th Prince Xian usually does not show any arrogant and domineering behavior, but is very low-key. Where did he provoke such an enemy? Not to mention the people who sneaked into Prince Xian's mansion before, they were most likely from Dongyang Dynasty or shaking sacred land. What happened to the bald donkey tonight? To know. A martial artist in the Dao Palace realm is not very high, but it is definitely not low either. Among some ordinary sect forces in this world, Dao Palace is already at the level of sect leader and supreme elder. Even a slightly larger force. At least he can hold the position of elder. The differences in regions lead to differences in vision. After all, this is the imperial city of the transcendent level power dynasty. The Dao Palace martial artist and Sifang town general, which are rarely seen in the outside world, seem to be everywhere in the city. On the contrary, many people mistakenly believe that Dao Palace martial artist is nothing. Not far away. The old woman next to Luo Xianer had also gone out. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, she nodded to the female martial god with a little restraint. She sighed secretly in her heart. The geniuses in this world are really unreasonable. He looks like he is only in his 20s or 30s, but he is actually in the same realm as her. And judging from the short battle just now, if it were her, she might not be able to block the man in black who was obviously from Buddhist Gate, but in the hands of this female martial god, the opponent didn't even get through 2 rounds. There are talented people from generation to generation. The old woman sighed and turned back to the house. Kindness. Suddenly, the female martial god frowned and glanced in a certain direction in the night sky, but did not see any figure. A thoughtful look flashed in her beautiful eyes as she looked towards Su Xian's room. In fact, just now, when the man in black approached, the hot breath in Su Xian's room suddenly became a little hotter. Even if she doesn't take action, the creatures inside that only have the blood of vermilion bird will also react to stress. At this time, the door to the side opened. So Kinga walked out and sighed. These people have some skills, so why are they staring at my cousin? Can you tell which force the guy from just now comes from? The female martial god, who was just about to go back to the room, paused. She thought for a moment and expressed her guess. This person is proficient in Chakravartin Palm and Divine Foot Power. As far as I know, Chakravartin Palm is the secret skill of Buddhist Gate Chakravartin Temple. It is a special palm technique extended from the Great Vajra Palm. Whispering Temple. So Kinga silently made a note in his notebook. When her strength was almost restored, she went to destroy the Xuanlun Temple. Just before she was reborn, she still had an unresolved conflict with the bald donkeys in Mount Sumeru. In the room, Su Xian's slightly opened eyes closed again. He sighed silently in his heart, "It's really endless, why can't you let me have some peace of mind?" With Su Xian's current physical and spiritual sense, he had naturally noticed the other party's approach. Even if I am mentally exhausted, I wake up in an instant. Buddhist Gate Wheel Temple. Recalling the trace of malice shown by the eldest prince Su Yuan when he was in the Huangji Palace during the day, it was self-evident that this monk was sent out by someone. After someone broke into the mansion, Su Xian could no longer remain indifferent. Lying down is not waiting to die. In order to get a better balance, it is natural to kill the crisis first, which is very reasonable. Su Xian stood up silently. His figure was erratic. He walked out of the room like a ghost without making any noise. So Kinga and her daughter martial god have returned to the room. With their amazing perception, they were not aware of Su Xian's departure at all. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. With a smile in her heart, Su Xian's feet shimmered with light and disappeared from the mansion in an instant. This is a reward for lying down on a certain day, called the breathing method of harmony between heaven and man. Its grade is not high. It is only at the heaven smiting level. It can perfectly integrate itself with the surrounding heaven and earth, and its breath is completely simulated. Even though the name is so powerful. In fact, its role is only that, and it cannot reach the point of true unity between man and nature. That is the level that good fortune realm can only reach. The night is dark and the moon is at its peak. Su Xian flew by in the air silently. Although his feet were riding Kunpeng at great speed, because his body blended with the heaven and earth, not even the slightest breeze was able to pick him up. At the same time, there was a vague figure in the sky, staring at him with interest. Tisk, the little guys nowadays are not simple. That female martial god just now was actually able to detect my gaze. Her sensitivity was too sensitive, and she was not at all like a Sifang commander. And His Highness Ninth Prince was able to hide from my perception. The figure sighed. If he hadn't been keeping an eye on the movements of Prince Xian's mansion, he probably wouldn't have noticed Su Xian walking out quietly. It can hide from his perception of the heaven-smiting realm. Have to say. Quite something to be proud of. Hey, our family can't sleep at night, and we have to run around everywhere. Young people nowadays are really capable. The vague figure sighed, always floating over Su Xian. In fact, he had just arrived. I don't know why His Majesty suddenly valued the Ninth Prince so much, and specifically asked this old man to leave the palace tonight and come here to protect King Xian's safety. Follow Qin Huang's instructions. Unless there is a real-life crisis, he can't take action, he can only watch. Boom! The figure shrouded in black robes landed in a remote and abandoned dwelling, opening his mouth and coughing out another mouthful of blood. Zhenjue sat down cross-legged and pulled off the black cloth covering his face, revealing a slightly older face. At this time, his face was pale and there was fear in his eyes. Just a little bit closer. That is to say, among the group of shadow guards, only one was a general at the Dao Palace level. He fought hard twice and relied on the divine foot power and the aura concealing technique to get rid of those guys. But he had also been seriously injured. And the truly horrific injuries. But it was a heavy blow to the chest from the female martial god. I don't know how many bones were broken, and all the internal organs were severely damaged. If he hadn't practiced the Buddhist gate golden body kung fu, his physical body would be in panic. Just that one blow will break it into two pieces. Her halberd is not simple, it is probably a magic weapon at the self-liberation level. It's just that the power within it seems to have not been developed, and it's just relying on its heaviness to hit people. I really feel scared. His tiger roaring golden bell has been cultivated to an extremely high level, condensing the true body of the tiger demon with unparalleled defense. But under that big halberd, it didn't even last a breath, and it exploded directly. It's really hard to imagine what would happen if the female martial god unleashed the true power of that ancient halberd. I'm afraid he will turn into ashes before even being touched. And that devil tiger. The corners of Zhenjue's eyes twitched. He suspected that an unparalleled demonic tiger might actually be sealed in that big halberd. His Highness's instructions have not been completed. I'm afraid I will be criticized again when I go back. Asterisk number. Hey, who would have thought that the female martial god is still in Prince Xian's palace, and her strength is so terrifying? What is her relationship with Prince Xian? Zhenjue thought while swallowing the elixir to heal his wounds. Although he is the martial artist of Dao Palace 5th layer, to the outside world he is enough to become the leader of an ordinary sect. Old, even supreme elder. Even in Zhuanlun Temple, his status is not low. However, facing the eldest Prince Su Yuan, he did not dare to be disobedient in the slightest and could only obey his words. Don't say it's him. Even the abbot of Zhuanlun Temple must pay some respect to Su Yuan. All this stems from its special identity. Who? Suddenly, Zhenjue's expression suddenly changed, he stood up and turned around like lightning, slapped forward with a palm, and at the same time activated his divine foot power. He was about to fly away. But at the moment of turning around, a golden Buddha palm slowly came over. Zhenjue's movements suddenly froze. In a trance, he saw a golden Buddha standing majestically. A compassionate face and compassionate eyes. The thousands of Buddha wheels behind the head are spinning slowly, and the Buddhist chants are echoing in the ears. It seems that there are thousands of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Vajras sitting cross-legged in the sky, surrounding the golden Buddha. Chant loudly. Buddha, Buddha. Zhenjue subconsciously clasped his hands together, showing piety on his face. This Tathagata palm seems to have a miraculous effect on Buddhist gate disciples. Xian's eyes moved slightly. He originally planned to directly test the power of the broken sword given to him by the old eunuch, but when he was about to take action, he suddenly felt something in his heart and used the Tathagata divine palm instead. Pretty much as expected. For those who believe in Buddhist gate, the transformation ability that comes with Tathagata divine palm is simply a big killer weapon. In addition, Zhenju was already severely injured, and unexpectedly, it directly affected his mind and made him lose himself. 0. Who ordered you to assassinate the ninth prince Xian? Xian spoke calmly. But in the induction of Zhenju, it was the great Buddha who opened his mouth to speak, and the mighty Buddha's voice boomed, like rolling thunder, like a bell, which shocked the soul. My Buddha is compassionate. Zhenju looked pious and spoke respectfully. This disciple does not want to assassinate King Xian, but wants to take a Buddhist treasure from him. Buddha treasure? What Buddha treasure? Xian was startled. There is no Buddhist treasure on his body. The only thing related to the Buddhist gate is the Tathagata palm, and so on. Xian's expression suddenly became strange. Who sent you? Su Yuan. Zhenju answered very naturally. Really? Xian already understood the cause and effect in his heart. When he was attending a banquet in the Huangji Hall, he used the mind cultivation method in his mind to understand the first form of the Tathagata divine palm. Maybe it's because he inadvertently revealed a trace of Buddha's spirit. Then he was sensed by the eldest prince Su Yuan. Is his Buddha nature so high? Xian frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong, so he asked again, what secrets does Su Yuan have, and why do you support him? As soon as this statement came out, Zhenju seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then a look of struggle and fear appeared on his face. He is Buddha's. It seems that this question touches on some unspeakable secret. Suddenly, Zhenju's eyes suddenly became clear. Xian's figure was reflected in his eyes, with a strong sense of disbelief, as if he was wondering why Xian had such a shocking Buddhist gate martial art. Moreover, its characteristics are very similar to the legendary Buddhist gate, which has been lost for a long time. Buddha's palm. How could you be like? Boom! The golden Buddha palm landed lightly on Zhenju's forehead, and his brain immediately burst. But at the moment of the palm print, one fell into an illusion, with a pious smile on his lips. What secret could it be that allowed him to break free from the transforming power of Tathagata's palm in a short time? Xian retracted his palm expressionlessly. It seems that his eldest brother has a very big problem. No wonder Buddhist gate invested so much in him. Zhenju only uttered the word Buddha. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a certain Buddha? Nor should it. In that case, it should have been picked up by Buddhist gate sacred land, Mount Sumeru. Think for a moment. Xian suddenly showed a smile and said as if talking to himself. Instructing Buddhist gate disciples to sneak into Prince Xian's mansion with unknown intentions, I don't know what the crime is. Well, after all, those shameless bald donkeys are involved. This kind of thing still has to be left to my father. Sure. Say it. He casually took away the storage ring from the corpse and left. Not long after Xian disappeared, there were faint ripples in the air, and a vague shadow appeared in the room. It was the mysterious person who had been following in the sky before. His face has the vicissitudes of life, with a touch of femininity, and his face is full of helplessness at this moment. This ninth prince is really looking for jobs. After hearing what Xian said, how could he not know that he had been discovered by Xian a long time ago, but he never said it. Anyway, the old man stared at the direction where Xian disappeared and murmured, that palm just now should be the legendary Buddhist gate Wuji dimension. Tathagata God's palm is missing. Chapter 61. Royal Palace. Royal Study Room. Emperor Qian put his hands behind his back and listened to the report of the trusted eunuch in front of him. After a long time, he said softly. Buddha's palm. But sure. Standing in front of him was the old eunuch who was directly following Xian and protecting him at all times. Although he first entered the heaven-smiting realm not long ago. But be aware. The imperial city is protected by a large formation. Whenever an unfamiliar heaven-smiting realm expert approaches, a warning will be issued immediately. So, let him provide protection for Xian. This is already taken extremely seriously. The old eunuch spoke respectfully. However, the Tathagata palm has been lost for a long time. Even in the Buddhist gate sacred land in the far west, Mount Sumeru, there are only 2 styles of it rumored. It is impossible to determine whether what His Highness 9th Prince used is the Tathagata palm. Hear the words. Emperor Qian nodded slightly and chuckled. Whether it's true or not, it's all his chance, don't worry too much. Since he doesn't want you there, there's no need to go. It's obvious. Xian pointed out his identity directly, and his meaning was already clear. In fact, he was telling Emperor Qian in disguise that he did not need anyone to stay by his side at all times to provide so-called protection. There is no better son than a father. Emperor Qian thought he knew his son quite well. Yes. The old eunuch respectfully agreed. After hesitating for a moment, he asked tentatively, Your Majesty, the matter about the Xuanlun temple. Destroy it. Emperor Qian waved his hand lightly. In the past 2 years, Buddhist gate's reach has become longer and longer. I allowed them to contact Yuan without any obstruction, which is already extremely merciful. But now, if you dare to extend your hands to other princes, no matter what the reason is or who is the instigator, someone needs to pay the price. It's just a little warning to them. A few simple words directly determine the life and death of the Buddhist gate Buddhist temple Xuanlunji temple. The so-called big temple is just a relative term. In front of transcendent level forces like the Great Qian Dynasty, as long as they are not at the same level, they are nothing. Nothing more than bigger ants. In this case, will His Highness. The old eunuch hesitated. Don't worry about him. Emperor Qian's tone became indifferent. Yes. The old eunuch said no more, bowed his body and retreated carefully. Emperor Qian stood alone in the imperial study room, with his hands behind his back, his eyes dim, staring at the lonely small tomb outside the window, silent and motionless. By His Majesty's decree, Xuanlun temple colludes with demons, deviates from the authentic Buddhism gate, and harms our Dakian people. The crime cannot be pardoned and will be punished immediately. Wheel Temple. The originally magnificent temple was now in a mess. Corpses were laid out one after another, and screams continued to sound, accompanied by begging for mercy and angry curses. Qian Huang. You destroyed my Buddhist gate for no reason, turned right and wrong, and will not die a good death. Great Principal Buddha's hand. The shrill roar echoed in the sky, and the golden Buddha light illuminated the night sky, but after just a few breaths, it suddenly went out. There was a brief silence. Boom! A burly figure wearing iron armor descended from the sky, holding a head with eyes wide open in his hand, throwing it to the ground, and trampling it to pieces. He strode to the main hall directly in front of him. Looking at the golden Buddha statue inside, he sneered. What a bullshit pure place! Everything you can see is gold and silver. The carved beams and painted buildings are better than the palace. Where is the purity? At this moment, a soldier came over and whispered, General, there is something going on inside. What's the situation? Iron Maniac asked casually. This. The soldier hesitated for a moment and then said with a wry smile, General, you'd better go and see it in person. I don't know how to describe it. My mother-in-law, what does it look like? The Iron Maniac glared at him, turned around and walked in the direction pointed by the armored man. Xuanlun Temple is located at the foot of the mountain. The Iron Maniac passed through several halls, and when he arrived at the deepest palace, he discovered that there was another door behind it, leading directly to the heart of the mountain. It looks like the mountain has been hollowed out. General, it's inside. There were more than a dozen soldiers standing nearby, and they all saluted when they saw him coming. Their expressions all had an indescribable weirdness, they seemed disgusted, they seemed sympathetic, and they also seemed to have a bit of anger. The Iron Maniac raised his eyebrows. He knows his soldiers very well. They are all elites in many battles. He has never seen anything like this. For them to behave like this shows that the things inside are very unusual. This made the Iron Maniac arouse a lot of curiosity. He strode over directly, raised his hand and pushed the door open. Next moment, the Iron Maniac's expression changed. As he expected, the entire mountain was almost hollowed out. Countless iron cages are neatly stacked together. In every cage, there is a naked woman. They are of different ages, some even look less than 10 years old. Without exception. These women all had dull eyes and were sitting in the cage blankly. Most of them have long since died and turned into a pile of withered bones. Some were so hungry that they were skin and bones and dying, holding in their arms the corpses of infants and children that had long since turned into skeletons. Only a few are still conscious. When they saw the door being opened, they huddled tightly in the corner of the cage, with undisguised fear on their faces. What's this? What the FK? The Iron Maniac's burly body trembled slightly. Explain. A soldier kicked a monk over. Return to what the military master said. The monk was trembling, kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise his head. The young monk is just a sweeping monk, he has never participated in these. I asked you what this is. The Iron Maniac's deep voice sounded. Yes, it is the place where the Jade Girl treasure is cultivated. The monk swallowed his saliva and answered bravely. Jade Girl treasure. The Iron Maniac's tone was slightly doubtful. At this time, a soldier next to him whispered. General, I have heard that the Wheel-Turning King has 7 treasures of the Wheel King, namely the Golden Wheel treasure, the White Elephant treasure, the Xian Horse treasure, the Divine Jewel, the Jade Girl treasure, the Lay treasure, and the Advance treasure. The so-called Jade Girl treasure is the most beautiful and noble of all women in the mortal world. If the prediction is correct, this Xuanlun Temple wants to use this method to create the legendary Jade Girl treasure. Hear the words. The Iron Maniac fell silent and remained silent for a long time. As if sensing the murderous aura, the monk hurriedly kowtowed. Master Jun, Master Jun. I really didn't take part in this, monk. Boom. The Iron Maniac slapped the monk's head to pieces with an expressionless face, and his cold voice with crazy murderous intent seemed to be transmitted from Jiu. Xuanlun Temple, no chickens or dogs left. Investigate everyone involved in such activities as Xuanlun Temple. No matter who they are, the entire clan will be killed. If something goes wrong, it's up to me to fight it. As if they had been waiting for his words for a long time, a dozen soldiers guarding outside agreed in unison, with murderous intent boiling over. In addition, the Iron Maniac glanced at the mountainside, which was like a hell on earth, and sighed. If they are still alive, take them out and see if they can find their family members. As for the corpses, let them all be cremated. Yes. A soldier next to him responded. I'm going to see your majesty. The matter of Xuanlun Temple must not stop here. All Buddhist temples in Daqian must be checked overnight. The Iron Maniac turned around and turned into a divine rainbow and disappeared. Xian Wangfu. Xian certainly had no idea what was happening thousands of miles away. Back in fashion it was late night. Although I only slept for a short while before. But Xian has completely recovered, her spirit is no longer tired, her brain is clear, and she is not sleepy at all. Back to the backyard. Xian glanced at the room where Sokinga and others lived. The lights were dimmed at this time. Then the eunuch should be able to hear what I mean. Even if he doesn't, my father will definitely understand what I want to express. The ancestral aperture between the eyebrows opened, and after confirming that there was no line of sight in the sky, Xian nodded slightly. If only he was the one. The key is, there are quite a few women living in Prince Xian's mansion now. So Kinga, the female martial god, Luo Xiener, they can almost complete a mahjong table. Although that guy was a eunuch, he was still a man mentally after all. It was obviously inappropriate to have him keep an eye on Prince Xian's mansion. Correct. Su Xian thought to himself, I should have heard the system prompt before going to bed. Thoughts moved slightly. Sure enough, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Investment is successful. True and false, false and true, is the so-called dream really a dream? Maybe it is another reality that happens to shine into your consciousness. What you see may not be true, a leaf can blind your eyes and make you unable to see the sky. You gain divine ability, blinding one leaf. Kindness? A hint of surprise flashed in Su Xian's eyes. It turned out to be divine ability. To this day, Su Xian has only received 2 divine abilities in total. One is rebirth with a drop of blood. It was after he swallowed the blood demon in the Emperor Dragon's good fortune pool that his body changed to a certain extent and he gained this divine ability. The other thing is that this leaf is blinding. To be precise, it is also the system's stow. Having said that, judging from the rewards this time, the investment rewards are not necessarily related to the investors, but also have a certain relationship with the method used when investing. Su Xian was thoughtful. The 2 previous investments were related to the investees. For example, when you invest in vermilion bird eggs, the reward you get is Nanming Luo. And the investment woman martial god is an iron-eating beast. Su Xian is speechless when talking about this guy. It is simply more suitable for the lying down system than myself. In addition to eating various kinds of iron every day, it is also sleeping. The good news is that its strength is constantly growing. The main thing is to have a promising future. Back to business. At first glance, the iron-eating beast seems to have nothing to do with the female martial god. But if Su Xian's guess is true, if there was a creature similar to Qi Yu in this world, then the iron-eating beast and the female martial god Qi spirit would obviously be connected. His eyes moved slightly, and the profile panel he hadn't seen for a long time appeared. Su Xian. Cultivation, Divine Bridge 7th Layer. Physique, Desolate Sacred Body. Divine Ability, Rebirth from a Drop of Blood, Blinded by a Leaf. Skills, Qian Sovereign Sutra, True Dragon Treasure Technique. Combat Techniques, Who will awaken first in the Great Dream, the first style of the Great Dream Sutra, Solo Sovereign, the first style of Tathagata Palm, Overturning Heaven Seal, Chaos Calming Art, True Dragon Treasure Technique, Imperial Dao Killing Fist. Bao Wen, Mysterious Broken Sword, Soul Calming Jade, Divine Jade Garments, Heavenly Dragon Halberd. The system also calls it such a general name. Su Xian glanced over and paused slightly at the words Mysterious Broken Sword. It obviously refers to the bloody and rusty broken sword. This made Su Xian even more convinced that broken sword was unusual. Otherwise, with the powerful functions of the system, how could it be called such a name? Shake his head slightly. Regarding the secret of the bloody and rusty broken sword, we need to slowly discover it in the future. There is no need to delve into it at this time. It will be understood when it is time to know. After sinking his mind, Su Xian's thoughts were immersed in his mind. At this moment, in the ocean of his consciousness, a green leaf fell from an infinite height. It looks unremarkable. But in the process of falling, it seemed to become infinitely larger. Obstructed vision. It covered Kunpeng, Zhenlong, and Nanming Luo in the distance. It even covered the golden Buddha and the seemingly small figure. The veins on the leaves are clearly visible, showing a light golden color. Su Xian's eyes fell involuntarily. In a trance, he seemed to see a vast world in every vein. The winding trace seems to be an endless river of time and space, recording the reincarnation changes of the entire world. And in the next moment, Xian's vision returned to normal. The leaf is still the same leaf, unremarkable, falling from the sky. Is this a blinding eye, unable to see the blue sky? Xian slowly reached out and pinched the green and crystal leaf. The veins on it were extremely clear, as if expounding the simplest principles in the world. Creak. The door to the room was gently pushed open. Luo Xianer never fell asleep and was very excited. Before coming here, she never imagined that her life would undergo such a big change. I thought I would never be able to set foot in martial Dao in this life, but I can already see the end of it in this life. Get married in an ordinary way, grow old in an ordinary way, until you reach the end of your life, and a life of misery and pain in an ordinary way. However, Xian appeared. But it gave her hope again in her life. For most of the night, Luo Xianer's mind was filled with plans for her future life. Certainly. Not only herself, but also Xian's figure is present in every step of the planning. If nothing else happens, I will marry him and have a daughter. Yes, it must be a daughter. My previous life was full of sorrow and misfortune, but I will definitely be able to give my daughter a wonderful childhood. Well, he should have other concubines. At that time, as the head palace, I had to be generous enough and not be petty or jealous. I couldn't walk out of the room. Luo Xianer walked in the night, her beautiful eyes were misty, thinking to her heart's content. 4.4 She seemed to be covered with a thin layer of fairy mist, making her seem to be a fairy falling from the moon palace, ethereal and so beautiful that it was extremely unreal. The moonlight is as cold as water, elongating the beautiful shadows. Luo Xianer's steps were brisk, her beautiful cheeks seemed to be covered with a layer of pink, and the corners of her lips were unconsciously raised, like she was ashamed or happy. Kindness. Suddenly, Luo Xianer stopped and saw a figure in the pavilion. She subconsciously wanted to call out softly, but soon realized that it was Xian sitting there, so she quickly covered her mouth with her hands and blinked her big eyes. What is he doing? Luo Xianer watched curiously. Thinking of the messy thoughts I had just now, I suddenly saw the real owner, and I couldn't help but feel even more ashamed. Fortunately, Xian has her eyes closed at the moment and will not see her expression. He didn't fall asleep here, did he? Luo Xianer thought to herself and approached lightly. When Xian walked closer, there was no movement at all, so she plucked up her courage. She moved her face slightly closer, her black and white eyes were as clear as water, and she stared carefully at the face that looked more and more handsome under the moonlight. He's really good looking. Luo Xianer thought to herself. Although she was full of hatred for Luo Changkong, the prince of Baili. But I have to admit that the other person is one of the rare handsome men in the world. With his pretended gentleness and elegance, it is difficult to make people feel disgusted. However, compared with Xian, it is still far behind. It is said that a son follows his mother. His mother must be a very, very beautiful woman. Luo Xianer murmured in her heart. A ray of moonlight shines on Xian's face, and the long eyelashes cast a very light shadow, each root is clear, as if it can be counted clearly. So Luo Xianer moved closer, wanting to count carefully. Just at this time, Xian suddenly opened his eyes and met those ethereal beautiful eyes that were stunned. Chapter 62. How to do? Why did he wake up? Did I make too much noise? What should I say at this time to ease the embarrassment? A bunch of random thoughts came to Luo Xianer's mind. Her fair face was stained with red clouds at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her big eyes stared blankly, and when she looked into those deep eyes, she was stunned in place for a moment. Kindness. Xian made a questioning nasal sound. Although he is conscious in his mind, studying divine ability is blinding him. But the perception of the outside world is always maintained. When Luo Xianer just walked out of the room, Xian had already noticed it, and then found that she was getting closer and closer. Then he opened his eyes. Then this scene appeared. Ah, that me. Luo Xianer still didn't move, but she spoke in a panic. The faint fragrant breath reached the tip of her nose, and the girl's mouth opened slightly. She was no longer as pale as before, but had a rosy luster. Su Xian was not a saint who could sit still and calmly. His heart moved and he leaned forward slightly. Well. Luo Xianer's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She struggled slightly subconsciously. But soon he was surrounded by a pair of big and strong hands, and his body suddenly softened, and he closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. A long time. There seemed to be a soft knock from a door. Luo Xianer suddenly woke up, broke away in a panic, glanced at Su Xian secretly, and ran back to her room as if running away. I had a slight aftertaste of what I had just experienced. Su Xian glanced at the door that made the noise, and said with a half-smile, "Now that you're awake, come out." Creak. The door opened slightly. So Kinga was still wearing the bright red dress, blinked her big eyes, and said with an innocent face. "Cousin, I thought I heard someone running over just now." "Okay, okay." Su Xian sat back on the wicker chair and said angrily, "You've been standing there for a long time, it's not like you haven't seen it, do this with me too." "Oh, I was discovered by my cousin." So Kinga walked over briskly and sat next to Su Xian. "Actually, what I want to say is that I didn't mean it." "Do you believe it, cousin?" she hummed in her heart. "Cannot tell." Luo Xianer, that little girl who looks soft and soft-spoken on the surface, is actually doing night raids. 28 letters. Su Xian answered nonchalantly. For us martial artists, even the slightest movement can easily attract attention, not to mention that these 2 days have not been peaceful. While talking, he glanced at the female martial god's room from the corner of his eye. There was also a figure standing behind the window just now, but it quickly disappeared. "Yeah, actually I was also worried about my cousin. I thought a blind thief had broken in again." So Kinga's tone was sour. "Isn't he just a little thief? He stayed up late at night and sneaked out to have S*X with me." The black and white eyes flickered, and so Kinga quietly leaned next to Su Xian, then raised her head and looked at him intently, her red lips pursed slightly, showing expectation. "Go aside." Su Xian raised his hand and pushed her head away. How could Su Xian not see So Kinga's thoughts? It wouldn't have mattered if it were before. But now, Su Xian has awakened the wisdom of his past life and has a modern thinking. Every time he thinks that So Kinga is his cousin, he feels a little weird. "I'm afraid it will take some time to correct it." So Kinga pouted, not unhappy at all. "Correct." At this time, Su Xian suddenly remembered something, frowned and reminded. "Next time you want to go out, remember to ask the female martial god to accompany you. There has been some chaos in the city recently, and some messy monsters have come in. After all, your cultivation is not enough to protect yourself." Hear the words. So Kinga showed a bright smile, and the slightest bit of unhappiness in his heart dissipated. "I know, cousin." She thought for a while and asked in a casual tone, "Cousin, is the way you helped Luo Xianer yesterday related to the Daemon Pure Land?" "Yes, the Dream Sutra." Su Xian nodded, not hiding anything. As a reborn person, So Kinga has seen too many things, and he will always pretend to say something casually. Su Xian will not identify her. Both of them were tacitly understanding each other. Sure enough, it was the skill of the one from Daemon Pure Land. So Kinga nodded secretly, confirming his previous guess. Although she didn't know what the technique was practiced by the barefooted woman in white, she could tell just by listening to the name. The Great Dream Pure Land and the Great Dream Sutra were already very obvious. "Have you met that one?" After hesitating, So Kinga couldn't help but ask. From time to time, her mind would flash back to the moment before her rebirth. At the moment when his own body collapsed and true spirit was about to collapse, a white jade-like finger gently stretched out and fixed the void. No need to think about it. My own rebirth is definitely related to that finger. No. Xian glanced at her cousin. That's what I learned from the Genshi Long Monument. There is only one move. Why, you want to learn it too? So. A trace of doubt flashed in Sokinga's beautiful eyes. Could it be that she had a misunderstanding and that the person who allowed her to be reborn was not the one from the Dream Pure Land, but someone else? Sokinga thought that his cousin was regarded as the inheritor by that person. It looks like this before the eyes. Sokinga also understood the inheritance on the Genshi Long Monument. He did not rely on personal chance, but only relied on talent and understanding. Whoever can comprehend it is his, there is no specific explanation. Seeing her expression change slightly, Xian's eyes moved. It seems. The barefooted woman in white clothes in the Dream Pure Land was more unusual than he imagined. When Emperor Tejas set foot in that forbidden area of life, he had almost no power to fight back against the woman, and fell into an endless dream cycle in an instant. When he woke up, he was already outside the restricted area and was sweating profusely. Xian thought that the woman's technique was just too powerful, but she was still at the pinnacle of humanity. After all, both are the masters of the good fortune realm, but they also have the tower of weakness. Please note that having the belief in invincibility and being invincible are two completely different concepts. Looking at Kinga's words and reaction, she should have entered the pure land of dreams and come out alive. Then she has also reached the level of dominance in her original trajectory. Tisk, that's right. As the protagonist, it would be strange if he couldn't become the master. Looking at it this way, the woman in white is probably an immortal. Xian murmured to himself. This was not consistent with some of the ancient books he had read. Since the end of ancient times, when heaven and earth were connected, there have been no immortals in the world. All creatures that reached that level were expelled by the will of heaven and earth at that time and forcibly taken to the immortal domain. And precisely because of the unique connection between heaven and earth, the immortality material from the immortal domain was cut off. So no one can become an immortal anymore. Now it seems that this statement is not very accurate and has certain fallacies. At least, some immortals stay in the mortal world through special methods. For example, the woman in white in Daemon Pure Land should be like this. Aside. Sokinga thought for a long time and had no idea, so he stopped thinking about it. Anyway, she can still become the master in this life, and with her previous experience, she might be able to truly try to hit the path to immortality. When the time comes, I will enter the pure land of dreams and ask the other party if it is right. Thoughts turn. After Sokinga thought about it for a while, he used a more solemn and serious tone when talking to Xian for the first time. Cousin, by chance, I got a strange skill called Kongziu. The words have not yet finished. Boom. As the night was about to fall, blazing lightning suddenly flashed across the void, followed closely by a thunder that rolled across the sky, deafening and making people's ears buzz. In an instant, the entire Dacian imperial city was awakened from their sleep. Creak. Several doors in the courtyard opened one after another. The female martial god, Luo Xiener, and the old woman all walked out of it, obviously shocked by the thunder. It was such a scary thunder, it was like ringing in my ears. Luo Xiener stared at the bright electric light in the sky with her big eyes open, her little face full of astonishment. A bolt from the blue, it's not normal. The female martial god frowned slightly and spoke in a solemn voice. Although it was still nighttime and the sun had not risen yet, there was still a hint of light and there were no dark clouds in the sky. It was obviously a sunny day. The sudden sound of such a terrifying thunder will inevitably make people think too much. The weather is really not right lately. Xian also nodded. Autumn has not yet arrived, and it is already a hot season, but you can feel a slight coolness at night. If it were an ordinary world, it would only be a climate problem. But this is a fantasy world. Nothing happens without reason, and some seemingly simple celestial phenomenon changes may hide deeper problems. Only So Kinga frowned, and there was a hint of suspicion in her beautiful eyes. This thunder will come out sooner rather than later. It was a bit strange that she appeared just when she was about to tell her cousin the way of utopia. Don't blame So Kinga for overthinking. She has a Xian heavenly demon body, which is one of the 8 heavenly demon bodies between heaven and earth. Dealing with heavenly tribulations is commonplace. The sound of thunder just now made her feel a faint aura of heavenly calamity. Is the will of heaven and earth issuing a warning? So Kinga was puzzled. As far as she knows, this utopian way is not a very secretive technique at all, and there are not many people who practice it. On that living planet, they are all utopian people. And there are not many people who know this technique. Because those utopian people do not shy away from passing on the way of utopia to outsiders. As long as you want to learn it, they are willing to teach it. Maybe it's just a coincidence. So Kinga's lake-colored eyes flashed with thought. Think about it carefully. She decided not to tell her cousin about her fantasy for the time being. So Kinga himself is not afraid. Although the natural disaster is terrifying, it will never lead to death and no life. As the saying goes, when the great reaches 50, the sky is 49, and one of them escapes. There will always be a glimmer of hope. So Kinga was worried about So Xian's safety. Even if there was even the slightest chance that her cousin would be traumatized, she wouldn't try it. And at this time, the lightning in the sky gradually disappeared, and the thunder also stopped. Luo Xianer didn't sleep all night, and after all, she had just set foot in Martial Dao, and soon she was yawning all over the place. He spoke to everyone, then quietly looked at So Xian. After receiving his gaze in response, he smiled shyly and turned back to the room. The old woman left in a hurry. The palace. It has been 2 days since the Baili envoy came to the imperial city. She had to go and meet them. She could just find any reason to avoid making the other party suspicious. There were only 3 people left in the courtyard again. So Xian sat on the wicker chair and watched the female martial god stride over. She moves like the wind, without any of the delicate temperament of an ordinary woman. He is more like a general leading an army in battle. His brows are full of heroism, and his sharp eyes are unconsciously revealed. If anything, Ran Qingxiu seems to be a little like her, but a little more charming, which is a completely different style. The female martial god naturally sat next to So Kinga, then brushed her hand on the table, and a pot of wine and 3 bronze cups appeared. Then he raised the jug and filled it. The wine I brew has no name. I drink a few cups occasionally. It can nourish the 5 organs in the body, activate the qi and blood in the body, and increase the flow rate. Well, the only problem is that it contains military evil, but this shouldn't be a problem for you. Try it. She was not good at normal communication, so she communicated in her own way. So Kinga's beautiful eyes brightened slightly. She unceremoniously picked up one of the glasses of wine, took a sip, and smiled. It doesn't taste like this. Female martial god's home-brewed wine is considered a masterpiece. The mellow aroma is not too spicy, it is soft in the mouth, but like a blazing fire in the stomach, but it does not feel hot at all, and only warms the internal organs. And as the female martial god said, this wine can also increase the flow rate of qi and blood and increase the speed of cultivation, which is of great benefit. As for the shortcomings, naturally, it is the bingsha added to it during the brewing process. This kind of good wine is difficult for ordinary martial artists to enjoy. Even if you drink a small glass, you may 077 immediately meet the king of hell. Therefore, the female martial god rarely drinks, and only takes a long time to have a drink. If So Kinga remembers correctly, female martial god once told her personally that there are only 2 people in the world who have drunk this wine. One is herself, and the other is So Kinga. Now, Then there is Xian. It's a really good wine. Xian picked up the wine cup, sipped it into his mouth, and couldn't help but praise, does this wine have a famous official? Have to say. Xian has drunk a lot of good wines. After all, given his status, he has tasted many fine wines and the taste is very good. But the wine brewed by the female martial god made his eyes shine. No. Female martial god shook his head. I have always been the only one who drinks it, and I don't dare to share it with others. The martial artist is like a warrior and can't bear it, so there's no point in naming it. How can a good wine be unknown? There was a smile in Xian's eyes. You used to be the only one, but now there are me and Qing Ji. If you don't mind, can I give it a name? Can. Female martial god thought for a moment and nodded. Xian pondered for a moment, then slowly said. Well, according to what you said, ordinary living beings cannot drink this wine. Otherwise, it will be like drinking poison, and the evil spirit will invade the soul and die in a moment. So, how about calling it, King of Hell's Tai? The King of Hell's Post? The female martial god recited it softly twice, with a rare sparkle in her eyes, and said softly, it's a very good name. Well, it's very good. Although it doesn't sound like the name of a wine at all. But it's surprisingly consistent. Xian drank a few more cups and felt the energy and blood in his body surge like a furnace. Golden light flows in the core sea, and the sound of thunder and tsunami can be faintly heard. The whole person is enveloped in a layer of brilliant golden light, and the eyes open and close, and there are countless divine lights. This attracted the female martial god and so Kinga's side glances. Desolate sacred body, worthy of the name sacred body, is truly like a divine presence in the world, impervious to all evil. Female martial god said to herself. In comparison, her martial god body tends to be more domineering and has no such sacred meaning. How much more wine do you have? Xian couldn't help but ask. This is the only pot left. The female martial god shook her head and explained. I always have to suppress the evil spirits in my body and don't dare to let it out a little, otherwise it will be like a flood that will be difficult to block. However, I can brew more in the future. You'll have to leave a few more altars for me then. Xian said with a smile. Good. The female martial god nodded seriously. She always felt that Xian's kindness was hard to repay, so being able to repay her in this way would give her a little peace of mind. At this time, Xian's door opened. A black and white shadow crawled out from inside, and with a whoosh, it appeared in the pavilion, looking around foolishly. Kindness. The female martial god looked at the iron-eating beast, her beautiful eyes startled. This is. Female martial god recognizes it. A strange color flashed in Xian's eyes. He touched the iron-eating beast's soft fur and spoke as if inadvertently. Chapter 63. It seems a bit familiar. The female martial god was lost in thought, with a slightly misty look in her beautiful eyes, staring at the iron-eating beast in trance. The iron-eating beast also turned to look at her. See this scene. A strange color appeared in Xian's eyes. It seems that the female martial god Qi Ling really has some connection with Qi Yu. Even if Qi Yu does not exist in this world, there is probably a creature similar to Qi Yu. Isn't this an iron-eating beast? So Kinga raised an eyebrow. She has seen records about this ancient beast in some ancient books, and she has also seen the bones of an iron-eating beast in a secret realm. It is harder than divine gold, and it is a natural artifact refining material. Female martial god is more knowledgeable than her, but he doesn't even know the iron-eating beast? I know the Iron Eater. At this time, the female martial god loves to speak. Her eyes were always on the iron-eating beast. But I have never seen a living iron-eating beast. I have only seen its remains. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I always feel as if I have seen it somewhere before. While talking, she slowly stretched out her hand, wanting to touch the iron-eating beast's round head. Whoosh! Suddenly, the 000 iron-eating beast swayed, dodged her hand, and hid behind Xian, staring at her warily with its small eyes. Female martial god's hand froze in the air. Xian! The scene was a little awkward for a while. After thinking about it, Xian defended her and said, "Maybe you just think its smell is familiar. After all, this food was once a cub." Maybe. The female martial god smiled bitterly. She couldn't tell the reason herself, but that sense of familiarity was not fake. It may be true as Xian said. She just felt that this smell was a bit familiar, but why did it feel familiar? Where had she seen it before? Thinking about it, the eyes of the female martial god gradually lost focus. Aside, Xian and Kinga looked at each other. There seems to be something wrong with her memory. Kinga whispered. In fact, the last time the female martial god suddenly became dizzy, Kinga felt a little strange. This time, it undoubtedly confirmed her suspicion. This made Kinga surprised and suspicious. Before being reborn, she walked with the female martial god for a long time. From the king of the heaven smiting realm to the master of the good fortune realm, the two of them almost walked side by side, breaking through one secret realm after another, and experienced countless lives and deaths during this period. However, Kinga had never found the female martial god to be in such a situation. This only tells one question. The memory problem of the female martial god is not simple. Her memory is only touched when she comes into contact with certain things or hears some words. For example, this iron-eating beast, and like last time. Suddenly, Kinga's heart moved. After the female martial god became the master of the good fortune realm, her behavior, words, and deeds changed inexplicably. At that time, she didn't think there was any problem. It seems now. I'm afraid that at that time, she had awakened some dusty memory. And one day later, the female martial god said he had something to do, so he said goodbye to her and left. From then until Kinga fell into the catastrophe and the moment before his rebirth, the female martial god was never seen again. After listening to Kinga's words, Xian thought with his eyes and nodded slightly. He initially thought that the female martial god was just a normal July remnant and had the blood of the ancient barbarians. But now this thinking has changed. This obviously conflicts with her familiarity with iron-eating beasts. Suddenly, Xian's heart moved. Name, Qiling, female martial god. Identity, the only successor of the ancient barbarian bloodline examinee. Cultivation, Dao Palace 6th layer. Physique, martial god body. Fate, July survivors, Qi Sha Zhoming, Wu Chu breaks the army. Luck 221 points. Pulling up the information panel of the female martial god, Xian's eyes immediately fell on the identity column, 3 words that he had always ignored before. The Ancient One. There is something very wrong with this title. I originally thought that the so-called Ancient One was an interpretation of her unique bloodline, but now it seems, it's more of a literal meaning. Xian's eyes were filled with light and she was murmuring to herself. If it is like this, then everything makes sense. The Ancient Ones, as the name suggests. The female martial god is not a creature of this era. Her origin may be much older than imagined, and even the ancient times are unknown. As for how she survived for so long. Although Xian didn't know the reason, he had read countless novels and didn't think it was impossible at all. In fantasy novels, such examples are not uncommon. It can even be said that it is everywhere. The cost of the female martial god's immortality is also obvious. She has no memory of the past at all, and she even started practicing from scratch, step by step. It is indeed the standard configuration of the protagonist group. If you don't have a great identity these days, you are not worthy of being the protagonist's relatives and friends. Xian couldn't help but complain in his heart. Certainly. The protagonists are usually not bad either. Although So Kinga didn't come from a good background, but she has the extremely rare Xian heavenly demon body. What's more, it also has the fate of Lone Star cursed by heaven, which restrains all the relatives and friends around it. Most people really can't resist it. So to be her friend, one must have an extraordinary identity. 3. Those who are not extraordinary may have died. For example, So Xian in So Kinga's original life trajectory was probably the type who was killed. At this time, the female martial god is still in a state of absent-mindedness. So Xian frowned slightly. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes, and found that her eyes were motionless and completely out of focus. Hey? No. So Kinga also noticed something was wrong and stood up. A strange red light suddenly lit up in her eyes, and at the same time, the thick black mist spread behind her, and a ferocious demonic figure emerged from it. 2 blood-colored lamps were lit, and she stared at the motionless female martial god. Next moment, So Kinga's beauty turned pale, and she exclaimed in shock, "What's going on?" Her true spirit disappeared. Chapter 64. True spirit is missing? So Xian was stunned. He did not see this, and illusion-breaking golden eyes did not have such special abilities. But it was obvious that So Kinga's perception was not wrong. Her Xian heavenly demon body, known as heavenly demon, originally had an extremely special and keen perception of the souls of living beings. In some ancient legends, heavenly demon is synonymous with confusing people's hearts and disturbing their souls. It's just that the 8 heavenly demon bodies rarely appear in the world. Even if they do appear, few people can find them, especially when they are not activated. They are no different from ordinary people. Otherwise, born in the family of Prince Daqian, if he had noticed that he would have been noticed early, he would not have been treated like that, and he would have been valued and cultivated no matter what. Thoughts flew by. So Xian stood up and walked around the female martial god twice. His brows couldn't help but frown even more tightly. Judging only from the breath, the physical body of the female martial god has not changed at all. The blood is still flowing, fiery and strong, and there is a faint domineering breath unique to the martial god's body flowing out from time to time. In terms of overall vitality, there is no sign of dissipating at all. The primordial spirit is still there, and the soul is still there. Only the deepest true spirit is missing. What is true spirit? It is the most important thing in the soul of all living beings in the world, and it often represents the living being's own will. It has been mentioned in some ancient books. After a creature dies, it is reincarnated and reborn, relying on that seemingly inconspicuous true spirit. Once the true spirit dissipates, it will turn into unconscious weirdness, dominated by resentment and evil spirits, with only a soul and no reincarnation. How is this possible? She was right under my eyes, gone true spirit. So Kinga frowned, and there was anxiety in her eyes. Although the female martial god is still unfamiliar with her, from So Kinga's perspective, she is the closest person to her besides her cousin. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are friends between life and death. As the heavenly demon of Xian, she is most sensitive to this kind of induction, but she is so rich that she doesn't notice it. Don't be impatient yet. So Xian looked thoughtful and said slowly, "Is this the first time this has happened to her?" "Yes." So Kinga nodded solemnly. She knew that her cousin was asking the female martial god if a similar situation had happened before she was reborn, but the fact was that it had never happened. "Correct." So Kinga suddenly said. "Yesterday, after she was absorbed by your cousin, Bingsha, she went back to her room to rest. She asked me if I had seen her before, and I replied, I said I saw you a long time ago, do you believe it? Then, she seemed to be drunk, swaying, and almost fainted. This has never happened before." Hear the words. So Xian was thoughtful, looking at the female martial god whose eyes were lifeless and whose pupils were unfocused. She said softly. "That is to say, she had 2 abnormalities. One was because of your words, and the other was when she saw the iron-eating beast. I think I probably understand why. So Kinga didn't speak, just looked at him with searching eyes. Organize your words a little bit. Su Xian continued. As you just said, there is something wrong with her memory. I once saw a very interesting saying that after a person's memory is changed, it will not be completely erased, but a trigger point will be set up in her memory. And the trigger point may be something, it may be a certain sentence or even a certain word, it may be some deep meaning that makes people subconsciously associate it. 2. Su Xian said slowly, the female martial god should be like this. In the past life, there were actually many similar sayings about memory trigger points, and they were applied in some games. For example, Tears of a Certain Kingdom. Therefore, Su Xian immediately made an association. Hear the words. So Kinga thought for a moment, the strange red light in her beautiful eyes did not disappear, she still stared at the female martial god, nodded and said. When my cousin said this, I suddenly remembered that once. Well, there is a rather detailed record in an ancient book, saying that he entered a secret realm and the bones of a peerless powerful man were scattered around. Every time you find one of its bones, you will see part of its inherited memory. It must be a similar principle. Su Xian glanced at her little cousin speechlessly. Is this because you don't have the slightest intention in front of yourself, so you almost let it slip? And faced his gaze. So Kinga remained calm, looking like a scoundrel that I had read about in ancient books. If it weren't for the wrong situation, Su Xian would almost laugh out loud. That's probably it. Su Xian did not try to expose anything and regained her attention. Now that the problem is probably clear, what needs to be considered next is where her true spirit went and how to solve the matter. So Kinga fell into deep thought. Weird secret techniques and techniques flashed quickly in her mind. She traveled through the universe in the past years, and during the journey to find her cousin, she experienced so much, and naturally she also obtained many wonderful secrets. Some may not have combat effectiveness, but they have special effects in some daily aspects. But at this moment, So Kinga, however, had no clue. As the Xuanyan heavenly demon, she knows countless secret techniques for true spirit. But those are all means to annihilate true spirit, shake true spirit, and bewitch true spirit. How to find the lost true spirit really touches her blind spot of knowledge. Su Xian didn't think so much. After all, he is not a reborn person like So Kinga, and what he knows now basically comes from the system. I don't know any other secrets besides this. Looking at the female martial god with unfocused eyes, Su Xian murmured in her heart, it looks like a vegetative state. Could it be that the vegetative state in the previous life also lost the true spirit? Wait and see. Suddenly, Su Xian had a flash of inspiration. The female martial god's current state is indeed no different from that of a vegetative state. The body is still alive, and the soul is also alive, but the true spirit is missing. This should be considered a different kind of sleep. Since she is sleeping, she must be dreaming. Even if she is not dreaming, you can force her to dream. Su Xian's eyes gradually brightened and he found some ideas. Cousin, have you thought of a way? Noticing the change in his expression, So Kinga's beautiful eyes lit up. I'm not sure, but I can give it a try. I briefly explained my idea. Su Xian was a little speechless. He didn't expect that he would not be able to use the various exercises, combat skills, and divine ability provided by the system in the end. The only one that can come in handy is the insight from the world-suppressing dragon monument. Good. The way Su Xian came up with was to use the Great Dream Sutra to forcefully enter the dream of the female martial god. Even if she was not dreaming, she could fall into a dream. I can only give it a try. So Kinga thought carefully, and finally nodded seriously, it's inconvenient to be here. If someone disturbs you, you will easily fail, so you'd better go into the room. Good. Su Xian thinks it makes sense. He turned around and walked towards his room. So Kinga's voice immediately sounded from behind, with a hint of helplessness. Cousin, the female martial god is a martial artist in the Dao Palace realm. Although the true spirit has disappeared at this moment, the power of the physical body is still there, and she has the ability to protect herself. Coupled with her armor, I can't hold her. She wasn't telling lies. The practice of a martial artist is essentially a process of continuously strengthening one's body, greatly increasing the density of flesh, blood, and bones. After reaching a certain level, even if you are in a coma, your physical body still has a protective mechanism, making it difficult for ordinary creatures to approach. Female martial god, this is the situation at the moment. When one's cultivation reaches the Dao Palace level, a Dao Palace will be opened in the spiritual world. The self sits in it, like a god, protected from external evil attacks. At the same time, an invisible force field will be released to protect itself. Hear the words. Xian didn't say much nonsense, turned around and hugged the female martial god. At the moment of contact, there was an invisible energy collision, which was eliminated in an instant. In terms of cultivation, the female martial god is stronger by a huge level. But Xian's physical strength is extraordinary. In terms of physical strength alone, it is far superior to the female martial god. The female martial god, who never left her body in the red armor, seemed to know that Xian had no ill intentions at this moment and did not react in response. The moment you step into the door. So Kinga subconsciously glanced at the vermilion bird egg in the corner. This was the first time she entered her cousin's room. Although she had known that there were creatures suspected of being of phoenix bloodline inside, she had never seen them with her own eyes. It's still just an egg. A look of surprise flashed in So Kinga's eyes. It is just an egg that has not yet hatched, but it can reveal such a terrifying flame aura. The divine bird bred inside may contain a high concentration of phoenix blood. It doesn't seem like the aura of a phoenix. Suddenly, So Kinga frowned slightly. The real phoenix has long since disappeared in ancient times. Pure-blooded phoenixes probably only exist in the immortal domain. Nowadays, the divine birds and insects containing the blood of the phoenix in the mortal world can be called phoenix birds or snow. So Kinga had once seen a phoenix bird with a high concentration of blood. When its beautiful wings flew across the galaxy, it burned out the stars one by one. The power was extremely terrifying. I wanted to capture him and use him as a mount, but the phoenix thought he was noble and refused to obey. So Kinga had no choice but to eat it. Have to say, it tastes really good. So Kinga's idea at that time was that no wonder there was a delicacy called dragon liver and phoenix marrow in ancient times. But its aura doesn't seem to be the same as this egg. If you have to say something different, that is, the energy that flows out of this egg from time to time seems to be even more mysterious and obscure. Perhaps the blood concentration is much higher than that of the original one. Thoughts flashed through So Kinga's mind without thinking about it. At this time, her attention was more on the female martial god. At this time, Xian had already placed the female martial god on the bed and placed it in a suitable position. Kinga, be careful not to be disturbed, he ordered, and after seeing So Kinga nod seriously, he sat on the edge of the bed, stretched out his hand, and gently pressed the forehead of the female martial god. The first form of the Great Dream Sutra, who awakens first from the Great Dream. With a murmur in his heart, Xian closed his eyes, and a dreamlike white halo flowed from his fingers, sinking into the body of the female martial god. The thoughts are connected, as if endless years have passed in an instant. Xian only felt that his consciousness had entered a vast and endless river. Every wave thrown up was a splendid era, and he vaguely seemed to see a series of standing figures. That was the unparalleled genius who once astonished the world and left his own mark. The long river of time and space. Xian flashed this idea. Suddenly, a huge suction force came, and his consciousness fell directly into a wave. Endless darkness submerged Xian. He wanted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt extremely heavy and he couldn't do it even with all his strength. This feeling made Xian uncomfortable. He activated the technique, and the energy and blood in his body began to boil violently. The core sea was filled with golden light, thunder was rolling, and the sound of a tsunami suddenly exploded. And deep in consciousness, the golden dragon looks up to the sky and roars. The big kun jumped up and turned into a tianpeng, gazing up into the sky. The golden Buddha has his hands clasped together, the golden wheel behind his head is turning, 3,000 worlds are surrounding his body, and the sound of Buddha is constantly singing in his ears. The small voice slowly turned around, and a terrifying beam of light like the opening heaven flowed out of his indifferent eyes. He slowly raised his right hand and flipped it suddenly, and in an instant, the world was turned upside down. The sky falls. Next moment, Xian opened his eyes suddenly and took a long breath. Looking around, he found that he was in a small house made entirely of stones. Small but complete. There is a small bed, a table, and several benches in the room, all made of pure stone. Is this the dream world of the female martial god? Xian reached out and touched the stone bed beneath him, and the touch felt extremely real. It doesn't look like a dream at all. 00. After a little induction, he was sure that he could dispel the big dream who wakes up first at any time and safely escape from the dream world, so he felt relieved. Judging from the style alone, it is very ancient. However, even today, there are some barbaric tribes that continue the buildings from long ago. It is said that in Nanling, one of the 5 spiritual realms, area, more common. Xian muttered to himself, got up and walked out of the room. The moment he opened the door, the blazing sunlight fell on his face, making him squint. Wait until you get used to the dazzling light. Only then did Xian see the surrounding environment clearly. Pretty much the same as imagined. This is a common tribal style in Nanling. Everywhere you look, there are buildings made of stones, and the houses look like it. It's just that each room is not big and can only accommodate 2 or 3 people. Young patriarch, you wake up. At this time, a strong man saw Xian and stepped forward happily. Great! Everyone knows that you were unconscious after a desperate fight with the red-blooded demon tiger. They are all scared. Fortunately, you are okay. By the way, the girl you just rescued has also died. Already woke up. Young patriarch? Xian raised an eyebrow. He actually played such a role in the dream of the female martial god. But he fell into a coma after fighting some kind of red-blooded demon tiger. What kind of random setting is this? He didn't even get hurt, so why did he fall into a coma? Xian complained in his heart. Dreams are just dreams after all, full of unreality and inconsistent logic. As for the little girl who was rescued, she couldn't be the female martial god. A strange look flashed in Xian's eyes, and she nodded slightly. Take me to see her. Yes. The 5 tall and thick villagers nodded quickly. It was obvious that Xian, the young patriarch, was quite prestigious in the tribe. Following the villagers, they soon arrived at a relatively ordinary open space. More than 20 children aged 7 or 8 were waving their fists solemnly, making childish sounds of hey and ha. Seeing Xian coming, they all looked at her with admiration. Young patriarch! Young patriarch, are you awake? Young patriarch, when will you come and teach us how to practice? They were all shouting, as if they were seeing idol stars. Just these 2 days. Xian smiled and nodded slightly at them, which immediately made the little guys excited. Quiet, quiet. The middle-aged man in charge of teaching them immediately scolded them, but there was also awe in his tone. Work hard and persevere. Sooner or later, you can become like the young patriarch. Sky. Xian laughed in his heart, but he didn't expect that one day he would also be regarded as a role model. At this moment, he saw it not far away in the square. A soft and frail girl sat on a polished stone, holding her chin with her slender hands, staring blankly at the group of little guys practicing boxing. The emotion in his eyes was unpredictable, whether it was envy or not. Xian's heart suddenly moved. This girl has a very delicate temperament. She is only about 15 or 16 years old. Her eyebrows have not yet grown, but many similarities can already be seen. Sure enough, it is the female martial god. It's completely different from the fierce and heroic temperament now. Xian said to himself and was about to step forward. Suddenly, a deep and old voice came from behind, with a deep concern, Are you okay with your health? Chapter 65. I'm fine. Xian smiled and turned around to answer. Behind him is a white-haired old man. He looked to be an unknown age. His face was wrinkled, his body was thin, his back was curved, and he was leaning on a crutch made of animal bones. Since it is in the dream of the female martial god, it is natural to play this role well in order to bring the female martial god out. But the next second, Xian looked stunned. What did the old man call him just now? Especially? Which you? Lightning flashed in Xian's mind, and he thought of the real name of the female martial god. Her name is Qiling. But he can't show that he doesn't know what his name is at this moment. This obviously does not comply with the most basic logic. Wrong. According to what the villager just said, the female martial god was rescued by me. She is not a member of the same tribe, and may not necessarily have the same surname. All kinds of thoughts passed through my mind. Xian remained calm and looked at the old man walking towards him with a smile. Luckily you're okay. The old man still needed a cane to walk, but his speed was not very slow. He looked at Xian carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. If something happens to you, I won't know how to explain it to you when your father comes back. As he spoke, he complained again. You are too courageous. That red-blooded demon tiger is at least as strong as the barbarian king. You are still one level behind it, so you dare to rush forward blankly? Don't be so reckless next time. Listening to the old man's worried words of warning, Xian just smiled and nodded without saying anything more. Mainly because I don't know what to say. He doesn't even know how to address the other person. The less you say, the less likely you are to make mistakes. No matter when it is placed, it is an eternal truth. The old man kept talking for a long time. Seeing that Xian remained silent and did not speak, he couldn't help but said. Forget it, forget it. Your temper is the same as your father's. You can't change it. Try to be more careful in the future. Be aware that it will break if it is too strong. I know 057. Xian finally responded. As long as you understand. Okay, let's go see the girl you saved with all your efforts. This girl is not simple. The old man said something profound. Then he turned around and walked away, leaning on his crutches. You are not simple either, and you can actually tell that the female martial god is not simple. Xian glanced at his hunched back, his eyes flashed slightly, and he turned to look at the blue stone still sitting not far away. The female martial god girl version. It's a pity that Kinga can't come into this dream world. Xian thought with a little regret. After all, Kinga had such a good relationship with the female martial god in later generations, but he had never seen the female martial god when he was a teenager. Maybe she will be very interested. Think about it. Xian walked directly towards the female martial god. Anyway, in her dream, he was her savior and it was very convenient for communication. And this time, the female martial god also noticed Xian. She quickly stood up from the blue stone, her big eyes full of gratitude, made a rather weird gesture, then bowed vigorously, and said in a clear voice. Li Tan, thank you for saving me. Kindness? Xian wondered for a moment. Why did the female martial god call him Li Tan? Didn't the old man call him you just now? And Judging from the attitude of the female martial god, it was clear that they had known each other for a long time. It was not what Xian thought. It was just a chance encounter on the road that happened to save her life. This is a bit embarrassing. Xian originally wanted to ask her name, but obviously she couldn't ask her name now. It's not okay to call him by his first name. Who knows if her name was Qiling in the dream? Easy to do. After thinking about it, Xian could only respond modestly. Who would have guessed? The female martial god burst out laughing. Her cheerful personality is nothing like the woman Xian knew. Martial god. Come on, I saw you were almost beaten to death by the red-blooded demon tiger. Hey, I remember you had an injury on your arm, why are you missing? She opened her big, watery eyes and stared at Xian's arm curiously. I should ask you this, after all, this is your dream, who told you to dream is not rigorous at all. Xian smiled and stretched out his bronze arm, which was clean and without any scars. You are just blinded. The female martial god came over suspiciously, stared at his arm again and again, stretched out her little hand, squeezed it and muttered, Am I really wrong? I shouldn't. Xian retracted his arm calmly. He looked at the petite female martial god, put aside the strange feeling in his heart, and asked casually, How did you get targeted by the red-blooded demon tiger? This is to learn as much information as possible about the dream world. I do not know either. The little face of the female martial god was full of depression, and she frowned and said. Not long after I came out of the tribe, I was targeted by the red-blooded demon tiger as soon as I entered the forest. I have walked there many times. It's really strange. How could a red-blooded demon tiger at the barbarian king level suddenly appear? Everything is possible in dreams. Xian said silently, and then casually said, Why did you leave the tribe when you have nothing to do? Kindness. The female martial god looked at him doubtfully. Xian's eyes moved slightly, Is there something wrong with this sentence? You won't be hit in the head by the red-blooded demon tiger, right? The female martial god looked at him a little worriedly, Would you like your Grandpa Wuzhu to take a look at it for you? Grandpa Wuzhu? It should be referring to the old man just now. It's really uncomfortable. My memory seems to be confused. Xian continued following her words naturally, and at the same time stretched out his hand to rub the center of his eyebrows, but it's not a big problem. There's no need to trouble Grandpa Wuzhu. Just tell me briefly. That's it. Okay, then don't hold on. The female martial god warned him seriously, then looked around, then lowered her voice like a thief. Of course I came out to find you. We made an appointment, I will secretly show you the barbaric patterns of our tribe, and you will teach me how to train. The corners of Xian's mouth twitched involuntarily. Although he doesn't know much about the practice system of this dream world, anyone who is not stupid can see that wild patterns should be a very important thing. As for body training, if you guessed correctly, it probably means cultivation. You sold your tribe's thunder pattern just to practice? Looking at the serious look on the female martial god's face, Xian sighed silently. She really didn't know how she turned into the taciturn, fierce and decisive female martial god who was so silly and cute. Where is Man Wen? Xian had no other ideas at the moment, so he followed her words and continued to ask. Let's go to your house and I'll show you. The little girl martial god is obviously cautious enough for fear of being discovered by others. Xian nodded naturally. Soon. They returned to the stone house where Xian woke up before. The little girl martial god quickly closed the doors and windows, then stared at Xian and said, You must keep your word, you must teach me how to practice. Good. Xian nodded. He was also a little curious. I don't know what this so-called barbaric pattern is. But I think it should be a special way of cultivation. Anyway, it should be a completely different system from martial Dao. Got a positive response. The little girl martial god's cheeks turned red, then turned around, with her back to Xian, and pulled up the top she was wearing on her upper body, which was made of animal skin. I saw that the white and delicate back was marked with wonderful lines drawn by animal blood. Xian was stunned. He never expected that his daughter martial god would trade barbaric patterns with him in this way. Hurry up, have you remembered? The little girl, martial god, obviously couldn't hide her shame and urged in a low voice. Xian let out a breath and scanned the barbaric patterns one by one, imprinting them all in his mind, and then said, "All right. Brush." The female martial god immediately pulled down her clothes and turned around. Her face was still a little red, but she looked at Xian seriously and said, "Then when will you teach me how to exercise?" "Anytime." Although Xian still doesn't understand the practice system of this world. But the so-called one path and 10,000 paths are not fundamentally different. You can clearly understand the principle by taking a quick look at them. Moreover, it's the dream world anyway, isn't it the same with martial Dao who directly teaches her the future life? Body refining and body training are pretty much the same. After all, Xian is also a martial artist in the Divine Bridge realm in reality. He deserves the title of great power in many places, and is only one step away from the Dao Palace realm. In his perception, his own qi and blood strength was probably at the level of aperture opening. It can be known from the words of the witch Zhu and the female martial god just now. That red-blooded demon tiger is at the barbarian king level. And he is one level lower than the barbarian king. In other words, the barbarian king is equivalent to the core sea level. It seemed to them to be quite powerful. "Now then," the female martial god said with great anticipation, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "Okay, but can I ask you a question first? No one in your tribe teaches you how to practice." Xian remembered clearly just now. Among the group of little guys who were practicing boxing, several of them were girls. This shows that there is no saying that girls cannot practice. As soon as this statement came out, the girlish version of the female martial god clearly showed disappointment in her big eyes, and sighed. "They said that my body is not suitable for physical training, otherwise my blood and energy will flow backwards in a short period of time, and I will die suddenly. Speaking of which..." She seemed to be afraid that Xian would not teach her any more, and hurriedly added, "But I knew they were lying to me. I secretly tried to exercise, and I didn't feel any discomfort at all." Xian's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, subconsciously feeling something was wrong. The female martial god is the body of a martial god, how could it not be suitable for cultivation? The so-called body training is nothing more than a special system of practice. With the body of martial god by your side, there is absolutely no way you can't train your body. It's a pity that I'm in a dream and can't use the system. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, the information of the female martial god suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Name, Li Ling. Identity, daughter of the Yunli tribe leader. Cultivation, none. Physique, martial god body. Fate, barbarian god vessel, 7 kills, Wuokupa Jun. Luck 109 points. Kindness? Xian was startled. In the dream world, the system can still be used normally. This was an unexpected surprise. But what really concerns Xian at this moment is that the information of the female martial god is completely different from that in the real world. From name to identity to fate, everything has changed. Her original name was Li Ling, Qi Ling was the name she got later. As the daughter of a clan leader, it's outrageous that she can't practice physical training, and the barbarian god vessel, there's obviously something wrong with this fate. Ah! Xian's expression remained unchanged, but he was thinking in his heart. As a bookworm who has been influenced by countless online novels, he immediately thought of something like the barbarian god came and took over her body as a container. And it's most likely true. Xian Ruo has some enlightenment. It seems that this is the most profound node in the memory of the female martial god, but it has been buried and sealed. And after seeing the iron-eating beast, then the memory was passively triggered, causing her true spirit to fall into this painful past that was unbearable to look back on. Who saved her? Xian's thoughts passed through his mind, and he looked at the expectant female martial god and suddenly smiled. Come, let me teach you how to body refining first. Body refining? Isn't it body refining? Li Ling, the female martial god, asked doubtfully. No. Xian said leisurely, it's body refining. You can think of it as an advanced version of body training. I won't tell ordinary people about it. Advanced version? Li Ling's big eyes suddenly lit up. After all, she didn't know much about spiritual practice, so how could she know the secrets involved? She thought the so-called advanced version Xian said was true. Xian looked at her. How about it? Do you want to learn? The prerequisite is that you can't tell anyone. Study. Li Ling nodded vigorously. Very good. Xian smiled lightly. Since the system can also be used in the dream world, then, it is too simple. In addition to teaching Li Ling martial Dao how to practice, it is just a daily practice of mind to realize oneself. There is always an opportunity to awaken her true spirit. Time flies. In the dream world, several years passed in the blink of an eye. Every once in a while, Xian would leave the tribe for a few days, meet Li Ling in a secret place, and teach her how to practice martial Dao. It is said to be teaching, but in fact there is nothing to teach. It was nothing more than briefly explaining the system to her, then throwing her a technique and forgetting about it. Occasionally, Qi Ling would encounter something confusing and explain it casually. It's also relaxing and freehand. During this period of time, Xian had naturally figured out the general structure of this dream world. Just as he had guessed before. This should be in an extremely ancient era, maybe ancient times, maybe earlier, or a little bit after ancient times. It's hard to say exactly. Anyway, it's quite far away. Xian saw with his own eyes some wild beasts and strange beasts that have become extinct in later generations. Even mythical beasts such as Xian and Bafang had a glimpse of them, but their auras were too terrifying and they did not get close. Think about it. In the original memory of the female martial god, she only watched from afar. The number of tribes is extremely large, with 81 Li tribes alone. The Yanli tribe where Xian belongs and the Yunli tribe where the female martial god belongs are both one of them, and their overall strength ranks in the middle, neither strong nor weak. The realm division is much simpler. Barbarian soldiers, barbarian generals, barbarian kings, barbarian emperors, barbarian lords, barbarian lords. Compared with the martial artist system, it is much less than 2.9. The so-called barbarian lord is nothing more than the heaven-smiting state in the martial artist system. Is this reasonable? In the legendary ancient times, which was extremely glorious, the barbarian practice system could only reach the heaven-smiting realm. It was abnormal no matter how you looked at it. As for the wild pattern, it is the foundation for all tribes to practice. Yes. They carved the barbaric patterns on their bodies, and then used the barbaric patterns to communicate with the care of the barbarian god's aura and introduce spiritual energy into their bodies during cultivation. During combat, different barbaric patterns can also have different effects. Have to say, Qi Ling was so bold that he secretly brought the barbaric patterns of the Yunli tribe to Xian. Once discovered, it would inevitably lead to a war between the two tribes. In Xian's view, there is obviously something wrong with this practice system. This was the first time he heard that it was necessary to use some kind of Tao pattern to communicate with a god of faith in order to attract the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into the body for cultivation. Is this something you cultivate for yourself or for the gods? Especially. Suddenly, Xian's door was pushed open. An old man Wu Zhu walked in with a solemn expression. An order from the barbarian lord has been sent, telling the chiefs of the 81 tribes to rush to the Tianli tribe within 10 days. Xian already knew the meaning of Yu. It is a special title for the most outstanding barbarian in the tribe. Li Tan is his real name. Now a few years later, Xian has assumed the position of patriarch. I listened to the old man's words. Xian's expression remained calm and his eyes were calm. When he knew the fate of the female martial god in this era, he predicted that something would happen one day. A few years passed in a hurry, but he did not wait in vain. Barbarian god, is he about to appear? Xian's eyes opened and closed, and a terrifying aura that made Wu Zhu tremble seemed to be revealed, and it disappeared in an instant. Then let me see. Xian strode out of the room. What on earth is the so-called barbarian god? Chapter 66. Ancient Era. Immortals and demons still exist in the world, and mythical beasts roar around the world. This should be an era full of brilliance and prosperity, but also cruelty everywhere. However, Xian has been in this dream world for 6 full years, but he has never seen even half a god. The only terrifying creature I have ever seen. There are only Xian, Bafang and other mythical beasts that were glimpsed, and they are not the most apex-level mythical beasts, they can only be ranked in the 2nd tier. For example, true dragons, immortal phoenixes, unicorns, etc. have not even seen half of their shadows. Of course. The dream world is built based on the memories of the female martial god. If she had never seen a real immortal or witnessed the existence of dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, she would naturally not be able to see them. I have never seen a true immortal in my entire life. Is this really reasonable? Not to mention, after getting to know Xian over the past few years, let alone seeing him, Wu Zhu, the most knowledgeable person in the tribe, has never heard of the term immortal. To them, the barbarian god is the supreme existence. The Tianli tribe is the most powerful among the 81 tribes of the Li clan. All major tribes dare not disobey whatever they say and order. Just because it can communicate with the wild gods and receive oracles and gifts. Half a month later, Xian came outside the Tianli tribe. It is extremely majestic, like a wild giant beast. The city wall is made of huge stones, tens of meters high. It is covered with carvings from swords, guns, axes, and swords. There are also traces of repairs in some areas. It is obvious that there has been a fierce battle. In comparison, the Yanli tribe where Xian lives is basically a small mountain village. There are 81 tribes. The strength of the Tianli tribe is extraordinary. Even if the remaining 80 are added together, they are far less powerful. It is like an emperor, while other tribes are even more powerful than the other tribes. Not really. Xian glanced around casually. Basically all the people from the Li tribe have arrived, and there is a clear gap in their auras. The weakest among them is only at the level of a barbarian general. The strongest one has reached the barbarian level. As for the barbarian lord, only the Tianli tribe exists, and it is said that there is more than one. The leaders of each tribe gathered together in small groups, chatting with each other, and guessing the reason why the Tianli tribe summoned everyone this time. Brother Li Huge, do you know any news? Someone respectfully asked the man with the strongest aura, with a respectful and cautious tone. The man named Li Ju was tall and muscular, with 01 vertical eyes between his eyebrows. They were tightly closed at this time. He shook his head and said, I don't know, I also got the order suddenly. Anyway, be careful. While talking, he inadvertently glanced at Xian, who was standing silently next to him. His eyebrows twitched a few times, but he never opened his eyes. The perception is so keen. Those who are born with visions have some kind of special ability. Xian's expression moved slightly. During his 6 years in the dream world, although he also studied barbaric patterns, he was limited to research and never tried to practice. Instead, I have been practicing the martial Dao system. Interesting to say. In the dream world of this female martial god, Xian's physical constitution in reality can be reflected, and those exercises, combat skills, etc. can also be used normally. Mostly this is due to the system. In 6 years, Xian has entered the self-liberation realm. According to Xian's calculations, this speed is not very fast, but it is very reasonable. After all, in the 6 years in the real world, the daily fixed flat rewards, the accumulated flat rewards, plus possible investment rewards, etc., in the dream world, neither will appear. The system obviously won't leave such a big bug. If you can get rewards every day in the dream world, wouldn't you be able to try to enter other people's dreams all the time and earn unlimited rewards? The same goes for cultivation, which cannot be brought into reality. But it cannot be said to be completely useless. At least, it gave Xian a lot of understanding of the future realm, so that he can be more relaxed and mellow when he sets foot in the future, and make up for all the omissions. And that Li Ju just now probably noticed that Xian was not simple. Here, there are many people born with visions. Not to mention the vertical eye between the eyebrows, Xian has also seen people with 2 heads, 6 arms, and wings. There's even a guy who looks like a spider. It has 8 legs, and when it runs, it moves like the wind, extremely fast. Xian stood there, no one paying attention. After all, in the eyes of others, his strength was only at the level of a barbarian general. This wasn't something he did intentionally. But in the martial Dao body training system, Xian is in the realm of barbarian general as soon as he opens his eyes, and the cultivation of the martial Dao system is embedded in the body, making it difficult for others to detect it. At this moment, Li Ju glanced at Xian again and came over on his own initiative. What do you call brothers? He didn't seem to be very good at communication, and he managed to pull out a smile from the corner of his mouth. His attitude made other tribal chiefs look at him with suspicion. Li Tan. Xian smiled and spoke. It turns out to be brother Li Tan. Li Ju racked his brains to say a few compliments, but because he lacked vocabulary, he simply gave up and whispered. This time something is a little unusual. I always have a very bad feeling. Brother Li Tan, let's get closer later. If something goes wrong, we'll rush out together. While talking, he pointed at his closed eyebrows and raised his eyes. I have always had a keen intuition about crises. Does this thing have the ability to predict danger? Xian's eyes stayed on Li Ju's vertical eyes for a few seconds. Suddenly, his heart moved and he said, how many people have you contacted? You know you can't hide it from your brothers. Li Ju grinned, feeling a bit honest. Including you and me, there are now a total of 9, all of whom are the best among the 81 tribes. The weakest is also the strength of the barbarian emperor, and will definitely not be a hindrance. A strange flash suddenly appeared in Xian's eyes. 9 people? And they are all from the Li tribe. What the hell, could this be the origin of the Zhuai clan? After taking a look at Li Ju, he saw that this guy looked honest, but in fact he was full of tricks. He actually started to play the game of combining vertical and horizontal lines in advance and contacted the few people he thought were the strongest. Xian estimated. Li Ju probably only contacted 7 other tribal leaders at first. After all, Xian had never been famous before, and no one knew what his strength was. At this moment, the leaders of the 80 tribes had already followed the guidance and came to a square where a huge altar was built. And on the altar, there stands an ancient stone statue without a face, and its overall outline is not very obvious. It is not even possible to tell whether it is a man or a woman. Xian and Li Ju walked together and followed the team. There is always a lingering strange feeling in my heart, something is wrong, but I can't quite explain it. Soon, the ceremony known as the God Sacrifice Ceremony began, and more than a dozen old wizards jumped up and down on the altar, muttering words and saying strange words, as if they were chanting sutras. A large number of barbarians gathered around the altar, looking pious. Wrong. Xian frowned slightly. Immediately afterwards, the leaders of the 80 tribes were all invited to the altar, forming 3 circles inside and outside, and they were also chanting something. Xian is also one of them. In the middle is an enchanting woman with a strong aura, who should be the leader of the Tianli tribe. She opened her fiery chest, stretched her arms, raised her head and stared at the sky. She was dressed extremely boldly, with only animal skins covering key parts of her upper body and lower body. Her face was covered with a ferocious mask, so her appearance could not be clearly seen. Something's wrong. Xian's brows wrinkled tighter and tighter. He turned around and looked around, and saw that all the tribal leaders had put on masks at some point. They had different shapes, some looked like wild beasts, and some had grimaces. At first glance, it looks like a group of monsters and monsters dancing wildly here. He looked up to the sky. But I saw that the sky was a dreamy purple, and the sun was scorching across the sky, but it was not dazzling at all, just like a big bright light bulb hanging there. Xian looked at Li Ju who had talked to him before, but found that he was no different. He looked crazy and chanted loudly. Not far away, the standing stone statue began to be filled with bright divine flowers, shining in all directions. An almost suffocating majesty and strange aura slowly spread, making the expressions of countless barbarians become more and more fanatical. Where is the female martial god? Xian suddenly came up with this idea. As the vessel of the martial god, shouldn't the female martial god be about to appear at this time? Sudden. Xian realized something was wrong. From the moment you entered the gate of Tianli tribe, everything seemed to have become a fixed process. The ceremony to worship the gods should have been extremely grand. The steps are cumbersome. But here it is so rough that it makes people feel ridiculous. From beginning to end, the woman, the leader of the Tianli tribe, did not even say a word. Then the ceremony began inexplicably. This made Xian's mind pop up with a familiar word from his previous life. Cutscene. Yes. At this time, this is the so-called ritual of worshipping gods. The feeling given to Xian is completely like a cutscene, and he has become a part of the animation. Everyone has become rigid and rigid, like programmed NPCs. And this time, along with the high-pitched chanting of the shamans, a stone platform slowly rose up on the altar. There is an ice coffin placed on the stone platform. In the coffin, surprisingly, it is the current female martial god, Li Ling. She was dressed noble and complicated at the moment, wearing exquisitely polished jade headgear, gorgeous clothes, and shining silver. She was in a state of awakening, with her beautiful eyes wide open, but her body remained motionless, as if some unknown force restricted her movements. In an instant, a hint of enlightenment arose in Xian's heart. He got it. Because this is the dream world of the female martial god. And from the beginning, she was directly tied into the ice crystal coffin, and she had no idea what was happening outside. So everything about the god sacrifice ceremony was imagined by her. She doesn't know the process, so the process will be rough. She didn't know what the leader of the Tianli tribe would say at this time, so he simply didn't speak. She didn't hear what these people were chanting, so it was all vague sounds. Until now, everything around him still seemed chaotic. It was because in the eyes of the female martial god who experienced this scene at that time, these people were indeed like lunatics, making her feel fear from the bottom of her heart, and she was not in the mood to consider what was happening around her. At this time, female martial god saw Xian. Her eyes lit up with deep pleading, as if she wanted Xian to save her. At that time, when almost everyone was in a crazy ceremony to worship the gods, the original Li Tan actually maintained his inner self and was not affected. Xian frowned slightly. Such willpower is a bit unreasonable. According to his estimation, without him, no matter how talented Li Tan was, he would have reached the level of Manzun in just 6 years. True and false, false and true, is the so-called dream really a dream? Maybe it is another reality that happens to shine into your consciousness. What you see may not be true. A leaf can blind your eyes and prevent you from seeing the sky. Sudden. In Su Xian's mind, he recalled inexplicably the sound that the system sounded when he received the reward for successfully investing in Luo Xiener. Is the dream really a dream? Another reality? Su Xian's eyes were dazed for a moment. He suddenly had some doubtful thoughts. If this really directly reflects another reality, then the so-called Li corruption may not exist at all. Or Li Tan, he is Su Xian. If that's the case, everything seems to make sense. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for Li Tan to remain himself during the ceremony of worshipping gods. But I am different. I am involved in too little barbarian pattern cultivation, so I will hardly be affected by the barbarian god's will. Figured this out. Su Xian couldn't help but tisk in his heart. He looked at the female martial god lying in the ice crystal coffin, her lips twitching. The sound that only the two of them could hear reached the ears of the female martial god silently. 307 Hui. The female martial god's big eyes suddenly glowed. She listened extremely carefully, unable to hide the excitement in her eyes. Su Xian knows. What is happening at this time is the deepest nightmare hidden in the heart of the female martial god. Only the removal of the nightmare can awaken her true spirit. And the simplest way. Boom! The stone statue of the barbarian god trembled violently, and an invisible figure walked out of it, appearing to be a beautiful woman. With an arrogant expression, she looked down at the kneeling barbarians around her with a look that could be described as contempt, and then glanced at the chiefs of the 81 tribes. The corners of her lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. Is this the barbarian god? Su Xian looked a little strange. Not too strong, but too weak. In his perception, the power of this primordial spirit is roughly equivalent to that of a martial artist who has set foot in the self-liberation realm. To such an extent, is it worthy to be called God? That's it. However, self-liberation realm, for this world where the highest strength can only reach the heaven-smiting realm. It's hard to say he's a god. Martial god body? It seems that I am lucky, it is an excellent container. At this moment, the barbarian god's gaze fell on the ice crystal coffin, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The existence with the body of martial god only needs to activate the barbaric pattern, swallow up the blood and cultivation of the 81 leaders of the Qi people, and consolidate it. In the future, we may not be able to compete for the position of Saintess. Her language is very strange, different from that of barbarians. But Su Xian unexpectedly understood it. I see. In an instant, Su Xian had a realization. No wonder all the creatures in this world rely on wild patterns to practice cultivation. This is basically raising pigs. It makes sense to prohibit the barbarian god vessel from practicing. After all, this is the future physical body of the barbarian god. How can it possibly practice the barbarian pattern system, which in the eyes of the barbarian god can only be used as food? In her mouth, the barbarians were called Chiman. Qi is a bad person. It's a very typical slur. Under Su Xian's gaze, the martial god was arrogant and ready to enjoy her sacrifice. She walked leisurely to the ice crystal coffin and stared at the female martial god inside with a smile. Look, what a beautiful body, much better than the one I had before, pure and clean. Just saying. She suddenly frowned and moved closer. Next moment, she suddenly became furious, and a terrifying and coercive aura erupted from her body. Who? Who taught her how to practice martial Dao? Come out. It's me. Su Xian's calm voice sounded. The barbarian god Huo Di turned his head and stared at him, with murderous intent surging. Who are you? I have never seen you in the holy religion. This container was prepared for me. It has been determined for a long time. How dare you destroy the ceremony and disrupt the rules of the holy religion? Who I am? Among the frantic barbarians, Xian stood there with a smile, looking out of place. I am the Qi men you call me. They all call me Li Tan, and the tribe calls me Yuo. You can call me the new name you just thought of. Qi Yu. Chapter 67. Chu, whose real name is Li Tan. Since there are 9 brothers, the remaining 8 are named Li Ju, Li Lu, Li Wen, Li Kuang, Li Wu, Li Po, Li Fu, and Li Bai. It is known as July. The moment Xian said this name, suddenly, an introduction about the July clan that I saw at a glance while surfing the internet in my previous life flashed through my mind. Then I suddenly remembered. Li Tan was Qi Yu's real name. In the Huxia mythical, Qi Yu's detailed origin is unknown. But in this world, this title is obviously derived from the word people. Qi means foolishness. Especially, an outstanding person. And Li Tan is the most talented among the 81 tribes. He also takes the character Qi as his surname. He knows his shame and then becomes brave, and he always warns himself. Therefore, the Lord of July, Lu said Chuan Wu. And Li Ju, Li Wen, and others are not Li Tan's brothers, but the most powerful group of people among the 81 tribes. Among them, the Tian Li tribe was naturally excluded. Xian didn't know what the connection was between himself and Qi Yu, whether it was the bond between Zhuangzhou and the butterfly, or the connection between the past life and this life. But at least in the dream world of the female martial god, now he is nothing. Qi Yu. The barbarian god's expression was distorted, and she was obviously still in mad rage. She sneered sharply like a night owl. The leader among the untouchables, isn't he still an untouchable? Don't pretend to be like me here. You are brave enough to destroy my advent ceremony, pollute my container, break the rules of the holy religion, and dare not reveal your true identity? You are a hideous rat. It doesn't matter, wait until I kill your descended body, and I can still find your true body when you return. The barbarian god obviously determined that Xian was also a member of the holy religion. After all, in her knowledge, it is impossible for martial Dao to appear in this captive world, unless there is an outsider imparting relevant knowledge. At this moment, the barbarian god's eyes were stern. Although he was a spirit body, he was emitting extremely terrifying fluctuations, just like a real god, with innocent divine light blooming all over his body. The barbarians around him trembled and bowed their heads, daring not to move. Boom! A big luminous hand that covered the sky and the sun, like a world-shattering disk, rumbled down. The sky cracked and the earth collapsed. This attack was incredibly terrifying, far beyond the level of the self-liberation realm, and more like a minister of the good fortune realm. Xian believed that he was no match for such terrifying power. He possesses extremely powerful martial arts, such as Fantian Seal, one of the 9 seals of the Yuan dynasty, and the first form of the Tathagata divine palm. But it is not enough to cross the chasm between the self-liberation realm and the good fortune realm. Because of martial Dao's practice, the disparity becomes larger as one reaches the late stage. In the previous realm, it may be commonplace to fight by leapfrogging, but in the later realm, it is almost impossible. However, facing the huge palm that fell down like a majestic giant mountain, Xian was very relaxed. He spoke calmly, his voice was not loud, but it echoed between heaven and earth, clearly audible in the ears of the female martial god. Li Ling, don't be too afraid of her. You should have seen that she is also an ordinary person, who can get angry, crazy, and violent. Look at her, where is the majesty and spirit of a semi-spirit partitioning spirit? She is clearly a scolding shrew. He spoke neither hastily nor slowly, word by word, in a gentle and calm manner. As Xian's words rang out, the body of the female martial god trapped in the ice crystal coffin trembled slightly, and a look of struggle appeared in her beautiful eyes. Female martial god, or Li Ling, her expression is constantly changing at this moment, showing deep fear, determination, and hesitation. At the same time, the giant luminous palm pressing down in the sky was strong and weak at times, its brilliance flickering on and off, and even its falling speed slowed down several times. Xian looked calm and was not surprised at all by this scene. As stated before, this is the dream world of the female martial god. And this so-called barbarian god was the most terrifying nightmare hidden deep in her heart. In her memory, the barbarian god is so powerful that it is unparalleled. Just a wisp of breath that escapes makes countless barbarians tremble. Therefore, as long as Li Ling's fear of the barbarian god remains indelible, then the god of thunder will be unrivaled. Therefore, Xian's words were completely designed to make Li Ling put aside the shadow in her heart, break the god in her heart, and face the barbarian god who had left endless shadows on her. Only in this way can she escape from this dream world. True spirit returns to the real world. Certainly, it is obviously impossible to completely rely on Li Ling to destroy this barbarian god. Her ability to suppress her fear was the limit. The so-called gods are just high-ranking people. Xian spoke slowly. She considers herself a god and regards you as a commoner. It's just because she is much more powerful than you, but in fact, she is on the same level as me, or even worse than me. Not as good as you. Li Ling murmured softly, raised her confused eyes, and looked at Xian blankly. Yes. Xian stood still, but a blazing golden light flowed from his body, and brilliant dragon-shaped air waves circled around him. Nanming Li was transformed into vermilion bird, soaring and singing. The black rock spreads its wings and looks at the sky with its sharp eyes. Behind Xian, there is even a golden Buddha rising slowly, with a compassionate face, and the 9th grade golden lotus under the seat blooms with billions of rays of light. Look at her, then look at me. Xian put his hands on his back, even his hair was dyed golden, and there was a faint smile in his eyes flowing with golden light. Is he more like a god than she is? Li Ling looked at the barbarian god with a ferocious face. Then he looked at Xian who was like the real divine king. His eyes became blank and he murmured unconsciously, "Yes, you are more like a real god than her." The words have not yet finished. The aura on Xian's body suddenly soared to an incredible level. And the barbarian god was weakening rapidly. That's right. The smile in Xian's eyes grew stronger. He slowly stretched out his hand towards the barbarian god and turned it over slightly. In an instant, the heaven and the earth seemed to be tilted by it, and everything in the universe was shattered, and it was like the peak supporting the sky suddenly collapsed and fell with infinite power. Boom! Accompanied by a shrill and unwilling roar, the spirit body of the barbarian god exploded in the air and turned into the purest energy in the world, completely disappearing without a trace. Xian retracted his palm and smiled. The so-called barbarian god is actually nothing more than that. Li Ling stared blankly at the sky. Seeing that the barbarian god she once admired the most but now feared the most was wiped out with a slap. Looking at that majestic figure like a god, standing at the highest point of the sky, staring at him with a smile. Seeing the deepest nightmare in my heart being shattered like this. Suddenly, my face burst into tears. The surrounding altars and barbarians shattered and disappeared like bubbles in a dream, and the coffin made of ice crystals melted and fell apart inch by inch. Next moment, Li Ling's figure changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under Xian's gaze, the girl's slender figure seemed to have grown by more than 10 years in just a short moment, becoming tall, slender and plump. Her demeanor is also changing. From delicate, timid, and confused, to sharp, heroic, and cold. Clothes made of animal skins were scattered in the air. Instead, it is a red armor, piece by piece attached to the body like mutton fat white jade, covering up the infinitely beautiful and moving posture. She became the indomitable female martial god again. Thank you. Female martial god raised her head and looked at Xian. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, with a hint of cunning and liveliness belonging to a girl. I just don't know, from now on, should I call you Xian, Li Tan, or Qi Yu? What do you think? Su Xianhun asked indifferently. The past is over. Whether it is Li Tan or Qi Yu, they have already become an inconspicuous wave in the long river of time. Female martial god sighed, I'd better call you Su Xian. Whatever. Su Xian looked at the dream world that had begun to collapse, and suddenly said, this world should be just a small world, right? Yes. Female martial god nodded and said calmly. This is a breeding farm in the Yuan Palace. The only meaning of existence is to cultivate the barbarian god vessel, and then become a new physical body for the core disciples of the Yuan Demon Palace. As for other people, they will become nutrients for the physical body. Yuanmo Palace? Su Xian thought for a moment and had no impression of this name, and it had probably been lost in the long river of history. What time period is it in the outside world? The end of ancient times. The female martial god's beautiful eyes seemed to have memories reappearing. Back then, after Chu defeated the coming of the barbarian gods, he took 81 tribes to rest and recuperate for hundreds of years, and then broke out of this world in one fell swoop. Even in the ancient times when immortals and demons still existed, they still left a great reputation. In addition to Qi Yu, there are 8 other people who are equally amazing and gifted. They are sworn brothers to him and respected by him. As time goes by, the country of July became famous among all peoples. Pity. Su Xian had some guesses in his mind, but still asked with a smile, what's the pity? It's a pity that Qi Yu's power is not tolerated by the gods. The female martial god shook her head, her eyes were calm, without too many disturbances. He was disobedient, unruly, and arrogant, and offended many immortals and gods. In the end, he laid the foundation for his own downfall, and also caused the July clan to become lonely from then on, with only a few survivors surviving in the world. That really doesn't look like me. Su Xian laughed. He is different. Although I always hold the idea that I can avoid causing trouble without causing trouble. But once something happens, he will kill it with thunderous force and nip the crisis in the cradle. From Qin Mo at the beginning to the bald donkey who broke into Prince Xian's mansion now. It's always been like this, never changed. To be honest. It's a simple sentence, if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. It doesn't look like it. The female martial god did not object. But the scene of Su Xian being shrouded in divine light and destroying the barbarian god with a single palm of his hand just now appeared in his mind. She felt that it was actually quite similar. Su Xian may not have even noticed it himself. There is an indescribable aloofness in his bones. Although he always looks lazy, he occasionally reveals an attitude and indifference that cannot be questioned by others. At this point, he is really very similar to the original Qi Yu. Have all your memories recovered? Su Xian looked at the female martial god, but didn't see much change. No. Female martial god shook his head. The immortals and gods have all passed away, and all the Buddhas have nirvana. Being able to survive to this day naturally requires you to pay a certain price, a very big price. I always feel that there is one thing I need to do when I have been living in such a hazy state, but I can't remember it at all. Speaking of which, there was a trace of confusion in the eyes of the female martial god. Stop! Su Xian saw that the situation was not good, his tongue burst with thunder, and he immediately shouted loudly. Damn it, he doesn't want to experience the weird dream world again for several years. Who can stand this? The female martial god's eyes regained clarity and she rolled her eyes at him. Not in a good mood. Obtain Zhao, _ Don't worry, this won't happen again. What I experienced back then really caused a deep psychological shadow on me, and that time was even more terrifying than what I experienced in my dream now. For example, the ice crystal coffin actually did not exist at all. The reason why such a scene appeared in the dream world was because she had been descended into her body by the barbarian god at that time. Although her consciousness was very clear, she could not control her body. The appearance of the ice coffin only represented her fearful and helpless psychological state at that time. That's good. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. As a flat-footed salted fish, it was really difficult for him to be able to do this. In the past 6 years, he conscientiously implemented the rule of lying down, doing nothing, and waited until the day when the barbarian god came, and finally got through it. Okay, this is over and we can return to the real world. Xian stretched his arms, and the brilliant golden glow covering his body gradually dissipated. He waved his hand to the female martial god, and was ready to release the maintenance of the Dream Sutra. Watch as his figure begins to disappear. A strange color flashed in the female martial god's eyes, and she suddenly said, Li Tan. Kindness. Xian looked sideways at her. Tell me, was the person who taught me how to practice martial Dao, Li Tan from the Yanli tribe, or Xian from the future? The female martial god stared at him. Does this need to be said? Xian raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile. Linger, my good disciple. Don't you understand yet? There has never been any Xian. From beginning to end, there is only one Xian. The words fell. His figure slowly disappeared. The female martial god stood there in a daze. After a long time, she smiled softly and disappeared into the dream with a look of relief.